Oh, hello my friends. Welcome back to the channel. Hope you are enjoying the videos. If so, please like, share and subscribe. But before we start today's video, let me tell you this beforehand. This video includes detailed romantic themes and mature storytelling. Viewer discretion is advised. If this content is not to your preference, please choose another video. Now, with that out of the way, let's get back to the story. Be careful, Ethan. You will be fighting Lily next. If something happens to their little angel, you might find yourself in very deep trouble. Ethan could only smile bitterly, because he knew that his friend was right. Currently, Lily was one of the most popular witches in the academy, and being the pillar of Jaeger Manor only heightened her reputation. Her win against the Ice Princess, Alice, also solidified her position in the hearts of the boys in the academy for being a very powerful witch. Although they hadn't seen how Alice's and Lily's fight had gone, because of the white mist that Alice had summoned during the match, that didn't change the fact that the cute girl was the one who emerged victorious from their bout. Both of you already know the rules, so I will not repeat them, Professor Barrett stated. Are both of you ready? Yes, Lily replied as she took out her wand. Kurt, on the other hand, simply nodded and took out his wand in preparation to fight. Seeing that both of them were ready, Professor Barrett raised his hand and announced the start of the duel. Duel start. Professor Barrett then teleported outside of the arena and paid close attention to the battle. Vinia tumultus. Kurt pointed his wand at the ground as he chanted his spell. Immediately, vines spread out from where he stood and charged towards Lily like live snakes that had found their prey. Amplifico. Lily pointed the wand at her chest before running away in order to avoid the vines that were headed her way. Nicole had already stated that Lily might not use her theriantrophy abilities in the battle. The pink-haired beauty added that since Lily wanted to keep a low profile, she might just resort to using standard spells in her battles against Kurt and Ethan. After seeing that the cute blonde girl had used the spell Amplifico as her starting move, Ethan knew that Nicole's hunch was right on the mark. Lily ran and tried to evade the vines that were coming for her in every direction. Just as the vines were about to grab hold of her, Lily pointed her wand on the ground beside her and chanted another spell. Vocer Glacem Vulps. A magic circle appeared in the place where she had pointed her wand. A second later, a meter-tall ice fox appeared and immediately sprayed a cone of ice at the vines that were advancing in its master's direction, freezing them completely. Vocer Glacem Vulps. Lily summoned another ice fox by her side before smiling at her opponent, who still had a calm look on his face. So this is how you want to fight, eh? Kurt smirked as he adjusted the glasses on his face. Very well, I will play along with your little farce. The pillar of Terra Manor then stomped his right foot on the ground, creating a ripple of green energy that spread across the entire arena. Vocate Antiquo Treant, Kurt declared as he pointed his wand towards the sky. A moment later, the ground shook and a 7-meter-tall ancient treant towered behind him. Nice tree you have there, Lily commented with a smile. I hope it doesn't freeze to death. Don't worry, Kurt replied before adjusting his glasses. I'll end the match before that happens. Ethan, who was watching the battle, didn't notice that he had already clenched his fists in anticipation for what was about to come. Although he didn't want to admit it, he wanted to see his two rivals unleash their full powers. That way, he would be able to make the necessary preparations when it was his turn to fight them, and find a way to snatch the victory, no matter how hard it was. Lily and Kurt stared at each other for a brief moment before raising their wands at the same time. A moment later, the treant and the two ice foxes clashed together, while the two teenagers hurled spells at each other. The crowd cheered in excitement, because this was something that they didn't expect to see in a battle against the pillars of the first years. They thought that the battles between the third years and fourth years were the most exciting of all, but the first match of the day was so intense that they couldn't help but feel their blood boiling as they watched it. Thorny vines crawled towards Lily like live snakes, but she deftly avoided them by dodging and running away. Magna Amplifico, Lily shouted as she used the higher version of the spell, Amplifico, further raising her body's performance. This spell wasn't something that could be easily used, because one must have an absolute understanding of how the spell, Amplifico, worked before casting this on oneself. Chanting the name of the spell wouldn't do anything, and you would only receive the ordinary boost of Amplifico if you hadn't mastered it completely. As soon as Lily cast the spell on herself, her speed drastically rose, allowing her to close the gap between her and Kurt in a matter of seconds. However, the teenage boy only stomped his feet on the ground and summoned a dome of thorny vines to protect himself, preventing Lily from getting close. Ethan, who had seen how Lily fought against Alice, knew that if the blonde girl used her Ryanthropy ability, she would be able to easily rend through Kurt's defenses. However, for some reason, it seemed that she didn't have any intention of showing her true powers in his fight against her opponent. But that didn't mean that Lily was helpless against Kurt's defensive abilities. "Now," Lily shouted before jumping to the side. A moment later, the two ice foxes ran past the treant and unleashed two icy breath attacks towards the dome of thorns that protected Kurt. The vines instantly turned into ice and shattered into pieces. Kurt once again appeared in Lily's vision, and just a glance was enough to tell her that he was in the middle of casting a very powerful spell. Her guess was spot on because Kurt was about to cast his strongest origin magic, which he was saving for his final match against Ethan's partial resonance. Magna Hortus, Kurt roared as he was about to say the final word of his spell. However, before he could complete his spell, a blur appeared in front of him, and Lily's fist smashed against his chest, canceling his spell mid-chant. The force of Lily's punch was so strong that Kurt smashed against the barrier of the arena, knocking the boy unconscious. "Winner, Lily Langley." Professor Barrett raised his hand and declared Lily's victory in the match. The crowd cheered and applauded the cute girl, who immediately raised her hands to wave at the crowds. The medics ran towards the arena and immediately gave first aid to the unconscious Kurt, who was then carried away on a magical stretcher that floated in the air. "Did you see it?" Nicole asked Ethan in a solemn tone. "I did," Ethan replied. Nicole smiled. "Be careful in your next match. You have seen her use it very briefly, so it is possible that she will also use it against you." Ethan nodded his head. Although it only lasted for a second or two, Lily had used her Therian transformation ability to transform her legs to that of a wolf, giving her a boost of speed to close the gap between her and Kurt in the blink of an eye. When she punched him, her hand also transformed to that of a wolf at the point of impact, making her blow more deadly. As Lily waved her hands to thank the crowd, her gaze landed on Ethan. Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on her face and blew the teenage boy a flying kiss, which made all the first years glance in his direction. "It's that bastard Ethan again." One of the first years glared hatefully at the handsome boy with blue hair. "We need to eliminate him," another first year suggested. "How did he manage to get a flying kiss from our angel when she doesn't even look at me?" "Bro, have you looked at yourself in the mirror? It looks like a sardine. How can you possibly get a flying kiss with that face?" "Damn you." Ethan, who was suddenly receiving hateful stares from Lily's fans club, ignored them and focused his attention on the person whom he considered as his greatest adversary in the tournament. "Magna Amplifico," Ethan thought. "I need to learn that spell before my fight against her starts." Currently, Ethan was only relying on the spell Amplifico to boost his body's performance. If he were to fight against Lily, who could use the spell Magna Amplifico, his chances of winning would drastically decrease. He was already at a great advantage against the girl who could summon ice foxes, as well as transform her limbs into that of a wolf to gain massive strength and speed. A minute later, Lily finally left the arena to give way to the duel between the second years. This time, it was Noah's turn to focus on the next match, because the two he would be fighting in the arena would be his rivals in his next matches. Contrary to what everyone expected, the second match was won by Terra Manor. Similar to Lily's and Kurt's battle, the duel was fierce, and both contestants did their best to win. It was a very exciting match, and the second year of Terra Manor only won due to a small mistake by her opponent, whom she took advantage of, sealing their victory for the second match. As for the third match, the victory once again fell in favor of Jaeger Manor. When everyone thought that Lily's and Kurt's battle was the most exciting one in the tournament, their views changed when the head prefects of Terra Manor and Jaeger Manor fought with each other. When Ethan fought against Langston, half of the arena was destroyed. However, when the two head prefects fought, the entire arena was destroyed. The winner of the match was Terra Manor, because their head prefect was able to stand on the only part of the arena that was still intact, and her opponent stood on the ground, making him lose by default. "Unbelievable," Irene said as he looked at the beautiful lady who was standing in front of him. "You're still as strong as ever, Irene." "And you're stronger now compared to last year, Irene," Irene replied in an exhausted tone. "I just won by luck." Irene smiled. "Luck is also a part of one's strength. You bested me in this match." "Thank you for the praise," Irene replied. "I'll make sure to tell my fiancé not to find trouble with you later for injuring me." "Please do. I don't want Henry to beat me up later for hurting his fiancé." "Haha, okay." And thus, the battle between Terra Manor and Jaeger Manor ended in a draw of 2 wins and 2 losses each. Since this was a round-robin match, the one with the most wins in the tournament would become the champion. This placed great pressure on the members of the Dud Manor because Terra Manor's and Jaeger Manor's position in the tournament would depend on the outcome of their matches against Dud Manor. A manor which no one paid much attention to until Ethan arrived in Brynhildr Academy. After the battle between the Jaeger Manor and the Terra Manor ended, Ethan returned to the Dud Manor and locked himself up inside his room. There he meditated and entered Illumina's world in order to better understand the series of events that happened during the battle between Lily and Kurt. In terms of raw power, speed, and magic, Lily surpasses me by leaps and bounds, Ethan said softly. Can I really not use partial resonance in my fight against her, Illumina? Yes, the mermaid princess replied firmly. Only if you want to lose the ability to use magic for the rest of your entire lifetime, then you can go ahead and try. I won't stop you. The teenage boy sighed, because how could he possibly do that? Ever since he discovered that he, too, could use magic, albeit with limitations, he felt as if a brand new world had opened up to him. For him to risk it all in a magical duel, no matter how important it was, would be foolish of him. Then, can you tell me if there is a way to defeat her? Ethan inquired. Ethan, you're not a baby, Illumina replied with a smile. The time for spoon-feeding is over. If you wish to win, you should use your own hands and your own will to make it happen. Ethan could tell that the mermaid princess didn't really plan on lending him a hand this time around. However, he still decided to take a chance and ask her for advice. I know that you only want what is best for me, Illumina, but can you at least give me a hint about how to raise my chances of winning against Lily? Ethan inquired. Even if it's just a small hint, please. You're such a baby, Ethan. Illumina sighed helplessly. Have you forgotten that Lily is still a living, breathing human? She isn't a god, you know. If you really want to find answers, then how about you go to the library or ask your professors for advice? If they were in Kurt's place during the match, I'm pretty sure that they could have thought of a few ways to deal with Lily. Ethan suddenly felt enlightened after hearing Illumina's advice. He had completely forgotten that the professors of Brynhildr Academy were talented wizards and witches. Although he didn't know if all of them were proficient in magic combat, there were professors like Professor Lionel, as well as Professor Violet, who specialized in fighting. Without another word, Ethan left his room and went to find the nightly professor in the training grounds of the academy. The sun had already set, and the stars could be seen in the sky. But Ethan knew that Professor Lionel didn't rest early, so there was still a chance that he could find him before he returned to his room to rest. As if Lady Luck was smiling on him, he found Professor Lionel in the training grounds, and he wasn't alone. Another professor, whom he was also looking for, was there. "Sir Lionel, Professor Violet, I'm glad that both of you are here." Ethan ran towards his two professors with an excited look on his face. "Ethan, what's this?" Professor Lionel replied with a smile. "Did that battle get your blood pumping that you decided to come here to the training grounds to train for a bit?" The knightly professor was currently seated on a chair and holding a mug of mead in his hand. Professor Violet, on the other hand, was holding a glass of wine and eyed Ethan with a mischievous look on her beautiful face. The two seemed to be having dinner together because their table was laden with food, which was still warm. Clearly, they decided to dine outside instead of the great dining hall of the academy, where everyone usually ate. "I didn't come here to train, Sir Lionel," Ethan answered. "I came here to ask for advice." "Advice?" Professor Lionel eyed Ethan with a solemn look on his face. "Ah, I think I have an idea about what you want to ask, but go ahead and humor me. What is it that you want to ask for advice for?" Ethan took a deep breath first in order to organize his thoughts. When he was sure that he was calm enough to talk, he proceeded to ask his question. "Earlier during Kurt's and Lily's battle, if you were in Kurt's place, what would you have done in order to defeat Lily?" Ethan asked. "I knew it," Sir Lionel chuckled before looking at Professor Violet with a smile. "It seems that our student here is now grasping for straws for how to fight his rivals in the tournament." "Oh, poor Ethan." Professor Violet smiled sweetly. "Are you afraid that Lily will beat your handsome face to a pulp? There, don't worry. The medics will patch you up really well. Just be on guard if they attempt to feed you a purple-looking potion. No matter what happens, don't drink that, okay?" "That's a charm potion. It will make you infatuated with the first person you see after drinking it. It's very effective against Ordinarius and duds who have weak magical powers. However, you're something of an outlier. Sometimes you have magic, sometimes you don't. I'm very tempted to cut you up and discover your secrets." The beautiful professor with purple hair eyed Ethan from head to toe and even licked her lips, making Ethan feel as if she was some kind of snake that had seen her prey. "I know that this might be shameless of me, but I really need some advice right now," Ethan said in a serious tone. "I really want to win my fight with Lily, but I don't have the combat experience or magical expertise to pull it off." Can't you just use partial resonance and end it in an instant?" Professor Violet asked. "Even Lily will not be able to survive such an attack." Ethan shook his head. "I can't use partial resonance in my fight against Lily. That one time was just a fluke." "A fluke?" Professor Lionel arched an eyebrow. "Then, how about that Oberon's descent you used against Langston? Was that also a fluke?" "I think so," Ethan stuttered. "I don't know what came over me back then. It just happened out of the blue." Professor Lionel and Professor Scarlet glanced at each other and smiled. "Why don't you join us for dinner, Ethan?" Professor Lionel said as he took out a chair out of thin air and placed it beside the table. "We can talk as we eat. I'm sure that the food will be more enjoyable with more people." Ethan happily accepted the knightly professor's invitation because, truth be told, he was feeling very hungry as well. Professor Violet eyed the handsome teenager with a critical gaze before sipping the wine in her cup. When she said that she wanted to cut Ethan up to better understand him, she was being half serious about it. Just like all the professors in the academy, they were all surprised when Ethan was able to use magic during duels and still be a dud after it. Even now, Professor Violet could sense very little power coming out of Ethan's body, as if his magical powers were like a candle that could be snuffed out at any given moment. "So, you want some advice on how to beat Lily?" Professor Lionel said, after eating the roasted chicken leg in his hand. "Tell me, why should we help you with this? If other people knew that we are giving you pointers, they might say that we are giving favoritism to some of the students." "I didn't think that far." Ethan had an awkward look on his face because he didn't consider this matter. If the professors were to get in trouble for helping him because others would call it favoritism, then it would be best if he just looked for answers on his own. Seeing his troubled expression, Professor Violet giggled before placing her wine cup on top of the table. "Don't tease him too much, Lionel," Professor Violet stated. "Can't you see that the poor boy is desperate right now?" The beautiful professor then winked at Ethan before resting her chin on the back of her intertwined hands. "Truth be told, I'm a bit annoyed because Schwartz Manor didn't even reach the semifinals," Professor Violet stated. "How about you, Lionel? Aren't you disappointed that Equus Manor didn't make it as well?" Professor Violet was one of the advisors of Schwartz Manor, while Professor Lionel belonged to Equus Manor. Both of their manors had been kicked out of the tournament and could only watch from the sides and cheer for their favorites. Still, she had a good impression of Ethan, so she didn't think badly of him even if they lost. "Of course I am disappointed," Professor Lionel answered. "But that's just how things are. We win some, we lose some. Also, Jaeger Manor is truly strong this year, stronger than the past year." Professor Violet nodded her head in agreement, because she was also surprised by how strong Jaeger Manor had become. "Right now, they are the favorite to win the tournament," Professor Violet commented. "They just need to completely beat the Dud Manor to secure enough points to win. Also, that annoying Professor Enjal still hasn't paid me the debt he owes me. Perhaps I should help make his team lose some points as well." Professor Lionel chuckled after hearing the beautiful professor's words. However, his laughter came to a complete stop as he placed his mug on top of the table. "Come to think of it, Enjal didn't return the 5,000 gold coins he owed me either." Professor Lionel frowned. "That two-faced snake, I should beat him to a pulp one of these days." "Oh, do call me when you do that," Professor Violet smiled evilly. "I want to join the fun." The two professors then nodded at each other before glancing at the young man, with smiles on their faces. "You're in luck, Ethan," Professor Lionel. "Right now we have a common enemy." "Right," Professor Violet agreed. "It's time to bring Professor Enjal down a peg." The two professors then gave the teenage boy a critical look before shaking their heads at the same time. "No good," Professor Lionel stated. "If he doesn't use partial resonance, there is no way to beat Lily. Ethan is simply too weak and too slow to fight her." "Indeed," Professor Violet nodded. "Unless her period comes on that day and she's suffering from cramps, I doubt that this dud will have a chance to win." The corner of Ethan's lips twitched after hearing the two professors' hurtful words. However, since it was the truth, he was unable to refute them. "But that doesn't necessarily mean that there is no way to beat her." Professor Lionel crossed his arms over his chest. "But before that, there is one spell that you need to overcome first." The knightly professor raised a finger, as if making sure that Ethan was paying full attention to him. "Magna Amplifico," Professor Lionel stated. "Unless you can use this spell or find ways to overcome it, you won't stand a chance against Lily. You already mastered Amplifico, so you need to master Magna Amplifico before you duel with her." Professor Violet also raised a finger as she gave Ethan her own tip. "Lily belongs to the Jaeger Manor, which means that all of her senses are stronger than normal people," Professor Violet commented. "After using Magna Amplifico, those senses are heightened even further. It means that her eyesight becomes clearer, her hearing sharper, her sense of taste more detailed, and her sense of touch more profound. Having stronger senses isn't necessarily a good thing. Sometimes, they can be double-edged swords that can also harm their owner. Bats navigate using echolocation. If you are able to counter their high-pitched sound waves, then they can lose their sense of direction and bump into trees when they fly." Professor Violet then gave more examples, which made Ethan realize how ignorant he was of the world. Professor Lionel and Professor Violet didn't directly tell him what to do, but the way they explained things allowed Ethan to suddenly think of many different ideas for how to fight Lily in their duel. "Amazing," Ethan thought. "Several minutes ago, I had no clue on how to fight against Lily. Now I'm brimming with ideas." The handsome teenager absorbed Professor Lionel's and Professor Violet's words like a sponge, allowing them to talk uninterrupted. When dinner ended, Ethan profusely thanked his two professors before running towards the library of the academy. The two professors watched him go with smiles on their faces. Is he really a dud? Professor Lionel inquired. I don't know anymore. Professor Violet shrugged. However, after the tournament is over, the headmaster plans to have Ethan retake the appraisal test. It seems that some of the prestigious guests in the academy demanded this of him, including Langston's father. Ah, that snake wearing a human's skin, Professor Lionel sneered. I'm really glad that he wasn't able to win the vote to become the headmaster of this academy. If he really gets that position, I'll leave this place without a second thought. I feel the same, Professor Violet agreed. Fortunately, his faction wasn't able to sway the others, and Professor Reinhardt got the post from his predecessor. And I'd like it if it stayed that way. Professor Lionel refilled his mug with mead before drinking half of it in one gulp. The academy will be better off without him. Professor Violet smiled as she swirled the wine in her glass. The magical world was run by many influential people who were still trying to extend their reach into Brynhildr Academy. Even now, there were skirmishes happening in the shadows. Fortunately, Professor Reinhardt wasn't a pushover and was able to thwart the plans of those who wished to use the academy for personal gains. After this tournament is over, I'm sure that those old geezers will begin to move again, Professor Violet stated. Professor Lionel nodded. Well, this is no longer our problem. Let's just hope this year will be more peaceful than last year. Professor Violet giggled after hearing her colleagues' somewhat hopeful words. Do you even think that what you hope for will happen? Professor Violet inquired. Nope, Professor Lionel replied, but one can dream, right? The two professors then clinked their glasses together as if reaching an agreement. Right now, the focus of everyone was the clash of manners, but after that, everyone's practical tests would soon begin. A test that would allow the students to leave Brynhildr Academy and explore the magical world and all the dangers that could be found inside it. Is Ethan here? Chloe asked Luna, who was currently watering the flowers in front of Dud Manor. Ethan, I knocked on his door this morning to invite him to breakfast, but he wasn't inside his room, Luna replied. According to Sir Henry, he left the Dud Manor last night and hasn't come back. Then, do you have any idea where he went? Chloe inquired. Luna shook her head. No, but I'm pretty sure he's somewhere in the academy. Why don't you visit the gardens first? Maybe he is with the fairies. With the fairies? Chloe pondered for a bit before nodding her head. Thank you. I'll go and see if he is with Ruby and the others. Having a destination in mind, Chloe left in order to find her cousin, who had a troubled look on his face when he left the Grand Colosseum a day ago. He must be feeling anxious right now and trying to think of ways to beat Lily, Chloe thought. Tomorrow will be his battle against her, and it's not going to be easy. Chloe had seen Lily's true powers. When the cute teenager fought against Kurt, they thought that she wouldn't be using her Therian transformation ability in front of many people. However, to their surprise, she used partial transformation on specific body parts in quick intervals. Because of this, Ethan realized that even if Lily didn't fight him using her full powers, she was still a force to be reckoned with. I just hope he doesn't do something stupid out of desperation, Chloe sighed in her heart. Luna gazed at Chloe's retreating back with a calm look on her face. However, just like Chloe, she was also quite worried about the handsome teenager who hadn't returned to their manor last night. Actually, Luna went to see Ethan before she went asleep to discuss various ways to counter Lily's abilities. But, to her surprise, Ethan wasn't around. She even waited until midnight, but the boy didn't return. Then she thought that she would find him after waking up, but the teenage boy was still not there. Because of this, Luna decided to stay in the manor to wait for Ethan's return. That way, she would be able to advise him on various spells that could help him against Lily, who became the favorite candidate to win the first-year division in the Clash of Manors. While Chloe and Luna were both looking and waiting for Ethan to appear, the handsome teenager was currently asleep inside the library of the academy. The teenage boy was resting his head on an open book, with drool flowing through the corner of his lips. The book in question was struggling under the weight of his head, as if it wished to break free from its captor. Around him, many other books were piled up, with some of them even circling around him, as if waiting for him to wake up. After talking to Professor Lionel and Professor Violet, Ethan had stayed in the library, looking for spells that he could use in his battle against Lily. He had read until dawn and managed to find a few spells that might work. However, until tested in battle, Ethan wouldn't know how effective they were. The librarian of the academy, Ms. Lyra, looked at the sleeping teenager in annoyance after seeing that one of her precious books was covered in the boy's drool. She then took out her wand and raised it slowly. As she did this, the book slowly rose from the table, carrying Ethan's head with it. With a flick of her wand, the book flew away, causing Ethan's head to slam against the table, making him cry out in pain. "Good morning, sleepyhead," Ms. Lyra said coldly. "Did you have a good sleep?" The book that Ethan was resting his head on earlier flew towards the librarian and flapped its body, as if making a complaint. "I know," Ms. Lyra commented before waving her wand to instantly clean the stain on the book's page, which was caused by the teenager's saliva. Ethan, who was now wide awake due to the pain, looked at the librarian and the floating book fearfully. "Mr. Gremory, I will turn a blind eye just this once," Ms. Lyra stated. "If, in the future, you use my books as pillows and dirty their pages while you sleep, I will turn you into a book for a day and read everything about you." The professor then poked Ethan's forehead with her wand, with a devilish smile on her face. "I will know your deepest, darkest secrets that even you don't know about," Ms. Lyra declared. "After that, I will write a biography of you and post it in the bulletin board. I'm sure that the witches of the academy would love to have a new source of gossip, and it will be about all the embarrassing things you have done in your lifetime." Ethan subconsciously gulped after hearing the librarian's threat. He then immediately apologized and promised to never do what he did again in the future. If his deepest and darkest secret were to be known by everyone, they would know that he just arrived at the academy by mistake, and it might cause a lot of complications in the future. After listening to Ethan apologize profusely for a few minutes, Ms. Lyra left the handsome boy alone. Ethan looked fearfully at the old librarian's back until she was out of sight. Only when she was sure that Ms. Lyra was no longer around did he breathe a sigh of relief. A second later, his stomach started to growl, telling him that it was already time to eat. The teenage boy then looked at the piled-up books around him, which were now starting to sneak away. He then hurriedly grabbed 3 of the books that had almost flown away and went to the librarian's desk. "I'll be taking these books with me," Ethan said with a smile. A young lady with long black hair and wearing glasses looked at the handsome teenager with a deadpan face. Ethan was sure that the teenage girl in front of him would be very popular with the boys if she learned to smile a bit. Her name was Emma Harper, and she was currently writing down the titles of the books that Ethan was going to borrow from the library. "You have to return these books in 3 days," Emma said. "For every day that passes beyond the specified time, you will receive a penalty of 20 merit points per book. These points will be automatically deducted from your library card, so make sure to return the books on time." "I will, thank you," Ethan replied. Just as Ethan was about to go, Emma cleared her throat, making the teenage boy look in her direction. "Make sure to beat Lily Langley," Emma said in an almost commanding tone. "She disrespected this place by bringing her fans, who do nothing but make noise in the library. Make sure to beat her up good, or I will revoke your library card and ban you from entering this place again." "W8, you can't do that." Ethan's face became pale after hearing Emma's unreasonable order. "I can do that," Emma stated in a flat tone. "I am a librarian." "Assistant librarian," Ethan corrected. "Still a librarian," Emma countered. "So shut up, or I will confiscate your library card. I'm sure that Ms. Lyra will agree with me because she is quite annoyed with you right now." The corner of Ethan's lips twitched after experiencing Emma's high-handedness. But since the library was important to him, he could only promise that he would do his best, and left before the black-haired beauty, who was wearing glasses, could make more unreasonable demands of him. After returning from the library, Ethan was greeted by a relieved Luna, who was waiting for him in the common room of Dud Manor. "I see, so you spent the night in the library," Luna commented after seeing the books in Ethan's hands. "Did you find anything that might help you in tomorrow's duel?" Ethan nodded his head in affirmation. However, his stomach chose that time to growl once again, making Luna giggle. "Have breakfast first," Luna advised. "After that, let's have a strategy meeting about how to defeat Lily tomorrow. Ah, before I forget, Chloe is also looking for you. She went to the garden to see if you were there." "Chloe came to look for me." "Yes, maybe she wants to talk to you about tomorrow's match as well." Ethan smiled because he understood why Chloe had come to see him so early in the morning. She was worried about him. "I'll just drop these in my room and go to the garden," Ethan stated. "Have you eaten breakfast, Luna?" "Yes," Luna answered. "Though I have a feeling that Cho hadn't eaten yet either, so the two of you should eat first before we have our strategy meeting." "Sounds like a plan," Ethan agreed. He then hurried back to his room, before leaving the Dud Manor once again to head to the garden to look for his cousin, Chloe. When he arrived at the garden, he immediately saw the person he was looking for. The young beauty with light brown hair was currently having a chat with Ruby and her fairy friends. All of them had serious expressions on their faces, which made Ethan wonder what they were all talking about. When Ethan got near them, the first thing he heard was Ruby telling Chloe that the fairies that had refused Ethan's offer of candies in exchange for kisses had a change of heart. After watching the battle in the Grand Colosseum and seeing Ethan use Oberon's descent, they were now all very hyped up about making the entire academy know about fairy supremacy and were very keen to kiss the handsome teenager in order to help him win in his next duel. Naturally, that was only half the reason why they wanted to join in the fun. The other half was for the sweet candies that they could get in exchange for their kisses. Of course, Chloe had misgivings about this part. Although she didn't consider the fairies to be her rivals, the thought of Ethan kissing them had started to weigh on her head. "There's no need for the fairies to kiss Ethan in tomorrow's match, because I will be the one kissing him instead," Chloe stated. "What?" Ruby's eyes widened in shock after hearing Chloe's declaration. "Sorry, but this is not possible. Ethan is now our sugar daddy and we already called dibs to his candies. Even if you are his cousin, we won't allow you to monopolize our source of sweets." "That's right," another fairy raised her small fist in objection. "Ethan is our sugar daddy. Find your own sugar daddy. We won't allow you to take him away." "Yes, we already have an agreement. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere." The fairies all made their dissatisfaction known, and some of them even started to pull on Chloe's hair, making her cry out in pain. "Wait, you got the wrong idea. I mean, I will give you the candies instead of Ethan," Chloe said hurriedly because she thought that the fairies would really gang up on her and attack her with magic. "Nothing will change. You will still have your candies, but you girls are no longer allowed to kiss Ethan." The fairies stopped pulling Chloe's hair and glanced at Ruby, whom they considered to be the spokesperson of their group. "Even if you offer us candies, the answer is still no," Ruby replied with her arms crossed over her chest. "Now that everyone has seen how strong Fae magic is, they must understand that we are not fairies they can mess with. This is for the sake of our fairy supremacy. We demand regular tributes not only from Ethan, but all students of the academy." "Yes, that's right. Fairy supremacy. Candies for all." Ethan could no longer stand idly and see his cousin in her current state. Because of this, he cleared his throat to catch everyone's attention. "Chloe, I heard you were looking for me," Ethan said with a smile. "Have you eaten? Why don't we have breakfast first?" As soon as the fairies saw Ethan, they immediately swarmed him like bees and started to demand candies from him. The teenage boy, who had already expected this scenario, took out several bags of candies from his storage ring and gave every fairy one bag of candies. "Ethan, you're the best!" Ruby happily took the bag of candy and made it float with magic. She then kissed Ethan's cheeks before flying away in order to share her candies with the rest of her sisters, who were in other places of the garden. The other fairies copied Ruby's gesture, and they all kissed Ethan's cheeks before flying away. When the last fairy had left the scene, the handsome teenage boy glanced at his cousin, who was looking at him with a pout. "Let's go, Chloe," Ethan said as he reached out to hold Chloe's hand as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "I'm really hungry." HMPH, Chloe averted her gaze, but she didn't shake away Ethan's hand that was holding her own. The teenage boy could only smile bitterly as he walked towards the dining hall of the academy while holding Chloe's hand. The two walked in silence for several minutes until they reached their destination. Deep inside, Chloe understood why Ethan needed the fairies' help during the tournament. However, she still felt conflicted about it. While she was deep in thought, Ethan's voice reached her ears. "You know, Chloe, if I had a choice, I would not resort to something like this." Ethan spoke without turning around to look at her. However, she felt his grip tighten a bit as he held onto her hand. "Believe me when I say that there is nothing between me and the fairies," Ethan added. "This is just a business transaction. I'd rather kiss the fairies than kiss the witches in the academy. I'm not that kind of person." After speaking his mind, Ethan no longer spoke and simply walked while holding Chloe's hand. He had a clear conscience, and he didn't need to explain anything to anyone. But Chloe was different. Ethan didn't want her to misunderstand his intentions, because the two of them had grown up together, and he trusted her very much. "I know," Chloe commented after a minute had passed. "So, aside from Luna, you haven't kissed anyone before, right?" "No," Ethan replied. "Understood." Chloe then held Ethan's hand firmly as they walked side by side. "Just don't go kissing random girls in the academy, or I will tell Grandma about it." "I won't," Ethan chuckled after hearing Chloe's threat. "Grandma will definitely slap me with her flip-flops if I do such a thing." Chloe imagined that scene in her head and couldn't stop herself from giggling. However, she still couldn't help but worry about the future. With the nature of Ethan's origin magic and his good looks, it was highly possible that there might be other girls who would readily offer their lips in exchange for something more precious than a bag of candies. After breakfast, until the sun had set, Ethan, Chloe, and Luna devised several strategies in order to fight Lily. However, after brainstorming, the three of them found out that these plans had flaws in them. "All of this will only work if the conditions are right," Luna said as she massaged her forehead. "But after seeing how Lily fights, I'm sure that she will be able to see through these tricks." "It doesn't matter," Chloe insisted. "As long as Ethan is able to take her by surprise at the start, the chances of him winning increase." Ethan agreed with his cousin. However, he also knew that the moment he failed his first attempt, Lily would not fall for the same trick twice. "Actually, I have a spell that I plan to use as a last resort," Ethan confessed. "This spell is—" Chloe and Luna looked at Ethan in horror after the handsome teenage boy told them about his trump card. "Ethan, are you sure you want to use that spell?" Luna stuttered. "If you do that, the repercussions are—" "You know that Lily has a fan club, right?" Chloe said anxiously. "If you use that spell on her, all of them might kill you for real. Even if they don't, they'll probably hunt you down and make your life miserable. There is also a chance that you will be scorned by all the girls in the academy," Luna stated in a solemn tone. "I don't think using it is going to be worth it." Ethan didn't answer right away. Instead, he lowered his head and sighed deeply. "I know that this is very despicable, but if I go down this route, I will not be the only one that will benefit in the battle," Ethan replied. "Dud Manor's entire team could use it to our advantage." It took some time for Chloe and Luna to realize what Ethan was talking about. However, when they did, both of their eyes widened in shock. This could definitely work, but—" Luna looked at Ethan with a complicated look on her face. "The aftermath will be messy." "Ethan, I'll send some flowers to your grave." Chloe didn't know if she should laugh or cry at her cousin's desperate move. "It seems that you intend to make the entire Jaeger Manor your enemy." The handsome teenager smiled bitterly because he couldn't refute her words. If he was really forced to use his trump card tomorrow during the match, it was highly possible that the Jaeger Manor would become his enemy for an entire school year. Well, let's just hope that our first plan works then, Luna said firmly. Don't worry, even if the entire academy hates you, Chloe and I will be there with you. But only after 2 days have passed, okay, Chloe added hurriedly. After that, I'll be by your side no matter what. Me too. Luna backed down a bit, which made Ethan chuckle. After their meeting ended, Ethan had dinner with them in the dining hall of the academy before going to the academy garden to have one of the fairies kiss him. He planned to train in Illumina's magical domain so he could practice the strategy that he planned to use against Lily. Only by familiarizing himself with the spells that he had learned would he be able to pull it off. Fortunately, the trump card he planned to use was a fey magic, which would be boosted by the magical powers of the fairies who were waiting for their candies to be delivered to them tomorrow. I got to say, this is one nasty spell, Illumina commented after seeing Ethan repeatedly use his trump card. It is no wonder that the mischievous fairies and pixies use this power. Ethan wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Since he was currently using fairy magic, he decided to read a book about fey spells that were commonly used by fairies, pixies, and other fey creatures. I just hope I won't have to use this spell tomorrow, Ethan commented. Illumina just smiled because for her, Ethan's growth was something she was looking forward to seeing. An hour before midnight, Ethan finally stopped his training to get some rest. However, no matter what he did, he was unable to sleep. I'll just take a short stroll outside in order to calm myself, Ethan thought before rising up from the bed. He didn't even bother to remove his pajamas and simply left the room wearing that attire. It's a bit chilly tonight, Ethan muttered as he left the Dud Manor with no idea where to go. He just walked without any destination in mind and allowed his feet to take him wherever. After walking for several minutes, he arrived at the place where they usually held their study of magical creatures, which was near the border of the Great Eagle Forest. There, under the light of the moon and the stars, he saw someone standing in the distance. At first, he didn't know if it was a boy or a girl. He wasn't sure if it was even human as he walked in that direction. The person standing turned around to look at him. "Oh, if it isn't Ethan," a familiar-sounding voice said in a teasing tone. "Let me guess, you can't sleep, so you decided to take a stroll, right?" Ethan took a deep breath because the person standing in front of him was someone he knew. It was none other than Lily, but she wasn't the usual Lily that he knew. Her hair had turned completely white, and 2 animal ears could be seen on top of her head. Even so, she still looked as cute as ever, making Ethan's heart skip a beat. Her delicate hands had turned into clawed hands that could easily cut flesh if she wanted to. She was also standing barefooted, but it didn't matter because even her feet had transformed into that of a wolf's. Her eyes faintly glowed golden in the night as she walked towards Ethan slowly. For a brief moment, Ethan felt as if Lily was looking at him as if he was a hare that would serve as her midnight snack. Lily stopped, and she was only a foot away from Ethan. It was at that moment when he remembered that Lily was shorter than him by a head. The wolf girl then placed her hands on Ethan's shoulder and stood on tiptoe. She then sniffed Ethan's cheeks and neck as if trying to confirm something. "Ethan, has anyone told you that you smell so sweet?" Lily asked. "It makes me want to take a bite. Can I? Just a small piece, please." Ethan, whose body had somehow become paralyzed, was unable to pry off the wolf girl's hands, who held him in a firm grip. "No good, Ethan," Lily whispered. "You coming out at this time is like begging me to eat you. Unfortunately, I can't eat anyone in the academy or I will be expelled. But a little taste wouldn't hurt, I think." A second later, Ethan felt something wet and warm touching his cheek. Lily had stuck out her tongue and began to lick the side of Ethan's face, making his body shudder uncontrollably. "I knew it," Lily said with longing. "You do taste good. Are you really a dud?" Lily, I need to go back. Ethan tried to raise his hand in order to push back the wolf girl in front of him, using all the willpower that he could muster. Please, let me go. However, the most he could do was place his hand on Lily's shoulder. He didn't have the strength to push her away. Let you go. Lily pulled back and looked at Ethan in a daze. Right, I can't eat you here, but when the mission starts, maybe I can. Very reluctantly, Lily backed away and used her left hand to hold her other hand, as if preventing it from doing anything. Go, Ethan, and don't look back, Lily said with a pained look on her face. Run if you have to, just don't let me catch you or else. Ethan, who felt as if he had been freed from a paralyzing spell, ran away as if his life depended on it. Lily watched him go with a feral look in her eyes. Her body quivered as if it wanted to run after the prey that was trying to escape. But she stood firm and fought the temptations that appeared in her head. Father, you are right, Lily muttered. Brynhildr Academy is an interesting place. It seems that I won't be bored here for at least a year or two. After returning to his room, Ethan took a cold bath in order to calm himself down. His body already felt numb after his late-night encounter with Lily, so even the cold water was unable to make him shiver. After drying himself off, he changed to a different set of pajamas and laid down on the bed, looking up at the ceiling. His left hand slowly moved to touch his left cheek, where Lily had licked him. This was the first time that a girl had licked his face, and he didn't know how to feel about it. Back on the farm, Ethan had a pet cat that he named Tabby. This cat was quite chubby, but not overweight. She would usually spend most of the day lying on the couch or lying near the fireplace. The only time she actively sought him was when she was feeling hungry. At night, she would sometimes go into Ethan's room to sleep above his head. Tabby had a weird habit, and that was to lick Ethan's hair, as if cleaning him up like she usually did to groom herself. This was a weird feeling, but he soon got used to it. However, getting licked on the cheek was very different from having his hair licked, especially since the one who did it was the cutest first year in the academy, who had her own fans club. I'll just sleep it off, Ethan muttered as he closed his eyes. I'll probably forget about it when morning comes. Unfortunately, sleep didn't arrive for Ethan easily that night. He tossed and turned on his bed, and was only able to sleep for 2 hours before he was woken up by a knock on his door. Ethan, it's Henry, Henry said. Let's have breakfast together before the match starts. Ethan groggily propped himself up on the bed. His body felt heavy, but he knew that he had to join everyone for breakfast before they faced their opponents in a few hours. When Henry saw him, an amused look appeared on the head prefect's face. You didn't get any sleep, Henry asked. Just a bit, Ethan replied. Henry nodded before patting Ethan's shoulder. Understandable. Come have breakfast with us and take a nap after that. I'll let Luna wake you up an hour before the match. Thank you, Sir Henry, Ethan smiled. The two then went to the Dud Manor's dining table to have breakfast with their manor mates. All of them noticed the dark circles under Ethan's eyes, which told them that he wasn't able to get very much sleep. None of them talked about the match and simply ate together. After breakfast, Henry and the others went back to their rooms to change into their battle uniforms. Just as Ethan was about to do the same, Chloe appeared in Dud Manor to check up on her cousin, as well as keep her promise to him. You look terrible. Those were the first words that came out of Chloe's lips after seeing Ethan's current state. Tell me about it. Ethan shook his head helplessly before walking up the stairs with Chloe and Luna. Are you sure you don't want to take a nap before your match? Luna asked. There are still 2 hours before it starts. No, Ethan replied. I'll use that time to psych myself up for the match. When they arrived in front of Ethan's door, Chloe gave Luna a glance and made a pleading gesture. Okay, Luna nodded her head in understanding. I'll be in my room. The angelic beauty walked away and left Chloe alone with the handsome teenager. She and Chloe had a heart-to-heart talk about Ethan, and both of them had come to an understanding. Right now, the two of them were allies, so she didn't mind letting Chloe have her moment with Ethan before his match. Once they were inside the room, Chloe sat on Ethan's bed and looked at her cousin with concern. "Between the two of us, you are the one who doesn't usually have trouble sleeping," Chloe commented. "It seems that you are really feeling anxious about today's match." "Something like that," Ethan replied before sitting on the bed beside Chloe. "Chloe, are you sure about this?" "Isn't it a bit late to ask me this question?" Chloe asked. Her neck reddened a bit, and it was slowly spreading towards her face until she had become beet red. Ethan wanted to laugh after seeing his cousin's flushed face, but he held himself back. He knew that if he did that, Chloe would not hesitate to punch or pinch him, which would definitely be painful. "Ethan," Chloe said softly before closing her eyes. She also raised her chin a bit in preparation for what is about to come. Ethan subconsciously gulped as he looked at his beautiful cousin, who had grown up with him. His friends often teased that she was his summer girlfriend because she would always be with him during the summer. Cupping her face, Ethan slowly lowered his head and closed his eyes. This was the first time he was going to kiss a girl of his own accord, and he would be lying if he said that he wasn't feeling nervous. The moment their lips touched, Ethan felt a tingling sensation run through his spine. This was the familiar feeling of magic coursing through his body. However, due to his surprise, he subconsciously pulled back, ending the kiss in a mere second. Chloe abruptly opened her eyes and looked at Ethan in a daze. Did it work?" Chloe asked. "It was so quick that I almost didn't feel anything." I think it did, but I'm not too sure," Ethan replied. "Then how about we make sure of it?" Chloe proposed. "Kiss me again, this time do it a little longer." Ethan nodded. "Okay." This time, he steadied himself as he looked at Chloe, who was also looking back at him. Their heads then moved towards each other, and soon, both of their eyes closed at the same time. Ethan felt Chloe's soft lips and gave them a small peck. However, it didn't end there. His hands subconsciously moved and wrapped themselves around Chloe's waist as she sought her lips for a second time. As if their bodies were moving on their own, the two kissed and kissed and kissed some more. Although these kisses were just soft pecks that lasted for a second, both of them could feel their hearts beating wildly inside their chest as they did so. Ethan could also feel the magic power in his body slowly building up like a small fireball that was growing bigger and bigger with each kiss. When their kissing session finally ended, both of their faces were flushed. Ethan moved closer and kissed Chloe's forehead gently, lasting for a few seconds before pulling back. "I'm going," Ethan said with determination. Chloe nodded. "Good luck, I will be cheering for you." Ethan smiled and stood up. He then reached out his hand to help Chloe stand up as well. The two then left the room together, walking hand in hand, their faces still red from what they had done earlier. Fortunately, everyone living in the Dud Manor, with the exception of Luna, had left. Because of this, no one else was able to see how intimate they looked at that moment, as if they had crossed some kind of barrier, taking their relationship to the next level. "How was it?" Luna asked Chloe, who was seated beside her in the grand stadium. "It was okay," Chloe replied with her face as red as a tomato. "Only okay." Luna smirked because although Chloe was trying to downplay her kissing session with Ethan, the angelic beauty knew that her best friend was feeling very happy inside. The two of them shared the same feelings for Ethan, so both of them decided to team up to make sure that no vixen would try to make the handsome teenager fall for them. Truth be told, Luna was a bit jealous of Chloe. When Ethan kissed her, she understood that the teenage boy wasn't in the right state of mind. Also, the color of his eyes was different back then. Those eyes seemed to suck people in, and even Luna wasn't able to resist and surrendered her lips to the young man, who was currently standing in the arena in front of her. Still, it didn't change the fact that it was their first time kissing someone. So although it was forced, Luna was happy to have one of Ethan's firsts. She didn't know why, but whenever she was with Ethan, she felt as if she was at peace. Even though many wizards had tried to approach her, hopping for a marriage alliance, she turned them all down. But with Ethan, she felt that she could take that final step and bind her fate to him. While the two were waiting for the match to start, a certain pink-haired beauty suddenly appeared before them and sat beside Chloe. "Why are you blushing?" Nicole asked in a teasing tone. "Did something good happen between you and Ethan?" Chloe gave Nicole a sidelong glance before shifting her gaze back to the handsome teenager in the arena. Instead of giving an answer, Ethan's cousin countered Nicole's question with a question of her own. "What are you doing here?" Chloe asked without even looking at the young lady beside her. "Am I not allowed to be here?" Nicole chuckled. "If you are here, why can't I be here?" "I am Ethan's cousin. I am Ethan's training partner." Chloe didn't have any words to refute Nicole's claim, because she was indeed Ethan's training partner. "I've trained him to the bone for this match," Nicole stated before shifting her gaze to the blue-haired boy who was waiting for his opponent to arrive. "If he doesn't win this match, all that training would have been in vain." Luna, who had stayed silent during Chloe's and Nicole's tirade, decided to break her silence. "You're saying that Ethan will win this match?" Luna inquired. "Yes," Nicole replied. "What makes you certain that he will win?" Chloe asked with great interest. Nicole smiled before tapping her forehead with her finger. "Women's intuition," Nicole said with a confident smile on her face. "What's wrong? Don't the two of you think that he will win?" What are you talking about?" Chloe stuttered. "Of course we know he will win." Luna nodded. "That's right. He will win for sure." "See," Nicole arched an eyebrow. "Since Ethan is going to win, I decided to be on the side of the winning team. Also, regardless of whether he will win or not, he owes me a favor." Before Chloe and Luna could even ask what that favor was, cheers suddenly rose from the stands as the first years applauded the cutest girl among the first years, who had just stepped into the arena. "As popular as ever," Luna commented. "If this was a cheering competition, she would win hands down." Nicole chuckled after hearing Luna's comment, but she didn't say anything. Instead, her eyes landed on the young lady whom she considered to be her rival. As if sensing her gaze, Lily looked up and waved at Nicole before giving her a peace sign. Nicole found this amusing, so she also waved back at Lily. The two then stared at each other for a few seconds, as if recognizing each other's strength. Professor Barrett, who was waiting on the stage, looked at the two combatants before raising his hand. "Both of you already know the rules, so I will no longer explain it," Professor Barrett said. "However, before the match starts, do you have something to say to each other?" "I don't," Ethan said before taking out his wand. He wasn't wielding his trademark pitchfork during this battle because he had a feeling that it would only get in the way of his match with Lily. His opponent, on the other hand, raised her hand and told Professor Barrett that she had something to say. "Go on." Professor Barrett nodded and gestured for Lily to speak her mind. Lily looked at Ethan with a devilish smile on her face. "Ethan, I apologize for what I did last night," Lily said. "You were so forceful and it was my first time, so I pushed you away. If you win this match, I will honor our agreement and go on a date with you on the weekend." "What?" Chloe immediately stood up after hearing Lily's words. "Ethan, you bastard, what did you do to her last night?" Even Luna was looking at Ethan as if she wanted to pin him to the ground and interrogate him about last night's events. Immediately, shouts of anger and curses rained down on the handsome teenager who was rooted at the spot. A moment later, booing sounds reverberated across the stadium, making Professor Violet giggle. "This boy moves so fast," Professor Violet commented. "Did he decide to jump to fourth base before their match even started today? Quite impressive. The young ones these days are so bold." Professor Lionel and Professor Enjal, who was seated beside her, nodded their heads in agreement. Professor Reinhardt, on the other hand, chuckled after hearing Lily's words. "This girl is really mischievous," Professor Reinhardt thought, using psychological warfare from the very beginning to put pressure on her opponent. Professor Barrett also had an amused expression on his face. He was once the strongest magistratus before he retired, so it was very easy for him to spot lies. He knew that Lily was joking, but he decided to not call her out. The reason? He wanted to know how Ethan would respond to Lily's provocation. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long before Ethan made his move. "Nonsense," Ethan shouted. "It was you who licked my cheeks last night, telling me that you want to have a bite." For a brief moment, a pin-drop silence descended in the grand stadium. A few seconds later, shouts of "liar," "bastard," and "playboy" spread in the surroundings like wildfire. Chloe and Luna were now glaring at Lily, as if she had crossed a line that she shouldn't have crossed. Although they had been confused at the start, after Ethan cleared things up, they knew that the perpetrator was none other than the cute blonde girl, whose face had turned beet red after Ethan called her out. Nicole giggled because she found this quite entertaining. Even before the fight started, everyone in the stadium were all fired up, but for different reasons. Right now, all the first years and the second years wanted to tear Ethan apart, limb from limb. While they didn't know if what he said was true or not, the fact that he had been licked by Lily was enough for them to curse him until he lost all the hair on his head. While everyone was making a ruckus, Professor Barrett raised his wand and pointed it towards the sky. Magna Silentium. A moment later, all the sounds in the grand stadium disappeared, which made everyone experience a ringing sound in their ears. Powerful as ever, Langston's father, Zach Kerr, thought. Even though he has already retired, he is still a force to reckon with. Usually, a strong wizard would be able to break the silence spell that someone cast, but the fact that he was unable to do it proved that the retired magistratus was stronger than him. Only Professor Reinhardt wasn't affected by the spell, but he didn't say anything because there was no need to say anything. While everyone was suffering from complete and utter silence, Professor Barrett's words spread in the surroundings. "I will release the silence spell when the match starts," Professor Barrett stated. "I ask everyone to be calm and watch the duel between Ethan Gremory and Lily Langley. So, are both combatants ready?" Since the grand silence spell was still in effect, no words came out of Ethan's and Lily's mouth. Instead, both nodded and took a fighting stance with their wands at the ready. Professor Barrett then nodded his head and announced the start of the duel. "Duel start." As soon as he spoke those words, he teleported outside of the arena and lifted the silence spell, allowing the two combatants to cast their spells. Magna Amplifico. Ethan and Lily chanted the same spell at the very start of the match. However, there was a big difference between the two. A faint blue light appeared around Ethan's body, while a faint golden light appeared around Lily's body for a brief moment. Although Ethan chanted the spell Magna Amplifico, the spell that took effect was the regular Amplifico, and not its more powerful version. Lily giggled because he found Ethan's attempt quite amusing. However, before she could even cast any other spell, Ethan charged in her direction with a determined look on his face. When he was only a dozen meters away from Lily, Ethan tapped his chest and uttered the spell, Duplicii, creating a clone. Ethan repeated this spell and created another clone. In the eyes of everyone in the stadium, there were 3 Ethans running towards Lily in unison. Lily was unfazed by Ethan's strategy, because she had already seen this during the handsome teenager's battle against Langston. Although there were 3 Ethans charging towards her, she was able to tell which one was real due to her heightened senses. "Your tricks won't work on me, Ethan," Lily said with confidence as she cast the spell that would paralyze her opponent. Impediendum. Ethan had expected his opponent to cast a spell to counter him when he got close enough, so he ordered his clones to advance in front of him, blocking Lily's view. Even though she knew where the real Ethan was, her vision couldn't see past Ethan's clones, allowing the teenage boy to dodge her spell, Impendium, and cast another spell of his own. But before doing so, Ethan covered his lips with his robe to muffle the words that he was about to blurt out. Lux Kika. The moment he cast his spell, his 2 clones moved to the sides. A moment later, a blinding light emerged from the tip of Ethan's wand, making Lily subconsciously close her eyes. Ethan had covered his face with the robe at the start, so he wasn't too affected by the light. When he canceled his spell, he was only a few meters away from Lily. His plan was to push the young lady out of the arena and end the match as soon as possible before she even knew what hit her. However, just as his hands were about to touch his opponent's robe, a teasing voice reached his ears. "Nice try, Ethan," Lily whispered, "but not good enough." Perhaps it was his instincts, or the fruit of his training with Nicole, but the teenage boy subconsciously jumped to his right side and rolled on the ground. If he didn't do that, Lily's kick, which was supposed to send him outside of the arena, would have hit him without question. "Oh, you dodged that," Lily smiled. "Very impressive." Ethan hurriedly propped himself up and took a defensive stance. One of his concerns was if Lily managed to dodge the first strategy that he, Chloe, and Luna had devised together. If this plan didn't work, then the chances of the other plans succeeding was low because his opponent would already be on her guard. "Playtime's over," Lily declared as she pointed her wand to the ground in front of her. "Vocer glacem vulps." An ice fox appeared in front of her and immediately started to cast ice bullets at Ethan, preventing him from getting close. The ice bullets were so fast, giving Ethan no time to dodge. Just as he was desperately thinking of what to do, a spell appeared inside his head. Ethan didn't know why, but for some reason, he was confident that he would be able to cast this spell because she had absorbed the power of the witch, who specialized in using fire magic. Ignis Muris. A wall of fire rose up in front of Ethan, melting the ice bullets that were being fired in his direction by the ice fox, turning it into steam. Chloe, who saw this, subconsciously covered her lips because she understood that Ethan was using her magic to fight against the girl who thought she had the upper hand. "That firewall is quite intense," Nicole commented before giving Chloe a sidelong glance. The pink-haired beauty was starting to become suspicious of how Ethan was able to cast spells even though he was a dud. First, he was able to use one of the most sought-after spells in the world, a resonance. Although Ethan was only able to use partial resonance, it was still a resonance, allowing other wizards and witches to take note of his name. The second was fey magic. Nicole already knew that Ethan and the fairies have a close relationship. Because of this, she thought that the handsome teenager had found a way to use the magic of others. After seeing the blazing firewall in front of her, her suspicions only became stronger. She knew that Chloe specialized in fire magic, and Ethan's magic power seemed to have the same feeling as his cousin's. "I'll get on the bottom of this soon," Nicole mused as she set these thoughts aside and focused on the match. Right now, Ethan was fighting one of the rivals that she had acknowledged. When she said that she felt that Ethan would win the fight against Lily earlier, she was only half serious about it. She understood that it would take more than a fluke to beat Lily in a match, so she was very curious to see how Ethan planned to win against an opponent that even Nicole didn't have a lot of confidence in beating. After summoning the wall of fire and blocking the ice fox's attacks, Lily decided to run behind Ethan in the hope of attacking him in a pincer attack along with her summoned creature. Ethan, who was aware of what his opponent wanted to do, still had a calm expression on his face as he tried to remember the different strategies that Chloe and Luna had brainstormed with him a day ago. After remembering all those things, he deemed that none of them would work against Lily, as well as her summon, who was now pelting him with ice bullets. "In the end, I still have to resort to my trump card," Ethan muttered as he gripped his wand firmly. Although what he planned to do was not righteous, nor was it honorable, it was the only thing that he could think of in order to pressure Lily in this battle. Even though he felt bad about doing it to a girl, he couldn't afford to lose. Just as Lily pointed her wand towards Ethan, who kept the firewall blazing, the handsome teenager also turned around and pointed his wand at his opponent and chanted a spell. Impediendum. Lily and Ethan shouted the name of the spell at the same time. A moment later, the two spells clashed, canceling each other out. The wall of flames behind Ethan's back also disappeared, because he had stopped using his magical power to keep it working. Seeing that an opportunity had arrived, the ice fox once again unleashed a barrage of ice bullets at the teenage boy, who had his back to it. Ethan, who knew that the attack was coming, tapped his chest with his wand as he chanted another spell. Fairy Fuga. 2 butterfly wings appeared behind his back, which he immediately used to fly upwards, evading the ice bullets from behind. It's no use even if you fly, Ethan, Lily said as she aimed her wand at the teenage boy, who was now evading her summons attacks while flying. We'll see if it's no use, Ethan replied as he pointed his wand at Lily before unleashing his trump card spell. Magnumophytus Imbre. Immediately, a yellow spray of what seemed to be some kind of liquid erupted from the tip of Ethan's wand. Lily's eyes widened in shock before she subconsciously transformed her feet into that of a wolf's and ran sideways to evade Ethan's attack. Like I'd let you, Ethan roared as he swung his wand like a sword, spreading the yellow spray sideways. Suddenly, a breeze blew past the arena, and a very pungent odor similar to the smell of rotten eggs and spoiled cabbage reached everyone in the grand stadium. Yuck. Ew. Disgusting. What the hell? Ethan ignored the uproar and casted his spell a second time, putting a lot of his magical power in it. Magnumophytus Imbre. Lily almost gagged after seeing that the teenage boy had once again used the nefarious spell, which would make her stink for days if it managed to hit her. The ice fox, who was attacking Ethan earlier, subconsciously backed away, because its bestial nature understood that if it was hit by that horrifying yellow spray, it would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. What's wrong, Lily? Ethan asked as he casted the spell for the 3rd time. Attack me. Lily wanted to beat Ethan so bad right now, but she had no time for that. Even with her extreme speed, she was very wary of getting hit by the teenage boy's disgusting strategy. Ethan understood what Lily was thinking, but he didn't care. He continued to cast the spell, spraying the majority of the arena and coating it with yellow liquid. Looks like you have nowhere else to run, Ethan said evilly, like a third-rate villain who had cornered the heroine. You bastard! Lily finally lost her cool and shouted at the teenage boy, who was still flying above the arena. Are you a man? Can't you even fight fairly? All is fair in love and war, Ethan replied as he pointed his wand at the cutest first year, whose face was now contorted in anger. Are you going to surrender, or should I finish this match? Bastard, if you dare hit Lily with that spell, I'll fight you to the death. A first year from the Jaeger Manor rose up in anger. Even if the heavens forgive you, I won't forgive you. A first year from the Equus Manor also roared. Dirty player. Disgusting dud. Die mongrel. Shouts of anger and curses spread in the arena, but Ethan didn't care. The moment he used his spell, he had prepared himself to be rebuked by everyone. In the end, it still came to this, Chloe said with her hand covering her mouth and nose. Yes, Luna replied while doing the same. The stench was really strong, and everyone in the arena felt like puking. Even the professors were cursing Ethan internally because they had just eaten breakfast and were now on the verge of throwing up. Professor Barrett raised his wand and created a dome of light in the arena, preventing the excess smell from leaving it. Even he, who had a good impression of Ethan, couldn't help but want to kick the boy, who was acting like the villain in a fairy tale. Seeing that Lily was gritting her teeth in anger, the teenage boy thought that she was planning to go all out in order to fight him. Because of this, he decided to not hold back and unleash his trump card to finish the match as soon as possible. Magnum F. I concede. Lily shouted before Ethan could finish his spell. She then glared hatefully at Ethan before jumping out of the arena and running in the opposite direction. Ethan, I hate you, Lily shouted as she ran away, not even bothering to look back at her opponent, who had forced her to surrender. Professor Barrett then raised his hand and announced the victor of the match. Winner Ethan Gremory. A few seconds later, after his announcement, The audience booed the teenage boy. Even the professors were shaking their heads helplessly at the young man, who was still hovering above the arena. "He might have won the battle, but he has lost the war," Professor Enjal, who was one of the supervisors of the Jaeger Manor, commented. "After this duel, Ethan will surely be hated." Professor Lionel and Professor Violet nodded their heads in agreement. Just as everyone thought that Ethan would leave the arena, the teenage boy aimed his wand at the last area of the arena that was still not coated with yellowish liquid. Magnum Ophitis Imbre. Just like what everyone had seen earlier, a yellowish liquid sprayed out from the tip of Ethan's wand and hit the area that had not yet been defiled with his disgusting spell. Only when he was sure that the arena was coated with the nefarious liquid did the young man fly towards the Dud Manor seats. Everyone was puzzled why Ethan did what he did. They thought that he was just venting out his frustration due to everyone mocking him. But they would understand very soon why Ethan did what he did. The moment the next match started, Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett realized what the teenage boy had done, in return for everyone's scorn. "Did he really think this far ahead?" Professor Reinhardt muttered. "If so, he is either very bold or simply a genius." The headmaster of Barbados Academy and the former head of the Magistratus was amazed by Ethan's strategy. A strategy that would force the headmaster to ban several spells in the tournament to prevent a repeat of what Ethan had done that day. "Can you not get close to me?" Nicole asked in a teasing tone while covering her nose. "You stink." The corner of Ethan's lips twitched because it was not only Nicole who was doing this. Even Chloe and Luna, who were his staunchest allies, were sitting several meters away from him with apologetic looks on their faces. As Ethan's supporters, they were happy because he won. But as girls, they didn't want to sit near him at this time because his clothes reeked of the smell of rotten eggs and cabbages. The teenage boy understood that he wasn't smelling his best at the moment, so he decided to sit somewhere far from the others to give them some peace of mind. Finally, the second match was about to start. When Noah stepped on the arena, his complexion wasn't that good. Clearly, the foul smell in his surroundings was affecting his mood. However, compared to his opponent from the Jaeger Manor, Noah's condition was nothing. Due to their enhanced senses, the people from Jaeger Manor would suffer 3 times more than the average person. After seeing his opponent's very pale complexion, Noah felt somewhat better as he endured the nauseating discomfort he was feeling. "Are both of you ready?" Professor Barrett asked as he stood outside of the arena. The referee had already cast a dome of purifying light over the arena, keeping the smell from reaching him, as well as the audience. This spell drained his mana with each passing second, but for Professor Barrett, this was a whole lot better than smelling the abominable odor that was assaulting the 2 duelists in the arena. Noah and his opponent nodded, and Professor Barrett gave the order to start. As soon as the order was given, the second year from the Jaeger Manor summoned 2 dire bears to fight for him. This should have been a very hard battle for Noah, with his chances of winning being very slim. But something unexpected happened. The moment the 2 dire bears were summoned, they didn't immediately attack their target but instead sniffed in their surroundings. A moment later, the 2 dire bears cried out in alarm as they sneezed, wheezed, and coughed, seemingly finding it hard to breathe due to the suffocating stench that they were smelling for the first time in their lives. Ethan's spell, Magnum Ophitis Imbre, was actually a stench spell that was similar to a skunk spray, whose effect was multiplied 10 times. A simple skunk spray was enough to make animals flee in fright, and something that was 10 times more potent than that was enough to make even the ferocious dire bears suffer terribly. Their summoner wasn't in the best condition either, and before long, he threw up on the stage, making Noah feel sorry for him. It was at that moment, when the other professors realized the reason why Ethan purposely covered the entirety of the arena with the vile yellow liquid. Even Professor Enjal, who was one of the supervisors of the Jaeger Manor, couldn't help but cry out in shock once he connected the dots together. He definitely did this on purpose, Professor Enjal stammered after realizing Ethan's nefarious plan. He coated the entire arena with that spell in order to give the members of Dud Manor a tactical advantage against the fighters of Jaeger Manor. Naturally, the students of the Jaeger Manor also came to the same conclusion after seeing their second year puke his guts out. Unfair. This match should be revoked. We cannot accept this. The duel should be restarted and the arena cleaned from that filth. The entirety of the students of Jaeger Manor all stood up and protested, making their voices heard throughout the grand stadium. Some of the students of Schwartz Manor and Equus Manor joined the protest. It was only the Terra Manor that kept their silence. Their score with Jaeger Manor were tied, so this meant that they needed Jaeger Manor to lose a few matches so that their rankings in the tournament would go down. A round-robin match scored the overall win of each team. The one with the highest number of wins would be crowned as champion. In the case of having two teams with the same number of wins and loses, they would fight each other one last time to determine the winner. Because of this, the members of Terra Manor kept their silence and even secretly wished that Jaeger Manor would lose completely. For Terra Manor, Jaeger Manor were the greatest threat in the tournament, and seeing them lose would benefit them a lot. As the angry shouts of protests intensified, Professor Reinhardt finally stood up and raised his hand, making everyone turn silent. This is a magical duel that has become the yearly tradition of Brynhildr Academy, Professor Reinhardt stated. Its purpose is to prepare everyone for any unexpected circumstances when they are out doing their missions. Although I admit that the current situation places a great disadvantage on Jaeger Manor, the matches will continue. Why? The reason is simple. More often than not, you can't choose the time and place that something unexpected happens. Bandits might attack you out of the blue when you are at your weakest. Would you tell the bandits to come back at a later date to conduct their raid because you are not in your peak condition? The answer, of course, is no. There will be situations when you will be at a very great disadvantage where you have to choose between winning and survival. I believe that during your darkest moment, you will be able to go beyond your limits and break through to a better and stronger version of you. But since we are on the subject, from this day onwards, the spell Magnum Mephitis Imbre will be banned from the Clash of Manors, alongside several other spells that I will announce later this afternoon. The match will not be cancelled and will continue. Although it pains me to say this, the candidates of Jaeger Manor should find ways to overcome this obstacle. Take this as a lesson and prepare for similar situations in the future. That is all. After Professor Reinhardt made his declaration, the students unwillingly backed down and sat in their seats. They understood what their headmaster was saying, and this was something that they couldn't refute. On the battlefield, their opponent would not wait for them to have favorable conditions before they attacked. In fact, they would even try to put them at the greatest disadvantage possible to ensure their victory. They understood this logic, but they still couldn't forgive Ethan for using such a spell in a battle that was supposed to be fought fair and square. Just like everyone expected, Noah won the second match. His opponent was terribly weakened, so it didn't take much effort to whip him out of the arena and end the battle with the victory of the Dud Manor. George and Henry both had smiles on their faces because they didn't find Ethan's strategy foul or anything. In fact, they even thought that he was a genius for thinking beyond his own match. Not only did he win his own match, he also laid out a perfect battlefield to give the members of the Dud Manor an opportunity to overcome their opponents. It was a brilliant strategy that cost the handsome teenager the hate of the entirety of the Jaeger Manor. "George, good luck," Henry said as he patted his best friend's shoulder. "Your opponent is not an amateur. I'm sure that he already made preparations to fight under that horrible condition." "You know, I feel like I'm the odd one in our team," George said wryly. "All of my opponents are the best of the third years, who are also candidates to become the head prefects next year. It's like I'm just going up there to be a punching bag for them." Henry chuckled after hearing his best friend's complaints. So you say, but the medics of Terra Manor are quite pretty this year. Henry smirked. When I went to visit you, one of the medics was flirting with you, and you were flirting back. If I didn't know better, I'd say that you are losing just so you can be pampered by them. George grinned after hearing his best friend's comment. What can I say? Aside from magic duels, I'm quite popular with the ladies, George stated. He was indeed quite popular with the ladies despite not being as handsome as Ethan, Noah, and Henry. George's looks were only a little bit above average, but his calm demeanor and charming smile were enough to make some of the witches in the academy smitten with him. Several minutes later, George was carried out of the arena on a stretcher. He had lost his match against the third year, who had temporarily removed his sense of smell, making it so he was unaffected by the stench in the arena. The members of the Jaeger Manor came to life after this victory. Now, all that remained was for the two head prefects of each manor to battle it out and see who would emerge victorious in today's battles. The members of Dud Manor looked at their head prefect with confident smiles on their faces as he walked up to the arena. Ethan didn't know why Luna, Noah, and the others didn't look worried about Henry's battle. In fact, they were even giving off the vibes that this was already in the bag. For him, all the head prefects of each manor was supposed to be the strongest wizard or witch among the fourth years. This meant that the one that his head prefect was going to fight was the strongest fighter of Jaeger Manor, who hadn't had the chance to fight in their previous battle against the Equus Manor. If Sir Henry loses, then the score will end in 2 victories and 2 defeats, Ethan thought. This will be the same outcome as their fight against the Terra Manor, which would put Jaeger Manor in a favorable position. While Ethan was the only one in Dud Manor who was feeling worried about Henry, the young man in question was now looking at his opponent with a smile on his face. You have one hell of a first year, Henry, the head prefect of the Jaeger Manor, Irene, said in a calm manner. Did you tell him to do this? Did you sacrifice his reputation for your team to gain an advantage? Ethan is indeed exceptional, and no, I didn't order him to do this, Henry replied. He came up with this plan all alone, and I didn't expect him to go this far for us. I wish someone like him was in Jaeger Manor, Irene shrugged. He would definitely be a good candidate as the next head prefect. Too bad, but the Dud Manor is his home, Henry commented. He won't be going anywhere. Irene snorted, and Henry smirked. Both then took their wands out at the same time and took a dueling stance. Professor Barrett raised his hand because there was no need to tell the head prefects about the rules of the tournament. Duel start. As soon as the battle started, Irene's wand immediately merged with his body, allowing him to transform into a 3-meter-tall black werewolf. This was Irene's origin magic, which granted him incredible speed and strength. Henry's wand, on the other hand, transformed into a silver dagger that he held in a reverse grip. He then stared at the towering monsters in front of him with a fearless smile on his face. Ethan could feel his heart beating wildly inside his chest, because he thought that his friendly and dependable head prefect would get seriously injured by his opponent. However, a minute later, his eyes widened in shock at what he saw. Irene, who had transformed into a werewolf, charged at Henry like a juggernaut that was about to smash someone to meet paste. Henry, on the other hand, held his ground and waited for his opponent to come within strike range. The moment the two fighters were only a few meters away from each other, Henry dashed forward, closing the gap in a heartbeat. A moment later, the head prefect of Dud Manor slid in between the black werewolf's legs, evading Irene's charge, which would have seriously injured him if it hit. Suddenly, and without warning, Henry threw his dagger at the werewolf's back. Ethan thought that this move was made in order to embed the dagger in Henry's opponent, but he was way off the mark. Instead of the dagger embedding itself in its target, Henry suddenly appeared where the dagger should have been and kicked his opponent in the back, sending the black werewolf flying. What? Ethan stood up in shock due to how unexpected that move was. Henry had swapped places with his dagger, allowing him to attack his opponent at point-blank range with a kick to the back. The blue-haired boy's eyes then glanced at the place where Henry was earlier and found a silver dagger firmly embedded in the arena. A moment later, this dagger flew towards Henry's hand, which he once again held in a reverse grip. "You're as strong as ever," Henry said as he looked at his opponent, who had now propped himself off from the ground. "Are you being coy?" Irene asked in annoyance. "No, I'm being serious. If you were an ordinary human, you would have been unable to stand up after receiving that kick." Instead of answering, a low growl escaped Irene's jaws. Due to the black werewolf's body being completely black, others weren't able to see that Henry's shoes had created a dent in his back, making him feel pain. Irene didn't even bother to cast any spells at Henry because it was futile. The head prefect of Dud Manor's incredible fighting abilities were known to all the third years as well as the fourth years. His nickname, the Mage Slayer, wasn't just for show. He was indeed very capable of killing wizards and witches if he felt like it. Why? That was because Henry was completely immune to offensive magical spells. This made him a wizard's and a witch's worst enemy. Not only that, Henry was really strong. In fact, he was so strong that many people believed that he had the bloodline of giants flowing through his body. His kicks and punches could smash boulders, and with his instant teleportation magic involving his dagger, he was a force to be reckoned with. This was also why he was referred to as the strongest fourth year of Brynhildr Academy, because no one, except for one person, could defeat him in battle. "Today, I will show everyone that I will surpass you," Irene shouted. "Eat more, sleep more, and live more," Henry commented. "After doing that for a few years, you might indeed surpass me, but that is something far off in the future. Right now, you are no match for me." Irene roared in anger. "We'll see about that." "There's nothing to see," Henry stated as he took a fighting style, "but feel free to try." 2 minutes later, the black werewolf's body flew outside of the arena and returned to its original form. Irene had lost consciousness and was carried away by the medics of the academy to be treated for the injuries he received in battle. Although Irene was wearing clothes, the moment they were removed, everyone would see dozens of bruises on his body. He had also suffered internal injuries, as well as some broken bones. Ethan then looked with awe and admiration at his head prefect, who had raised his right fist high in the sky to declare his victory. All the members of Dud Manor cheered and applauded Henry for his outstanding performance in battle. Even Nicole, who prided herself with her combat abilities, were genuinely impressed by how formidable Henry was. Originally, Ethan and Nicole thought of Henry as just a friendly senior who always looked out for his juniors, as well as manor mates. Only today did they realize that behind his casual and carefree demeanor was a very formidable fighter. A fighter who could even trample a 3-meter-tall black werewolf, as if it was a kitten, who had no means to defend itself. The moment that Professor Barrett declared that Henry had won the match, the members of Dud Manor all rose up from their seats and cheered loudly. Not long after, a thundering applause spread throughout the grand stadium. Everyone was very impressed by Henry's performance. They believed that even without Ethan's help, the Mage Slayer of Brynhildr Academy, who was rumored to have the blood of giants flowing inside his body, would still have won his match hands down. The guests who had come all the way to the academy to look for potential candidates to hire after they graduated looked at Henry with favorable impressions. Some of them already knew how strong Henry was, while the others had just witnessed his strength for the first time. Even though he was considered a dud and could only use one type of magic, he was still a talent that many in the wizard world would love to have under their wing. That was a great battle, and although there were a few mishaps at the start, I hope that you all enjoyed it, Professor Reinhardt declared as his voice, which was magnified several times, spread in the surroundings. I will see you all 2 days from now in order to watch the battle between Dud Manor and Terra Manor. This battle will decide who will be the champion of the Clash of Manors. The headmaster's announcement was greeted positively by the students, and all of them couldn't wait to see the final battles of the tournament. Back in the Dud Manor. Sir Henry, I didn't know you were that strong, Ethan said as he shook hands with his head prefect, whom he now idolized. Can you spar with me from time to time? I'd like to learn a few things from you. Of course, Henry replied with a smile. I'd love to train with you, Ethan. I have high hopes for you as well. I want to join the training as well, Sir Henry. Noah, who thought that this was a good opportunity to get hands-on training with the strongest student in the academy, joined the conversation. No worries, Henry nodded. In fact, both of you can spar with me at the same time. Ethan and Noah was quite happy with this arrangement. They believed that if they sparred against Henry, they would be able to hone their fighting skills to the next level. Just like last time, Chloe and Nicole were invited to the Dud Manor's victory celebration. However, only Nicole came. Chloe was part of the Jaeger Manor, and she felt that it would be bad if people thought that she celebrated her own manor's defeat by joining the Dud Manor's victory party. Because of this, she decided to stay in her manor for the time being. Irene and the members of the Jaeger Manor knew that Chloe was very supportive of her cousin, so they didn't make things difficult for her. They also appreciated that she didn't go there to celebrate their manor's defeat, which earned her the goodwill of her manor mates. Back when Ethan fought Langston for Chloe's sake, the members of the Jaeger Manor often teased her that the handsome teenager was her knight in shining pajamas. But right now, almost every member of the Jaeger Manor hated Ethan with a vengeance. Lily had also locked herself inside her room and refused to come out, even though her close friends kept on knocking on her door. They only stopped when Irene told them to leave Lily alone, before going to his own room to tend to his injuries. The head prefect of the Jaeger Manor refused to be taken to the infirmary by the medics, and only asked for some healing potions to help speed up his recovery. While the Jaeger Manor was licking the wounds of their defeat, the victory party in Dud Manor was in full swing. Did you see how awesome I was during my battle? George, who had returned from the infirmary after hearing that their manor had won, asked as his smile reached from ear to ear. Yes, Ethan replied. The way you were sent flying by your opponent with a rock blast spell was amazing. PSSHHH, he just got lucky because I didn't use my full powers. George waved his hand as if his opponent was not a big deal. If I fought for real, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Everyone in the Dud Manor, except for Henry, just laughed at George's declaration. They didn't know if Henry's best friend was lying or not, but since they won, they just decided to turn a blind eye to his statements and toasted with him for a job well done. While this was happening, Nicole, who was seated beside Ethan, refilled his glass with red wine. No one knew how George managed to smuggle these wine bottles into the academy, but since they were in the mood to celebrate, Henry allowed everyone to drink a glass of wine, but no more than that. He believed that everyone would be able to handle a little bit of alcohol in their system and not cause problems for anyone. You were amazing earlier, Nicole said with a smile. It seems that our training has paid off. And I am very thankful for your help, Nicole, Ethan replied before taking a sip of the wine that Nicole had offered him. I hope that you will continue to help me in the future. Of course I will, Nicole commented. Although I don't want to admit it, seeing you grow through our training makes me look forward to how proficient you will be after a year has passed. I believe that if you continue to work hard, you will at least be half as good as me in close combat. Only half, Ethan arched his eyebrow. Only half, Nicole smirked before talking like an old woman. I've been training all my life. Don't think that you will be able to become as good as me in just a year of training. You still have a long way to go, young man. Ethan chuckled, because Nicole reminded him of his grandma during their training sessions on how to wield the pitchfork. The party continued until late in the night. Nicole helped carry Ethan to his room, because the handsome teenager was too tipsy to walk by himself. They didn't expect him to have such a low alcohol tolerance, since a single glass of wine was enough to make him drunk. Everyone was either too full to move, or had already retired to their rooms at that point in time. Luna was one of them. She left an hour ago to rest. Because of this, only Nicole was left to carry the drunk teenage boy back to his room and tuck him in for the night. The pink-haired beauty supported Ethan's body and laid him on the bed before going back to the door to lock it properly. After that, she walked back to Ethan and helped him remove his shoes and clothes. Originally, she only planned to help remove his robes, but after seeing how helpless Ethan was, she decided to take everything off until only his pants were left. Nicole then caressed the side of Ethan's face to make sure that he was truly asleep. Seeing no reaction from him, she then traced her finger down his chin, his neck, collarbone, and chest. "You shouldn't let your guard down like this, Ethan," Nicole muttered. "How will you be able to survive in the magical world if you're like this?" The defenseless teenage boy, who was sleeping peacefully, was unable to reply to Nicole's words, and was also not aware of the pink-haired beauty's touch as she started to explore his body. Ethan's body subconsciously shuddered as Nicole's hand moved downwards from his chest. The young lady's lips were moving as she moved her hand at a smooth and steady pace, making sure to touch the places that she needed to touch. When her hand reached Ethan's belly button, she moved it in a clockwise manner, repeating it 3 times before moving it upwards, stopping right above where the young man's heart was located. A moment later, Nicole's chanting ended, and Ethan's body glowed faintly. Several lines started to appear on Ethan's body, which the young lady eyed critically. A few minutes passed in silence, and only Ethan's slow and steady breathing could be heard inside the room. Nicole's hand also rested on Ethan's chest, feeling his heartbeat under her touch. "Strange," Nicole muttered softly. "I can't tell if he has magic circuits or not. They don't show up even after using the scrying spell. But if that is the case, how is he able to use magic without it?" The young lady refused to believe that Ethan's magic circuits didn't exist. If that were truly the case, then there was simply no way that he could use powerful spells, as well as achieve a partial resonance, which required incredible magic power to cast. "Just what kind of secrets are you hiding from me?" Nicole mused as her hand moved to caress Ethan's face. Suddenly, and without warning, Ethan opened his eyes, making Nicole flinch. Instead of clear blue eyes that reminded her of the sky, Nicole saw a pair of crimson eyes that were brimming with magical power that seemed to suck her in. What is this?" Nicole tried to break free from Ethan's gaze, but she was unable to do it. Suddenly, she felt Ethan's right hand, touched the back of her head, and slowly but gently pulled her close to him. Ethan didn't use much force in his hand, and if Nicole wished for it, she could have broken free from his hold. Unfortunately, the young lady couldn't muster any strength and found herself moving closer towards the handsome teenager, whose eyes seemed to hold the answers she was looking for. A moment later, Ethan's lips pressed on her forehead, giving her a kiss that made Nicole's mind turn blank. Although it was only a kiss on her forehead, no one, aside from her family, had kissed her, which made her body stiffen. The kiss didn't last long, and only lasted for a few seconds before Ethan released his hold on Nicole's head. The young lady stared in utter disbelief at the handsome boy, whose crimson eyes had a playful tinge in them. A few seconds later, Ethan's eyes slowly closed. Not long after, his steady sleeper breaths once again spread inside the room, which made Nicole wonder if what had happened earlier was just her imagination. Her right hand then slowly rose up to touch her forehead, as if trying to confirm something. "No, I am not imagining things," Nicole thought after touching her forehead. That really happened. She could still feel a lingering warmth in the place where Ethan had kissed her. As a magic knight, she had the ability to detect any abnormalities in her body. Because of this, she was able to confirm that Ethan had indeed kissed her. The pink-haired beauty then stared at the young man with a complicated look on her face before making up her mind. "This is payback," Nicole said before lowering her head. "I hope you suffer when you wake up tomorrow." Nicole then lightly bit Ethan's neck for a few seconds before pulling away. She then covered him up with a blanket before leaving the room with a flushed face, leaving the sleeping teenage boy behind. The next morning, Ethan was woken up by a knock on his door. His head ached a bit, but it wasn't painful enough to hinder him from standing up. "Who is it?" Ethan asked as he moved towards the door with unsteady feet. Chloe replied. "It's already 9 in the morning. Do you want to have brunch together?" Ethan yawned before opening the door. Chloe didn't bat an eye after seeing Ethan's naked upper body, because she was already used to it. She had grown up with Ethan, and the two of them would often swim in the river together when they were young. Also, he would often remove his shirt whenever he trained to prevent it from getting wet due to sweat. But for some reason, Chloe's gaze subconsciously moved towards Ethan's neck and saw something that made the young lady's body stiffen. A few seconds later, Chloe regained her composure and walked towards Ethan, placing her hands on his shoulders. She then stood on tiptoe in order to take a closer look at the mark on her cousin's neck, which she hadn't seen yesterday. After confirming that it was what she thought it was, she pulled back and glared at the handsome teenager as if she was a wife that had caught her husband cheating on her. "Who were with you last night?" Chloe asked with a glare. "Me, I was eating and drinking with everyone," Ethan replied before stifling a yawn. "Just wait for a bit. I'll change clothes so we can go to the dining hall together." "You can't," Chloe stated in a heartbeat. "We're going to eat here in the manor instead." "Ha!" Ethan blinked in confusion, but after pondering for a bit, he agreed to Chloe's proposal. It really didn't matter whether he ate in the Academy's dining hall or the dining hall of Dud Manor. "I'll meet you there in a few minutes," Chloe stated before storming away in a huff. "I'll go look for Luna first." Ethan didn't know why Chloe suddenly became upset, but since he just woke up, he didn't put much thought into it. Only after he had washed his face and changed his clothes did he notice the mark on his neck when he looked in the mirror. "Where did this small bruise come from?" Ethan muttered as he inspected the mark on his neck. "Did I bump into something last night?" Ethan didn't have much recollection of anything that happened after he was drunk, so he thought that he simply bumped into something while he was being carried back to his room. For the time being, he decided to go to the dining hall of Dud Manor, where two angry young ladies were waiting for him. "Why are the two of you looking at me like that?" Ethan couldn't help but feel intense pressure coming from the two beautiful girls who were glaring at him. "It should be Nicole," Luna said firmly. "She was my first suspect from the very start," Chloe agreed. "I knew that girl couldn't be trusted." Ethan didn't know what the two were talking about, but he had a feeling that Nicole did something that angered the two girls in front of him. "The two of you calm down for a bit," Ethan said. "Let's eat while the food is still warm." HMPH. Chloe and Luna continued to glare at Ethan, making the teenage boy very uncomfortable. However, since he was feeling really hungry, he still went ahead and started to eat despite being stared at by the two beautiful ladies, who were cursing Nicole in their hearts for being a thieving cat. Half an hour later, Ethan was finally done with his meal and excused himself to return to his room. For some reason, he felt really tired after yesterday's duel, and the party that lasted all night didn't help either. Although he had just woken up from his sleep, he decided to take a nap to recover his strength. Ethan didn't know that one of the reasons he was feeling extra tired was due to Nicole's spell, which she had used the night before. This spell would forcefully release the magical powers of a person, which allowed their magical circuits to be seen by others, similar to an ultrasound. But Nicole's experiment didn't bear any fruit because Ethan had spent all of his magical powers in the duel, leaving nothing behind for her to trace. Even so, the pink-haired beauty didn't believe that Ethan didn't have any magical circuits because it was completely impossible for someone to cast spells if they didn't have them in their body. A minute after Ethan placed his head on the pillow, he easily fell into a deep sleep and went to dreamland. Meanwhile, in the Equus Manor, Nicole had just finished taking her bath and was drying her hair. She was standing in front of her full-body mirror and couldn't help but glance at her forehead, where Ethan had kissed her. "He sure has guts," Nicole muttered. Still, the Ethan that kissed me seemed different from his usual state, also those crimson eyes. Nicole was unable to forget those beautiful crimson eyes that were brimming with magical powers. They also had a powerful appeal to them, making her unable to avert her gaze. She was quite confident in her ability to resist charm spells, because her family ensured that she would be immune to them. However, she had to admit that looking at those charming and charismatic eyes made her heart skip a beat. A moment later, the corner of lips rose up into a smirk. "He should be in trouble right about now," mused. "I saw leave half an hour ago, and if my prediction is right, she will definitely suspect me. But as long as I don't admit anything, her suspicion will remain a suspicion. Teasing them is really a lot of fun." The pink-haired beauty suppressed a giggle as she thought about Cousin pulling on his ear, or pinching his waist, after discovering the kiss mark she had left on the handsome teenager's neck. "That is your punishment for kissing my forehead without permission," thought. "You shouldn't casually kiss girls, or else you will find yourself in a lot of trouble." Didn't know that although didn't casually kiss girls, he had already kissed 2 ladies and over a dozen of fairies. Ugh. Inside Lily's room in the Jaeger Manor. The first year in the Dud Manor heard a tapping sound on her window. There she saw her black raven, which she had asked to deliver a message to her family a few days ago. "Thank you for all your hard work," Lily said as soon as she opened the window, allowing her raven to fly inside her room. The raven landed on top of the table and squawked once, which made Lily smile. "Just wait a bit, okay?" Lily filled a small bowl of water and placed it on top of the table. She also took out a few nuts from a jar beside her bed and placed them in the sauces that she had also put on top of the table. The raven drank a bit of water before presenting its clawed foot to Lily. A small cylinder was attached to its leg, which carried the reply to the letter she had sent several days ago. Lily sat on her chair and read the reply her father sent to her letter. "Dear Lily, to this day, I still oppose your wish to study in Magic Academy. If not for your mother convincing me to let you spread your wings and see the world with your own eyes, I would have done everything in my power to stop you from leaving. Even so, I am glad to know that you are doing well in the academy and are being cared for by your manor mates. Jaeger Manor, is it? What an interesting place. I didn't know that wizards and witches had different specialties. The only thing I knew about them is that they are pesky critters who like to stick their nose where it isn't needed. Naturally, your mother is an exception. I don't regret making her my lifelong mate. So, my dear girl, don't be in such a hurry to find a partner in that Magic Academy. Most of them are simply sheep. They may be good-looking, but they don't have any substance. All talk and no bite. Our tribe has better options, and all of them wish to become your suitor. In fact, I received several offers after you left. Included in this letter is the list of the young men who have shown great interest in you. Naturally, they have my approval, which is why I listed their names on a separate page. That boy named seems to be an interesting young man. While I don't know much about wizards and witches, I definitely knew something about duds. Although some of them are downright useless, there are some exceptional ones that surpass most wizards and witches. My great-grandfather was good friends with Fortis Dud. He had nothing but high praise for that individual, and even wrote it in his will that if there came a time when a dud appeared in our tribe, they were to be left alone, and no harm should be inflicted to them. As my daughter, I'm very sure that you can easily defeat him in your duel. Your only true opponent is that boy from Terra Manor. As long as you don't underestimate him, you will definitely emerge victorious. I look forward to hearing about your triumphant victory when the event is over. Your mother is also waiting for the good news here in our home. Lots of love from far away, King. Father, that dud defeated me, Lily said softly. He is no gentleman, I hate him. Lily still couldn't forgive for using that nasty spell against her. If not for the fact that she didn't want to smell like rotten eggs and cabbages for days, she would have definitely fought with everything she had, even using her true powers in order to defeat him. Unfortunately, what was done, and she couldn't turn back time. "I'll make you pay for this," Lily stated. "Just you wait." Lily didn't like keeping grudges, but this time, she made an exception. If fought her fair and square, she would have accepted her loss. However, such a humiliating way to lose wasn't something she could accept. Because of this, she planned to make the handsome teenager suffer, in more ways than one. When woke up, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He had now completely recovered, and no longer felt exhausted. Just as he was thinking about what to do next, he heard a knock on the door. "It's me." The teenage boy immediately rose up from the bed to open the door. There, he found the head prefect of the Dud Manor looking at him with a smile. "I was wondering why I didn't see you today, but it seems that you had more fun last night than I expected," Henry said with a smile. No wonder and Luna felt as if they had swallowed a fly. A mischievous bird took a bite of their worm. "I don't know what you're talking about, Sir Henry," blinked in confusion. "But, for some reason, I feel that the one you are referring to as the worm is me, right?" Henry laughed and didn't bother to answer question. He didn't want to interfere with the private life of others, so he changed the topic for the time being. "We are going to have a strategy meeting to talk about how we can beat our opponents," Henry stated. "Everyone is at the conference room right now. Are you free right now?" Nodded, yes. "Good, let's go." Henry motioned for to follow him, and the two headed to the conference of the Dud Manor. When everyone was gathered, their head prefect, Henry, stood up and walked towards the drawing board at the center of the room. "These are the current standings of the Clash of Manors," Henry stated as he scribbled on the drawing board. Jaeger Manor 3 wins, 5 loses. Manor 2 wins, 2 loses. Dud Manor 3 wins, 1 lose. Jaeger. "As you can see, we are currently in the lead," Henry stated. "However, tomorrow we will be facing the strongest team in the tournament." "Strongest team?" asked in confusion. "Isn't Jaeger Manor the strongest team?" Henry shook his head. "People may think of me as the strongest 4th year in the academy, but this is not true. It is impossible for me to defeat the head prefect of Terra Manor. So, if possible, you guys should win your matches to end the match in our favor." Frowned after hearing Henry's statement. However, looking at his manor mates, all of them seemed to agree with their head prefect's words. If they wanted to win, they had to win the first 3 matches at all costs. "Actually, I am also not confident in beating my opponent tomorrow," Noah said, with a complicated look on his face. "That girl is scary when she is angry." Henry looked at Noah with an understanding smile. George, on the other hand, let out a long sigh before scratching his head. "It's up to you and me to win this tournament," George stated. "I am sure to win my next match, so you need to win yours. Our 2 comrades are no good. They are useless when it really matters, these traitors." Henry lightly cleared his throat before tapping the board with his wand, stopping George from him and Noah any further. "I hate to say this, but your victory is the key in tomorrow's match," Henry said with a serious expression on his face. "I know that fighting against won't be easy, but please do your best to win." Nodded. "Rest assured, Sir Henry, I will do my best." "I know you will," Henry winked at, which made George snort. "Seriously, we are only a step away from becoming champions, and you guys can't even take one for the team," George complained to Noah and Henry. Naturally, the two were unable to say anything, but suffer in silence from George's nagging. Half an hour later, the meeting ended and went to the garden to look for Ruby and her fairy friends. He needed to kiss one fairy before he returned to his room, so he could do some magical training inside World. Fortunately, the very eager fairies didn't give him much trouble. After absorbing some fairy magic, he returned to his room and firmly locked the door behind him. However, as he was about to go to his bed, he saw something that wasn't there when he left. "Yo, Ethan, have you been well?" The Cheshire cat, Chessie, was sitting on Ethan's bed and gazing at him with a devilish smile on its face. "It's you, Chessie," Ethan said. "What are you doing here?" Truth be told, Ethan was very wary of the Cheshire cat, despite being helped by it many times in the past. There was just something very dangerous and very feral about the chubby black cat that made him want to avoid it as much as possible. "How cold," Chessie replied. "The way you look at me is just like the way people look at the debt collectors that have come to settle their debts. Do I look that scary?" "Yes," Ethan answered in a heartbeat. "What do you want, Chessie?" Tilda, the Cheshire cat, ignored Ethan's question and began to lick its paws. This forced Ethan to sit on the chair beside his table and look at his unwanted visitor with a wary gaze. After a few minutes of silence, Chessie stopped licking his foot and shifted his attention to the handsome teenager, who was keeping his distance. "The reason why I came here is to give you a piece of advice," Chessie stated. "Although I am the one that told you that you could absorb magic from fairies, that doesn't mean that you should casually absorb their magic without a good cause." "Of course, I know that you are using that magic during the tournament, but you have to understand something very important. Fae magic can only be used by the Fae. Humans aren't supposed to use it because it can damage their body and even cause mana poisoning. Using them once or twice a week is fine," Chessie stated. "Heck, you could probably even use it thrice if your body is resilient enough. But more than that, it will slowly damage your body. That's why you should find other alternatives. If not for the fact that you kissed your cousin before your match with Lily, your circuits would have been in shambles by now. The magical power of witches helps stabilize your magical circuits, allowing for a better flow of magical powers." Ethan's face became flushed because he didn't know how Chessie knew that he had kissed Chloe. "Fool, do you think that everyone around you is stupid?" Chessie smirked. "During the match, you used fire magic. Although many would not think too much about it, those who are paying close attention to you would become suspicious. Since I know your secret, it was easy for me to connect the dots." "You are a bit careless, Ethan. In the future, make sure to diversify your spells. Although it will drain your magic faster, it will help keep your secret longer." The Cheshire cat then licked its paw 3 more times before flexing its body, making its tail stand up. "I've warned you about the mana poisoning," Chessie stated. "If you don't want to collapse during tomorrow's match, it will be for your best good if you don't kiss another fairy." After saying those words, the Cheshire cat disappeared without a trace, leaving the teenage boy behind, whose face had turned pale due to the warning he had left him. "The Cheshire cat is right," Illumina replied after Ethan talked to her about the problem with using magic that wasn't meant for humans. "This is also why I forbade you to use resonance while powered up by Fae magic. Your very frail magical circuits would not be able to handle it." Ethan's face sank after hearing Illumina's words. Right now, he didn't have any other source of magic aside from Fae magic, and his duel was going to start the next day. "The reason why I didn't tell you about this was because you were so serious about the clash of the manners," Illumina stated. "I didn't want to dampen your mood because I know how important these duels are for you, but your body has reached its limit. If not for the fact that Chloe had shared her magical powers with you yesterday, I would have stopped you forcefully by making it so you were unable to cast any spells. Even the Fae magic you possess right now is the last magic you can use this week. If you force it, you may not be able to use magic ever again, just like the warning that I gave you after I banned you from using partial resonance." Ethan lowered his head as he tried to think of a way to overcome his current situation. "If I kiss a witch and absorb their magical powers, will I be able to use magic tomorrow?" Ethan inquired. "Yes," Illumina replied. "I will allow it. But once this tournament is over, you are forbidden from absorbing any more magical powers from other sources. Don't abuse your body and give it time to heal." Ethan sighed in his heart, but he still nodded his head. Perhaps I got addicted to using magic, Ethan thought. As someone who had no idea that magic existed before entering Brynhildr Magic Academy, Ethan felt as though he was living in a fantasy world. It was like a dream. So, when he was given the opportunity to use magic, he felt as if he was a child that had received a toy for the very first time in his life. He played with it and played it with some more. He never got tired of using it, but eventually, the toy would certainly break down in time after being used multiple times. That was Ethan's current state. His addiction to using magic was slowly taking a toll on him. If not for the Cheshire Cat's timely advice and Illumina's watchful eye, he might have pushed himself to the point of no return, losing the very thing that he now held sacred. Also, one more thing, Ethan, Illumina said with a mischievous smile on her beautiful face. Don't kiss girls at random. One of these days, you might kiss a girl that might make your life a living hell. I'm serious about this, okay? Chloe and Luna are good girls. They will not harm you. As for the rest, some have hidden agendas, so watch out for those. Illumina, what do you think of me? Ethan asked with a face filled with injustice. Do you think I'm some kind of ladies' man? I'm not that kind of guy. Even kissing Chloe took a lot of effort on my part. Illumina nodded. True, you're not that kind of man. However, there are things that sleep inside us that we don't know about. Things that only come to the surface when we are not aware of them. For example, some people sleepwalk when they sleep at night. They have no recollection of it, but that doesn't stop their bodies from moving on their own. Ethan blinked once then twice, before pondering what the mermaid princess meant by things that sleep within. As far as I know, I don't sleepwalk, Ethan muttered. At least, Grandma never told me that I do. Illumina just smiled and no longer said anything. She and Ethan's white raven, Dantalion, shared an intimate and deep connection with the handsome teenager. The two of them were also sensitive to magic and knew secrets that Ethan didn't know about himself, but both kept their silence. They knew that now was not the time to tell Ethan anything. Only once his magic circuits had recovered to a certain extent would they tell him about the hidden power that lay dormant within the deepest part of his heart. After his magical training inside Illumina's world, Ethan decided to go to the training ground of Dud Manor to practice his martial art. Since he didn't want to kiss any girls at random, the only thing he could do was use his rising dragon technique. He knew that beating Kurt with martial arts would be nearly impossible, but he would rather not take the risk and forever be magically crippled. To his surprise, Noah was in the training ground practicing his whip arts. The two of them glanced at each other and smiled at the same time. Ethan took out his molding ball and transformed it into a pitchfork, while Noah took a fighting stance with his whip at the ready. Without even exchanging words, Ethan charged at his friend, and the latter flicked his wrist and sent the whip snaking towards the blue-haired boy's direction like a snake ready to bite. While this was happening, Nicole found herself being cornered by two ladies with their arms crossed over their chest. You were the one that left that mark on Ethan, right? Chloe stated. She said it in a way that wasn't asking a question, but merely stating a fact. Luna, who was also beside Chloe, looked at the pink-haired beauty with a solemn expression on her face. If I said I wasn't the one who did it, will you believe me? Nicole inquired with a smile. Of course not, Chloe replied. Nicole smirked before raising both of her hands in surrender. You are right, I was the one that left that kiss mark on Ethan's neck when I carried him back to his room, Nicole stated. He was dead drunk, and I did it just to tease him. Only to tease him, Luna finally spoke up after hearing Nicole's reply. Yes, Nicole answered. Unlike the two of you, I don't have any romantic feelings for Ethan. Although he is indeed handsome and is also my type, it is not my nature to snatch other people's property. Of course, if I were to truly fall in love with him, then that's another story. I am the type of girl that will do everything in her power to take what I like. Also, I will definitely not hold back, even if I have rivals. After all is fair in love and war, right? Nicole smiled sweetly at the two girls, who glared back at her. I know you have some kind of agenda in approaching Ethan, Luna stated. But know this. If you ever harm him in any way, we will definitely not stand by and allow you to go scot-free. It doesn't matter if you are stronger than us, Chloe commented. I will burn you even if it's the last thing I do. Oh my, how scary. Nicole patted her chest in a teasing manner. Well, if you are really worried about others snatching Ethan's worm, then you have to eat it before others get an opportunity. Who knows? While the two of you are focused on me, others might already be making their moves on your precious prince. The pink-haired beauty then winked at the two girls before walking towards the library, where she had originally intended to go. She planned to do some research so too if there were any wizards in history who were able to use magic, even though they didn't have magic circuits, or if they could use magic with their magic circuits destroyed or damaged. For Nicole, Ethan was a mystery that she planned to solve no matter what. The next day, I guess I will not be using magic today, Ethan muttered as he stared at the mirror. After hearing the Cheshire Cat's and Illumina's warnings, he decided to just fight using his martial arts against Kurt in their battle today. He would rather fight without magic than lose it forever because of his stubbornness. While he was psyching himself up for the fight, he heard a knock on his door and wondered if it was his head prefect, Henry, calling him to go to the grand stadium together. However, when he opened the door, he didn't see the person he expected to see. He did, however, see an angelic beauty who was looking at him with a flushed face. "See, can I come in?" Luna asked before lowering her head. "Of course," Ethan replied, and he opened the door wider in order to allow the angelic beauty to enter his room. This wasn't the first time that Luna had entered Ethan's room. However, she stepped inside as if this was her first time, which amused the handsome teenager who didn't have any idea why Luna visited her so early in the morning. "You mentioned yesterday that you didn't plan to kiss any fairies today," Luna said. "May I know the reason why?" "Ah, so that's why you are here." Ethan nodded in understanding. "Actually, using fey magic takes a toll on my body, so I don't plan to use them today." "Takes a toll on your body?" Luna momentarily forgot her worries and looked at Ethan in surprise. "Yes," Ethan replied. "Fey magic isn't really a magic that humans can use freely. If I keep using them, I might suffer from mana poisoning, which will make my situation worse." "Oh no. Should we take you to the infirmary and have them check you?" "Calm down, Luna. Nothing is wrong with my body at the moment, so there is no need to be alarmed." The angelic beauty then breathed a sigh of relief after knowing that Ethan was really okay. When she finally regained her composure, she suddenly remembered her reason for coming to visit him before his match started. Immediately, her face became flushed once again, making Ethan wonder if Luna was still worrying about his condition. But before he could even say anything, the angelic beauty walked up to him, bravely raised her head and looked him in the eye. "I thought about this a lot last night," Luna said in a voice filled with determination. "I thought about how I might be able to help you. Chloe has already done her part in helping you with your duel 2 days ago, so I decided to help you in your last match against Kurt Hale." Ethan, who somehow felt that Luna was doing her best to tell him these things, remained silent and simply looked at her beautiful eyes, which were locked onto his own. "Ethan, I too want to become part of your strength," Luna stated. "That's why I will share my magic power with you." The handsome teenager blinked once, then twice before realizing what Luna was talking about. "W8. Ethan almost subconsciously took a step back after understanding Luna's words. Fortunately, his body held its ground and didn't back away from the young lady, who had gathered all of her courage to help him. "You mean, you want me to kiss you?" Ethan inquired just to make sure that he and Luna were on the same page. "Yes," Luna said with a betrayed face. "I want to share my magical power with you, so kiss me just like you did Chloe." "See, calm down for a bit, Luna," Ethan said as he rested his hands on Luna's shoulders. "I appreciate your feelings. Believe me that I do. No sane boy would reject kissing you, and I certainly would love to do it as well. However, I don't want to take advantage of you. Besides, today is not the day of the full moon." Didn't you say that you can only use your magic during those days? Luna nodded her head. It's true that I can only use magic on the days of the full moon, but that doesn't mean that I have no means of using magic on normal days. The angelic beauty then took out something from her pocket and showed it to Ethan. A maroon bracelet that was almost the same color as Luna's hair appeared in front of him. A magical battery, Ethan muttered as he looked at the bracelet in Luna's hand. He was quite familiar with it because he had seen it when he visited the Magical Trinket Club, where Luna served as its vice president. Yes, Luna replied. I plan to help you with this. The handsome teenager watched as Luna put on the bracelet. It glistened for a bit, and before long, magical power started to flow through Luna's magical circuits, allowing her to use magic. A look of understanding appeared on Ethan's face when he saw what was happening. Ethan, I want to help you, Luna said. Besides, you have to take responsibility for kissing me. The teenage boy could feel his heart beating wildly inside his chest as he looked at the angelic beauty, whose face was as red as a tomato. When he kissed Luna for the first time, he thought that he was just dreaming. Because of that, he didn't consider that the kiss he shared with her counted as his first kiss. However, a part of him also understood that it didn't work that way. Although he thought that he was dreaming, for Luna it was a very real experience. I'm sorry, Ethan said as he moved towards Luna and rested his hand on her delicate waist. I was on the verge of refusing your offer, but doing so was the same as ignoring the amount of courage it took for you to say these words to me. Ethan then looked at Luna with a gentle gaze before asking her a question. Are you sure? Ethan asked. Are you fine doing it with me? Yes, Luna replied. I am sure. Then I will accept it gratefully, Ethan stated. Thank you, Luna. Luna smiled and closed her eyes. Ethan looked at the angelic beauty in front of him and slowly lowered his head. When their lips were about to touch, he subconsciously closed his eyes, and his arms wrapped around Luna's waist, holding her gently. A second later, he felt Luna's soft lips against his, that many boys had fantasized about kissing in their daydreams. She was the first girl that Ethan had kissed in his life, and in his heart, Luna held a very special place. Just like Chloe, who had grown up with him. If anyone were to hurt these two ladies, Ethan would definitely fight them with everything he had, with or without his magic. Soon, the faint sound of kissing reverberated inside the room. As Ethan and Luna kissed each other many times, the handsome teenager's body and heart were slowly being filled with warmth and magical power. So, how was it? Chloe asked Luna with her arms crossed over her chest. The two who had stayed inside Dud Manor after Ethan left went to the Grand Stadium with the excuse that they needed to do something first before heading to the stadium. It's different from the first time he kissed me, Luna replied with a flushed face. This time, it felt more intimate and special. Chloe nodded in understanding. I see. She didn't need to ask more questions because she herself had experienced it in the past. That intimate and fluffy feeling inside her chest after Ethan and her kissed, which gave her a feeling of joy that was hard to describe. But are you sure about this? Luna asked. Will this really work out? You are a noble in Eastshire, Chloe replied. You already know the answer to this question. Luna lowered her head because Chloe was right. She already knew the answer to her question, so all that was left was to know Ethan's true feelings. Don't worry, Chloe smiled. Although you might not know it, Ethan is a very responsible person. He will not make a decision in a casual way. He will think about it seriously, and once he has made up his mind, he will pursue it with everything he has. Just like the way he fights in these magical duels. No matter what he is about to face, regardless if he wins or loses, he will take that step forward. I've been with him the longest, so I believe in him. You should believe in him as well. Luna placed her right hand over her heart and nodded her head. Luna nodded. You are right, Chloe, I believe in him. Also, I want you to know one thing. And that is, I won't lose to you. Ha, Tilda, then you better do your best. My mother and Ethan's grandma have been talking a lot and arranging things in the background. I have the family advantage, so you need to put more effort in on your part. Chloe gave Luna a confident smile, as if she had already won before the battle started. Even so, the angelic beauty didn't look disappointed and even smiled back at her. I'll accept that challenge, Luna stated. I won't lose, Chloe. The two girls both nodded their heads and left Dud Manor to go to the grand stadium. Both of them wished to support the handsome teenager who would be fighting his last battle in the tournament. Regardless of the outcome, both of them would be there to witness it. Inside the waiting room of the grand stadium. We've come this far, so let's do our best to win, George said as he placed his hands on his waist. Ethan, no matter what happens, you need to win your duel. Noah's chances of winning against his opponent are 50-50. We can't count on our awe-inspiring henpecked head prefect to win his match. Henry averted his gaze and just allowed George to take the lead and say anything he wanted. Although Ethan still had no idea what George was talking about, he had a feeling that he would understand after the tournament was over. Noah had a conflicted look on his face, and the determined expression that he wore during his previous duels in the tournament was nowhere to be seen. This made Ethan worried for his friend, who was one of his first friends in Brynhildr Academy. Noah, are you all right? Ethan asked. Don't worry, just do your best like always. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Why, yeah, Noah replied with a stiff smile on his face. Thank you, Ethan. Do your best in your match. I will. Ethan nodded and even raised his fist in order to encourage the silver-haired boy, making Noah chuckle. A moment later, Ethan heard Professor Barrett's booming voice spread throughout the stadium, calling out his name, and his opponent, Kurt, to stand in the arena. I'm going, Ethan said as he walked towards the path that would lead him to the arena. Break a leg, George shouted. Or better yet, break your opponent's leg. Don't worry, the medics in the infirmary are good. I can guarantee it. As someone who had been sent there almost every time during the tournament, George's words were very convincing, which made everyone laugh. Ethan nodded before leaving everyone behind. As he walked towards the arena, he saw Kurt walking towards it from the opposite direction. Both of them stared at each other as they climbed up to the stage, on which both of them would represent their respective manners in a battle that would bring it glory. Ethan Gremory, Kurt Hale, are both of you ready? Professor Barrett asked. Ready, Kurt replied as he adjusted the glasses on his face. He was already holding his wand with his right hand, ready for battle. I am ready, Ethan answered as he held his wand with his right hand and his pitchfork with his left hand. Moon magic was coursing through his body, and with it, the anxiety he felt a day ago disappeared without a trace. Seeing that both fighters were ready, Professor Barrett raised his hand and declared the start of the duel. Begin, Professor Barrett declared. As soon as the signal was given, Kurt pointed his wand to his opponent and unleashed his strongest offensive spell. He had learned his lesson in his fight against Lily, so he decided to end the battle at the very start, giving Ethan no opportunity to make a comeback. Magna Ortis Eden. Countless thorny vines that were as large as tree trunks erupted from the ground and lashed towards Ethan, making the ground under his feet tremble. Facing such a threat, Ethan didn't back down and instead ran towards his opponent fearlessly. If he fought against Kurt by using only his martial arts, he would have definitely lost to his opponent's opening move. However, right now, Ethan was not fighting by himself, but with the support and power of one of the witches that cared for him. Ethan gripped his pitchfork with both hands, while his wand flew a meter ahead of him. Illumina, Ethan roared, and the wand transformed into the mermaid princess, who had given the teenage boy the go signal to use his strongest offensive spell. The only reason why she forbade Ethan to use partial resonance was because Fey magic wasn't compatible with his body. But moon magic was different. It was a magic that was wielded by humans. Also, it was the first type of magic that Ethan had absorbed, allowing his body to have a very high compatibility with it. Just like Kurt, Illumina thought that using Ethan's strongest spell as the opener would allow him to gain victory over his opponent. Neither of them wanted to take any chances, so using every ounce of their magical powers, they unleashed the strongest attack that they were capable of casting. Rising Dragon Thrust. Ethan thrust his spear forward, and Illumina merged with his body, granting him her power that was rightfully his, the moment he chose her as his lifelong companion. Ethan and his spear transformed into a water dragon that flew towards the thorny vines that were also heading in their direction. The moment the two attacks collided, the vines were cut to pieces. This was due to Illumina's power that imbued Ethan's weapon with the purest type of elemental water that gave it sharpness that surpassed any blade in existence. So the rumors are true. Langston's father, Zach Kerr, clenched his fist subconsciously when he saw the marvelous sight in front of him. This dud can really use partial resonance. Although there was no draconic roar that erupted in the surroundings, the magical power that Ethan unleashed overwhelmed his opponents, making Kurt's eyes widen in shock. A second later, he found himself standing outside of the arena and panting for breath. His gaze locked on Ethan's figure, who was still standing in a fighting pose with his spear pointing forward, as if piercing through an invisible opponent who was no longer there. Amazing, Kurt muttered as he stared with awe at Ethan's gallant figure. Although he was his opponent, he couldn't help but be mesmerized by his current form. Yes, Ethan, who was still shrouded by Illumina's magic power, was coated in a brilliant light, making him look like a magic knight that had just vanquished a demon lord in battle. After a silence that lasted for half a minute, cheers erupted from the stands as everyone applauded the winner of the first match. Ethan won. Chloe hugged Luna, and the latter hugged back in return. Both of them were extremely happy with the outcome of the match, just like everyone in Dud Manor, who were all in high spirits. Just as everyone was praising the victor, Ethan collapsed in the arena completely unconscious. But when the lady medics came to take care of him, they saw a faint smile on his exhausted face, which made their hearts skip a beat. Chloe and Luna went to the infirmary to look after Ethan because they were worried that the pretty medics of the Terra Manor would do something to him while he was still unconscious. While this was happening, Noah and his opponent faced off against each other in the arena. "Duel start," Professor Barrett shouted. The moment the signal was given, Noah lashed his whip towards his opponent, and the latter replied in kind. The silver-haired boy was facing a platinum-blonde beauty, who specialized in using whips as well. One could even say that this was a battle between whip masters, and only one of them would emerge victorious in the battle. However, instead of an ordinary whip, the witch he was fighting against used a vine whip that had a crimson color. The two attacks nullified each other, but that didn't stop them from lashing ferociously at their opponent. The two of them danced in the arena as their whips collided from time to time, creating crackling noises that mesmerized the crowd. Flower petals also floated in the air, each time their whips collided, spreading a fragrance that made Noah's body a bit sluggish. Even so, he stood firm and attacked relentlessly, while slowly bridging the gap between him and his opponent. "Ha!" The young lady, who was Noah's opponent, stomped her foot on the ground, and several vines emerged from it, spreading in the surroundings. However, these vines didn't stand idly and released needle-like projectiles at Noah, whom the latter deflected using his whip, despite the fact that his body was starting to feel very heavy. Suddenly, and without any warning, Noah summoned a whip in his other hand and used a surprise attack on his opponent, successfully pushing her away and making her take a few steps back. Noah saw this opening and immediately crossed the gap between them. However, just as he was about to push his opponent out of the arena, he hesitated, giving his opponent enough time to launch a counterattack. Vines rose up from the ground and bound his arms and legs, rendering him immobile. These vines then embedded their thorns on the handsome boy's body, making Noah grit his teeth in pain. The young beauty then took a step forward before cupping Noah's face. To the surprise and shock of everyone, she kissed him in front of so many people, making them gasp in disbelief. "I know that you were reluctant to win this match from the start because you didn't want to hurt me," the beautiful second year said after pulling back from her kiss. "Since that is the case, can you surrender?" "I don't want to hurt you more than this." Noah sighed before reluctantly nodding his head. He then glanced in Professor Barrett's direction and said his words of surrender. "I surrender," Noah said with a pained expression on his face. Clearly, he really didn't want to surrender, but he couldn't possibly hurt his girlfriend during the match. "Winner, Anne Rose of Terra Manor," Professor Barrett announced. When the announcement of the duel ended, Rose released Noah from his binding and supported his body. She then carried her out of the arena to tend to his injuries. The members of the Terra Manor erupted in cheers because they won the second match of the tournament. Although the battle was quite unfair, there was nothing they could do about it. George, who heard the result of the duel, sighed before placing his hand on his forehead. He then shook his head helplessly before looking at his best friend with a disappointed look on his face. "I knew it," George stated. "You guys broke the bro code." Henry, who was standing beside him, feigned ignorance and looked at the wall beside him as if it was a work of art. In annoyance, George kicked his head prefect backside, making the latter jump away to dodge it. "Tusk," George clicked his tongue. "Good thing Ethan won his match. Now everything will depend on my win." Henry looked at his best friend, who had the never say die look on his face, as he walked towards the arena to represent the third years of Dud Manor. "Good luck," Henry said. "Gee, I don't need luck," George replied without even turning back. "Don't talk to me, traitor." Henry couldn't do anything aside from scratch his head. Right now, their fate was in George's hands. If he won, then Dud Manor would become the champions of the Clash of Manors. "Hello, George," a pretty lady with dark brown hair said with a smile. "Your honey trap will not work on me, Evelyn," George raised his chin in arrogance. "I'm not as weak as Noah and Henry. I have my pride as a man. I will not let you sway me with words." "Really?" Evelyn smiled sweetly. "Then I guess you're going to be sleeping on the floor tonight." "I'll sleep there if I have to," George replied with the never-say-die look on his face. "I won't let you guys win so easily." Similar to George, Evelyn was best friends with the head prefect of Terra Manor. Because of this, the two had become close over the years. Are both of you ready to fight?" Professor Barrett asked. "I'm ready, Professor," George said as he unsheathed the two short swords behind his back. "Let's start his match." Professor Barrett nodded before looking in Evelyn's direction. "One moment, Professor," Evelyn stated as she continued to stare at her opponent. "Are you sure you want to take this route?" "Do you not speak the same language, girl?" George replied. "Fight me." "Fine," Evelyn sneered as she raised her hand, summoning a green sword. "Start the battle, Professor." Professor Barrett raised his hand and signaled the start of the third match. Duel start. Evelyn immediately grabbed hold of the sword that hovered in front of her with both hands. The moment she held the sword's handle, flowers of different colors bloomed around her, releasing a fragrant scent in the air. Similar to what Anne did against Noah, she was using her nature magic to weaken her opponent by befuddling his mind and decreasing his fighting ability. Even so, George charged towards the pretty lady in front of him with a determined look on his face. Since the start of the tournament, he lost all of his matches. But this time, he promised himself that he would win no matter what, even if it meant losing his friendship with the pretty lady, whom he had shared many fond memories with in the past. 10 minutes after the battle started, George was panting for breath, and his clothes were dyed with his own blood. His opponent had really strong martial skills and could also use magic, which put him in a great disadvantage. What made matters worse was the fragrance that was being released by the flowers around him, greatly reducing his ability to fight. After Ethan's battle with the Jaeger Manor, The candidates of the Terra Manor had a meeting and all voted to use a similar strategy to fight against their next opponents. They were the proud members of the Terra Manor, and none of them would stoop so low as to use a disgusting spell like Ethan did. Instead, they opted to use something sweet-smelling, where the side effects would only last for half a day. So far, their strategy worked. Kurt decided not to use this strategy, because he already planned to use his strongest spell at the very start of the match to beat Ethan. Unfortunately, Ethan was thinking of the same thing, and used his partial resonance to put a quick end to their battle. "Give it up, George," Evelyn stated. "You will only suffer if you continue this fight." "You talk as if you already won this match," George said as he used the back of his hand to wipe away the blood that flowed out of the corner of his lips. "You really want to suffer that much, huh?" Evelyn's eyes became cold as he pointed her sword in her opponent's direction. "Is this your pride talking?" "Evelyn, for the longest time ever, there has one thing I'd like to say to you." George momentarily broke his fighting stance, which made Evelyn pause for a bit. "What is it?" Evelyn asked with a sneer. "Are you going to tell me that you like me so that I will show mercy to you?" "Me telling you that I like you? Hell no." George spat on the ground as if the thought of telling Evelyn that he was in love with her was revolting. "Why would I like someone whose feet smell like athlete's foot? Girl, you should really wash your feet properly. It smells like you've stepped on poop every time we are together." "George, you bastard!" Evelyn shouted in shame and anger before charging at the hateful man with her sword raised high, ready to hack him to death. George's face became pale due to Evelyn's sudden outburst, making him unable to dodge as he stood rooted on the spot. "Die, you monkey!" Evelyn roared as she slashed her sword down, using all of her strength in her attack. At that exact moment, George did the unthinkable and took a step forward in order to meet Evelyn's decisive blow. Everyone in the stands covered their eyes, because they thought that the young man would be sliced in half due to Evelyn's full-powered strike. However, something unexpected happened. Because George had also moved towards Evelyn, her sword swing wasn't able to hit its target because George's body was mere centimeters away from her. But that wasn't the unexpected part. When George decided to close the gap between him and his opponent, he tripped, and his head collided with Evelyn's chin. This made the latter's world spin, and before everyone's eyes, Evelyn collapsed on the ground unconscious. George, who was also lying on the ground, cried out in pain as he massaged his forehead. "What a hard chin you have," George complained as he slowly propped himself up from the ground. Suddenly, Professor Barrett appeared beside Evelyn and checked her condition. After making sure that the pretty lady was fine, he stood up and pointed at George, who was still rubbing his head. "Winner, George Marshall." "Huh," George blinked in confusion after hearing Professor Barrett's words. "I won." "You did," Professor Barrett nodded. "I did." "Yes." It took George a few seconds to finally realize that he had won the match. After making sure that he didn't mishear Professor Barrett's declaration, the third year of Dud Manor ran his hands over his hair and raised his chin in an arrogant manner. "Just as planned," George stated. The corner of Professor Barrett's lips twitched after hearing George's shameless claim that things went according to his plan. Even the students in the grand stadium had the strong urge to spit at the shameless young man, who dared to tell a lady that she had smelly feet. Although they didn't know that George had tripped in his desperate struggle to win his match, all of them believed that he just got lucky. They also felt sorry for Evelyn, who was now being carried away by the medics to the infirmary, who were also her manor mates. All of them made sure to glare at George, with some of the girls even kicking his leg, making the latter cry out in pain. "Professor, isn't this foul play? Why aren't you doing anything?" George complained after the girls of Terra Manor kicked him repeatedly to vent out their anger. "What foul play?" Professor Barrett, who was busy cleaning his monocle with both hands, asked. "I didn't see anything." This time, it was George's lips that twitched after seeing the biased treatment between him and the girls of Terra Manor. However, he soon regained his composure and even struck a pose, flexing his muscles to everyone. Ha ha ha, did you see that? George asked the crowd. This is how strong I am when I get serious. Boo. Scram. Bastard. You're the one with smelly feet. The students booed George, who was creating a ruckus on top of the arena. Clearly, his victory had gone to his head, and he was now in the mood to brag in front of everyone. Henry, who was watching his best friend's antics from the side, covered his head in shame and pretended that he didn't know him. In the end, it was Professor Barrett who put an end to George's clowning around by kicking his butt and sending him flying out of the arena. The professor also made sure to cast a spell on the ground, making it very soft, allowing it to act like a trampoline to dampen George's fall. The headmaster of Brynhilder Academy chuckled after seeing this scene, because it had been a while since he had seen the members of Dud Manor become this lively. George walked up to Henry with a smug expression on his face. Right now, he was feeling like the MVP of the Dud Manor, and Henry had to admit that he really took one for the team. You're up, loser, George commented. Yes, I'm going, Henry replied as he walked towards the arena in order to fight the head prefect of the Terra Manor, Irene. However, after taking a few steps, Henry stopped and glanced back at his best friend, who was looking back at him with a knowing glance. Thank you, George, Henry said, for everything. George smirked. Just go. After all, we already got this tournament in the bag. Henry nodded before walking up to the arena, where a beautiful lady was waiting for him with a smile on her face. Well then, Henry, Irene, are you ready to start the match? Professor Barrett asked. There's no need for it, Professor, Henry replied before walking towards Irene. I concede this match. The head prefect of the Dud Manor then knelt in front of Irene. He held her hand and kissed it for everyone to see. Within the entirety of Brynhilder Academy, there was only one person that Henry couldn't win against. It was none other than his fiancée, Irene, whom he loved very much. How sweet! One of the girls in the stands looked at this scene, gushed with a flushed face. Why are all the good guys taken? Another girl complained. What about us? We need our Prince Charming as well. I guess the men from Dud Manor aren't half bad, a witch commented. That George may have a bit of personality, but I like how stubborn he is. Right, I guess he has his own charm as well. My parents will definitely not agree if I marry a dud. But if he is as handsome as Noah, I'm sure my mother will not mind. Professor Barrett sighed in his heart before raising his hand to declare the winner of the last match. Winner, Irene Campbell, Professor Barrett declared. Due to this, the result of today's battle was 2 wins and 2 losses for both manors. Even so, the overall tally of the round-robin match was as follows. Dud Manor, 5 wins, 3 loses. Terra Manor, 4 wins, 4 loses. Jaeger Manor, 3 wins, 5 loses. Professor Reinhardt then stood up and raised his hand to silence the people in the grand stadium. And now I announce the result of the Clash of Manors, Professor Reinhardt declared. This year, the champion is none other than the Dud Manor. Whoa. The crowd cheered and applauded the champions. No one had expected that the winner of the tournament would be the manor where all the magically crippled students gathered. Zach Kerr, whose goal was to have the Dud Manor permanently closed, clenched his fist tightly. Due to this victory, he no longer had an excuse to submit his proposal to the Magical Bureau to force the manor's closure. The arrogant Duke's gaze locked icily at the headmaster of the academy, who, for some reason, looked in his direction and gave him a smirk, further fueling the anger that Zach was feeling inside his chest. You won this round, Reinhardt, Zach sneered. But you can't keep winning forever. One day you will lose, and when that day comes, I will be there to take what I want. The Duke then left the arena amidst the cheering of the crowd. For a brief moment, he felt as if they were jeering at him for his loss, making his mood become even more sour. Zach, you need to keep your hands off the students of my academy. Professor Reinhardt thought as he watched the Duke walking away in the distance. If you force my hand, then I will not hesitate to do what I have to do. As someone who had kept the tradition and spirit of Brynhildr Academy alive, Professor Reinhardt had sent his people to fight those who wished to lay their hands on the Academy in the shadows. This battle had been going on for many years, and fortunately, his side had the upper hand. However, he also understood that he couldn't win forever. This was why he had set some contingencies in place, so he could stop being passive and focus on defense. If, and when, he was truly forced to act, he would bring the battlefield to their opponent's home court, destroying it until they had nothing left. Your members did a good job this year, Henry, Irene said as she helped her fiancé stand up. Especially Ethan. Make sure to keep watch on him. I'm very sure that those who hold influence and power in the magical world are paying close attention to him as we speak. Understood, Henry nodded. I'll make sure to protect my juniors to the best of my ability. Irene smiled before leaving the arena with steady steps. She was not the type to openly show her affection in public, unlike her junior, who had kissed Noah in front of everybody. Her private affairs were private, and were only to be conducted behind closed doors. However, she made sure to make everyone understand that Henry belonged to her, and he was off limits to the other witches in the academy. Truth be told, she was very sad that Terra Manor didn't manage to become this year's champion. But her members had done their best, allowing them to take second place. Her manor mates had the same opinion as her, so although they were disappointed, they accepted the results of the tournament with grace. Inside the infirmary. Dud Manor won, Luna muttered after hearing Professor Reinhardt's announcement. Good for you guys, Chloe commented. I'm sure that Ethan will be ecstatic when he wakes up from his sleep. The handsome teenager was still unconscious, and the medics told them that he had just exhausted his magical powers. He had already drunk recovery potions, and all that he needed was rest to recover. Chloe and Luna made sure that none of the pretty girls from Terra Manor could do anything funny, while they administered their treatment to Ethan. The two were worried that they would make him drink love potions, or charm potions, while he was unable to defend himself. Although these potions weren't as powerful as their name suggested, they were still able to make people momentarily lose their sense of reason, allowing others to take advantage of them. The medics of the Terra Manor all had disappointed looks on their faces, as they gave the unconscious Ethan sidelong glances. With two girls keeping watch over him, the pretty medics didn't have an opportunity to give Ethan any special treatment. That would make the handsome teenager look at them favorably when he regained his consciousness. MMH. Ethan slowly opened his eyes and saw a familiar ceiling. Although he still didn't get a good look in his surroundings, he was certain that he was back inside his room because everything felt familiar to him. However, there was something out of place, and it made him wonder if he was in a dream. Sleeping beside him on the bed were two young ladies, who were each holding one of his arms. On his right side was Chloe. On his left side was Luna. Both of them were sleeping peacefully, and Ethan didn't dare move because he didn't want to wake the two of them. Since he couldn't get up, Ethan tried to recall what had happened during his fight against Kurt. The last thing he remembered was using his partial resonance and overpowered Kurt's spell. That was the last thing he remembered before he blacked out. What Ethan didn't know was that he had slept for an entire day, only waking up in the afternoon, a day after the tournament ended. The merry members of Dud Manor helped carry him back to his room so that he could get a proper rest. Since one of their MVPs were still unconscious, they decided to put their victory celebration on hold for the time being and wait for him to wake up. Chloe and Luna visited him after eating their lunch to make sure that he was healing properly. Ethan had given his cousin a spare key to his room, allowing her to enter at any time. When they saw that the handsome teenager was sleeping peacefully on the bed, they also felt sleepy, so they decided to sleep alongside him. Fortunately, the manor beds were big enough to accommodate 3 people, so the two were able to sleep comfortably beside him. At that moment, Ethan heard something tapping on his window, which made the two girls wake up from their nap. "Good afternoon." Ethan greeted the two girls, who both looked at him at the same time. The first one to prop herself up from the bed, as if she was electrified, was none other than Chloe. Luna was a few seconds slower, but she also moved away from the bed with a blush on her face. A part of Ethan was relieved to see them act this way, but the other part wished that they could have stayed beside him a little bit longer. However, the constant tapping on his window once again caught his attention, so he moved towards it to open it wide. His white raven, Dantalion, looked at his master with a knowing glance before flying inside the room. He landed on top of the table and nodded his head in greeting to Chloe and Luna, who were also inside it. Due to having ravens of their own, the two girls immediately attended to it by giving it a bowl of water, as well as a handful of nuts, making Dantalion quite happy. Ethan scratched his head as he sat on the chair beside the table and watched with envy as his white raven got the VIP treatment from the two ladies. After having his fill of food and drink, Dantalion walked towards Ethan and stuck out his clawed foot. The teenage boy took the cylinder that was used to store messages and opened it carefully. Chloe and Luna took turns patting Dantalion's body, while Ethan read the letter in his hand. A fond smile could be seen on his face, which made the two girls wonder what he was reading. "It's a letter from Grandma," Ethan said as he handed Chloe the letter. "She said that I should take care of you here in the academy and do my best to not cause any trouble or stand out from the crowd." "Isn't it a little too late for that?" Chloe smirked before reading the letter. Halfway through the letter, the young lady's body stiffened because Ethan's grandma, Agnes, had asked Ethan to invite Chloe and one of his girlfriends to have a short vacation at their home during the academy's autumn break. Clearly, this was Agnes' way of playing matchmaker for Ethan, which made Chloe wonder if this was a good thing or not. "Oh, Grandma, why did you have to ask Ethan to bring another girl aside from me?" Chloe sighed internally before handing the letter back to Ethan. The autumn break was only 2 months away and would last for a few days. This was a time when students returned to their home to report to their parents or guardians of their progress in the academy. Of course, not all students went back home during this time and simply stayed in the academy to have a few days of relaxation. "Well, I guess I don't mind if he invites Luna to come along," Chloe thought as she glanced at the angelic beauty beside her, who was busy feeding nuts to Dantalion. She had already approved of her as her rival, so she didn't mind if Luna went with them to visit Ethan's grandparents. Chloe would rather invite Luna than the annoying Nicole, whom she was sure had a hidden agenda in befriending Ethan. Just as Chloe was thinking about the pink-haired beauty, he heard a knock on the door and Noah's voice came from the other side of it. "Ethan, are you awake?" Noah asked. "You have a visitor." "Yes, I'm awake, Noah," Ethan replied as he walked towards the door. "Give me a second." When the teenage boy opened the door, he found Noah looking at him with a smile on his face. "It's a good thing that you're awake," Noah said. "Have you recovered enough for a victory party? If yes, I will tell Sir Henry right away." "A victory party?" Ethan's eyes widened in shock because he had completely forgotten about the tournament. "We won." Noah gave his friend a thumbs up, confirming their victory. "That's great," Ethan said in excitement. "I'm feeling a lot better now after hearing this news. Also, a victory party sounds good. We didn't celebrate it yet because you are sleeping. Also, you are one of the MVPs that allowed us to become the champions, so the party can't start without you." "I'm glad that we won. You said I have a visitor." "Yes," Noah replied in a teasing tone. "Nicole is here to visit you. Should I tell her that you are awake?" Chloe, who was just thinking about the pink-haired devil, rubbed her forehead with her right hand. The last person she wanted to see was Nicole, and yet she was now here to visit Ethan. "Speaking of the devil," Chloe muttered before shaking her head helplessly. Ethan, who didn't see or hear his cousin's reaction behind him, nodded his head. For him, Nicole was one of the people that allowed him to win in the tournament. The advice that she had given him during their sparring sessions were quite useful, allowing Ethan to refine his martial skills. Although he was still an amateur in the eyes of true experts, he was on his way to building a good foundation, which would allow him to grow stronger in the future. "Sure, tell her she can come to see me," Ethan smiled. "Okay, I'll tell her to come up," Noah nodded. "Prepare yourself, okay? Our victory party will definitely last until midnight." "You bet I'm ready." Ethan raised his fist and bumped it with Noah's. "I wouldn't miss it for the world." The teenage boy was truly happy after knowing that they had won the tournament. Because of this, he could take it easy and give his body time to recover from the burden of using fairy magic. "Am I interrupting something?" Nicole asked in a teasing tone as soon as she entered Ethan's room. Chloe and Luna were glaring at her, which made the pink-haired beauty giggle. "I just woke up a few minutes ago," Ethan replied as he made a gesture for Nicole to sit down. "Do you need me for something?" Nicole smiled. "Do you remember the favor I asked of you in the past? The one that you would accompany me to somewhere after your first mission was over?" Ethan nodded. "Yes, I did make you that promise." "Good," Nicole commented. "After your first mission, I want you to accompany me to a place that is a bit close to the Esta earldom, which is ruled by my family. I can't tell you the specifics as to why we will go there, but consider this as repayment for all the favors that you owe me in the past." "Understood," Ethan replied. Chloe and Luna felt uneasy about this agreement, but since it was an arrangement that Nicole and Ethan had agreed upon in the past, there was nothing they could do about it. "Is that the only reason why you came to see me?" Ethan inquired. "That was my original plan, but when Noah told me that you are now accepting guests, he mentioned that there will be a victory party tonight," Nicole said. "If possible, I'd like to join that as well." "I'll have to ask Sir Henry for permission first," Ethan stated. "But knowing how much you have helped me train, I'm sure he will agree to let you join our celebration." Nicole patted her chest in relief. "Is that so? That's good then. I thought I wasn't welcome here anymore." The pink-haired beauty made sure to give Chloe and Luna sidelong glances before shifting her gaze back to Ethan. Seeing that the snake wanted to bite their apple for a second time, Chloe and Luna exchanged glances with each other and nodded their heads at the same time. After some idle chat, Nicole promised to return after sunset to join the festivities of Dud Manor. When the pink-haired beauty left, Chloe grumpily sat on Ethan's bed and looked at the teenage boy with a pout. "You seem to trust that girl a lot, Ethan," Chloe said. "Don't you feel that she has ulterior motives in approaching you?" "Yes, I do," Ethan replied, which surprised Chloe and Luna. "But I also want to know why she is going through all this effort just to get close to me. At the very least, I can tell that right now she is not my enemy." "But she's our enemy," Chloe and Luna thought at the same time. "Actually, what I am being wary of is that girl, Lily," Ethan said with a frown. "I feel like she won't take what I did lying down, and would definitely use her immense popularity and influence within the academy to make my life difficult." Chloe pondered for a bit before sharing the rumor that she had heard, before leaving Equus Manor earlier that day. "Some of my acquaintances were saying that Lily planned to go out on a date with you to Limeberg Town this weekend," Chloe commented. "Of course, this was due to her announcement during the tournament that if she lost to you, she would go on a date with you. Although that is just a bunch of hogwash, she might actually do it just to spite you." "I also heard this rumor on the way to the dining hall earlier," Luna stated. "However, some say that Lily was purposely spreading this news among the ranks of the first years. You should be careful when you go out of the manor, Ethan. Lily has many admirers, and there's no telling what they will do out of jealousy." Ethan sighed helplessly after hearing Chloe's and Luna's report. The tournament had just finished, and he planned to take it easy until the autumn break. However, with Lily holding a grudge against him, it was possible that he would receive challenges every day from the members of her fan club. Suddenly, a thought came to Ethan's mind, and a devilish smile appeared on his face. "How about I invite Nicole and Lily to have a vacation on our farm this autumn break?" Ethan muttered. "I'm sure Grandma will have "Oh." Ethan cried out in pain when Chloe suddenly pulled on his ear, making the handsome teenager writhe in pain. "Who are you going to take to see your grandparents again, huh?" Chloe asked angrily. "I didn't hear you the first time. Can you repeat that for me?" "W8, I'm just considering it," Ethan replied. "I wasn't being serious about it." "You'd better be," Chloe scoffed before releasing Ethan's ear from her hold. "Listen here. Grandma Agnes is already old and has no time to deal with vile snakes and a scheming wolf. If you want someone to accompany us to the farm, then Luna will be enough. We don't need any other girls there." Ethan, who was massaging his ear, momentarily forgot the pain as he subconsciously looked at the angelic beauty seated opposite him. "Do you want to visit our farm?" Ethan asked. "Can I?" Luna asked back. "Yes," Ethan replied. "I'm sure Grandma will love to have you. Just don't tell her about the things that have happened to me in the academy, and it will be perfect." A faint tinge of red was creeping on Luna's cheeks after Ethan invited her to meet his grandparents. She was very curious to meet the people that raised Ethan, and she thought that this was a perfect opportunity to meet them. Chloe, on the other hand, crossed her arms over her chest and closed her eyes. She would rather have Luna accompany them back to the countryside than have Nicole and Lily follow along. "What does your grandmother like to eat?" Luna inquired. "I can prepare that as a gift when I come with you back to your hometown." Ethan was sure that his grandma would love anything that Luna would give her, because she was such a kind and caring girl. Even so, he still mentioned the things that his grandma liked, and the angelic beauty made sure to remember them all. An hour later, Henry informed them that their victory celebration would start at 6 in the evening, and even insisted that Chloe join them as well. Naturally, Ethan's cousin accepted Henry's invitation because she planned to prevent Ethan from getting drunk. She didn't want the pink-haired snake to take advantage of his helplessness a second time, and planned to stick with Ethan until their victory party ended. "Before anything else, I would like to thank Ethan, Noah, and George for making the long-held dream of Dud Manor possible," Henry said as he raised his glass. "Now, we can walk with our heads high because we are the champions of the clash of manners. I'm not one that likes long speeches, so that's all from me. Cheers." A cheers. Everyone raised their glass and cheered happily as they started their celebration. Chloe and Nicole, who were given permission to join them, didn't hold back and enjoyed the food and drinks that Henry and George carried back to the Dud Manor from the Academy's kitchen. An hour after the party started, Ethan found himself standing in front of everyone as he told his manor mates a little more about him. This was a request that came from Noah because he wanted to know more about Ethan. The same could be said for the other members of Dud Manor. They were very curious about Ethan's background, so they listened to his tale very seriously. "I grew up in the countryside with my grandparents," Ethan said with a smile. "Since we have a farm, my main role was to help them take care of miscellaneous work. My grandma is a strong believer of the phrase, 'Nothing ventured, nothing gained,' so she would encourage me to try different things and explore all of the possibilities. This may sound funny, but I was very adamant about going to the academy to study. Because of this, she threatened to tie me up and send me there in a cardboard box." This earned him some laughs from the people who were listening to his tale. For them, they felt truly lucky that Ethan enrolled in the academy and became part of their family. "The one that recommended you here is Professor Ophelia, right?" George asked. "How did the two of you meet?" "I'm sorry, but this is a bit complicated," Ethan replied. "Professor Ophelia also forbade me from telling anyone about my connection with her." This was partly true because Professor Ophelia wanted to keep the fact that Ethan coming to the academy was due to an accident. Because of this, she cautioned Ethan to not divulge the true story to anyone. Ethan wholeheartedly agreed with this arrangement because right now, he was very happy with his academy life. Also, he didn't want to create trouble for the professor who had helped him get the basic needs for a wizard like him. "Then, can you tell us a bit about how you are able to use partial resonance?" one of the 3 girls in the Dud Manor, who was a third year, asked. Even a little information about it is good. The young lady who asked Ethan the question was named Lucy Kinsley. Although she hadn't interacted with Ethan much, she had left a good impression on him due to her kindness when he first arrived in the Dud Manor. "All right," Ethan replied. "I will tell you what I know about partial resonance." The moment Ethan said this, everyone in the room became silent. Even Nicole and George, who usually had a carefree attitude, were paying close attention to Ethan. They were afraid that if they did anything, they would miss the opportunity of finding the key to unlocking the secret of the spell that all wizards and witches yearned for, which was resonance. During one of the times when Ethan was inside Illumina's world, he asked the mermaid princess how he was able to use resonance. The mermaid princess answered him honestly, but he still didn't understand much of it even today. However, he remembered her exact words, which he relayed to the others that were with him at the moment. Resonance is the power that can be achieved when a person's origin magic resonates with their core magic, Ethan stated. This is what you will read in books, as well as the things that the professors in the academy will tell you. But for those who can actually use resonance, the explanation is a bit different. If everyone was paying serious attention to Ethan earlier, now they were all looking at him as if what he was going to say would change their lives forever. Their gazes locked onto his face, as if they were afraid of missing a single word that he would say from that point onward. "When I went to Limburg town to buy a wand, the owner of the shop, Mr. Mason, told me that it's not the person who chooses the wand. It's the wand who chooses the person," Ethan explained. "At first, I didn't understand this, but when I got my wand, I got this indescribable experience that couldn't be explained through words. I don't know if you have experienced the same when you got your own wands, but for me, it was a truly surreal experience." Ethan paused before continuing his explanation. "Your origin magic will always be with you until the end of time," Ethan stated. "Although you might discover it a bit late, it doesn't matter because it is already a part of you. So the first thing that you have to understand is not your origin magic, but your core magic, the magic that you always hold firmly in your hands." As if to make a point, Ethan summoned his wand and showed it to everyone. "The core magic is what allows you to put your origin magic to use," Ethan explained. "For most wizards and witches, their wands served as the main tool to allow their origin magic to manifest. Of course, there are wizards and witches who can use spells without using wands. That is fine in its own way, but they will not be able to use resonance or partial resonance because they haven't met the requirements. It doesn't matter how strong a person's magical power is or how big their mana capacity is. At the end of the day, if you treat your wands as mere tools and not companions, you will never achieve any kind of resonance even if you were to become the strongest wizard or witch in the world." Ethan's explanation made everyone's eyes widen in shock. They never thought of their wands as companions, but simply a tool that allowed them to manifest magic. If what the handsome teenager said was true, then their approach to pursuing resonance was wrong. "Talking to our wands," Chloe muttered as she summoned her wand to take a good look at it. "Is it even possible?" Ethan smiled as he looked at his cousin, who was staring at her wand, daring it to talk to her. "I can only tell you what I know," Ethan replied. "As for the rest, you will have to find out for yourself if what I say is wrong or not." The handsome teenager wanted to say more, but Illumina cautioned him that spoon-feeding others might have an opposite effect in their pursuit for the strongest spell in existence. Because of this, he deliberately left out one piece of information, which they would discover once they managed to talk to their partners, who had always been with them the moment they entered the world of magic. The next day, Ethan, Chloe, and Luna all went to Limburg town to do a bit of shopping before classes resumed tomorrow. Because the two ladies were there to prevent Ethan from drinking even a sip of wine, the young man didn't get drunk and was able to sleep early that night. During the party, those who took part in the Clash of Manners were discussing what they should do with the prizes that they had received from Professor Reinhardt. The champions were each granted 5,000 gold coins, and 50,000 merit points. They would also be included in the All-Star draft that would represent Brynhildr Academy in the Inter-Academy Magical Tournament that would be held near the end of the school year. 5,000 gold coins was enough to make Ethan, who was a mere farm boy in the past, feel very happy. With that amount of money, his grandparents could have their old house, as well as their entire farm, renovated with plenty to spare. Ethan planned to send all of his prize money to his grandma, thinking that he didn't have much use for it anyway. As one of the pillars of the first years who also held the double pillar title, Ethan received a monthly stipend of 1,000 gold coins, so he really didn't need the prize money that he won in the tournament. He was certain that his grandma would put the rest of the money in the bank so that they could use it in the future. As for the 50,000 merit points, this was something that many students in the academy were quite envious of. Why? Because there were good items in the academy that couldn't be bought with gold coins, no matter how rich or influential you were. These items could only be purchased using merit points, and this rule had been implemented since the academy had been founded. Among the items that could only be exchanged by merit points were magical weapons, armor, scrolls, books, accessories, and other consumables that were exclusive to Brynhildr Academy. Noah intended to purchase a magical whip that cost 30,000 merit points. This whip was made from mithril, and it could coat itself with elemental magic. This meant that if Noah could ask someone to imbue his whip with elemental magic, he would be able to use a powerful weapon that was several times better than the whip he was currently using. As for Ethan, he really had no idea what to do with his merit points. But after careful consideration, he agreed to visit the Academy's treasury and see if he could find something that might interest him. When Ethan, Chloe, and Luna arrived in Limburg town, they all headed to the merchant shop to buy clothes that they would use during their missions. Although they could also buy these things in the academy, they preferred to go to Limburg town because that was also the place where the academy's robes were made. The dueling robes that Ethan and the others used in the tournament were made by a famous tailor in the town, and they planned to commission the same tailor to design custom robes for them. However, the moment they entered the shop, they saw Langston and his gang browsing the dresses inside it. Langston glanced in Ethan's direction for a brief moment before ignoring him completely. The rest of his gang followed suit and left the shop shortly after. Ever since his defeat at the hands of the Dud, he hated the most in the academy. The arrogant teenage boy had been doing his best to avoid the latter at all costs. His cronies did the same and even stopped bullying Chloe, who was the reason why Ethan and Langston fought in a duel. They were afraid that if the handsome teenager heard that his cousin was in trouble, he would once again challenge them in a duel. Now that they had seen that his partial resonance wasn't a fluke, no one in the academy dared to challenge Ethan willy-nilly to avoid embarrassment, as well as be looked down on by other people. Good grief, and here I thought we would be able to enjoy our small excursion together. Chloe muttered the moment she was sure that Langston and his gang were out of sight and earshot. Just ignore them, Ethan commented. They are not being annoying as of late, which is a good thing. We should just focus on our shopping trip. Luna nodded her head in agreement and went to browse the robes that were meant for witches at the corner of the shop. Chloe tailed after her best friend and checked what the shop had for sale. She didn't have a lot of money. Knowing that, Ethan gave her 100 gold coins, which made her very happy. As for Luna, she was a noble, and her family was incredibly rich, with several businesses under their names scattered all over East Shire. After taking a good look at everything inside the shop, they went to ask the staff if they could commission their traveling robes that would be used in their missions outside of the academy. A few minutes later, they were taken inside a room where a middle-aged lady was working with a magical sewing machine that sent sparks flying in every direction, every time she used it. Manager, these guests from Brynhildr Academy want to have custom-made robes, the staff said. Okay, the middle-aged lady replied without even looking at her customers. I will take your measurements shortly. Just give me 5 minutes. Natalie Brooklyn, that was her name. The famous tailor of Limburg town, who was said to be the great-granddaughter of the tailor that crafted the clothes that the founders of Brynhildr Academy used in their travels. She had long platinum silver hair, tied up by a white ribbon on her back, and blue eyes that were as sharp as a sword and as clear as the waters in the lake around the academy. 5 minutes later, she stopped sewing and admired her work. After giving it a nice and long look of appraisal, she nodded her head in satisfaction before placing it on the side. "So, you brats want some custom-made clothes, right?" Natalie asked as she looked at the teenagers from head to toe. "So, do you have any specific requirements in mind?" "I want mine to be durable. I just need it to not tear easily and have magical resistance to fire," Chloe replied. "If possible, I want 3 sets of such clothes." Natalie nodded before shifting her gaze to Luna. "I also want something that won't tear easily, especially when I'm in the middle of the fight," Luna explained. "Also, if possible, I want it to be enchanted with wind magic, allowing me to jump or float in the air for a few seconds. I want 3 sets of such clothes as well." "That kind of enchantment won't be cheap, because I need to hire a wizard or witch that specializes in wind magic," Natalie replied. "Are you fine with that?" "Yes," Luna answered. "Money is not a problem." Natalie chuckled after hearing Luna's confident words. "I like customers like you. Then, how about you, boy? What kind of robes do you want?" "I want robes that are enchanted with the Magna Amplifico spell," Ethan replied. "I want them to be very durable and can withstand a fireball at point-blank range." "Are you sure you're still asking for a robe and not a dragon-scale armor?" Natalie snorted. "Aren't you a wizard? Why do you need clothes that are enchanted with Magna Amplifico when you can just use that spell to strengthen your body? As for being able to resist a fireball at point-blank range, I can't do that. Only armors are able to withstand such destructive force. The most I can do is make it a bit resistant to fire, just like what that young lady ordered earlier." Ethan pondered for a bit before nodding his head. However, he asked Natalie to make 4 sets of traveling clothes, with each of them being resistant to a different element. "Understood," Natalie replied. "You can all come back after 2 weeks. The robes of the 2 of you will cost 50 gold coins each. But for that young missy over there who wanted to enchant her robes with a float spell, it will cost 300 gold coins each." "Okay," Luna replied without batting an eye. As for Chloe, she suddenly felt so poor because she could only afford 2 sets of traveling clothes. Seeing her expression, Luna chuckled and told her that she would shoulder the extra 50 gold coins that were needed to complete Chloe's order. After being paid in full, a smile appeared on Natalie's face before she took the 3 teenagers' measurements. After doing so, she whispered something in Ethan's ears, which made the handsome teenager blush. "I am just joking, boy," Natalie laughed as she patted the handsome teenager's shoulder. "But if you are interested, you have to pay extra, okay?" A few minutes later, all 3 teenagers left the shop with fewer gold coins in their pouches. "What did Natalie tell you earlier that made you blush?" Chloe asked. "It's nothing," Ethan replied. "She was just teasing me." "Is that so?" Chloe shrugged after hearing Ethan's reply. What she didn't know was that Natalie offered to divulge Chloe's and Luna's 3 sizes to Ethan for the price of 200 gold coins, which made the handsome teenager almost nod his head subconsciously. Fortunately, he managed to stop himself from doing that. Still, he earned laughter from the middle-aged lady, who seemed to know that he shared a special relationship with 2 ladies who had accompanied him in her shop. "Let's have some tea when you are free, okay?" "Sure. It's a promise, right?" "Okay." The pretty girl smiled before returning to her group of friends, who were all giggling as they threw Ethan sidelong glances. Chloe, who was right beside his cousin, wasn't too pleased with this outcome, but she didn't say anything and simply pouted. When Ethan had forced Lily to surrender in their duel, almost every student in the academy looked down on him for using such a disgusting spell. The ladies even made sure to cover their noses whenever they walked past him, silently shouting at him that he smelled bad. Of course, not everyone reacted this way, including the lady who had invited Ethan to an afternoon tea party with her friends. Since the handsome teenager wanted to get along with his schoolmates, he decided to accept their invitation in order to form good connections with them. Henry had drilled into his head that you never know what could happen in the future. The head prefect added that having connections with wizard families was better than having no one to lean on when things start to get troublesome. Since Ethan idolized Henry, he took his advice seriously and didn't reject those who wished to become his friends. "What's wrong, Chloe?" Ethan asked after seeing the annoyed look on his cousin's face. "Nothing," Chloe replied. "Let's just hurry and go to the Academy's treasury that's open to the public. You might find something there that will help you in our first mission." "Okay," Ethan nodded before holding her hand, which caught Chloe by surprise. However, she didn't resist or make any effort to pry Ethan's hand away from her. The two walked in this manner until they reached their destination. Brynhildr Academy had 2 treasuries. One of them housed priceless magical treasures, which were locked away somewhere within the academy grounds. The other one was the treasury that was open to the public, which motivated students to do their best in order to save up enough merit points to buy the items that were on display. With over 50,000 merit points under his belt, Ethan had enough resources to buy 1 or 2 magical artifacts in the treasury that would boost his chances of completing their field mission with ease. Ethan and Chloe formed a team together and registered as a duo. Truth be told, after the tournament ended, many approached Ethan to invite him to their party for the field missions. However, Ethan turned them down and said that he was already at a party with his cousin, Chloe. But even though he already told them this, some of them insisted that he should consider their offer if he found Chloe lacking and unable to complete their mission together. Ethan brushed off these side remarks and even remembered the people who looked down on his cousin. He had no intention of joining the group of people who only wanted him due to his popularity, which he had gained after Dud Manor became the champion of the Clash of Manors. When he was still powerless and had no prospects in the academy, no one else but Chloe helped him overcome the doubts in his heart. He would not allow others to look down on her, even if they didn't succeed in their mission. For him, having someone he trusted to look after his back was a good thing. He preferred to have his cousin by his side than some random snake who could bite his back when he least expected it. "Wow, there are so many magical artifacts here." Chloe couldn't help but stare in amazement at the number of artifacts that were on display. She was like a little girl who had come to the toy store for the first time in her life. Ethan couldn't help but smile after seeing Chloe like this, but he had to admit that even he didn't expect that the treasury would be this amazing. There were also other students browsing the items that were on display as if they were window shopping. When they noticed Ethan's presence, all of them looked at him with envy because they knew that he had enough merit points to buy a few things in the treasury. Ethan ignored their envious gazes and looked in the direction of the sword section, where several magical swords were on display. Even though he didn't know how to use a sword, he still felt drawn to them, perhaps influenced by the stories he had read about knights fighting against dragons and evil monsters that tried to invade their lands. However, after glancing at the merit points needed to purchase them, the handsome teenager almost choked on his own saliva. "This sword needs 40,000 merit points," Ethan muttered. "That one needs 45,000. The more he looked at the sword section, the more he felt that he was extremely lucky for being able to be awarded with 50,000 merit points after winning the tournament. Some of the swords even cost 80,000 merit points and above, which made the corner of Ethan's lips twitch. He had a feeling that even if he stayed in the academy for a year, he wouldn't have enough merit points to purchase the most expensive sword that was on display. After seeing everything in the sword section, he moved towards the armor section. There, he found armors that caught his interest, but just like the sword section, they all had high prices, making Ethan feel as if his 50,000 merit points were nothing to be happy about. After feeling like a poor person, He noticed Chloe staring intently at one of the displays in the accessory section. Feeling curious about what his cousin was looking at, Ethan snuck up behind her and took a peek. Chloe was looking at a pair of rings made of mithril that was emanating a faint light. It had a unique design that looked very pleasant to the eyes. It's no wonder she is staring at it intently, Ethan thought with a smile as he read the information about the ring that was on display. Guardian rings. These rings come in pairs and have a passive ability to cure their owners if they are poisoned. Take note that it couldn't completely cure all poisons, but it will allow their owners to resist its effects for a period of time, giving them time to get an antidote to fully cure it. These rings also allow their owners to communicate as long as they are within 1,000 meters of each other. The communication ability will lose its effectiveness once one of the ring holders goes out of range. These rings also protect their owners from the effects of miasma or similar elements for the duration of 2 hours. This ability can be used once a day. These rings can cast the spell Lux Eterna 3 times a day. These rings can also be used to cast a barrier that can protect its owner from offensive spells that are as strong as a fireball spell. Any spell that is above that category will shatter the barrier instantly. This ability can be used once a day. After reading the information about the rings, Ethan thought that it was a very useful accessory. 20,000 merit points, Ethan mused. For its effects, I think the price is worth it. Also, it comes in pairs, which is a good thing. After making sure that the rings would be very useful to him, Ethan lightly tapped Chloe's shoulder, causing the young beauty to jump up in shock. "Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Chloe complained as she pressed her right hand over her chest in an effort to calm herself down. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," Ethan replied apologetically. "As an apology, how about I buy that ring for you?" "Huh." Chloe blinked once then twice because she thought that she misheard her cousin. "I said, as an apology, I will buy that ring for you," Ethan repeated before catching the attention of one of the staff that was tasked to handle transactions in the treasury. "I would like to purchase these guardian rings, please." "Certainly," the lady who seemed to be in her early 30s replied with a smile. "That will be 20,000 merit points." Ethan nodded and pressed his hand over a crystal ball. A moment later, the number 20. 0 appeared, and the staff confirmed that the merit points had been transformed. "Here are the guardian rings," the lady said with a smile as she presented Ethan with an ornate box that contained the guardian rings. "Thank you for your purchase." Ethan casually opened the box and took one of the rings inside it. He then slid the guardian ring onto Chloe's ring finger, who seemed to be still in a daze. "Done," Ethan said before looking up to look at her cousin, whose gaze was fixed on the ring on his hand. A few minutes later, a blush appeared on Chloe's face before she thanked Ethan for his gift. "Here, as my way of thanking you, allow me to help you wear the other ring," Chloe stated. Without even waiting for Ethan's reply, she took the ring from the box and slid it onto Ethan's ring finger. When both rings were both worn by their owners, both of them glowed faintly, making the two teenagers shudder. They couldn't understand what just happened, but they immediately sensed some sort of connection with each other. As if wanting to experiment, Ethan decided to try one of the features of the ring right away. "Hello, testing. Can you hear me?" Ethan asked as he tried to talk to Chloe mentally. I can hear you," Chloe replied. "Is this one of the effects of the ring?" "It seems like it." "Incredible." Chloe felt genuinely happy because she felt somewhat closer to Ethan due to the unique abilities of the guardian rings. While the young lady was being immersed in happiness, Ethan began looking at the spear section of the treasury. A spear and a pitchfork might be different from each other, but both can be used in the same way when it comes to fighting. Although his molding ball was good, he felt that it was good to find another weapon that would be better than the one he currently had. But just as he was browsing the spear section, he couldn't help but feel that something was calling out to him at the corner of the room. Ethan followed this nagging feeling and came to another section of the treasury where the sign, "Defective goods, buy at your own risk," could be seen. It was a collection of magical artifacts that were damaged during its creation, making them unable to meet the requirements of their creator. However, even though they were flawed, their makers believed that some people could still use them. There was a famous saying that another man's trash is another man's treasure. With this principle in mind, their creators donated these flawed creations to Brynhildr Magic Academy, hoping that some of the students would be able to make use of them. Ethan's gaze landed on what seemed to be a trident, which was made with some kind of dark blue metal. He didn't know why, but for some reason, he felt as if the trident was calling out to him from the pile of flawed creations that the students in Brynhildr Academy ignored due to how random their effects were. "Let's have some tea when you are free, okay?" "Sure. It's a promise, right?" "Okay." The pretty girl smiled before returning to her group of friends, who were all giggling as they threw Ethan sidelong glances. Chloe, who was right beside his cousin, wasn't too pleased with this outcome, but she didn't say anything and simply pouted. When Ethan had forced Lily to surrender in their duel, almost every student in the academy looked down on him for using such a disgusting spell. The ladies even made sure to cover their noses whenever they walked past him, silently shouting at him that he smelled bad. Of course, not everyone reacted this way, including the lady who had invited Ethan to an afternoon tea party with her friends. Since the handsome teenager wanted to get along with his schoolmates, he decided to accept their invitation in order to form good connections with them. Henry had drilled into his head that you never know what could happen in the future. The head prefect added that having connections with wizard families was better than having no one to lean on when things start to get troublesome. Since Ethan idolized Henry, he took his advice seriously and didn't reject those who wished to become his friends. "What's wrong, Chloe?" Ethan asked after seeing the annoyed look on his cousin's face. "Nothing," Chloe replied. "Let's just hurry and go to the academy's treasury that's open to the public. You might find something there that will help you in our first mission." "Okay," Ethan nodded before holding her hand, which caught Chloe by surprise. However, she didn't resist or make any effort to pry Ethan's hand away from her. The two walked in this manner until they reached their destination. Brynhildr Academy had 2 treasuries. One of them housed priceless magical treasures, which were locked away somewhere within the academy grounds. The other one was the treasury that was open to the public, which motivated students to do their best in order to save up enough merit points to buy the items that were on display. With over 50,000 merit points under his belt, Ethan had enough resources to buy 1 or 2 magical artifacts in the treasury that would boost his chances of completing their field mission with ease. Ethan and Chloe formed a team together and registered as a duo. Truth be told, after the tournament ended, many approached Ethan to invite him to their party for the field missions. However, Ethan turned them down and said that he was already at a party with his cousin, Chloe. But even though he already told them this, some of them insisted that he should consider their offer if he found Chloe lacking and unable to complete their mission together. Ethan brushed off these side remarks and even remembered the people who looked down on his cousin. He had no intention of joining the group of people who only wanted him due to his popularity, which he had gained after Dud Manor became the champion of the Clash of Manors. When he was still powerless and had no prospects in the academy, no one else but Chloe helped him overcome the doubts in his heart. He would not allow others to look down on her, even if they didn't succeed in their mission. For him, having someone he trusted to look after his back was a good thing. He preferred to have his cousin by his side than some random snake who could bite his back when he least expected it. "Wow, there are so many magical artifacts here." Chloe couldn't help but stare in amazement at the number of artifacts that were on display. She was like a little girl who had come to the toy store for the first time in her life. Ethan couldn't help but smile after seeing Chloe like this, but he had to admit that even he didn't expect that the treasury would be this amazing. There were also other students browsing the items that were on display as if they were window shopping. When they noticed Ethan's presence, all of them looked at him with envy because they knew that he had enough merit points to buy a few things in the treasury. Ethan ignored their envious gazes and looked in the direction of the sword section, where several magical swords were on display. Even though he didn't know how to use a sword, he still felt drawn to them, perhaps influenced by the stories he had read about knights fighting against dragons and evil monsters that tried to invade their lands. However, after glancing at the merit points needed to purchase them, the handsome teenager almost choked on his own saliva. "This sword needs 40,000 merit points," Ethan muttered. "That one needs 45,000. The more he looked at the sword section, the more he felt that he was extremely lucky for being able to be awarded with 50,000 merit points after winning the tournament. Some of the swords even cost 80,000 merit points and above, which made the corner of Ethan's lips twitch. He had a feeling that even if he stayed in the academy for a year, he wouldn't have enough merit points to purchase the most expensive sword that was on display. After seeing everything in the sword section, he moved towards the armor section. There, he found armors that caught his interest, but just like the sword section, they all had high prices, making Ethan feel as if his 50,000 merit points were nothing to be happy about. After feeling like a poor person, he noticed Chloe staring intently at one of the displays in the accessory section. Feeling curious about what his cousin was looking at, Ethan snuck up behind her and took a peek. Chloe was looking at a pair of rings made of mithril that was emanating a faint light. It had a unique design that looked very pleasant to the eyes. "It's no wonder she is staring at it intently," Ethan thought with a smile as he read the information about the ring that was on display. Guardian rings. These rings come in pairs and have a passive ability to cure their owners if they are poisoned. Take note that it couldn't completely cure all poisons, but it will allow their owners to resist its effects for a period of time, giving them time to get an antidote to fully cure it. These rings also allow their owners to communicate as long as they are within 1,000 meters of each other. The communication ability will lose its effectiveness once one of the ring holders goes out of range. These rings also protect their owners from the effects of miasma or similar elements for the duration of 2 hours. This ability can be used once a day. These rings can cast the spell Lux Eterna 3 times a day. These rings can also be used to cast a barrier that can protect its owner from offensive spells that are as strong as a fireball spell. Any spell that is above that category will shatter the barrier instantly. This ability can be used once a day. After reading the information about the rings, Ethan thought that it was a very useful accessory. 20,000 merit points, Ethan mused. For its effects, I think the price is worth it. Also, it comes in pairs, which is a good thing. After making sure that the rings would be very useful to him, Ethan lightly tapped Chloe's shoulder, causing the young beauty to jump up in shock. "Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Chloe complained as she pressed her right hand over her chest in an effort to calm herself down. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," Ethan replied apologetically. "As an apology, how about I buy that ring for you?" "Huh," Chloe blinked once then twice because she thought that she misheard her cousin. "I said, as an apology, I will buy that ring for you," Ethan repeated before catching the attention of one of the staff that was tasked to handle transactions in the treasury. "I would like to purchase these guardian rings, please." "Certainly," the lady who seemed to be in her early 30s replied with a smile. "That will be 20,000 merit points." Ethan nodded and pressed his hand over a crystal ball. A moment later, the number 20,000 appeared, and the staff confirmed that the merit points had been transformed. "Here are the guardian rings," the lady said with a smile as she presented Ethan with an ornate box that contained the guardian rings. "Thank you for your purchase." Ethan casually opened the box and took one of the rings inside it. He then slid the guardian ring onto Chloe's ring finger, who seemed to be still in a daze. "Done," Ethan said before looking up to look at her cousin, whose gaze was fixed on the ring on his hand. A few minutes later, a blush appeared on Chloe's face before she thanked Ethan for his gift. "Here, as my way of thanking you, allow me to help you wear the other ring," Chloe stated. Without even waiting for Ethan's reply, she took the ring from the box and slid it onto Ethan's ring finger. When both rings were both worn by their owners, both of them glowed faintly, making the two teenagers shudder. They couldn't understand what just happened, but they immediately sensed some sort of connection with each other. As if wanting to experiment, Ethan decided to try one of the features of the ring right away. "Hello, testing. Can you hear me?" Ethan asked as he tried to talk to Chloe mentally. I can hear you," Chloe replied. "Is this one of the effects of the ring?" "It seems like it." "Incredible." Chloe felt genuinely happy because she felt somewhat closer to Ethan due to the unique abilities of the guardian rings. While the young lady was being immersed in happiness, Ethan began looking at the spear section of the treasury. A spear and a pitchfork might be different from each other, but both can be used in the same way when it comes to fighting. Although his molding ball was good, he felt that it was good to find another weapon that would be better than the one he currently had. But just as he was browsing the spear section, he couldn't help but feel that something was calling out to him at the corner of the room. Ethan followed this nagging feeling and came to another section of the treasury where the sign, "Defective Goods, Buy at Your Own Risk," could be seen. It was a collection of magical artifacts that were damaged during its creation, making them unable to meet the requirements of their creator. However, even though they were flawed, their makers believed that some people could still use them. There was a famous saying that another man's trash is another man's treasure. With this principle in mind, their creators donated these flawed creations to Brynhildr Magic Academy, hoping that some of the students would be able to make use of them. Ethan's gaze landed on what seemed to be a trident, which was made with some kind of dark blue metal. He didn't know why, but for some reason, he felt as if the trident was calling out to him from the pile of flawed creations that the students in Brynhildr Academy ignored due to how random their effects were. Ethan felt like something was calling out to him from the defective goods section, so he decided to give it a closer look. Once he arrived there, he didn't immediately try to pinpoint the location where the feeling was coming from. Instead, he checked the things that were on display. Mountain-splitting sword. With a single slash of this sword, an entire mountain will be split in half. Perfect when you plan to fight against Earth-type creatures, because it can instantly kill them with a single strike, maybe. According to eyewitnesses, this sword has been tested against a block of tofu. With a single strike, the tofu is cut in half, so the fact that it can cut something is guaranteed. You can get this amazing weapon for the incredibly low price of 30,000 merit points. P.S. We don't accept refunds. Lightning Storm of Death Dagger. This dagger can call upon a thunderstorm that will rain lightning bolts upon you and your enemies. According to the eyewitnesses of the first person who used this dagger, the first lightning bolt will always hit its wielder first. But since lightning doesn't hit the same place twice, you'll be fine, maybe. Note, lightning can hit the same place more than twice. This has been proven by the second owner of this dagger. What happened to him? Let's just say that he made a shocking discovery before turning into charcoal. You can get this amazing weapon for the incredibly low price of 50,000 merit points. P.S. This dagger doesn't come with life insurance. Make sure to get yourself insured before you use this dagger in a fight. God Bow of Explosions. As the name suggests, every time you fire an arrow using this bow, it will explode the moment it hits its target, similar to a fire bullet spell. You can get this amazing weapon for the incredibly low price of 20,000 merit points. P.S. There is a 50-50 chance that your arrow will explode right in front of your face every time you use it. There is also a 15% chance that your arrow will be imbued with a fireball spell. But since there is a 50-50 chance of explosions, the chances of that fireball exploding in your face are 50-50 as well. The reason why this is called the God bow of explosions is that you have a 50-50 chance to see God every time you use it. The more Ethan read the information about the defective goods on display, the more he thought that whoever made this section must have a few screws loose in their head. Each item on display in the section had a very domineering name like Divine Rapier, Exodia Card, Ultimate Final Fantasy, 1000 Hit Combo Knuckles, and the like, but the descriptions of the items were very sketchy as hell. Not to mention, their prices ranged from 20,000 merit points up to 100,000 merit points. Even if Ethan were to have over 100,000 merit points in hand, he wouldn't consider buying any of the items there. More often than not, the possibility of getting killed by these magical artifacts, or them not working when you needed them the most, was high. It was simply ridiculous, and the handsome teenager wondered if there was a single sane soul in Brynhildr Academy who would actually purchase any of the items on the list. Just as Ethan was about to turn a corner, he saw George and the staff of the treasury, standing in front of a display casing that showcased a plain-looking war axe. "You have good eyes, young man," an old man wearing an eye patch said with a smile. "This war axe is called the God of War Axe. According to history, this war axe had slain over 100 gods in the past. Its previous owner, Kratos, decided to donate it here in Brynhildr Academy so that it can be wielded by the next god slayer. The moment I saw you walk into the treasury, I immediately knew that you are a man of great courage and valor. Even now, I can tell that the God of War Axe is calling out to you." "Ha ha ha, you have good eyes, old man," George replied with a smug expression on his face. "Although I didn't feel anything upon seeing this war axe, I believe that what you say is the truth. Do you know, I am one of the members of Dud Manor who fought against the tournament and won all my matches. A single slap from me sent all my enemies flying. They didn't even get the chance to say their last words." "Amazing," the old man, who had the smile of a scammer, praised George after hearing his bragging. "I knew it. This God of War axe was left here to become yours. It is our best-selling item as well." What do you mean best-selling item?" George blinked. "Isn't this one of a kind?" "Ah, I'm sorry." The old man immediately tried to correct the mistake he made due to a slip in the tongue. "I mean, this is the best-selling weapon that I want to sell, but this weapon is very picky. It only allows heroes to touch it for the first time. How about you try it?" George raised his chin arrogantly before opening the case and held the war axe firmly with his hands. He then took it casually out of the case as if it were nothing, making the old man clap in awe and admiration. "Indeed, you are the chosen one," the old man stated. "The man among men, the dragon among dragons, the hero among heroes." George then admired the plain-looking war axe and tried a few practice swings with it. "Its balance is perfect," George commented. "It was as if this weapon was specially made just for me." "Young man, I already told you that this is our best-selling our best legendary weapon here in this section," the old man said with a smile. "How about I wrap it for you before you change your mind? Just remember, we don't accept refunds, okay?" "But this weapon costs 100,000 merit points," George stated. "I only have 50,000 merit points." "Ha ha ha, you are in luck, young man, right now. We are having a sale," the old man said as he hastily placed the war axe inside a wooden box that would serve as its storage and even tied a red ribbon to it. "You said you only have 50,000 merit points, right? You came here at the right time because all items here are now 50% off for a day." George looked at the old man in surprise, but this surprise didn't last long as the third year smiled from ear to ear. "This must be fate at work," George commented. "Very well, since you convinced me, old man, I'll be taking this God of War axe with me." "Excellent choice," the old man clapped his hands. "Now just sign this no-refund contract, and this weapon is as good as yours." George didn't even blink and hastily signed the no-refund contract before placing his hand over a crystal ball. All his merit points were then transferred to the old man, who was smiling from ear to ear. Chloe, who was standing beside Ethan, tugged at his robe and whispered something in his ear. "Should we not stop this trade?" Chloe whispered. "I'm afraid that George is getting scammed." Ethan nodded and was about to step in when he heard a familiar voice reach his ear. "Don't interfere. Sometimes people need to learn their lessons the hard way. However, even though that war axe is not really the god of war axe, it is still a decent magical weapon that will serve your friend well." The Cheshire Cat's voice said in a teasing manner, stopping Ethan in his tracks. The handsome teenager scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't see the sign of the cat anywhere. Due to this sudden lapse in judgment, Ethan wasn't able to do anything as George happily left the scene, holding the wooden box where his new weapon was stored. Suddenly, the old man glanced in Ethan's and Chloe's direction before giving them a business smile, which made Chloe take a step back. "Welcome, dear customers," the old man greeted. "My name is James. May I interest you in buying some legendary weapons for a very affordable price? All items are 50% off, and it is only limited for today. Grab one of these items, and I promise you that you will not regret it for a day or two." Ethan and Chloe glanced at each other before nodding at the same time. They then backed away as fast as they could from the defective goods section, leaving the old man looking at them with a smile that made him look like an old bandit who would not hesitate to steal a lollipop from a baby. "My dear customers, where are you going?" The old man wearing an eye patch, whom they had run away from, suddenly appeared in front of them with a business smile. "Don't you want to purchase amazing magical artifacts for a discounted price? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you know." "And no thank you," Chloe stuttered. "Ethan, we still have something to do, right? Let's go. See you later, mister." The young lady grabbed hold of Ethan's hand and pulled him away from the defective goods section. This time, the old man didn't stop them and even stood aside to let them pass. However, just as Ethan was about to pass the old man with the smile of a bandit, the old man said something in a volume that only Ethan could hear. "I'll be here until midnight," the old man said. "Make sure to come back before then while our 50% discount is still in effect." Ethan glanced at the old man, but the latter only smiled and even waved back at him. He could still feel the strong attraction coming from the defective goods section, and it made him consider the old man's words seriously. 2 hours later, Ethan and Chloe finally returned to the Dud Manor after browsing the rest of the items on display in the Academy's treasury. As soon as they entered the manor, they immediately heard George's bragging as he showed Henry and Noah the god of war axe that he had bought not long ago. "With this weapon, I will be invincible," George stated as he raised the war axe above his head. "Even gods have to fear me now." Henry shook his head helplessly as he looked at his best friend with pity. He had already told George that he had been scammed, but the latter refused to believe his words. Noah, who shared the same opinion with his head prefect, could only sigh as George did some practice swings in the Dud Manor common room. "George, you don't even use war axes," Noah commented. "Isn't your specialty short swords?" "I will still use short swords," George replied. "This is my hidden trump card, and I will only use it as a last resort. After all, I can't let people know that I am now a god slayer." "The only thing you can slay with that thing is a chicken," Henry stated. "Let's go back to the treasury. I will even ask Professor Lionel for assistance to help you get a refund." "HMPH, you're just jealous because I managed to strike a bargain," George smirked. "What did you do with your 50,000 merit points? Bought a necklace and an earring for your fiancé as a gift for your anniversary." "Actually, it was a necklace and a ring," Henry corrected. "Close enough." "Well, you're not wrong." At that moment, they finally noticed Ethan and Chloe's presence. Henry and Noah immediately asked them for help in order to convince George to refund his purchase. Chloe tried for a bit, but George didn't pay her any attention. Ethan, on the other hand, told everyone about what the Cheshire Cat told him when George bought the war axe. The Cheshire Cat said that, Henry frowned. Ethan nodded. That's what he said. George, who had already started to feel that he had indeed been scammed, felt as if a savior had appeared. Because of this, the worries in his heart disappeared, and he even gave Henry and Noah the "I told you so" look, which made Henry snort. Well, since the Cheshire cat said that it's fine, I guess I'll no longer convince you to return that item to get a refund, Henry stated. Although he can be mischievous at times, there are occasions that his advice can be very helpful. You people just think too much, George commented. You guys should have more faith in me. Henry walked towards his best friend and patted his shoulder. Sorry if I doubted you, Henry said. Apology accepted, George replied with a smirk. Well then, shall we all have lunch? I'm getting hungry. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement, so they all went to the dining hall of the academy together to eat. However, as Ethan followed them from behind, the words of the old man wearing an eye patch once again resonated inside his head. 2 hours before midnight. The treasury of the academy that was available to the public was open until midnight. But since it was already very late in the night, only the staff who were in charge of the treasury were there. Not a single student could be seen anywhere, with the exception of Ethan. The teenage boy walked towards the defective goods section and once again felt the strong attraction calling out to him. So, young man, are you here to buy something? The old man wearing an eye patch, who goes by the name James, welcomed Ethan as soon as he saw him. Can I take a look first? Ethan inquired. Be my guest, James replied, and made a gesture for Ethan to browse the items that were on display. This time, he no longer aimlessly wandered in the defective goods section and used his senses to determine the location of the feeling that was calling out to him. After walking for a minute, he arrived at a display case that was located at the very corner of the defective goods section. Inside of the transparent case was something that looked like a trident. It was made from a dark blue metal that Ethan had no idea about. However, what caught his attention the most was the handle of the trident. It had just enough length to be held with one hand. Calling it a trident was already a stretch. It looked like one of those Eastern weapons that was called a sai. A sai was a dagger-type weapon that came in pairs and held like a short sword. However, the name written on the display insisted that it was a trident. Also, there was one more thing that Ethan found intriguing. Instead of giving an introduction to the weapon and a bit of its history, the only thing he saw was a poem, adding to the weapon's mystery. Sea God's Trident. In the depths of the sea, where the waves do reside, lies the Sea God's Trident, with power so wide. A weapon of legend, with a three-pronged spear. It commands the oceans, instills both hope and fear. In the realm of Atlantis, where secrets are kept, the trident's true power, in silence, is kept. But in myths and in tales, its glory does shine. A symbol of dominion over watery brine. In its wielder's grip, the tempest roars. Upon his trident, tales of yore. A god of the waters, fierce and bold. His trident's tale, in legends, is told. So, raise your voice and sing with pride, as you hold the sea god's trident by your side. In realms of sea, where mysteries hide, a single swing, and the world divides. As soon as Ethan finished reading the poem, the sea god's trident glowed faintly in front of him. The beautiful singing of a mermaid resounded in his ears. And for a brief moment, he was almost in tears. Ethan didn't know why he suddenly felt like crying after hearing the mermaid song that played in his ears. He just felt so sad and heartbroken that he almost teared up. Fortunately, he managed to shake off this strong urge, and he once again looked at the sea god's trident in front of him. As if understanding his intent, James walked to his side and smiled. The sea god's trident, a most excellent choice, young man, James said. As the name suggests, this trident used to belong to a sea god eons ago. Unfortunately, as pantheons rose and fell, even the ancient gods had long ceased to exist and had been forgotten as time went on. I can tell that you and this weapon share a connection. So, how about it? It was originally priced at 60,000 merit points. But as I've told you, all the items here have a 50% discount until midnight, so you can get it for a very low price of 30,000 merit points. Ethan didn't know whether it was just a coincidence, or if James knew how many merit points he exactly had. Either way, the remaining merit points in his possession were just a little over 30,000, which was just enough to purchase the Sea God's trident if he wished to do so. Can I return the weapon if it's defective? Sorry, but we have a no-refund policy. Once you buy it, it cannot be returned. Ethan sighed in his heart, feeling quite conflicted at the moment. A part of him wanted to get the Sea God's trident, and the other half was very wary of the old man, whom Henry had said to be a scammer. But after thinking for a few minutes, the teenage boy decided to take a leap of faith and agreed to buy the weapon from James. You made the right choice, young man. James nodded his head in satisfaction. Sometimes we need to take a gamble in life to see its ups and downs. Walking down the easy path will not get you to the place where you need to be. If anything, it will only give you regrets because time doesn't wait for anyone. Once you grow old like me, you will look back at the past events in your life and wish you could have done things differently. Remember this, Ethan, you will never know how strong you are until you have no other option but to be strong. James then patted the young man's head before taking out the Sea God's trident from its display case and placing it inside a wooden box. That will be 30,000 merit points, James said as he presented a crystal ball to Ethan. Ethan placed his hand over the crystal ball, and 30,000 merit points were deducted from him. After the transaction was done, James handed him the wooden box, to which Ethan replied with a thumbs up. Allow me to give you one more piece of advice before you leave this place, Ethan, James stated. Happily ever after is not a fairy tale, but a choice. If you wish for everyone to be happy, then you need to put in a lot of effort to make them happen, especially if you love more than one girl, if you know what I mean. James chuckled before walking away, leaving Ethan deep in his thoughts. Half an hour later, the handsome teenager returned to his room, where he opened the wooden box. Inside, it was the Sea God's trident that faintly glowed in the darkness. Back in the treasury, he felt like he wasn't in the right place to hold the weapon in his hand. Now that he was back in his room, he reached out to hold its handle and held it firmly in his hand. A second later, he found himself in a familiar blue world, where the sea extended over the horizon. Not far from him was Illumina, who was resting on top of a rock and looking at the Sea God's trident in his hand with a shocked expression on her face. Where did you get this? Illumina asked. How did this come into your possession? After Ethan's battle with Kurt, the mermaid princess told him that she would go into hibernation for several days to recover her strength. During that time, Ethan wouldn't be able to use magic because his wand wouldn't react to it. However, after Ethan touched the Sea God's trident, Illumina woke up from her slumber. The residual magical power that it possessed allowed her to manifest. I bought it from the Academy's treasury, Ethan replied. It was in the defective goods section. Academy's treasury, Illumina blinked in confusion. Defective goods section, you got this in that place. Yes, I did. Just what kind of place sells relics that belong to an ancient god? After hearing Illumina's words, Ethan became curious and decided to ask her a few questions. Is this weapon really a relic from a god? Ethan asked. Is it authentic? It is authentic, Illumina replied. But it is also damaged. You can even say that it has lost its original strength. In its current form, the most it can do is manifest 1% of its original power. Of course, if it can be fixed, then its performance will substantially increase. I dare say that, if you manage to fully repair it, only a handful of people in this world would dare to fight you. Seeing how serious the mermaid princess expression was, Ethan believed that she was telling the truth. But after chatting with her a bit longer, he found out that there were only a handful of blacksmiths in the world who could repair a weapon that once belonged to a god. At a minimum, their proficiency level in smithing must be at a godly level. Only then would they be able to repair the sea god's trident. Don't think too much about it, Illumina advised. Consider yourself extremely lucky that you got your hands on an ancient relic that once belonged to a god, even if you can only use a fraction of its true power. Ethan looked at the dark blue trident, whose handle only had enough space to be gripped by one hand. He still didn't know how to activate its powers, but something was telling him that he would know more about it when the right time came. As for when that right time would be, only time could tell. The next day after Ethan went to the treasury, an unexpected guest came to visit him in the Dud Manor very early in the morning. This visitor made Ethan feel anxious. She was smiling at him, but it was as if she wanted to eat him alive. Good morning, Lily. Ethan greeted the cutest first year in the academy, whom he had fought in the clash of manners. Good morning, Ethan, Lily replied. Do you have time after class today? I don't have anything planned after class today, Ethan answered. Lily clapped her hands together. Great! I would like to talk to you about something very important. So, can you go and visit me in the Jaeger Manor after classes? Don't worry, I already asked Sir Eren for permission to let you enter our manor. The corner of Ethan's lips twitched after hearing Lily's words. Right now, the most dangerous place in the academy for him was the Jaeger Manor. He had offended the entire manor by using a stink spell in the arena, preventing their fighters from fighting to their fullest. Whenever he walked into the academy and saw a member of the Jaeger Manor, he'd see them glaring at him, and some were even emitting murderous intent. Ethan believed that if not for the rule that prohibited attacking someone in the academy grounds using spells, which was punishable by expulsion, he would definitely be in the infirmary right about now, spending his days bedridden. I don't think that's a good idea, Lily, Ethan replied in an apologetic tone. Can we meet somewhere else? Somewhere else? Lily pondered a bit as if she didn't expect that Ethan would reject her invitation. After a few minutes of silence, the cute first year walked up to Ethan and whispered something in his ears. Meet me at the outskirts of the great Eagle Forest after classes end today, Lily said. I will wait for you in the clearing where the manors set up their camps during the weekends. You are also not allowed to bring anyone or tell anyone that we are going to talk in private. If I don't see you there later, you'll be sorry, Tilda. After saying those words, Lily took a step back before winking at Ethan. She then walked towards the door without looking back and left without another single word. This left the teenage boy, looking at the closed door with a helpless look on his face. Just what is she up to? Ethan thought as he sighed in his heart. He had a feeling that if he really didn't go and meet up with Lily after class ended, something bad would happen to him, which he might regret in the future. What's wrong with you? Chloe asked as she sparred with Ethan in their martial art training class. Pay more attention, or I might accidentally hit you below the belt. Sorry, Ethan replied as he lightly clapped his cheeks in order to regain his focus. Let's continue. Chloe shook her head and eased up her fighting stance. That won't do, Chloe stated. I have boosted my strength with Magna Amplifico. One wrong strike and you will really seriously get injured. Tell me what's bothering you. Maybe I can help. Ethan was very tempted to confide to his cousin about Lily's invitation. However, he didn't dare to do it for fear that Chloe would get involved in something that she shouldn't poke her nose into. It's really nothing, Ethan replied. I was just thinking about that old man James in the treasury. That old scammer, Chloe frowned after remembering the old man who was wearing an eye patch. Don't tell me you bought something from the defective goods section. Ethan averted his gaze, which made Chloe's eyes widen in shock. You bought something? Chloe inquired in disbelief. Yeah, Ethan replied honestly. Unbelievable. I know that you might be naive, but you're not gullible. How can you let that old man trick you, especially after what happened with George? Let's just say that he made me an offer that I wasn't able to refuse. I'll leave it at that. Chloe sighed deeply and gave her cousin a look of disapproval. However, after remembering that Ethan had spent 20,000 merit points in order to give her the guardian ring, which she treated as a treasure, she decided to no longer pursue the matter. "Show me what you bought later, okay?" Chloe stated. "I am curious what kind of defective goods you bought from that old man." "Okay," Ethan nodded. A few minutes later, the two once again sparred with each other. Since Ethan couldn't use any magic, he did his best to dodge Chloe's attack. However, since his opponent was boosted by the Magna Amplifico spell, he was unable to keep up with her. Fortunately, Chloe would stop her attacks right before she hit Ethan, making the latter suffer no injuries from their sparring match. "I pity the thugs who'd target you, thinking of you as a helpless, ordinary girl," Ethan commented. "They are going to receive a one-sided beating." Chloe smiled sweetly after hearing Ethan's praise, because she also shared the same thoughts. After joining the martial classes, the young lady dedicated herself to learning self-defense. She was very competitive in nature, and seeing that Nicole, Alice, and Lily were very good at fighting, she decided that she didn't want to be left behind. Chloe trained just as hard as Ethan did during her free time, and would often seek advice from their nightly professor, Sir Noel. Although Ethan was certain that he could beat Chloe if she didn't boost her body's performance with the Magna Amplifico spell, he didn't deny the possibility of the young lady having a hidden ace up her sleeve. After a short break, the two sparred once again, which allowed Ethan to temporarily forget his meeting with one of the strongest first years in the academy, whom he defeated by pure luck. He wasn't aware that, while he and Chloe were sparring, several ravens were eyeing him from a safe distance. Ravens that belonged to the members of the Jaeger Manor, who were looking for a perfect opportunity to strike. After classes ended, Ethan didn't head directly to where he was supposed to meet Lily. He first looked for his head prefect and confided in him, telling him about the invitation he received from the pillar of Jaeger Manor. He had a nagging feeling that something was amiss, and it was better to be safe than sorry. Henry listened to his explanations silently until he finished talking. "Since she said that you are not allowed to bring anyone with you, it will be hard for me to follow you because they will be on guard," Henry commented. "Do you have a plan in mind?" Ethan nodded. "Sir Henry, if I'm not back before midnight, please tell the professors about my meeting with Lily. Although I'm hoping that she really only wanted to talk to me in private, I just can't shake off the feeling that something bad will happen." Henry pondered a bit before giving Ethan 2 red balls that were the size of a gold coin. "If something happens, throw one of these into the air," Henry stated. "These balls are like flares, and they will shine brightly for an entire minute before fading away. I will be paying attention in the direction of the Great Eagle Forest. The moment I see the signal, I will immediately come to your rescue." Ethan felt touched, not expecting that his head prefect would give him some kind of insurance, just in case something unexpected happened. "Thank you, Sir Henry," Ethan replied. "I will be going now. I don't want Lily to get suspicious or anything." "Go, don't worry, I got your back." "Thank you again, Sir Henry." Ethan no longer tarried and left the Dud Manor in haste. Just to be sure, he also brought the sea god's trident with him just in case he would need something to protect himself. Right now, he couldn't use any magic. His body was still recovering from using Fey magic. If Lily were to really attack him in his current state, it would just be like an adult fighting a toddler in a boxing match. Going to their meeting place wasn't an easy feat, and it took Ethan nearly an hour to reach his destination. Wizards and witches could easily reach that place in just a few minutes if they used their brooms to fly. The owner of the shop named Brooms for All Seasons, Mr. Carwell, had informed Ethan that he should meet him during the weekend a few weeks ago. However, at the time that he was about to go to Limburg town to do the testing of Flying Broom, Wind Dancer, something came up and he had to cancel their meeting. He told him that he would contact him again as soon as possible, but Ethan still hadn't gotten any letter from him. He also visited the Brooms for All Seasons when he, Chloe, and Luna went to Limburg town, but the clerk only said that Mr. Carwell suddenly went somewhere without informing her when he would return. "I wish he'd return soon," Ethan muttered just as he was about to enter the clearing where Lily was waiting for him. After checking his surroundings, Ethan confirmed that the cute first year hadn't arrived yet. Because of this, he decided to just sit on one of the logs that were used as chairs by the people who use the clearing as their camp during the weekends. Suddenly, and without any warning, 2 dire wolves and 2 dire bears charged at the clearing, encircling Ethan. A few seconds later, more animals of different shapes and colors emerged from the forest and entered the clearing, gathering a few meters away from the teenage boy, giving him no place to run. Ethan stood up and put his left hand in his robe pocket where the red balls were being kept, ready to throw them at a moment's notice. In his right hand, he was holding the sea god's trident as a weapon, just in case the animals were to attack him. The only reason why Ethan didn't immediately use the red balls was because he didn't forget that he was still within the boundary of the academy. That meant that the animals in front of him belonged to the students of the academy, so they would most likely not attack him unless he did something to provoke their owners. "I didn't expect to receive such a warm welcome," Ethan said in a volume that was enough for anyone hiding within the forest to hear. "Is this what you want to talk about, Lily?" At that moment, he heard the sound of several footsteps coming from the trees behind him, which made him turn around. "Lily isn't here," a chubby teenager stated. "At least not yet. My comrades are doing their best to delay her arrival." "Oh," Ethan arched an eyebrow. "I came here because I have an appointment with her." "We know," a young man wearing glasses replied. "That is why we are here. We can't allow someone like you to taint our angel. Just thinking of you marking her with your colors makes me angry to no end." "That's right," another student shouted. "You better stay away from Lily. You already won the tournament and you're still making advances on her. Don't force her to go on a date with you just because you won." A handsome young man glared at Ethan. "Forcing a girl to become your girlfriend just because you beat her in a duel isn't very manly." "Scum. Philanderer. You already have Chloe, and you still won our angel." "Womanizer. Trash. Stinky dud." The animals that were surrounding Ethan roared, growled, shrieked, and screeched accordingly. Clearly, they sided with their owners and made sure to let the handsome young man know that they didn't like him as well. Ethan held his ground and scanned his surroundings. 8 wizards, 2 witches, Ethan thought. Are they part of Lily's fan club, or do they just want to mess with me because of what happened during the tournament? While he was deep in thought, one of the first years pointed in his direction and ordered his beast companion to strike. "Teach him a lesson, Brutus," the chubby teenager ordered. "Make sure that after this day he will no longer talk to Lily again." One of the dire bears that encircled Ethan at the beginning stood on its hind legs and roared. Just as the dire bear was about to pounce on Ethan, the teenage boy saw something big and white in the distance, which made his face turn grim. That creature was more dangerous than the animals around him combined. This creature was very familiar to him, and it was looking back at him with an amused expression on its face, which couldn't be concealed even if it was hiding behind a tree. Everyone, run!" Ethan shouted before pointing behind the dire bear, making the beast stop its charge. "It's Coco." The students that had surrounded him all froze before looking in the direction that Ethan was pointing at. There, they saw a white gorilla that stood around 4 meters tall. The gorilla smirked at the students before walking in their direction. "Boo," Coco said with a devilish smile on its primate face. Now that its cover was blown, it decided to show itself and have some fun. "Run," the chubby teenager shouted before running at full speed back to the academy. When it came to knowledge about magical creatures living in the Great Eagle Forest, there was no one more knowledgeable about them than the members of Jaeger Manor. Since they specialized in everything related to common animals, magical creatures, and monsters, all of them were aware of the 3 overlords of the Great Eagle Forest that must be avoided at all costs. The other students also snapped out of their daze and decided to run as well. But due to the fear that overwhelmed their senses, some stumbled on the ground, while others were unable to even start running because they were frozen in fear. The two girls tried to scream, but no sound came out of their lips. It was as if they had been silenced by the silentium spell, preventing them from making any noise. "Please don't eat me," one of the boys that had stumbled and unable to get up pleaded. "I don't taste that good." "Please don't kill me," another boy shouted. "I still haven't kissed a girl. I don't want to die yet." The other students also begged and pleaded to be spared, but their voices were just like music to Coco's ears, who moved with even strides until he reached the clearing. Sensing that their lives were about to end, the two girls hugged each other and cried. The boys, on the other hand, watched in horror as the white gorilla moved towards the two girls with a look of hunger on its face. "Coco, stop," Ethan shouted as he stood between the white gorilla and the two girls that had already collapsed on the ground, while hugging each other. "My, if it isn't Ethan," Coco smiled evilly. "Fancy meeting you here. Would you like to join me for an afternoon snack?" "If you want a snack, I'll go and get it from the Academy's kitchen," Ethan replied. "Don't harm the students of the Academy." "Oh, please drop the heroic act, Ethan," Coco chuckled. "Why do you care about the lives of these people? They tried to harm you a while ago, yet you're still trying to protect them. I'm very worried about your future." The white gorilla then lowered its head before whispering something in Ethan's ear. "What I hate the most are martyrs," Coco replied. "They are all stupid people. Also, they are the first ones to die." Without any warning, the white gorilla pushed Ethan, sending him flying several meters away before crashing on the ground. Now that the nuisance was out of the way, Coco smiled down at the two girls, who had started to pee on themselves out of fear. "Now where was I?" Coco said. "Ah, yes, I am here to introduce myself. I am Coco, and no, I am not interested in knowing the names of my snacks. Well then, thank you for the meal." Suddenly, something small and round hit the side of Coco's face, which the latter caught with his hand. "A ball!" Coco frowned after seeing the coin-sized red ball that Ethan threw to his face. A second later, the red ball exploded at point-blank range, making Coco take a few steps back. Seeing that his surprise attack worked, Ethan threw the other ball towards the sky, where it exploded, and sent out a red smoke, signaling his head prefect that something troublesome had happened in the Great Eagle Forest. "Ethan, Ethan, my dear Ethan," Coco said as it waved the red smoke away from his body. "Do not test my patience, little friend. Even someone as kind and benevolent as me can get angry." "If you really are kind and benevolent, you won't harm the students of the Academy," Ethan replied. "Unfortunately, I am only able to become kind and benevolent on a full stomach," Coco smirked. "When I'm hungry, it is hard to be kind and benevolent." Ethan had a feeling that Coco wouldn't harm him, but he just couldn't stand by and let the other students of the Academy get hurt. Even if they were the people that tried to teach him a lesson due to a misunderstanding about Lily. As if reacting to his feelings, the sea god's trident in his hand started to emit a faint heat that caught Ethan by surprise. A moment later, he felt his body suddenly become strong. Much stronger when he was under the influence of the spell, Amplifico. Although he was unsure of what was happening to him, he believed that he was under the effects of the spell, Magna Amplifico. No, it was a stronger version of the spell. He could feel his body's performance being boosted. Another thing he noticed was that he had become more clear-headed. Even though he was afraid to face Coco's anger, he was still able to think properly and not too affected by the fear he was feeling. "Is this the effect of the sea god's trident?" Ethan thought as he looked at the weapon in his hand. "Amazing." Coco ignored the two ladies and ran in Ethan's direction. He intended to knock out the teenage boy first before he dealt with the rest of the students who were still paralyzed due to fear. "Come!" Ethan shouted as he held the trident in his hand, whose handle extended until it became a true trident. Coco sneered before smashing the ground with both hands, sending rocks and dirt flying towards the handsome teenager in front of him, who was staring back at him with a determined look on his face. Instead of facing Coco's attack head-on, Ethan sprinted to the side with the fastest speed he could muster in an attempt to evade the flurry of rocks and dirt that were sent flying in his direction. Since Coco's strike had a wide area of effect, Ethan thought that he wouldn't be able to completely evade it. Fortunately, the boost he got from the sea god's trident was better than he thought. He was much faster and stronger than before. This allowed him to jump away far enough at the last second, allowing only a few small rocks to hit his body before he fell and rolled on the ground safely. "It seems that you're a lot faster since the last time I saw you, Ethan," Coco said, after seeing Ethan's desperate struggle to dodge his attack. "But it's not enough." As if to prove his point, Coco lunged at Ethan, and the young man's face turned grim. He had not fully recovered from his evasion that now, and he would need a few more seconds to catch his breath. Unfortunately, Coco didn't have any intention to give him that much time. However, just as the white gorilla was about to smack the fallen teenager, a small blur appeared beside it, catching its attention. Ethan's eyes widened in shock when he saw Lily in her bestial form suddenly appear and kick the white gorilla's body from the side. But Coco easily blocked her attack and even initiated a counterattack by brandishing its other hand to slap Lily away. In a show of incredible dexterity and agility, Lily used Coco's counterattack to propel herself backwards. She spun a few times in the air before landing harmlessly on the ground. "Oh, now that's something I don't see every day." Coco's interest was piqued after seeing that the young lady with wolf ears and tail was perfectly unharmed by his perfectly timed counter. "What's your name, girl?" "Lily," Lily replied. "Although you are less tasty than Ethan, I'm sure that I'm going to enjoy having you as a snack." Coco grinned. The young lady didn't reply because she knew that the monster in front of her was stronger than her. In her bestial form, her senses were heightened to their limit, allowing her to know just how dangerous Coco was. "This white gorilla is stronger than the rumors I've heard when I arrived here in the academy," Lily thought. "I might be able to run away, but the others will not be able to make it." While Coco's attention was diverted to Lily, Ethan propped himself up and hastily backed away. "You two, run away from here, now," Ethan shouted at the two girls, who suddenly gained hope after seeing Lily had come to save them. Due to the young man's shout, the two girls snapped out of their daze and finally regained the strength to move their bodies. The boys, who were also paralyzed with fear earlier, also regained their vigor and ran away, leaving Ethan and Lily behind. Coco didn't even bother to stop them and simply focused his attention on the wolf girl in front of it. Since Ethan's and Lily's attention was focused on the white gorilla in front of them, they didn't miss Coco's furs standing up like sharp needles, glistening in the faint light. This gave them a very bad premonition. Suddenly, and without any warning, these white needles shot in every direction, giving the two teenagers no place to hide. *T. Ethan cursed out loud as he hastily activated one of the abilities of the Guardian Ring, allowing him to create a barrier of light that shielded him from the countless needles that were headed in his direction. Lily, on the other hand, stomped her right foot forward before jumping high in the air like a cannonball, evading Coco's surprise attack. The trees that bordered the clearing weren't so lucky. Coco's needle-like furs broke them all apart as if they were hit by countless shotgun shells. What a monster, Ethan thought as the barrier he had cast shattered after receiving the brunt of Coco's attack. Fortunately, it held until the last second, preventing the teenage boy from getting hurt. "So fun," Coco chuckled. "Both of you are very fun to play wit." Coco wasn't able to finish its words because out of nowhere, a silver dagger flew towards its right eye. The white gorilla's instinct allowed it to perceive the sneak attack that came out of nowhere, allowing it to move its head to the side in order to dodge it. As the dagger was about to harmlessly pass to the side of Coco's face, something unexpected happened. The head prefect of the Dud Manor, Henry, appeared in the location of the dagger and unleashed a roundhouse kick on Coco's face, catching the monster by surprise. The kick connected, and the white gorilla grunted before taking a few steps back. Henry then vanished without a trace and reappeared several meters away from Ethan, holding the silver dagger in his hand. "Are you okay, Ethan?" Henry asked. "Don't worry, the other professors are on the way. We just need to hold out until they arrive." Coco wiped the blood that oozed at the corner of its lips as it eyed Henry with a cold gaze. It then made a throat-slitting gesture with its thumb over its neck, as if telling the newcomer that he was good as dead. However, instead of acting upon his threat, Coco snorted before running away in haste. The white gorilla had sensed the presence of several wizards and witches heading in its direction, so it decided to run away for the time being. Ethan, Lily, and Henry watched the beast go and didn't bother to run after it. Even if the three of them worked together, the chances of defeating such a powerful magical beast were slim. A few seconds later, the loud rustling of leaves was heard in the forest as over a dozen flying brooms flew over them. The wizard at the lead of the formation was the knightly professor, Sir Lionel, followed by Professor Violet, Professor Enjal, and several other professors who had seen the magical flare that Ethan had thrown in the sky. What Ethan didn't know was that the red balls that Henry had given him were signal flares that symbolized great danger. So all the professors who had seen it gathered at once in order to assess the situation. "What happened here?" Sir Lionel asked in a solemn tone after seeing the destruction in the surroundings. "Are you having a non-approved magical duel on the academy grounds?" "No, Professor Lionel," Henry replied. "Coco came and attacked the students here." "What?" Professor Enjal's eyes widened in shock after hearing Henry's report. He then flew towards one of the fallen trees and inspected the razor-sharp, white fur that was embedded in it. "There's no mistaking it," Professor Enjal said in a grave tone. "It's that white gorilla's fur. How did it manage to break through the Academy's barrier?" "Violet with me," Professor Lionel stated. "The rest spread out and find traces of the monster. No matter what happens, do not engage it alone. Send a signal flare if you see it. We will fight it together. Enjal, take these three back to the Academy. Don't let them linger here." "I understand," Professor Enjal nodded. "The three of you follow me now." Ethan, Lily, and Henry glanced at each other before following Professor Enjal's orders. That day, all the professors and even the fourth years of the Academy were mobilized in order to sweep the outskirts of the Great Eagle Forest, in search of the white gorilla, who vanished without a trace. Deep inside the Great Eagle Forest, Coco looked back in the direction of the Academy with a smirk on its face. A moment later, a calm and steady voice sounded in its ears. "You really are good at playing the part of the villain, Coco." The white gorilla stared at the space in front of it and narrowed its eyes. Although there was nothing in front of it, it knew that an old friend was standing there and talking to it. "That's because you were late, and that boy, Ethan, seemed to be in a pickle," Coco scoffed. "It seems that your school policy is getting lax. Or are you just too soft-hearted to punish your students?" "Rest assured, I will summon everyone involved in this incident to my office and give them a stern warning." Professor Reinhardt suddenly materialized in front of Coco with a smile. "I have to thank you. Had you not stepped in at that time, I might have been left with no choice but to expel them for breaking the Academy's rules." "You're still too soft, Reinhardt," Coco replied in a disapproving tone. "They're still young, and young people make mistakes," Professor Reinhardt commented. "But if they don't learn from it and repeat it a second time, that's a different story. By then, I will no longer show any mercy and expel them from the Academy." "HMPH, it's your Academy, so you decide what to do," Coco scoffed. "But due to this incident, we have to change our meeting place. This time, it will be you who will be visiting me instead of me visiting you." "Understandable," Professor Reinhardt nodded. "I already heard from Chessie, but I want to hear your report. Did that guy really break the barrier in the north?" Coco's expression turned grave after Professor Reinhardt reminded him of the reason for their meeting. "Yes," Coco replied. "It is best if you strengthen the barrier around your academy. I tested it earlier and managed to poke a hole inside it. If I can do that, so can that guy. Once he sneaks past the academy's defenses, expelling your students will be the least of your worries." The headmaster narrowed his eyes because, if what Coco said was true, then the safety of the students was really in the balance. Perhaps appearing in the academy the way you did is a blessing in disguise, Professor Reinhardt commented. I will now have a reason to ban any excursions in the forest, as well as any camping trips in the near future. Well, that is all good and all, but I still haven't received my reward for the things I did for you, Coco stated. Also, add a little bonus. After all, I saved that boy, Ethan. You owe me, you hear me. Professor Reinhardt smiled bitterly before reluctantly nodding his head. Fine, Professor Reinhardt agreed. I owe you one. Good, Coco smirked. I will now go visit Broodmother and have a nice long talk with her. Now that Wendigo is at large, there is no longer any safe place in the Great Eagle Forest. Go and tell the Centaur chieftain of this as well, Professor Reinhardt said. Meanwhile, I'll go and relay this news to the satyrs. Okay, I'll go now. Remember to leave the rewards you promised me at my cave. It will be there by tomorrow or the day after. I still need to do some cleaning up in the academy, as well as call for an emergency meeting. Keep a low profile for the time being, my friend. The Wendigo is not something that can be fought with brute force. Coco nodded before running towards the heart of the Great Eagle Forest, where the broodmonster had made her nest. Although he didn't want to admit it, he would need the broodmother's help in order to fight against the nasty monster from the north, whose cravings for flesh and blood exceeded that of Coco's and the broodmother's combined. Inside the Dud Manor, Ethan was holding a mug of hot chocolate in his hands, sipping it as he watched the burning logs crackle in the fireplace of the common room. An hour ago, the headmaster of the academy gathered all the students, as well as the professors, to inform them that the barrier that prevented any magical creatures from entering the grounds of the academy had been breached. However, he assured them that repairs were underway and advised everyone to not go anywhere near the Great Eagle Forest until the ban had been lifted. Everyone was also advised to not leave their respective manors past 7 in the evening, as they would be implementing a forced curfew for the time being. Any students caught loitering at the academy grounds at that time, unless they gained special permission from him or the professors of the academy, would be suspended and forced to remain indoors for a week. Professor Reinhardt also talked to Ethan and Henry in private, asking them to divulge anything they saw earlier. Both agreed and promised not to speak of the incident involving Coco. As Ethan was quietly sipping his hot chocolate, Chloe's voice resounded inside his head. Are you all right, Ethan? Chloe asked. A few of my friends told me that my manor mates had tried to teach you a little lesson earlier today. You're not seriously hurt, are you? I'm not hurt, Ethan replied. Are you sure? Yes. He heard Chloe's sigh inside his head, which also made him sigh in his heart. Fortunately, both of them were wearing guardian rings, so both of them could communicate even though they were forced to stay indoors. You know, something unexpected happened to me today, Chloe said. These 2 seniors of mine, who were both second years, approached me all of a sudden and asked me to pass a message to you. They said thank you and sorry for everything. Mind you, the 2 of them were some of the people here in the Jaeger Manor who don't like me because I am your cousin. I didn't expect them to suddenly greet me out of the blue, let alone invite me to have tea with them tomorrow. Hey, are you perhaps trying to get under their skirt or something? Ethan spat the chocolate inside his mouth at the fireplace after hearing Chloe's statement. He then had a coughing fit, which made Luna, as well as the other members of the Dud Manor who were also in the common room, look at him weirdly. Of course not, Ethan replied after wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. We just had a misunderstanding earlier. Heh, tilde a misunderstanding. Chloe's reply was filled with sarcasm that Ethan was certain that she didn't believe him one bit. If possible, he wanted to tell his cousin everything that happened. But due to Professor Reinhardt's request, he didn't tell her everything and watered down the events that had happened a few hours ago. Meanwhile, inside the Great Eagle Forest, a creature that stood 4 meters tall looked up at the moonlit sky as if reminiscing something of the distant past. It had two reindeer-like horns on its head, and its jaws were soaked with blood. The creature had just finished eating, and yet its hunger wasn't the least bit satiated. "Not enough," the creature said as it began to walk towards the south, its eyes glowing in the darkness. Its hunger for flesh and blood knew no bounds, but it could be sated if it managed to eat wizards and witches, whose flesh and blood were overflowing with magical energy. Today, we will be discussing the three overlords of the Great Eagle Forest, Professor Enjal said in a solemn tone. "I'm sure that all of you are already aware that the forest is currently off limits. Any student who'd be caught trying to sneak inside will be suspended and given demerits. The professors and some fourth years are assigned to patrol it at regular intervals, so for your own good, don't even think about breaking the rules." Professor Enjal's usual cheery tone, when explaining something about magical creatures, was gone, replaced by a solemn voice. Clearly, what happened a day ago made the professor very serious about today's lesson, which made Ethan focus all of his attention on him. "There are three magical creatures inside the Great Eagle Forest that you must never offend, or rather, you shouldn't fight under any circumstance," Professor Enjal stated. "The moment you see them, the first thing you should do is run. If you don't, the chances that they are going to be the last thing you will see in this world is very high, especially the last overlord that we are going to talk about later." The professor then waved his hand, and an illusionary image of a 4-meter-tall white gorilla appeared behind him. "This magical beast belongs to the Bigfoot category," Professor Enjal explained. "Yetis, abominations, and hulks are part of this monster group, but recently, ogres and mountain trolls have been considered to be part of this category as well. Now, before we go off topic, let me tell you a bit about the Bigfoot family. Any monster who stands on 2 legs, has a big, robust body, and has a height of over 4 meters belongs to this category. They also have incredible strength, stamina, and endurance. Some of them are also very resistant to magic, which makes them a very difficult opponent for wizards and witches. This white gorilla is one of such creatures. The headmaster fought it once in the past, and their battle ended in a draw. Of course, this is subject to debate. Some say that this white gorilla was so overwhelmed by our headmaster's magic that it decided to retreat, rather than continue fighting. This bit of fun fact intrigued Ethan very much. If there was an opportunity to talk to Coco when he is in a better mood, he would definitely ask about this to know the real story. "But all of you are nowhere near the headmaster's level," Professor Enjal said in a flat tone. "You are unable to cast a perfect resonance like he could. Well, although one of you here can cast a partial resonance, I doubt that it will be enough to make this monster run away with a single hit." All eyes suddenly shifted to the handsome teenager, who was visibly paying close attention to what the professor was saying. When his classmates all looked in his direction, he simply pretended that they didn't exist and continued to focus his attention in front of him. Professor Enjal chuckled after seeing Ethan's reaction. He was still a little bit bitter about the outcome of the clash of manners, since he was one of the guardians of Jaeger Manor. Even so, that didn't make him look down on Ethan. The young man's method might be ridiculous, but it couldn't be denied that it was a brilliant strategy that hit 4 birds with 1 stone. In fact, he very much approved of Ethan's quick thinking, and even wished that the latter belonged to their manor instead of others. After fighting the white gorilla, Professor Reinhardt had given it a nickname, Professor Enjal stated. Coco, which is what we now call this creature. The headmaster also added that this creature is very sly. It also knew how to exploit its environment as well as its opponent's weakness, making it a very fearsome adversary. There is only one white gorilla in the Great Eagle Forest, so it is impossible for you to miss it. After his explanation, the professor once again waved his wand, making Coco's illusionary image disappear. "Now, let me introduce you to the second overlord of the forest." Professor Enjal smirked before waving his hand once again. The image of a giant black spider with 8 crimson eyes appeared in front of everyone. Its body was as black as night, and if not for its glowing eyes and mandibles that reeked of a purple liquid, which Ethan believed to be poison, no creature would be able to notice it, especially when it hunted during moonless nights. In fact, the giant spider was so terrifying that Chloe subconsciously hugged Ethan and buried her head on his chest. Seeing her react strongly, Ethan hugged her back and even patted her head, assuring her that everything would be all right. The other girls in the class weren't able to stop themselves from screaming, while the boys gasped as they subconsciously backed away in fright. "Frightening, isn't she?" Professor Enjal looked at his students with an amused expression on his face. "Everyone, let me introduce all of you to Broodmother, the walking nightmare that nests at the heart of Great Eagle Forest. If you happen to venture deep enough in the forest, you can tell that you are within her territory once you start to see a lot of spiders crawling on the ground or the trees. You will occasionally see small spider webs here and there, but those don't belong to her. You see, Broodmother's spider webs are invisible. They cannot be seen by normal eyes. Only a few magic spells can make these invisible threads appear, and one of them is fairy fire. This is also the reason why it is not advisable to venture deep inside the forest. Before you know it, you might already be hanging in one of their threads if you are unlucky. But there is some good news. Broodmother only comes out of her spider lair at night. If you get stuck during the day, you'll still have time to extricate yourself from her webs before her broodlings swarm you en masse and wrap you up like a dumpling with their webs. They will also use their fangs to inject you with paralyzing venom that will render you immobile for hours. Not a very comfortable experience, mind you. Professor Enjal then waved his wand, and the illusionary figure of the giant spider disappeared. This time, another horrifying monster that wasn't any less scary than the Broodmother materialized in front of everyone. If Broodmother is enough to give you nightmares at night, then this next creature will make you wish that you will never encounter it in your lifetime. Professor Enjal's words became cold and deadly as he introduced the third overlord of the Great Eagle Forest. "Everyone, I'd like you to meet the Wendigo." Professor Enjal smiled a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "A monster whom we had given the title, the Bringer of Death." "Everyone, I'd like you to meet the Wendigo." Professor Enjal smiled a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "The Bringer of Death." Ethan narrowed his eyes as he observed the illusionary image of the Wendigo. The sight of it sent chills running down his spine. Unlike Coco, the Wendigo was neither bulky nor robust. On the contrary, it was quite skinny and seemed to be almost malnourished. However, its eyes held some kind of mysterious power. Their color was between gold and red, nearly orange, and the sight of it made everyone's hearts turn cold. Professor Reinhardt hadn't had the chance to fight this creature in the past, but I did, along with some of the professors in the academy, Professor Enjal said softly. "I am not embarrassed to say that I nearly peed myself after seeing this creature up close. The moment it appears in front of you, your body will start to feel cold and your breath will turn ragged. Looking at its eyes was enough to make you feel as if your soul is being sucked out of your body. That's how I felt, and if not for the fact that we have an experienced magistratus in our group, I believed that I might have died then and there due to how menacing this creature was. You see, the Wendigo has a mental attack that paralyzes its victims with a single stare. If your willpower isn't strong enough, then you might even lose consciousness. Of course, I don't know if you will regain consciousness once the creature eats you alive. According to the magistratus that were with us that day, the Wendigo would first eat your limbs, preventing you from running away or resisting. Not only does it feed on your flesh, it also feeds on your despair, and it will not kill you until you have gone mad. It is a very vile, sadistic, and evil creature, and may the gods forbid that it doesn't make its way into our academy. I, for one, don't want to see it again. One experience is enough to last me a lifetime." The professor's body shuddered as the memories of his encounter with the Wendigo resurfaced inside his head. "It likes to eat magical creatures whose flesh and blood are rich with magical powers," Professor Enjal added. "So guess what it likes to eat the most?" None of the students replied, but everyone already knew the answer to this question. That's right, Professor Enjal nodded. Its favorite food is us, wizards and witches. Although not yet proven, a few experts say that it can take the memory of the people it has consumed. The horrifying part about this creature is that it can mimic the voice of everyone it has eaten, using it to call out the names of its next victims, who are very dear to the people that it had killed. A truly nefarious creature, and I pray with all my might that the headmaster manages to invite several magistratus to hunt down this menace once and for all. A moment of silence fell as everyone tried to digest what Professor Enjal had told them. Suddenly, one of the students raised her hand, which caught the professor's attention. "Yes, Mrs. Sta," Professor Enjal asked. "Do you have a question for me?" Nicole, who had raised her hand, nodded before standing up. If such a creature existed in the Great Eagle Forest, then why didn't the headmaster or anyone take any steps on hunting it down? Nicole asked. "Did you forget what I said earlier, Mrs. Sta?" Professor Enjal smiled bitterly. "I, as well as other wizards and witches, including a magistratus, tried to hunt it down as a group. However, our efforts ended in failure, and 2 of our colleagues perished in the attempt." Professor Enjal sighed deeply, as if the memory of the encounter pained him very much. "This Wendigo isn't an ordinary one," Professor Enjal stated. "The one we hunted is a few thousand years old, making it very ancient and very powerful. It is also very fast and moves like a blur, effectively evading single-target spells with ease. One last thing. If a Wendigo wishes to hide itself, it is impossible to track it down. The only reason why it appeared before us is because it has deemed that we pose no threat to its existence. Even if the headmaster and the elites of the magistratus were to form a party to hunt it down, I believe that they would still not even be able to see its shadow. They could spend years trying to find it, but their efforts would be futile." Ethan felt his heart tremble after hearing Professor Enjal's words. If such a creature truly existed in the Great Eagle Forest, wouldn't that mean that it could go to the academy whenever it wanted? As if reading his thoughts, Professor Enjal cleared his throat before speaking. The founders of Brynhildr Academy had erected 3 magical barriers in the Great Eagle Forest, preventing any powerful creatures from reaching the academy, Professor Enjal stated. The first barrier, which is located in the northern edge of the Great Eagle Forest, prevents the Wendigo from crossing through. The barrier near the heart of the forest prevents Broodmother from going here. The last barrier extends up to the camp locations, where the majority of you go during the weekends. Coco had broken through the 3rd barrier a few days ago, and because of that, the headmaster and several experts are currently doing their best to repair it. Professor Enjal paused before continuing his explanation. Although these barriers can prevent these powerful monsters from reaching the academy, that doesn't stop us from walking past them, Professor Enjal said. Similar to Broodmonster's webs, the barrier is invisible to the naked eye. This is why all of you can freely go anywhere in the Great Eagle Forest at the expense of encountering these powerful creatures that could threaten even the lives of the professors in the academy. So until the barrier is fully repaired, all of you are not to take a step inside the Great Eagle Forest if you value your life. Professor Enjal said a few more things before finally ending the class for the day. He hoped beyond hope that the students would take his warnings seriously. Because if not, then it was only a matter of time before an accident took place, the victims being those who were bold enough to ignore their warnings and enter the forest on their own will. Ethan Gremory. That was his name. The first year who came to Dud Manor at the start of the school year. In the beginning, no one thought highly of him, as wizards and witches were innately prejudiced against magically crippled people. In their eyes, a person's worth was directly proportionate to how strong their magical powers were. Simply put, in their eyes, a dud was not as valuable as the shoes they wear on a daily basis. Even so, it didn't take long for everyone to take notice of the handsome young man, who had accomplished one unbelievable feat after the other. The first time was when he defeated Langston Kerr in a duel. During that fight, he conjured something that many wizards and witches, who strived to reach the pinnacle of magic, had dreamed of casting. That was none other than a resonance. Although Ethan only managed to do a partial resonance, that was enough to make his name spread in the inner circles within the academy. Then, after his incredible performance in the Clash of Manners, his value in everyone's eyes changed. Even the witches in the Schwartz Manor often talked about him in hushed voices. Clearly, they were considering making Ethan their lover. They hoped that by doing so, his bloodline would strengthen the reputation, as well as unlock the secrets of resonance for their family. Idiots, I muttered. They don't even know how great he really is. As I walked down the hallway, heading to the library, I once again heard the witches talking about him along the corridors. Since I've heard these talks countless times in the past, they no longer strike me as anything new. When I finally reached the library, I saw him sitting in his favorite place. Surrounded by many magical books, which looked bored as hell, with some of them even circling above his head like little birds asking for his attention. I couldn't help but smile after seeing this scene. The mark on my chest also radiated a warm feeling, which was a sign that I was near the person I needed to protect the most. A person whom I will share my life with for better or worse. If possible, I wanted to talk to him more. I want to know more about his life story. However, I resisted the urge and secretly watched him from afar, for that was my duty. Just as my ancestors had done before me, so must I do in this generation. I wonder how the wizarding world will react once they realize that he is here, I mused as the corner of my lips curled up into a smile. I'm sure that the first thing they would do is capture him. If he's lucky, he will probably be locked up behind an impenetrable fortress where there is no chance of escaping. If he's unlucky then, he would probably not be able to see the sunrise the day after his capture. These thoughts swirled inside my head, and yet I wasn't too worried about it happening. For what was the reason their clan existed if they couldn't even protect their liege? It's quite unfortunate that I am the only one who knows about his existence, I muttered. But the less people know about it, the safer he is. An hour passed then too. A few more hours passed after that. Just as the sun was about to set, I saw a familiar young lady who had long, light brown hair and eyes walk in his direction. For a brief moment, I felt a slight stinging pain in my chest as I saw her sit beside him and poke his cheek. Hey, when do you plan to have dinner? Chloe asked. You've been reading here since classes ended. Are you still not done? I watched as he scratched his head and looked at the clock hanging on the wall. Sorry, I got too engrossed in what I was reading, Ethan replied. Well, it's easy to lose track of time when you are here in the library, Chloe commented. So how about it? Should we have dinner? Sounds like a plan, Ethan nodded. I'll just read these books in my room later. Since we are forced to a curfew, there's really nothing to do aside from reading books at night. He then stood up and reached towards his head, where the two flying books were circling a while ago. Grabbing them firmly in his hands, he then made his way towards my direction. This scene would have been perfect, if not for the fact that his cousin was walking beside him. Seriously, why does she need to always stick beside him? As much as I wanted to talk to him for a bit more, there was always a nuisance accompanying him. As I forced these thoughts aside, I made sure to wear my poker face, making me look boring and deadpan. Emma, I would like to borrow these books, Ethan said. Certainly, I replied. Till how long do you plan to borrow them? 3 days. Understood. Make sure to return these books by then. Otherwise, you will have a penalty of 20 merit points that will automatically be deducted from your account. Ethan smiled and nodded his head. What would I give if he would only reserve that smile just for me? Just as I was thinking about these mundane thoughts while handing his library card to him, he once again spoke to me, which made my heart flutter. I know I've said this many times already, but if you only smile, remove your glasses, and tidy your hair a bit, I'm sure you'll be popular with the boys, Ethan stated. Yes, I heard you time and time again, I replied. One more word from you and I'm going to confiscate your library card for sexual harassment. Oh, oi, I'm just telling the truth. Also, you don't have that authority. Of course I have the authority. I'm a librarian. Assistant librarian, Ethan insisted. Still a librarian, I replied. Chloe, who was watching our exchange, frowned and tugged on Ethan's robe, making him look at her. Don't bully Emma, Chloe stated. Let's go. I did my best to prevent myself from telling his cousin, why don't you go by yourself instead? But I held my tongue and kept the bored look on my face. Truth be told, I'd be willing to kiss a leprechaun if I could switch positions with her. Unfortunately, that wouldn't happen in the short term. My master had still not fully awakened his powers and potential. The moment that happened, I would be able to be by his side as his most loyal servant. Perhaps by then, I will also have an important place in his heart. See you later, Emma, Ethan said as he walked away with Chloe towards the exit of the library. Once again, I felt a stinging pain in my chest when I saw him holding her hand. I know that Chloe was irreplaceable to him, and I am fine with that. My lord and master was bound to be a great man, and it was only natural for talented and beautiful witches to be attracted to him. This I believe with the entirety of my being. Until that day when your bloodline would start to awaken, I will stay as close as possible, but observe you only from afar. If any foul man or woman dared to harm your life, then. Excuse me, I'd like to borrow these books, please. Same for me, I'd like to borrow these books as well. Me too. I stared at the three big witches who had secretly snatched the books that my master had left on the table with a calm expression on my face. These vixens who had been secretly observing my master from afar were just one of the many delusional girls, hopping to get his attention. I'm sorry, but I'm just about to take a break, I replied in a bored tone. Please wait for Ms. Lyra to return. Bye. Without even looking back, I left the library with steady steps. Now that my master is no longer here, there is no need for me to stay and waste my time. Even though voices of complaint were being hurled in my direction, I didn't give a damn. He'll be going to the academy's dining hall in a few minutes, I muttered as I exited the library. I just hope that I could get a seat that gives a good view of the Dud Manor's dining table. That bastard Langston and his cronies always take the best seats at this time. Should I just slip a potion or two in his drink to make him sick for a day or two? Nah, it's not worth the trouble. I guess I'll just pretend to spill my fruit juice on his robes so that he leaves early. As I walked in the direction of the dining hall, I couldn't help but smile. If my mother were to see me right now, I'm sure that she would be very proud of me. After all, I was the first one to discover our Lord's existence, and it was now up to me to carry out our clan's mission till the end. I finally found you. The vile creature reached out its bony hands in Luna's direction, making her scream in fright. The next second, she found herself inside her room, gasping for breath and drenched with sweat. A dream. Luna placed her right hand over her chest to calm her wildly beating heart. No, a nightmare. It took her a few minutes to regain her composure. When she finally regained the ability to think properly, she walked towards the table beside her bed and poured herself a glass of water. The hands holding the jug were shaking a bit, so it took her a while to fill the glass properly. Her hands were still shaking when she held the glass of water. It took her great effort to drink a few sips and only managed to finish the entire glass after a few minutes. Even after drinking the water, she still felt restless and feared going to bed to sleep again. Luna's eyes then darted to the clock hanging on the wall and saw that it was only a few minutes past 1 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly, she thought of an idea and grabbed one of her pillows from the bed before leaving her room. A few minutes later, she found herself standing in front of Ethan's room. At first, Luna hesitated, but after weighing her choices, she mustered up her courage and knocked on the door. Just as she was thinking that Ethan might be in deep sleep, the door of the room suddenly opened, almost making her scream and jump back in surprise. Fortunately, she was able to stop her time, as her gaze landed on the handsome young man who looked at her with concern. Luna, Ethan said with a confused look on his face. What's wrong? Did something happen? I had a nightmare, so I'm unable to sleep at that moment, Luna replied. I'm sorry for bothering you, but you are the first person that came to my mind when I was at a loss on what to do. Is that so? Ethan smiled. Please come in, let's talk inside. As soon as Luna entered the room, she felt less tense. Being around Ethan soothed her. When she was younger, she would often visit her mother's room to sleep with her whenever she had a bad dream. Perhaps it was for this reason that she immediately thought of someone that she could trust and depend on when she was troubled. Please sit on the bed, Ethan said before returning to the table, where a book was open. You've been reading this late, Luna asked in a disapproving tone. It's fine. We don't have classes tomorrow, so I can sleep a bit late, Ethan replied. Would you like to talk about your nightmare? Perhaps sharing it with someone will make it less scary. Luna pondered for a bit before nodding her head. She recalled her nightmare, where she found herself standing inside the great eagle forest at night, wearing just her nightgown. Luna had no recollection of how she ended up there. The only thing she could recall was after discovering where she was, she panicked and started to run away in the direction of the academy. However, since it was dark and the towering trees made it impossible for her to see the stars in the sky, she had no sense of direction. Ultimately, she just ran as hard as she could. To her surprise, she didn't bump into any magical creatures in the forest, and no one harassed her. There was only an eerie, yet menacing silence that made her extremely anxious. Then it happened. A creature that was 4 to 5 meters tall, with reindeer-like antlers on its head and eyes that glowed with malice, appeared in front of her. Luna had recognized the creature for what it was. They had all been repeatedly warned by their professors to not step foot inside the great eagle forest because there was a high chance of encountering one of such creatures. Knowing what would happen if the Wendigo succeeded in taking hold of her, she ran away with all of her might. However, the chilling cold in her surroundings dug into her body, draining her stamina and slowing down her movement. In the end, she found herself cornered, and the horrifying monster reached out its hand to grab her. And that's when I woke up, Luna said as her body trembled after recalling that scene. That creature is so vile, just seeing it almost made me faint. Ethan stood up from her chair and sat beside Luna on the bed. He then hugged her close to him and patted her head. It's just a dream, Ethan assured her. It will not happen in real life. Luna buried her head on Ethan's chest as the latter continued to hold him firmly, sharing his warmth and making her feel safe. They stayed like this for several minutes until Luna's body stopped shaking. See, can I sleep with you tonight? Luna asked with a hopeful gaze. Of course, Ethan replied. It's not like this is the first time you slept on my bed, you know. Luna could only smile after hearing Ethan's reply. What he said was true. She and Chloe often used to take a nap beside Ethan in the afternoon when they had nothing else to do. Her relationship with him was more than friends, but still not at the stage when she could say that they were lovers. As she lay down on the bed, hugging her pillow, Ethan extinguished the light of the lamp on the table. Fortunately, the moon and starlight that passed through his window were bright enough to allow him enough light to see his surroundings. As Ethan lay down on the bed beside Luna, he covered her with a blanket. Sleep, Ethan hugged her firmly. And don't worry, I'll be with you tonight. Luna glanced at her right side and looked at Ethan's face gratefully. Good night, Luna said softly. Good night, Ethan replied with a smile. A moment later, Luna closed her eyes to sleep. She wasn't able to sleep right away, but due to Ethan's warmth, she felt more secure and was no longer afraid to fall asleep. 15 minutes later, Luna's deep sleeper breaths were heard inside the room. When he was sure that she was finally asleep, Ethan also closed his eyes. A few minutes later, he too fell asleep. He wasn't aware that deep inside the great eagle forest, where magical creatures reside, an evil creature had started to call out a name. It had been 4 days since Luna had her first nightmare, which was why she slept beside Ethan. But to her surprise and anxiety, Those nightmares recurred for 4 consecutive days. Each time it happened, she would wake up drenched in cold sweat, and she would hurriedly go to Ethan's room to find solace from the monster that was haunting her in her sleep. During the first 2 days, everything was still fine. But as the nightmare continued, Luna had started to become restless. Her usual angelic smile disappeared, and she often looked tired and lethargic. Ethan was worried about her, so he accompanied her to the Terra Manor to purchase a dreamless potion that would allow her to sleep without dreaming. After escorting her back to the Dud Manor, Ethan went to the library to look for books concerning nightmares. He was hoping that he would be able to find any information that could help Luna with her nightmares. As he was walking along the courtyard, a familiar face appeared in his vision. Emma, the assistant librarian, was leaning on a lamp post and looking in his direction. Because he was in a hurry, he just gave her a brief nod. Ethan was about to walk past her when she suddenly blocked his way. "Good afternoon, Emma," he greeted. "I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry to go to the library, if you can please." He was unable to finish his words because he was cut off by the young lady in front of her. "I have something very important to tell you," Emma said in a solemn tone. "It is a matter of life and death, so can you please spare me some of your time?" Ethan was surprised because, not expecting Emma would talk to him because of this reason. Her usual deadpan expression was gone, and there was a sense of urgency in her face, which influenced him to feel that what she was going to tell him was very important. "Matter of life and death?" Ethan asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Emma looked at their surroundings before shifting her gaze back to Ethan. "Let's talk somewhere private," Emma replied. "This is a very delicate subject, so we can't discuss this in the open. Also, I will tell you now that whatever you are looking for in the library, it won't help your friend, Luna." Ethan's eyes widened in shock because he didn't know how she was able to know his reason for going to the library. "Please just come with me," Emma pleaded. "There's not much time." "Okay," Ethan nodded. After receiving his approval, Emma led Ethan past the library and into a grove of trees behind it. After walking for a while, she knocked her wand on a particular tree, and a wooden door appeared on its base. "Come inside," Emma said as she opened the door for his guest. "Relax, it's perfectly safe here." Ethan obeyed and entered the tree through the door. Emma glanced around the surroundings to make sure that no one had seen them before hurriedly closing the door behind her. A second later, the door disappeared, making the tree look ordinary. Ugh. Inside Emma's secret treehouse. Wow, such a big space existed inside that tree. Ethan blinked in surprise because the moment he entered the tree, he was welcomed by a spacious room, which he believed to be the living room. The funny thing was that there was also a fireplace with a cozy fire burning merrily. "Please sit and have a drink first," Emma said as she offered Ethan some fruit juice. "I'll go change to a more comfortable attire first." After giving a mug of fruit juice to Ethan, she entered a door which the teenage boy deemed as the bedroom of her treehouse. Truth be told, he was still unable to process what was happening, but he believed that all of his questions would be answered the moment Emma returned. Since he had nothing else to do, Ethan drank the fruit juice that was offered to him. "Delicious," Ethan muttered after the first sip. "Not too sweet and not too sour." As Ethan drank more, he felt a warm feeling washing over his body and wondered if the drink Emma gave him had some alcohol content. A minute later, the door of the bedroom opened and Emma came out of it. The moment Ethan saw her, he felt as if his breath was taken away, making him drop the mug from his hand. Fortunately, it was made of wood, so it simply tumbled harmlessly on the carpeted floor, earning him a sweet smile from the black-haired beauty in front of her. "Emma." "Yes, it is me." Ethan stared blankly at the beautiful lady with long black hair and brown eyes that was walking towards him. She was wearing a black one-piece nightdress that failed to hide her alluring figure. A simple glance was enough to tell Ethan that she had grown at the right places, making her a striking beauty that was in no way inferior to Luna and Nicole, whom he considered the top beauties of the first years. Ethan couldn't believe what he was seeing because, in his eyes, Emma always looked bored and didn't seem to care about her appearance. Due to the gap between her usual look and her current one, the teenage boy was completely speechless. Seeing his reaction, the sweet smile on her face widened a bit as she approached Ethan. Suddenly, and without warning, she sat on his lap and looked at his eyes, making his breath turn ragged. I thought that we were going to talk about something important," Ethan asked. He could feel that his cheeks were burning, and the warm feeling that was washing over his body intensified, making him feel hot. "Yes," Emma replied as her soft and delicate hands cupped the young man's face. "What we are going to talk about is very important. I apologize for making you drink that aphrodisiac and wearing something like this." "Excuse me, you made me drink an aphrodisiac?" "Yes, because I need it to awaken your other half that is currently sleeping inside of you." Ethan was becoming more confused, and his body was slowly reacting to the softness of Emma's body, making his face turn beet red. I'm sorry, but I didn't come here for this." Ethan was about to push Emma away, but he found himself unable to gather the strength in his arms to do what he intended. What's going on?" "I forgot to mention that the aphrodisiac will also temporarily weaken you. This is something made for wizards and witches," Emma explained. "But if ingested by duds or people without magic powers, they will find themselves losing strength for a short period of time." Ethan looked at the young lady who was sitting on his lap in disbelief. He had so many questions to ask her, but only one word came out of his mouth. "Why?" For the first time, an apologetic expression appeared on Emma's face before she pressed her hands on Ethan's chest, stroking it. "Didn't I tell you that I need to awaken your other half?" Emma answered. "What you are going to face isn't something that you can defeat on your own. You will need the dormant power inside of you to stand a chance against that monster." Ethan still didn't understand what the young lady was talking about. Just as he was about to ask another question, he felt his head spin for a brief moment before he blacked out and lost consciousness. Emma gently supported Ethan's head with her right hand as she gazed at his face with anticipation. A few seconds later, Ethan opened his eyes, and the aura of his body changed. "You're playing a very dangerous game, girl," Ethan said in a cold and even deadly tone as his purple eyes glowed faintly. "What do you think you're doing?" "I'm sorry, my liege," Emma replied, "but there is no other way. I had to forcefully awaken you so that you can lend your power to him, or else, one of the most important people in his life and your life will die." Ethan narrowed his eyes. "Speak, I can't stay for long." And with that, Emma told the handsome young man her reason for asking him to talk in private with her. The moment Ethan opened his eyes, he found himself staring at the young lady who very recently made him drink an aphrodisiac that rendered him helpless. Just as he was about to demand her to give him a cure, his mouth moved on its own and spoke to Emma, making him gasp internally. "You're playing a very dangerous game, girl. What do you think you're doing?" "I'm sorry, my liege, but there is no other way. I had to forcefully awaken you so that you can lend your power to him, or else, one of the most important people in his and your life will die." Before Ethan could even understand what was going on, his mouth moved again without his control and talked to Emma. "Speak, I can't stay for long." Emma nodded. "I am an oracle that came from the Meredith clan and one of your protectors, my liege. Does the legacy imprinted in your bloodline recognize our clan's name?" Ethan nodded. "Are you perhaps my promised one?" "Yes, my lord." "Prove it." Emma stood up, faced Ethan, and pulled the string of her black nightgown, making it drop on the floor beside her feet. The young man's gaze landed on her chest and saw a faintly glowing red rune, which meant soul in one of the ancient languages of the wizarding world. "Come closer," Ethan ordered. Emma obeyed without any hesitation. Ethan, who was unable to move his body earlier, raised his right hand and touched the rune mark on the young beauty's chest. A moment later, the same rune appeared on the back of his hand, proving that Emma was telling the truth. Dress yourself, Ethan commanded. I have confirmed that you are indeed from the Meredith clan. Now we talk. A disappointed look flashed briefly in Emma's eyes, which swiftly disappeared without a trace. She then picked up her night dress and deftly tied the strings before kneeling on the carpeted floor in front of her liege. Tell me what you saw, Oracle, Ethan said. Don't leave a single detail behind. Yes, my lord, Emma replied. The Wendigo is looking for a powerful wizard or witch in the academy to eat to absorb their magical powers and add to its own. After weaving its vile magic in the direction of the academy, it deemed that Luna met all of its requirements. Right now, she has already been infected with its nightmare magic, making her unable to resist its calls. For the past few days, it didn't make its move because it knew that the time wasn't right. However, tonight is the night that he will claim his prize. Ethan frowned because he realized something just now. Tonight is the night of the full moon, Ethan stated. I see, I understand now. Yes, my lord, Emma nodded. He wanted to consume her when her magic power was at its peak. This way, he would become more formidable than ever before. Then, are you telling me to tell these to the professors of the academy? Ethan asked. Perhaps the headmaster can help. Emma firmly shook her head. We can't, Emma replied. The Wendigo had cast a scrying magic in the academy, and it will immediately find out if plans are being made to prevent it from capturing its prey. This place has a very formidable barrier that can block the Wendigo's scrying magic. Also, moon magic is special, and it is able to create many things. However, those who possess it are gifted with another special trait, and that is teleportation. With Luna already infected with nightmare magic, the Wendigo can just command her to teleport to his location. If it becomes aware that the professors, as well as the headmaster, will be making their move, it will retreat to the deepest and farthest part of the Great Eagle Forest and force Luna to teleport there. This will prevent any form of rescue from taking place. By the time they arrive at the location where she had teleported to, it will already be too late. Ethan closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening them again. This time, blue eyes that were filled with worry stared back at Emma. Then what should I do? Ethan asked anxiously. How can I save Luna? Tell me, Emma. Seeing the young man revert to his usual self didn't surprise Emma. In fact, she sighed in relief because this meant that his other half was willing to help. The only way to save her is to use moon magic as well, Emma explained. Since she can teleport, other people who have that magic can teleport as well, meaning you have to kiss her tonight and absorb her powers. Wait, how did you know I can absorb the magic powers of witches? Ethan inquired. I only told Chloe and Luna about it. I'm an oracle, so I often get visions about you and the people whose fate is bound to you as well, Emma answered. Then, what about this mark? What kind of mark are you talking about? It can be anything, but for now, the simplest way to do it is by giving her a kiss mark. That's it. Emma nodded. It is the simplest form of marking someone you hold dear. Of course, there are more intimate ways of marking people, but I don't think your relationship with her has progressed to that stage. It took a while for Ethan to understand what Emma was hinting at, and when he did, the burning sensation in his cheeks returned. Okay, let's go back to the topic. Ethan cleared his throat. Even if I can teleport to her location, what can I possibly do? I've heard from Professor Enjal that a hunting party with several professors and a magistratus had tried to hunt it down in the past, but they still failed miserably. Even with moon magic, I won't necessarily stand a chance. Don't worry, my lord, Emma smiled. If things go according to plan, reinforcements will come to help you. Ethan sighed before nodding his head. I'll make her sleep in my room tonight so I can watch over her, Ethan stated. Maybe I can stop her from teleporting away if I do that. Emma smiled bitterly but didn't say anything. Whatever vision she saw, it would still definitely come true. No matter what Ethan did, he wouldn't be able to stop Luna from appearing in the Great Eagle Forest. Her vision only stopped at the point where Ethan's helpers arrived. As to how the event would unfold, she had no idea. The only thing she could do was to help her liege prepare to fight against the nightmare, who was determined to capture the angelic beauty that possessed the power it coveted. Ethan dragged himself back to the Dud Manor with great effort. The side effect of the aphrodisiac still lingered in his system, and it made his body as heavy as lead. Even so, he still dragged his body back to the manor as soon as he was able to move his body, his motivation fueled by the pressing matter that Emma had shared with him. There were a lot of questions that Ethan wanted to ask the assistant librarian, but because of the limited time, he put it all on hold. There was something very important that he had to do, and that was to see one of the most important people in his life, Luna. "Remember, make sure to not tell her anything," a voice said inside his head. "We don't want to alert that monster, and let it know that we are aware of its plans." "I know," Ethan said through gritted teeth. "Please don't talk to me right now. Even talking is enough to make me feel faint." The voice inside his head went silent, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. What happened a few hours ago was something that he never thought of, and his mind was still reeling from the revelations that he had no choice but to accept. Just as he was feeling extremely faint, his vision caught an angelic beauty running in his direction. The setting sun illuminated her features, making Ethan's heart skip a beat. If not for the fact that he was suffering right now, he would have appreciated the view in front of him more. "Are you all right, Ethan?" Luna asked in a worried tone. "What happened?" "I tripped," Ethan replied. Luna naturally didn't believe his clumsy reason, but she didn't ask more questions. Instead, she supported him, wrapping his arm around her shoulders as she helped him walk toward the manor. The young lady helped carry Ethan back to his room and gently laid him down on the bed to rest. She looked at his flushed face before pouring some water into a bowl and soaking her handkerchief inside of it. A moment later, Ethan felt something wet and cool touch the side of his face. Luna gently wiped his cheeks, his forehead, and his neck, making him feel incredibly better. "Thank you, Luna," Ethan replied. "I know that this might be a bit sudden, but please sleep with me tonight. Although you already have the potion that will prevent you from dreaming, I want to make sure that you get a good night's sleep." Luna smiled. "Actually, I was waiting for you to return because I was going to propose something similar. These nightmares are getting more frightening every episode, and I'm too scared to sleep all alone." Ethan moved his left hand and held Luna's hand. "Don't worry, I'll be here to protect you," Ethan said in a serious tone. "I will not let anything harm you." Luna nodded her head shyly as she held Ethan's hand firmly while continuing to wipe his face with her handkerchief. An hour later, the effect of the aphrodisiac completely wore off, and Ethan felt infinitely better. He even went to the academy's dining hall to eat with Chloe and Luna. After dinner, they once again returned to their respective manors since there was a strict curfew that must be followed. No students were allowed to prowl the academy grounds after sunset, while the barrier in the Great Eagle Forest was being repaired. After taking a shower and wearing her nightgown, Luna went to Ethan's room to spend the night. It was only 7 in the evening, and it was too early to sleep, so the two decided to chat about random things, like what they planned to do after returning from their first missions, and what they would use their credits for. Before the two knew it, it was already 9 in the evening, and Luna was also showing signs of drowsiness. "Luna, I am very thankful to you," Ethan said while holding the young lady's hands. "If not for you awakening my magic, I might have suffered a lot in this academy, so thank you." "You don't have to thank me," Luna replied. "I just did what I think was right." The young lady then looked out the window of Ethan's room, where the full moon could be seen. It was on the night of the full moon when she had performed the ceremony to awaken Ethan's magic, and since then, her life had never been the same. After looking at the full moon for a few seconds, Luna shifted her gaze to the handsome young man in front of her. She was older than Ethan by a year, and yet there were times when she felt like he was more mature than her. Of course, the teenage boy was quite childish at times, but this was part of his charm that attracted people to him. The two stared at each other for nearly half a minute before Ethan, took the initiative to move his face closer to her. Luna closed her eyes, and a moment later, he felt Ethan's lips press over her own. The kiss was short but extremely sweet, making Luna feel like her heart was melting. When their kiss ended, the angelic beauty looked at Ethan with expectation, and the latter gently laid her down on the bed. Luna, Ethan wasn't able to finish whatever he was going to say because a delicate finger pressed over his lips, preventing him from saying the rest of his words. Luna then shook her head and smiled at Ethan. Although she didn't say anything, he understood what she was trying to say. Now was not the time. That was the hidden meaning behind Luna's gesture, and Ethan decided to respect it. He then held her hand and kissed her palm before lowering his head to kiss her lips once again. After that, he kissed her forehead, her cheeks, neck, and shoulder. Seeing that she showed no resistance, Ethan became a bit bolder and slowly slid the right strap of her nightgown down her shoulders, revealing more of her pale white skin. Luna took in a deep breath and prepared herself for what was about to come next. Her chest rose and fell as her heart started to beat wildly inside her chest. Ethan looked at her from above and smiled. "You're beautiful, Luna," Ethan softly whispered before lowering his head to plant a kiss just an inch below her collarbone and lightly biting on it. A few seconds later, he pulled back his head and looked at the red mark that stood out among the whiteness of her skin. Using every bit of his willpower, he once again raised the right strap of her nightgown, returning it to its place. "Aren't you going to continue?" Luna asked in a teasing tone. But her words failed to hide how embarrassed she really was. Her face was already beet red, much redder than the mark that Ethan had left on her body. Seeing her hide her shyness made Ethan smile. "I'm afraid that I won't be able to stop if I continue," Ethan replied honestly. "Now is not the time, right?" Luna sighed both in relief as well as disappointment before nodding her head. "If possible, I want to do this properly when both of us are sure of our feelings," Luna said softly. "There's also Chloe to consider." Ethan nodded and laid down on the bed beside her, hugging her close to him, not wanting to let her go. He didn't care who it was. May it be a Wendigo, a dragon, or any kind of magical creature. All those who wished to harm the women he cared for would have to go through him first. Somewhere in the dark forest, a young lady wearing a white nightgown stood in a daze. Her body glowed faintly as the moonlight shone over her. Towering in front of her was a monster that was over 4 meters tall, looking at her with delight, longing, and greed. However, the most prevalent emotion in its eyes was hunger. It was as if it couldn't wait to eat the angelic beauty in front of it and drink her blood, which was filled to the brim with potent magical power. As the creature extended its hand towards her, the young lady remained unmoving. It was as if she was in a trance, unable to break free from the spell that bound her mind and body. Just as the long, bony hands were about to touch her, Ethan abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. A second later, he glanced at his side, where the young lady should be sleeping, but only emptiness and a sense of panic greeted him. "No!" Ethan cried out as he lifted the blankets off the bed, hoping that Luna was still there and merely out of his sight. Seeing that his worst fear had come true, Ethan stood up from the bed and rushed to the door. He was supposed to keep vigil and prevent her from being spirited away, but due to the exhaustion he felt that day, he fell asleep before he knew it. "Calm down." A firm, cold voice rang inside his head. "Let me take over for a while. I'm more proficient in magic than you are." "Do it," Ethan replied. "I don't care what it takes, just make sure you save her." "You don't have to tell me twice. Luna belongs to us. I won't let a monster have his way with her." Somewhere in the Great Eagle Forest, Luna stood in a trance as the Wendigo reached out to her. Just as the vile hands that had killed countless wizards and witches were about to touch her, she suddenly broke out of her daze and took a few steps back. Her face was pale and her breathing was ragged. She tried to scream, but her voice failed her. The Wendigo chuckled evilly as it took a step forward, its glowing eyes locked onto the angelic beauty's body, licking the air and savoring the magical energy that she was releasing. It was a creature of pure evil, who enjoyed the fear, pain, and despair of its victims. For the Wendigo, these emotions were the spices that made its meal more delicious. It had broken its spell on purpose to allow Luna to break free from its control and make her feel these emotions. The moment she reached the peak of her despair was the time when the monster would go for the kill and eat her, absorbing her powerful magic that would allow the Wendigo to grow stronger. One of the Wendigo's specialties was magic, which affected the mind of its target. It invoked a strong sense of fear inside Luna's mind, making her temporarily forget that she was a witch who could use magic. But even if she were to remember, the Wendigo had the ability to nullify her magic with a single stare, using the mind spell that it had planted inside her consciousness. Luna, who was overwhelmed with fear, started to run away with all of her might. The Wendigo chuckled because this was the part that it loved the most. It enjoyed a good hunt by guiding its target to a dead end, leaving them with no place to run. As Luna ran, the Wendigo would appear in front of her and chuckle, forcing her to change direction. This continued for several minutes, until she found herself surrounded by many trees, leaving her no path. "No," Luna shouted. "Stay back, don't come near me." The young witch pressed her back at the tree behind her, wishing that she could merge with its body. The vile monster approached her slowly while chuckling evilly, making her feel that all hope was lost. Suddenly, a bright flash of light illuminated the dark forest. The Wendigo only had enough time to look in the direction where the light was coming from before something hit its body and sent it flying. The trident that hit the Wendigo flew high in the air before returning to the hand of its owner. "Get your filthy hands off my woman." A young man with purple eyes that glowed faintly in the darkness gazed steadily at the abomination that had already managed to prop itself up from the ground. The monster's hateful glare met the young man's gaze, and a hateful chuckle escaped its lips. "Ethan!" Luna stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar teenage boy who stood not far away from her. Ethan glanced in her direction, and the purple light in his eyes disappeared, returning to its normal color. As if freed from some kind of spell, Ethan hurriedly ran towards Luna and hugged her tightly for a few seconds. The feeling of fear and dread that had gripped his heart after finding that the young lady was no longer by his side when he woke up was unbearable, almost making him scream out in anger and despair. Fortunately, his other half successfully calmed him down in time, allowing him to travel to the great Eagle Forest in haste. "I'm glad you're safe," Ethan said before reluctantly pulling back. "But we have to fight him together if we want to stand a chance of returning to the academy alive." Luna nodded and summoned her wand. Her mind was now clearer after the Wendigo suffered some injury. Today was the night of the full moon, and her magic was strongest during this time of the month. "Luni Radium," Luna chanted as she pointed her wand at the Wendigo. However, a second later, the young lady cried out in pain as she held her head with both hands, dropping her wand on the ground. The Wendigo's dormant spell that it had planted in her consciousness that prevented her from using her magic activated, making her feel as if her head was being split apart from the inside. Ethan was about to ask Luna what was happening to her, but the voice inside his head told him to focus on the monster they were facing. The Wendigo might have planted some kind of mind spell in her consciousness earlier. She won't be able to break free from its influence anytime soon, so we must buy her time until then. Focus on your opponent and stand your ground. Ethan gritted his teeth before pointing his wand at the fiend in front of him. "Luni Radium." A beam of white light erupted from the tip of his wand and shot towards the monster. However, the latter deftly dodged to the side, preventing the spell from hitting it. "Luni Radium. Luni Radium. Luni Radium." Ethan fired multiple moon beams at the same time, hopping for at least one to hit the target. But the Wendigo was simply too fast and evaded his attacks with ease. Another eerie chuckle escaped its lips as if making fun of the young wizard who couldn't hit his target. Ethan was unfazed and kept casting the spell over and over again. For him, it didn't matter if he hit his target or not. He simply hoped that the radiant rays of light would somehow catch the attention of the professors of the academy, allowing them to come to their rescue. The Wendigo's insidious chuckle reverberated throughout the forest, as if mocking Ethan for his futile attempt of rescuing its prey. After dodging the young man's spell more than a dozen times, the monster stopped moving completely, allowing Ethan's spell to hit it dead center. But contrary to Ethan's expectations, the moonbeam he casted did nothing. The Wendigo is also very resistant to magic, a voice spoke inside his head. Only very powerful magic can harm it. If only Luna wasn't affected by its mind spell, she could definitely wound that creature's body. Then what should we do? Ethan muttered. Pray that our promised one didn't see things wrongly. Ethan wanted to curse internally after hearing his other half's words. Left with no choice, he picked up Luna and immediately ran as fast as he could. His body was currently empowered by the spell Magna Amplifico that was casted through the sea god's trident, so carrying Luna wasn't a problem. The problem was that, after running a dozen steps, the creature he was running away from appeared directly in front of him. Damn! Ethan cursed internally as he hurriedly put down Luna behind him and summoned his trident. The Wendigo chuckled and slashed at Ethan using its razor-sharp nails. Knowing that he had no choice but to stand his ground, the young man parried the attack, sending sparks flying in every direction every time their blows collided. Run, Luna! Ethan gritted his teeth as he forced himself to endure each strike. Run! Luna reluctantly obeyed and ran away, while Ethan stayed to keep the creature at bay. Unfortunately, she had only taken a dozen steps when she once again clutched her head in pain as the Wendigo used its mind spell to prevent her from getting away. With each strike, Ethan found himself taking a step back from the force of his opponent. They only exchanged a few blows with each other, but his arms were already numb. However, he had a feeling that the Wendigo wasn't taking him seriously and was simply toying with him in order to make him feel helpless. The Wendigo feeds on the negative feelings of its prey, and the more his prey despaired and feared him, the more delicious they would be when it ate them. Such a sick bastard, Ethan thought as he decided to use his trump card. Knowing what he wanted to do, his wand hovered in the air above him as he prepared to use the strongest attack in his arsenal. Illumina. A bright flash of light illuminated the surroundings as the silhouette of the mermaid princess materialized above the young man. The sea god's trident glowed brightly as a torrent of water enveloped its body. With one swift thrust of the trident, Ethan roared and put every bit of his magic power in a single attack. Rising Dragon Thrust. This was Ethan's trump card and the only spell that would allow him to overwhelm stronger opponents. Since ordinary spells had no effect on the Wendigo, the only thing he could use to damage the monster's body was his partial resonance. The Wendigo, on the other hand, only chuckled and faced the attack head-on. Its glowing eyes looked at Ethan in disdain, and its evil chuckle was filled with contempt. Its bony hands transformed into claws, and its sharp nails were then covered in a purple light imbued with dark magic. As an ancient creature who had lived for hundreds of years, it was confident that anything the boy used against it was futile. A brilliant flash of light erupted as the sea god's trident, and the monster's clawed hands clashed with each other. Ethan felt like he was hit by a truck when he was sent flying towards a tree. At the moment of impact, he heard a crack on his left shoulder, making him cry out in pain before falling on the ground face first. His trident embedded itself on the ground, several meters away from him, and the radiant light that coated its body dimmed after a few seconds before disappearing completely. The Wendigo, who was at the receiving end of Ethan's desperate attack, had lost an entire arm and skidded a few meters away. Despite its injury, only a chuckle escaped its lips as it walked towards the boy with its eyes glowing merrily. The young man watched in pain and horror as the Wendigo's arms slowly regenerated while the monster approached him. This was the first time since he used his partial resonance that someone was able to remain standing after his full-powered attack. "I'm sorry, Ethan." Illumina's apologetic voice whispered inside his head. "He's too strong. Please run away." Those were the last words that Ethan heard from the mermaid princess before he heard something dropping beside him. Seeing his wand lay motionless on the ground, Ethan's face turned grim. Before he could even think of what to do next, the Wendigo stepped on his right arm, making Ethan shout in pain. As if finding his screams music to its ears, the Wendigo chuckled and stepped on it repeatedly until another loud crack sounded, making Ethan's scream intensify. "Stop it," Luna cried out as she forced herself to stand up. "It is me you want, take me, and let him go." The Wendigo looked at her direction and emitted another chuckle. Seeing the desperation on her face, the monster decided to ignore her and stomped on Ethan's legs next. It could sense that the young man was important to the girl, so breaking him would effectively break her as well. "Nuo," Luna shouted as she ran towards the Wendigo and pounded its body with her fists. "Let him go, monster, let him go." The Wendigo pushed her away and continued to stomp on Ethan's leg until it broke. Then it shifted its attention on his other leg and did the same, crippling him completely. Luna watched this with tears streaming down her eyes as she forced herself to stand up to help Ethan. However, the Wendigo's mind spell pinned her on the ground, forcing her to watch as the young man suffered. Just as the monster was about to kick Ethan towards Luna, a boulder smashed on its body and sent it flying. Luna looked in the direction where the boulder came from and saw a white gorilla walk into the clearing. "Up to your old tricks again, fiend," Coco asked in disdain. "Why don't you pick someone your own size?" The Wendigo groggily stood up before glaring at the white gorilla, who had thrown a boulder at him from behind. A displeased look briefly flashed in its glowing eyes as it gazed at one of the lords of the Great Eagle Forest, who was known for its incredible physical strength. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before Coco let out a furious roar and charged at its opponent. High above the trees, a giant black spider watched the battle silently. Its mandibles opened and closed as it waited for a good opportunity to strike. Its 8 eyes were locked on the body of the Wendigo, whom it treats as one of its mortal enemies. Clearly, it was very displeased at the battle that was happening inside its territory. Just like a raging bull, Coco charged at its target fearlessly. As it was about to hit its target, the Wendigo turned into a black mist, completely avoiding the white gorilla's charge. Coco, who had already expected this to happen, stomped its foot on the ground, stopping its charge completely before going for a backhand blow. As if knowing that its opponent couldn't remain in its mist form for a long time, the white gorilla's fist connected with the side of the Wendigo's body, sending the creature smashing against the tree behind it. Coco didn't give its opponent any time to recover and jumped high in the air, using its entire weight to body slam its opponent. Unfortunately, the Wendigo managed to roll to its side, evading the gorilla's attack, making the latter smash against the tree, destroying it completely. While the two overlords were fighting against each other, Luna was finally able to approach Ethan to check his condition. A sob escaped her lips when he saw how serious his injuries were. Blood was seeping out the corner of Ethan's lips, while his limbs were twisted at unnatural angles. "Luna, run," Ethan said through gritted teeth. "Don't let that monster catch you." Luna ignored his words and helped Ethan drink the potion she procured from her storage ring. When the sweet liquid entered his lips, the pain he felt decreased a bit, making him feel a little better. He could tell that the potion that she gave him had restorative effects, but it would not be enough to fix his broken arms and legs. Even so, he was still thankful because it at least made the pain he was feeling bearable. "Don't move," Luna said. "I will try to realign your bones. This will be painful, but bear with it." Ethan nodded before gritting his teeth. Seeing that he was ready, The young lady held his right arm firmly before giving it a tug, realigning his bones. The young man endured the pain as tears streamed down his eyes. However, he knew that his suffering was only beginning because Luna still needed to realign his other arm and both of his legs. If Luna could use her magic, she might have done it in a less painful manner. But every time she channeled magic inside her body, she would feel a stinging pain inside her head, as if it was being stabbed by hundreds of needles. The only thing she could do now was treat him as quickly and as precisely as possible. Fortunately, she received training in the academy for how to deal with such injuries without using magic. A few minutes later, she had successfully realigned all of Ethan's broken bones, but the problem still remained. Due to the young man's injuries, she was unable to escape with him, while Coco fought against the Wendigo. Luna would never leave him behind, and Ethan knew this as well. No matter how much he pleaded for her to run away, the young lady didn't budge an inch and sat beside him with a determined look on her face. The sound of Coco's roars, the Wendigo's demented chuckle, and the breaking of trees reverberated inside the forest. Despite the white gorilla's incredible strength, it was unable to deal a lethal blow to its enemy, who had strong regeneration ability, could turn into black mist, and use powerful dark magic. In fact, Coco's white fur was now dyed red with blood, because the Wendigo wasn't any less feral and brutal than it. It was an ancient monster that was older than the white gorilla, and had fought strong wizards, witches, and magical beasts during its lifetime. Even though Ethan used a partial resonance, the Wendigo was confident that it could endure the damage it could pose to its body. In order to defeat this monster, one must use a powerful spell that would disintegrate its body instantly, not leaving any part behind, which it could use to regenerate itself. Breaking every bone in its body, blowing off its limbs, or severing its head would not kill the creature because it was nearly immortal due to the power it had absorbed over a very long period of time. This was also why Coco didn't want to fight this beast alone, and had to ask for Broodmother's help in order to deal with their unruly neighbor. When Ethan started to fight against the Wendigo, Coco and the Broodmother heard the commotion and immediately rushed in order to investigate what was happening. Fortunately, they arrived before it was too late. "A little help here," Coco complained as he smacked the head of the Wendigo, making it scream in pain. A series of clicking sounds spread in the surroundings, alerting Coco of what was about to come. Understanding what its accomplice planned to do, the white gorilla roared as it smashed its two fists into the Wendigo's face repeatedly, pinning it on the ground. After a dozen blows, the white gorilla lifted its opponent and threw it towards a tree. At that exact moment, countless spider silks descended from the sky, pinning the vile monster on the tree until its entire body was covered with spider webs. If they were fighting an ordinary opponent, this combination attack would be enough to finish it. Unfortunately, they weren't fighting an ordinary enemy. Purple flames burned the spider silk away, and the Wendigo emerged from the trap that the Broodmother had prepared for it unharmed. A second later, it turned into a black mist, just in time to evade an acid spray that melted the ground under its feet. The Broodmother didn't stop and continued its relentless attack, forcing the Wendigo to distance itself from Coco, who was standing between the Wendigo and the two teenagers behind it. Coco gave Ethan and Luna a backward glance before sighing in its heart. "This is bad," Coco thought. "This bastard is stronger than we anticipated." Just as the white gorilla was thinking about what to do next, a bright ray of light struck the Wendigo, who was busy evading Broodmother's acid sprays. The light was so intense that it blasted a hole in the Wendigo's chest, making the monster shriek in pain. Coco and the Broodmother raised their heads to look at the three figures that were floating in the sky. Suddenly, a cold and chilling voice filled with killing intent reached everyone's ears. "Don't think you will be able to escape after hurting the students of my academy." Professor Reinhardt raised his wand and created a barrier of light in the surroundings, preventing any creature from leaving. Floating on the headmaster's right side was none other than the strongest magistratus, when he was still in active service, Professor Barrett. Professor Ophelia, who also became a magistratus just recently, landed in front of Ethan and Luna, guarding them from further harm. Seeing that the number of its opponent had increased, another chuckle escaped the Wendigo's lips as the hole in its chest slowly regenerated. However, if one were to listen closely, its chuckle was no longer filled with amusement and disdain. Instead, there was a hint of anxiety in it. For the first time since it had decided to head south from its domain, the Wendigo was starting to think that coming here was a bad idea. The Wendigo's eyes glowed like fiery embers as it gazed at the headmaster of Brynhildr Academy for a short while before shifting its attention to the wizard beside him. A few seconds later, it glanced at Coco, Broodmother, Ophelia, and finally, on the angelic beauty, Luna, whom it had chosen as prey. If it had been confident that it could push the young lady to the brink of despair earlier, now, it knew that it was no longer possible. Since that was the case, the Wendigo decided to do the only option it was left with, and that was to escape. The monster's body turned into a blur as it increased its speed to escape the encirclement that had trapped it in its center. Professor Reinhardt sneered when he saw this and quickly pointed his wand at the fleeting monster. "I already told you, don't think that you can escape." A flash of brilliant light that illuminated the surroundings hit the fleeting monster's leg, obliterating it completely. It didn't matter how fast its movements were. For Professor Reinhardt, no one would be able to escape the moment he unleashed his domain. The Wendigo screamed in pain before falling head first on the ground. Before it could even stand up, 3 more rays of intense light hit its body, targeting its remaining leg and arms. Just as the monster willed itself to regenerate the parts that were destroyed, 4 silver chains descended from the sky and wrapped itself on the Wendigo's body. These silver chains not only locked its target in place, but it also suppressed any form of healing and regeneration. Seeing that its body wasn't recovering, it then attempted to turn into a black mist in order to escape its binding. However, contrary to what it expected, the binding remained in place, preventing the monster from escaping. "Brynhildr, lock up this fiend," Professor Reinhardt ordered. The statue of the Valkyrie, located at the highest tower of the academy, slowly opened its eyes. Its marble body glowed faintly before transforming into a beam of light that flew towards the great eagle forest. When the light plunged into the clearing, a beautiful woman with angelic wings stood regal and proud. She held a spear in one hand and a shield on the other. Her long blonde hair fluttered faintly in the breeze as her crimson eyes locked onto the Wendigo's body, which made the evil abomination shudder. The Valkyrie, who was also the guardian of Brynhildr Academy, moved her shield until the Wendigo's reflection appeared on its surface. "Magnus Carcer." Her voice, which was as beautiful as her exterior, reached everyone's ears, making Ethan momentarily forget the pain he was feeling. Then it happened. A black orb appeared in front of the shield, and a powerful sucking force pulled the struggling Wendigo inside of it. The creature screamed and did its best to escape from its jailer, but no matter what it did, his attempts were futile. In the end, it was sucked up inside the Valkyrie's shield, never to be seen again. At least, for the time being. With her duty accomplished, the Valkyrie flapped her wings and flew toward the sky before turning into a beam of light. It once again returned to the highest tower of the academy, her pose freezing and her body turning into stone. A strange calm descended into the clearing as Professor Reinhardt removed the white barrier in the surroundings. Coco and Broodmother glanced at each other before leaving the clearing and returning to their respective territories. Now that their greatest threat was gone, the 2 overlords would no longer have to worry about the flesh-eater of the great eagle forest ever again. "You 2 have a lot of explaining to do," Professor Barrett said with a smile. "I believe we have a curfew, right? What are you 2 doing here in the great eagle forest? Don't tell me you're here to take a stroll." "Barrett, stop teasing the children," Professor Reinhardt said as he landed on the ground. You and I know that both of them are not at fault. Professor Barrett smiled and no longer teased the two teenagers, who barely escaped one of the vilest magical creatures that lived within the forest that bordered Brynhildr Academy. Knowing that they were already safe from harm, Ethan sighed in relief. A second later, he lost consciousness. Due to the rush of adrenaline earlier, he wasn't aware that his magical energy had already dipped to dangerous levels. The injuries that the Wendigo had given him didn't help either, making him extremely weak. Seeing his condition, Professor Ophelia waved her wand and made his body float. "Let's take him back to the academy," Professor Ophelia said to Luna, who was looking at the teenage boy with worry in her eyes. "I'm sure that Professor Galena will patch him up until he becomes good as new." Luna nodded as a reply and sat on Professor Ophelia's flying broom, which took both of them back to the academy. Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett, who remained in the clearing, glanced in the direction of the sea god's trident that was embedded on the ground. "What is this thing?" Professor Barrett asked as he casually walked towards the trident. "I've never seen anything like this in the academy before." The former magistratus gripped the trident's handle in order to take it off from the ground. However, it didn't budge. "Interesting." Professor Barrett smiled as he took out a monocle to appraise the trident to know its origin. "Strange. I don't see any information about this weapon whatsoever. Just where did that boy pick this thing?" The headmaster smiled as he walked toward the trident that was embedded on the ground. "Perhaps this is a lost relic," Professor Reinhardt said. "You know, those things that came from the Age of Myths." "Nice one, Reinhardt," Professor Barrett smirked. "Do you think lost relics are like four-leaf clovers that you can randomly find with just a bit of luck? But how do we take this back to the academy?" "We don't," Professor Reinhardt replied, his eyes twinkling in amusement. "If this is what I think it will return to Ethan's side the moment he regains consciousness. It is best that we leave it here." Professor Barrett nodded, but still decided to appraise the weapon using his magical monocle. After 2 minutes without getting any result, the ex-magistratus sighed before reluctantly leaving the clearing along with Professor Reinhardt. When the two wizards were no longer around, the sea god's trident returned to its original form before disappearing completely. Only its master could wield it, and it would not allow anyone to pull it out of the ground unless that person was someone that its master trusted completely. Chloe and Luna sat beside Ethan's bed and watched the teenager who was currently asleep. Ethan had a frown on his face, and he seemed to be having a bad dream. Suddenly, the young man groaned, and a desperate voice escaped his lips. "No," Ethan shouted. "Don't take Luna away from me." Chloe, who was sitting right beside the bed, immediately stood up and pinched his right cheek, eliciting a scream of pain from the young man. Ethan abruptly opened his eyes, and since he was still disoriented from his nightmare, the first words that came out of his lips were, "Let go of me, you ugly monster." Chloe smiled sweetly before using her free hand to pinch her cousin's other cheek, making the latter scream a second time. "Wake up, you dumb," Chloe growled. "Who are you calling an ugly monster?" Ethan, who finally realized that everything he saw was just a dream, looked at his cousin with injustice. "That hurts." "Chloe," Ethan complained as he massaged both of his cheeks. "Why are you being so mean, so early in the morning?" "It's no longer morning, you fool," Chloe replied. "It's already late in the afternoon. Classes had long ended." The young man glanced at the window and saw that the sky had already turned orange, which was a sign that the sun was about to set. Then his gaze landed on Luna, making him remember the things that happened a few hours ago. "Are you all right, Luna?" Ethan asked, momentarily forgetting the pain in his cheeks. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine, Ethan," Luna replied with a smile. "It is you that we are worried about. How are you feeling?" "Not so good." Ethan glanced at his cousin, who just pinched both of his cheeks a while ago. "A gremlin bit me." Luna giggled, while Chloe raised her fist in a threatening manner. It was at that moment Ethan realized that he wasn't inside his room. His gaze then landed on a middle-aged lady who was looking at them with a smile from her desk. "Don't mind me, little ones," Professor Galena said. "Continue your public display of attention. It's not every day that I see a romantic comedy in the infirmary." Ethan blinked in confusion, while Luna and Chloe blushed in embarrassment. An awkward silence then descended inside the room, making the most proficient healer of Brynhildr Academy chuckle. "All right, let me do a quick inspection to make sure that your bones have healed properly," Professor Galena said before approaching Ethan. "Raise your arms." Ethan obeyed and allowed the professor to run a diagnostic spell on him to check if he had other injuries that she had missed. "The bone-mending potion has done its work quite well," Professor Galena commented. "Okay, you are free to go. Just remember this: I can fix broken bones and even regenerate a limb or two. However, I can't mend a broken heart. So do your best, okay?" The witch glanced at Chloe and Luna before winking at Ethan, which made the latter lower his gaze. Half an hour later, the three of them walked back to the Dud Manor together. Luna had already told Chloe everything that happened that night, which made the latter feel hurt, knowing that two of the most important people in her life had suffered under the Wendigo's evil clutches. Fortunately, the monster had already been dealt with, preventing any more attempts on Luna's life. "Hey, if that Wendigo abducted me too, would you come to my rescue?" Chloe asked as the three of them walked side by side. "Why are you even asking this question?" Ethan asked back. "Of course, I will come to rescue you." This answer put a smile on the young lady's face, making her hum a happy tune until they reached the Dud Manor. "Do you think they will lift the curfew now that the threat to the academy is gone?" Chloe asked. "I think they will," Luna replied. "On a side note, your first mission will start in 2 weeks' time. Are both of you already ready to embark on your adventure outside of the academy?" "I already made my preparations," Chloe nodded. "I'm ready to go anytime. How about you, Ethan?" Ethan didn't answer the question right away, and simply looked in front of him in a daze, buried deep in thought. After his battle with the Wendigo, he realized that his ability to protect himself and others were still lacking. If Coco, the broodmother, and the professors didn't arrive on time, he and Luna would probably not be here talking to his cousin right now. After a few minutes of silence, he sighed and answered Chloe's question. "I'm still not done with my preparations," Ethan answered after organizing his thoughts. "There are still a few things I need to do before we embark on our mission." Yes, Ethan needed to do a lot of things. He had a lot of questions inside his head, and there were only 2 people that could give him the answers he was looking for. The first one was Emma. The second one was his other half, who was currently sleeping inside his consciousness. Truth be told, when Ethan discovered that someone else was sharing his body, he started feeling anxious and confused. However, his other half assured him that he was his ally and that he shouldn't be wary of him. This calmed him down a bit, but he still felt restless. He had only set it aside for the time being because rescuing Luna took precedence. During that time, he didn't mind letting his other half take control of his body to teleport to the Great Eagle Forest and launch the surprise attack on their enemy. While Ethan was deep in his thoughts, Emma was busy writing a letter inside her room. The young lady was making a report to her mother, informing the latter that she had found their liege in the East Shire. The report was encrypted in a way that even if the letter was intercepted, no one would be able to decipher the message that she had written. "Go, Dawn," Emma said as she placed the letter inside the magical cylinder of her raven. "Fly swift, fly safe." The raven cowed once before flying out of the window. Emma sighed before placing her hand over her chest, where the mark of her clan glowed faintly. "I just hope I didn't make the wrong decision in forcefully awakening him before he was ready to know the truth," Emma muttered. Ethan's promised one side for the second time before looking out of the window of her room. She knew that sooner or later, the handsome young man would look for her and ask her some questions. Questions that she didn't know if she had the authority to answer. When Ethan returned to his room, the first thing he noticed was the one-handed trident that resembled a Sai sword, lying on top of his table. It was none other than the sea god's trident that he had left inside the great eagle forest. The young man then picked up the weapon with his left hand and looked at it with a solemn expression on his face. Half a minute later, something unexpected happened. The trident turned into particles of light and merged with Ethan's hand. Not long after, the symbol of the weapon glowed faintly on the back of his hand before disappearing completely. For some reason, he understood that whenever he needed to summon the weapon, all he needed to do was to think about it, and it would appear in his hand. Testing if his theory was correct, Ethan raised his hand and summoned the trident with a thought. Just like he expected, the weapon did appear in his hand, confirming his suspicion. At least I won't lose it in the future, Ethan thought before walking towards the mirror. He looked at it for a while before sighing. "We need to talk," Ethan said. "And what do you want to talk about?" his reflection in the mirror asked. "Who are you?" "I knew that you would ask me this question." His reflection smiled before resting his hands on his waist. "Are you sure you want to know?" the reflection asked. "The truth might bring you more questions than answers." "I want to know," Ethan insisted. "Please answer my question." The reflection closed his eyes and didn't answer right away. After a few minutes of silence, Ethan's other half sighed before looking at him with a solemn expression on his face. "I am the person who you were supposed to be," the reflection replied. "Unfortunately, something happened when you were a baby, and this prevented you from reaching your full potential." Ethan knew that he was an adopted child because his grandparents had been very honest with him. They told him this information when he was 12 years old, but that didn't change the way he thought about his family, making his grandparents sigh in relief. Granted, there were times when he would think of his biological parents and ask himself why they abandoned him when he was young. To this day, Ethan didn't know the answer, but there was a possibility that his other half would know the answer he was looking for. "What do you mean you are who I was supposed to be?" Ethan inquired. "Are you telling me that you're the original owner of this body?" "I guess this is the thing that you are most worried about, right?" The reflection smiled. "Like I said earlier, I am the person who you were supposed to be. Strong, confident, powerful, handsome, and definitely not a dud. But life had other plans, so you weren't able to fulfill your true destiny, but perhaps there is still a chance." The reflection gave Ethan a mischievous smile, which made the latter shudder. "Relax," the reflection smirked. "It is not as bad as you think. I have no intention of taking over your body unless it is an emergency. Also, the two of us are inseparable because I am your legacy." "What's a legacy?" Ethan inquired. "A legacy is the source of knowledge and power. Usually, this power is transferred through bloodlines, and some of the oldest wizard families have them. It is something that they can access with just a thought. You can also call legacies memories. This knowledge and power is given to you rightfully by birth. When some people are just starting to crawl, you are already flying in the sky like a mighty dragon. That's what legacies are. Unfortunately, you can only use my power for a very, very, very short period of time due to your damaged magical circuits. Until you find a way to fix them, the power that was rightfully yours by birth will just be a thing of the past." Ethan frowned because he didn't know if he should believe his other half or not. For the first time in his life, he was having trust issues with himself, which he never thought would happen to him. "Look, you just experienced a traumatic experience, and I know that you still haven't fully recovered from your exhaustion," the reflection stated. "Also, I need to hibernate for a while because you have used up most of your magic powers. The only reason why we are able to have this discussion is because I am burning the reserve magical power that I stored whenever you kiss someone. Take note that this will be the last time I do this because that magic is reserved for emergencies. If you want to talk to me again, make sure to absorb magic first. Till then, be safe." A second later, the reflection on the mirror returned to normal. If Ethan didn't know better, he would definitely think that the discussion he had with his reflection was just his delusion. But he knew that it was real, making him feel lost and confused. "A legacy," Ethan muttered. Just who am I? The young man sighed before sitting down on his bed. Right now, he didn't know what to do and what to believe. I need to talk to Emma tomorrow, Ethan thought. Perhaps she can tell me who I really am. The next day, right after classes, Ethan went to the library to look for Emma. However, the black-haired assistant librarian wasn't there. Instead, the grumpy librarian, Ms. Lyra, stood at the counter and eyed Ethan with a menacing glare. Although he was a bit intimidated with the librarian's glare, he steeled himself and walked towards her. Ms. Lyra, is Emma around? Ethan asked. Emma, she called in sick today. She also said that she needed to take a few days off from the library as well, Ms. Lyra replied in an annoyed tone before glancing at the girls who were gossiping, while giving side glances at Ethan. You girls, this is a library and not your common room. If you don't know how to behave, you should just leave. The girls quieted down and hurriedly left the library because the librarian's glare scared them. Ethan then thanked Ms. Lyra before exiting the library as well. He didn't return to Dud Manor right away. Instead, he continued to walk behind the library until he arrived at the grove of trees where Emma had taken him. As he stood in front of the familiar tree, Ethan took a deep breath before knocking on its bark. Emma, it's me, Ethan said. I need to talk to you. No answer came, so Ethan knocked on the tree once again. After 5 minutes of doing the same thing and getting no replies, he finally gave up and walked away. Half a minute later, Emma peeked out from behind the tree to look at the young man, whom she was trying to avoid for the time being. The young lady had her reasons for not meeting with Ethan right now. She was waiting for her mother's reply to her letter, which would give her an idea what to tell and what to keep secret. Their clan was very strict when it came to certain things, and if they deemed that Ethan didn't need to know his origin, Emma would keep it a secret until the right time had come. The sound of weapons hitting each other reverberated inside the training room as Ethan's and Nicole's weapon clashed. Right now, the young man was using a pitchfork instead of the sea god's trident and attacked Nicole in a frenzy. The young lady deftly evaded and deflected his attack with ease, causing Ethan to intensify his efforts. Nicole frowned after deflecting Ethan's latest strike. The next thing she did was to lower her body and do a leg sweep, hitting her opponent and making him fall on the ground. Let's stop here, Nicole said, her rapier pointing at the ground. Her breath was still even, and she hadn't even broken a sweat despite Ethan's all-out offensive. The young man, however, was panting for breath as he wiped the sweat that was flowing like rivers down his face. I can still go on, Ethan insisted. Let's continue. No, Nicole shook her head. If we continue, you will definitely get injured because your mind is elsewhere. She then returned her rapier to her scabbard and looked down at Ethan with a calm expression on his face. Who are you fighting against, Ethan? Nicole asked. I can certainly tell that it wasn't me. What are you talking about? Ethan replied as he propped himself up from the ground. You are exchanging blows with me, and yet the opponent that is reflected in your eyes isn't me, Nicole stated. Just who are you fighting against? Are you perhaps sparring with me while thinking of the Wendigo that abducted Luna? I'm hurt. Do I look like a vile monster to you? Ethan's guilt caused him to avert his gaze because what Nicole said was the truth. He was fighting her with the image of the Wendigo in his mind and venting out his frustrations for the helplessness that he felt when the monster toyed with him. Don't do this again, Ethan, Nicole said softly. If you don't look at the opponent in front of you and see them for who or what they are, you will only get hurt. My fighting style is different from the Wendigo, and one careless mistake might cause you to lose an eye. After hearing Nicole's words, Ethan sighed and looked her in the eye. I'm sorry, Ethan replied. You're right, my mind is in the gutters right now. I feel so lost. Is something troubling you? Nicole asked. Perhaps I can help. Ethan smiled before asking her a question. What would you do if you woke up one day and realized that everything you believed in wasn't real? Ethan asked. I didn't know you liked philosophy, Ethan, Nicole smiled. But to answer your question, I'd probably feel lost and troubled. Why? Are you having some kind of existential crisis right now? Perhaps, Ethan replied. Thank you for the spar. I'll go and cool my head off for now. Ethan left the training room and rested for a while before taking a cold shower. It had been 2 days since he had attempted to talk to Emma, but the latter was determined to not meet him. He even went to Schwartz Manor despite the fact that almost everyone there hated his guts. However, nothing happened, and the people there thought that he was harassing one of their people, forcing him to leave empty-handed. Chloe and Luna also felt that Ethan was not acting like himself for the last 2 days. Although they wanted to ask him questions, they felt that he needed some time alone, so they kept their distance. After taking a shower, Ethan decided to wander around the academy with no destination in mind. Nearly half an hour later, he found himself staring at the island at the center of the lake, where he and Luna had done the ceremony to awaken his magical powers. That was where everything started, and that was the first time that his other half appeared. While he was feeling melancholic, a familiar voice reached his ears. I see a person that is looking for answers, and yet when the answer is given to him, he refuses to accept it. Such a contradiction, but that is part of human nature. Still, you being human is debatable. Ethan didn't need to turn around because he didn't want to see the chubby black cat, who came and went whenever it felt like it. Instead, he gave it a piece of his mind. Do you think I'm not human? Ethan asked as he continued to stare at the lake. Like I said, that is debatable, the Cheshire cat replied as it casually sat beside the young man. You look like a human, but don't smell like one. Maybe you are a half-breed. Actually, you remind me of an old friend of mine. His name is Merlin, and he was one of, if not the most powerful wizard during the Age of Myths. That was several hundred years ago, mind you. Oh, Ethan finally glanced at the chubby black cat beside him. Tell me more about this Merlin fellow. The chubby black cat licked its paws for a few seconds before looking up at the young man, who was waiting for his reply. Well, for starters, you're not him, and you are not related to him in any way possible, the Cheshire cat said. Now, where was I? Merlin, right? This guy has a few screws loose in his head. He is a powerful magician, a seer and shapeshifter. But not many people know that he was also proficient with the sword. This is why during the Age of Myths, those who tried to assassinate that lunatic ended up dying because they thought that if they got close enough, they would be able to kill him. Bunch of idiots, really. Ethan smiled. Then, why did you say that I remind you of that Merlin fellow? Because he looked human, and yet he was not, the Cheshire cat replied. And the two of you smell the same. The smile on Ethan's face disappeared as he looked at the chubby black cat that was looking at him with a devilish smile on his face. Are you saying I'm not human? Ethan inquired. You already asked that question earlier, Ethan, the Cheshire cat smirked. My answer remains the same. It is debatable, but I can tell you one thing with certainty. The human part of you is greater than your other half. This much is true. So, I don't think you will be growing wings and horns anytime soon. After saying those words, the Cheshire cat laughed before turning invisible. But before leaving completely, he imparted a few words to the young man, who reminded him of his old friend. One last thing, Ethan. Do not let the shadows of your past darken your future. The present is the point at which time touches eternity. Whether you do good things or do bad things, the choice will always be in your hands. Not long after, a gentle breeze caressed Ethan's face as he continued to look at the lake in front of him. He digested the words that the Cheshire cat had parted with, and for some reason, he felt that the chubby black cat was right. What happened in the past was in the past, and regardless of his origin, he was the one who had the ability to decide what he should do with his life. Also, the Cheshire cat had stated that his human part was greater than his other half. He still didn't know what the black cat was implying, but it was enough for now. Feeling a bit better, he decided to return to Dud Manor. There was no use of thinking about things outside of his control. He would just focus on what he could, and wait till the final piece of the puzzle fell into place. A few days had passed since Ethan last talked to the Cheshire cat. In those few days, Ethan trained and refined his martial skills to the best of his abilities. Nicole had told him that there was no way for him to become a master in such a short period of time. Mastery over skills and abilities required a lot of time, as well as experience in combat. But she also told him that there was a shortcut, and that was to experience real battles. Battles were very different from the spars, as well as the magical duels in the academy. The young beauty had told him that only when your life truly hung on the boundary between life and death, where one's senses are stimulated, would one truly ingrain the best way to fight into the bones. Ethan knew that Nicole was right, so he decided to just take it one step at a time. What he did in the magical duels might be truly outstanding, but since he couldn't use magic whenever he wanted, he needed to learn other ways to protect himself. His clash against the Wendigo had taught Ethan a lot. Although he didn't want to admit it, he felt that he was invincible in the academy after being able to attain partial resonance. He thought that anyone he faced could be easily defeated with his trump card. But after fighting with the vile monster that abducted Luna, he was humbled and he understood that there was always someone or something stronger than him. The young man also decided not to look for Emma, because he believed that she would come to him of her own accord when the time was right. After all, she was his promised one, whatever that term meant. Only a week before our first mission starts, Ethan thought as he wiped his face with a towel. I hope nothing bad happens during our mission. Just as he was about to return to his room to take a shower, Luna entered the training hall with a complicated look on her face. Ethan, you have a guest, Luna said. A guest, Ethan arched an eyebrow. Who? Emma from Schwartz Manor, Luna replied. She's waiting in the common room. Ethan blinked, once then twice before his mind, registered what the angelic beauty had told him. Emma came to see me. Yes, she's waiting outside. Ethan thanked Luna and went to see his guest, whom he'd been wanting to see for the past few days. The moment he entered the common room, Emma immediately sensed his presence and greeted him. Good morning, Ethan. Emma stood up and gave Ethan a brief nod. I hope I didn't interrupt your training. The young man stared at the assistant librarian, who had a deadpan look on her face like always. He had seen how attractive Emma was a few days prior, and it left him a strong impression, so seeing her revert back to her old self took a moment to get used to. Good morning, Ethan replied. Do you need me for something? Emma nodded. Meet me at 3 in the afternoon behind the library. We can continue the discussion we had the other day. Ethan sighed internally because this was the moment he was waiting for. Finally, he would be able to talk to her and ask some of the questions that he had set aside for the time being. Understood, I'll be there later, Ethan replied. Thank you, Emma. Emma only gave Ethan a brief nod before taking her leave. When the assistant librarian was finally gone, Luna glanced at Ethan with concern. I didn't know that you were on good terms with Emma, Luna said. She has a reputation of being standoffish in the academy. She doesn't talk to people and prefers to be alone. How did you two come to know each other? She is an assistant librarian, so I see her a lot whenever I visit the library, Ethan answered. He wanted to tell Luna more about Emma, but he held his tongue. Emma had told him to not speak about her to others and his secret relationship with her. A few hours later, Ethan stood in front of the tree that Emma had taken him to a few days ago. Before he could even knock on its bark, a door appeared and opened wide for him to enter. The young man didn't hesitate and entered the secret tree house as quickly as he could. Once he was safely inside, the door closed behind him, and the tree reverted back to its original look. Inside, he saw Emma sitting on the couch. She was no longer wearing glasses, and her hair was neatly combed, showing her beautiful face that only a handful of people knew about. Please sit, my liege, Emma said softly. I apologize for not meeting with you over the past few days. It's fine, Ethan replied before sitting on the couch opposite Emma's. I have a lot of questions to ask you, but first, Let's talk about why you wanted to meet with me." Emma eyed the handsome young man, whom her mark had recognized to be her master. She hadn't seen him for the past few days, and there were visible dark circles under Ethan's eyes, which made her heart ache. "I know that you have a lot of questions, my lord," Emma said softly, "but there are some questions that I cannot answer. I hope that you will forgive me for that." "I understand," Ethan nodded. "First, tell me what a promised one is. I want to know if you are friend or foe." The young lady smiled bitterly after hearing Ethan's first question. "In order to answer this question, my liege, I will need to tell you a little bit about my clan," Emma answered. "I belong to the Meredith clan. The ancestors of my clan were shamans and druids who are nomadic by nature. In the past, they lived peacefully in a small village that is hidden within the Grimwood forest. But during the Age of Myths, they were forced to flee in order to keep themselves safe from the great battle between the gods and the giants. The elves, dwarves, and humans sided with the gods, while the Fomorians and the monsters of the land sided with the giants. Our clan is peaceful by nature and didn't want to fight, so we left our home and wandered the land, looking for a safe place to stay. That is when we met the First Lord, who allowed us to take shelter within his domain. He protected our clan from the ravages of war and made sure that our clan could live in peace. In order to repay his grace, our ancestors decided to have one of our maidens become the protectors of his rightful heir. Since then, the Meredith clan has followed this tradition, from generation to generation. But in this generation, there have been some complications. Emma sighed before continuing her story. There were some people who didn't want the Lord's bloodline to continue and sent countless wizards and witches to kill the newborn baby. Because of this, our Lord's army, as well as our clan, fought them back to allow Lady Catherine an opportunity to escape. That was the last time we saw Our Lady, but she made sure to send our clan a message that you were safe. She didn't mention where you were or where she was going to hide, but that was enough. Our clan then dispatched several maidens throughout Eastshire, Northshire, Westshire, and Southshire in order to find you. They said that whoever finds you first will become your promised one. Emma looked at Ethan with a smile. My mother thought that enrolling at Brynhilder Academy would give me a chance to meet you if you were here in Eastshire. Of course, I am not the only maiden of our clan in Eastshire, but they had gone to other places in order to search for you. I'm sure my mother is very happy that her foresight has paid off." Ethan kept his silence and patiently listened to Emma's story. When she was done talking, he learned two important things about his identity. The first one was his mother's name. Catherine, Ethan thought. He felt a dull pain in his chest after he heard the name of his biological mother. "So that is my mother's name." The young man closed his eyes and placed his hand over his chest as he thought about his mother, who went missing according to Emma's story. The second thing was the meaning of the promised one, which explained why Emma referred to him as my liege. "So a promised one is a protector," Ethan nodded. "Understood." Emma wanted to say more, but she decided to hold back for the time being. She didn't want to overload the young man with information, which might complicate things. Truth be told, she was very tempted to tell Ethan that the promised ones also served as their lord's concubines in the past. But since she believed that he didn't need this information right now, she decided to keep it a secret for the time being. "I have another question," Ethan said. "The Meredith clan served this lord, right? Is he a noble? Does he have a territory? If so, where is it?" "I can't answer the first question because things might get complicated if you were to know about it," Emma answered. "As for the second question, yes, he has a territory. In order to reach it, one must first pass through Heimdall's Gate, which leads to the central continent of Midgard." Emma explained a lot of things to Ethan, giving him a general understanding of the land's layout. Eastshire was where the human kingdom was located. In Northshire was the stronghold of the dwarves. In Westshire was the Eden of the elves. And in Southshire was the dominion of the beastkin. At the very center, where these four territories converged, was Heimdall's Gate. This was a teleportation gate that allowed them to travel to the central continent of Midgard, which was a very vast world that was nestled within the branches of Yggdrasil. The Meredith clan's territory was beyond the gate, which meant that Ethan must go to Midgard in order to better know his origin and uncover the secrets of his true identity. First years are not allowed to travel to Heimdall's gate, Emma explained. Only third years and fourth years are given the permission to carry out missions in Midgard. Of course, there are exceptions, but these exceptions are only given to second years who have proven their worth and have gained the recognition of the headmaster of the academy. If you want to go to Midgard, you need to wait until you have become a third year to do so. By then, you will have enough experience in both magic and martial arts to protect yourself on that long journey. If you wish, I can accompany you back to my hometown so that you can see your father's domain, at least what is left of it. Ethan nodded his head in understanding. Understood. So when I become a third year, you will accompany me to Midgard. It would be my honor, my liege, Emma bowed. Do you still have questions for me? The young man thought for a while, before making his thoughts known. What is my mother like? Ethan asked. I'm sorry, but I was still a baby when she left Midgard, Emma replied. However, my mother often told me that Lady Catherine was a kind and gentle lady. She even said that she was too good for our Lord, but please, don't tell others about this, okay? My family might get in trouble if my clan head hears I said that. Ethan wasn't able to keep himself from smiling, because he found Emma's reply quite funny. Am I right if I say that I can't ask questions about my father? Ethan inquired. Emma nodded. I'm sorry, but it really is confidential information. I do not have the authority to tell anything about our Lord. The handsome teenager smiled before asking Emma one last question. My first mission is about to start, Ethan stated. Any advice? The young lady pondered a bit before nodding her head. Make sure to bring some bug spray or bug-repellent potions. Emma smirked. There might be many insects that might want to take a bite out of you, my lord. After all, your blood is very precious, especially to a young lady with long, light brown hair. She might attack you in your sleep. This time, Ethan wasn't able to hold back his chuckle because he clearly knew who Emma was talking about. After making a bit more small talk, Ethan said his farewell and returned to Dud Manor. Although he didn't get all the answers to his questions, he learned enough information to keep his mind stable for the time being. A few days later, the day where they would take on their first mission had finally arrived. Brynhildr Academy Mission Hall. There are too many people. Chloe looked at the spacious hall, which was filled to the brim with wizards and witches who were rushing to secure the easiest and most rewarding missions that were posted in the quest board. Ethan winced because the mere thought of trying to enter that chaotic place was enough to make his body hurt. Why don't we wait until there are less people around? Ethan proposed. But if we do that, we will be left with the worst-paying missions, Chloe complained. We might be stuck with collecting magical herbs or something just as mundane. I want my first mission to be exciting, like escorting a caravan to the north or exploring ruins in the south. Better yet, I want to enter one of those legacy gates. According to my senior in Jaeger Manor, it is the place where we can get treasures, as well as other magical artifacts. Ethan blinked in confusion. Legacy gates, Ethan asked. What legacy gates? Chloe scratched her head, because she had forgotten that Ethan didn't know much about the magic world. Listen, legacy gates are connected to different places in Midgard. Some of them are even connected to other worlds that are within the branches of Yggdrasil. There is just one major problem, and that is time. Time. Yes, time moves differently inside the legacy gates. After entering a legacy gate, the passage of time will remain the same for the first month. Meaning, if you spend 1 month inside the world after passing through the gate, it is equivalent to a month here in Eastshire. However, if you stay inside the gate for more than a month, time becomes blurred. Chloe's expression became solemn as she continued her explanation. If you spend more than 30 days inside the gate, then return to Eastshire, there is a possibility that you will arrive in a different timeline. What I mean by a different timeline is that some people who have gone past the 30-day limit emerged from the gate in a different year. There were even instances when people only spent 2 months inside the gate, but when they returned, they discovered that 20 years had passed. That is the scary thing about entering legacy gates. Although the treasures in them could make you extremely wealthy and powerful, the consequences of not being able to return in time are, well, time itself. Ethan looked at his beautiful cousin in horror. He never expected that something so nasty existed in the world. "Let me get this straight," Ethan stated. "Let's say I enter the gate and return after 6 months. Does that mean that the next time I see you, there's a possibility that I'd meet a 60-year-old woman instead of a teen, while I'd still be 17 years old?" Chloe nodded. There is documented evidence that it has happened many times in the past. "Wow, such a scary place to go," Ethan shuddered. "Yet people still want to go there." Chloe smiled. "Of course. As long as you return within the 30-day limit, you'll be just fine. Before entering a legacy gate, everyone is given a watch that counts the days that you are inside it instead of just the hours. Of course, those who enter a legacy gate are also required to sign a waiver so that the Academy is not held responsible for their choice. Well, there have been instances where some people stayed inside the legacy worlds for several years, and when they returned, they found out that only a few months had passed. Those were the lucky ones." Ethan crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Chloe with determination. "Chloe, we are not entering a legacy gate," Ethan stated. "Do I make myself clear?" Seeing his intense stare, the young lady had no choice but to nod her head in agreement. She understood that Ethan didn't want to take such a gamble with their lives. "Ha, Tilda, I guess our first mission will be herb collection," Chloe sighed. "Talk about a complete letdown." The young man beside her also sighed in his heart. However, his sigh was a sigh of relief instead of disappointment. Ethan didn't want to do something as exciting as challenging a legacy gate on their first mission. He would rather spend time picking herbs than come back to a world where the people important to him no longer existed. Just as Chloe expected, there were only mundane missions remaining when the number of people inside the mission hall finally decreased. There were even missions for finding lost animals like dogs and cats, which made Ethan scratch his head. According to Chloe, the missions posted in the mission hall were quests that were commissioned by the people in Eastshire. Meaning, these missions could have come from royalty, noble families, and even the common folk who lived in the magical world. There were also special missions that came from Northshire, Westshire, and Southshire, and their rewards were just as good as the rewards given by the royal family and nobles. These missions were called international quests, which were available to any academy or race within the Shire continent. There were also special quests that were issued by other magical academies as well. Although these quests were rare, they were one of the most sought-after quests in the mission hall. Oftentimes, these quests were sent out because they required certain specialties that only the other races like the elves, dwarves, and beastkins could do. An example of these special quests would be to explore a newly discovered legacy gate, stop a beast tide, or close a corrupted gate that released countless horrors into the Shire continent. While the young lady was busy picking the best mundane quest available, Ethan busied himself with observing the crowd around him. He could see wizards and witches with excited, anxious, calm, and even sad faces. The mission hall was also divided into different years. There was a separate mission hall for the 2nd years, 3rd years, and 4th years. Because of this arrangement, complete pandemonium was averted, especially during this time of year when everyone wanted to challenge a mission solo or with a team. "Well, have you found a mission?" Ethan asked his cousin, who had a resigned look on her face. "Yeah, we are going to look for a lost cat," Chloe replied. "Very exciting mission you got there." "I know, right?" Ethan chuckled before holding Chloe's hand. "Let's finish this mission as fast as possible," Ethan stated. "Where should we look for the cat?" "The place we will go is called Crawford Town," Chloe answered. It's half a day of travel by broom and 2 days to travel by carriage. The reward is 100 gold coins and 5,000 merit points. It seems that the cat belonged to the daughter of a baron. This is the best mission available. If I had been slower by a second, someone else might have already taken this from the mission board. So, how do you want to do this? Flying broom or carriage? Ethan pondered a bit before telling Chloe that it would be better if they traveled on her flying broom. Since the broom could carry up to 2 people, it was only natural to choose the fastest mode of transportation. His own flying broom was still undergoing some tweaking. At least, that was according to the letter that was sent to him by Mr. Carwell, who was making the final adjustments to the wind dancer. The broom that Duds could use to fly. Half an hour later, Chloe's flying broom rose up from the academy and headed south. The two had only traveled for a mile when they saw 2 ravens flying alongside them. One of them was a white raven, and the other one was black. They were none other than Dantalion, who belonged to Ethan, and Nightshade, who belonged to Chloe. "Are you coming with us on this mission?" Ethan asked his spiritual guide through the connection they shared. "Yes," Dantalion replied. "I guess this is better than doing nothing." Indeed. Just like him, Chloe had turned silent. However, he was quite certain that she was also talking to her own raven as it flew beside them. 2 hours into their journey, the 2 ravens flew close to them and made a low shriek. The young lady frowned as she navigated her broomstick to fly lower until they were flying just a few meters above the forest floor. A few minutes later, a giant shadow passed over their heads, causing the faces of the 2 teenagers to turn pale. They weren't able to see what kind of creature it was due to how fast it was moving. But one thing was clear. If their guides hadn't warned them in time, they might have ended as an early lunch to whatever monster just flew past their heads, making them very grateful to the 2 ravens by their side. "Do you guys often encounter magical creatures like that when you deliver letters?" Ethan inquired. "Not often," Dantalion replied. "We always encounter them." Beads of sweat started to form on Ethan's forehead when he imagined himself flying in the sky with his flying broom and meeting a wild griffin, wyvern, or a dragon. "Dantalion, when I fly with my own flying broom for the first time, guide me, okay?" "Of course." After receiving his raven's assurance, the young man was able to breathe easier knowing that he was in good hands. A few hours later, they arrived at their destination. But since they didn't want to create a scene, they landed on the road not far from the town and walked toward its gates. When the guards saw them wearing the uniform of Brynhildr Academy, they didn't say anything and allowed them to pass without paying the toll fee. "Where do you think is the best place to look for this cat?" Ethan asked. "Should we look for it separately?" Chloe thought for a bit before nodding her head. Since Crawford Town was near the academy, it was relatively safe. Also, the 2 of them were magicians and had the means to defend themselves. "Wait, before we separate, come with me first," Chloe said as she dragged Ethan to an alley. "I can protect myself with magic, but you don't have that ability. So, I need to give you some of my magic to ensure that you'll be safe." Ethan, who immediately understood what Chloe was thinking, couldn't help but feel his cheeks burning. The young lady wasn't faring any better either, and the tips of her ears were already red. A few minutes later, in an alley in Crawford Town, the 2 of them exchanged a kiss, allowing the handsome young man to have a means of using magic in order to help them complete their first mission faster. "Thank you very much for returning Carl to me." A girl who seemed to be around 10 years old thanked Chloe with tears in her eyes. "You're welcome," Chloe replied. "Make sure that you do not lose him again, okay?" The girl nodded her head. The man, who was standing beside his daughter, smiled and handed Chloe a certificate of completion. He was the one who had sent the commission to Brynhildr Academy so that his daughter could reunite with her beloved pet that had been missing for nearly 2 weeks. After bidding their farewells, Chloe walked with a spring in her steps. Clearly, she was in a very good mood, and a sweet smile could be seen on her face. I didn't think that doing a quest like this could make me this happy, Chloe said as she walked hand in hand with Ethan. Perhaps doing this kind of mission isn't that bad after all. The young lady's smile was infectious, so Ethan couldn't help but smile as well. Helping others is a good thing, Ethan replied. You did well, Chloe. The one who found the missing cat was Chloe, and when she found it, the cat was rummaging for food in a garbage bin. She didn't have any difficulties catching it, because the cat was very docile to humans. Clearly, it had been spoiled by its owner, and didn't know that humans could pose a danger to it. Since they were able to finish their mission in a span of 2 hours, the two decided to take a stroll around the town for the time being. The return trip to the academy was half a day long, so they decided to wait until morning before they traveled back to the academy. It wasn't safe to travel at night, because there were many nocturnal magical beasts that hunted during this time. Also, it was easy to get disoriented due to the darkness, so the two of them agreed that they would stay at an inn and spend the night there. As they strolled around the town, they didn't notice that several people were observing them from a safe distance. The uniforms of Brynhildr Academy automatically marked them as wizards and witches, so it was very easy for people to know what faction they belonged to. After they grew tired of their stroll, the two went to an inn to have dinner and reserve their rooms for the night. Good day to the two of you, the innkeeper said with a smile. How many rooms would you like to have? 2, Ethan replied. 1, Chloe answered. The two then stiffened before looking at each other's faces. Chloe's face turned beet red as she waved her hands in front of her. It's not what you think, Chloe stated. I just thought that we would be able to save money if we just got 1 room. Ethan smiled and nodded his head. Sir, we'll just take 1 room, Ethan said. Make sure that it has 2 beds in it, or 1 big bed that can fit 2 to 3 people. Ah, youth, it reminds me of when I was an adventurer. The innkeeper smiled. But I had to retire ever since I took an arrow in the knee, and currently I'm an innkeeper. Life is filled with surprises, don't you think? Oh my, sorry, I got carried away. Here is your key, and your room is the rightmost room on the 3rd floor. Please enjoy your stay. Ethan took the key and nodded his head before grabbing Chloe's hand, whose face was still as red as a tomato. However, before he climbed the stairs, he turned back to face the innkeeper and asked for some warm water that they could use to clean their bodies. The innkeeper nodded and said that they would send the water after they finished eating dinner in their room. Unlike the academy, which was brightly lit during the night, Crawford Town was washed over by darkness after the sun had set. Only some establishments like taverns and inns had lanterns outside of their buildings, which helped illuminate the surroundings. An hour later, the two enjoyed the simple dinner that the innkeeper had prepared for them. You wash yourself first, Ethan said before leaving the room. I'll stand just outside the door, so call me when you're finished. Thank you, Chloe replied. I'll try not to make you wait too long. Ethan nodded and left the room, closing the door firmly behind him. Dantalion, any news? Ethan asked. There are some suspicious individuals that have been trailing the two of you for quite a while, Dantalion replied. Even now, they are hiding in the shadows, observing this inn. Nightshade and I are paying close attention to their movements. Do you think they will attack us during the night? Ethan inquired. Are they perhaps those human traffickers that we were warned about in the academy? The possibility exists, Dantalion answered. So make sure to stay inside your room and lock it properly. We will alert you if they decide to make their move tonight. Ethan sighed before thanking his guide, who had accompanied him on his mission. A day before the mission hall opened, Professor Reinhardt made a speech and reminded everyone to be wary of the people who always waited for this time of the year to capture wizards and witches while they were completing their field missions. Naturally, the Academy has prepared a countermeasure to these illegal activities and had already tortured and imprisoned countless individuals over the past several decades. The Magistratus has also sent their elite members, who have managed to exterminate entire organizations who target the first and second years of the academy, to protect the younger students. Because of this, very few individuals dare to target the wizards and witches of Brynhildr Academy. After all, the possibility of having the tables turned against them was high. Half an hour later, Chloe opened the door and allowed Ethan to come in. Her hair was still wet, and she was wearing a white nightgown that failed to hide the curves of her body. Ethan pretended to be calm and proceeded to the corner of the room, where a tub of clean, warm water was waiting for him. "The water is no longer warm, so I summoned Khan to heat it up for you," Chloe said, as she continued to wipe her hair dry with a towel. "Thanks, Chloe," Ethan said as he took off his robes, leaving only his underwear. The young lady had her back turned on him, so Ethan no longer hesitated to wipe his body with a wet towel in order to wash away the dirt that had accumulated during their travel. Chloe had volunteered to stay outside the room while he cleaned himself up, but Ethan rejected her proposal. He told her about Dantalion's observation and insisted that she not leave the room. Right now, they shouldn't separate no matter what in order to prepare for any contingencies. As the sound of water echoed within the walls of the room, Chloe used a bit of her fire magic to create hot air in order to dry her hair. When she was done, she used a comb so that it wouldn't be too tangled when she woke up the next day. It didn't take long for Ethan to finish bathing and put on his pajamas. Chloe volunteered to help him dry his hair, which Ethan didn't reject. "Your hair has grown a bit long," Chloe commented as she wiped Ethan's hair with a towel. "You should have it cut when we return to the academy." "Really?" Ethan asked back. "I didn't notice." "You should pay more attention to your looks. No, scratch that. Don't make yourself too handsome, okay? The girls in my manor are getting annoying and always gossiping about you." "What's this? Are you getting jealous?" Chloe didn't answer and simply pulled Ethan's hair, making the latter chuckle despite the pain. After drying his hair with magic, the two laid down on the bed, with Chloe resting her head on Ethan's chest. The young man had his arms wrapped around her, holding her in place. "You smell like a flower. It's good," Ethan commented. "What kind of soap are you using?" "Rose Passion. I bought it in Terra Manor," Chloe replied. "Do you like it?" "I like it very much." "Good. It was worth reserving it in advance." Ethan closed his eyes and enjoyed the comfort of Chloe's warmth and softness that was sticking to his skin. He wasn't dense and fully understood what she felt for him, just as she knew what he felt for her. Chloe then raised her head to kiss his cheek before waving her wand at the candle beside their bed, extinguishing it. Ethan kissed her forehead and hugged her tight. The two cuddled under the blanket until both of them fell asleep. As the night deepened, the people that were observing them from the streets retreated back into the shadows, unaware that two loyal ravens were watching their every move. 2 hours before sunrise, Ethan stirred in his sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw a young lady sleeping in his embrace. As much as he wanted to let her sleep a little longer, he knew that this was no longer possible. He gently shook her awake, and Chloe groaned in response as she opened her eyes. It was still a bit dark, so she had a bit of trouble adjusting to the darkness. "Ethan," Chloe asked sleepily, "what's wrong?" "We need to leave the city," Ethan whispered in her ears. "It seems that we are being targeted by hunters." Chloe's body stiffened as the last dredge of sleep fled. "Are you sure?" Chloe asked. "Yes," Ethan replied. "Let's change our clothes and sneak out before they make their move." Knowing the severity of the situation, Chloe nodded and changed her clothes in the darkness. Ethan did the same, and, for a moment, only the rustling of clothes could be heard inside the room. Once both of them were ready, Ethan held Chloe's hand and made his way toward the door. "Wands out," Ethan said softly. "We will use the back door of the inn." Chloe obeyed and followed Ethan as he walked down the stairs. There were faint sounds coming from the kitchen of the first floor as the innkeeper and his wife began their morning routine in order to prepare breakfast for their guests. Ethan and Chloe snuck inside the kitchen and told the innkeeper that they were going to leave early. Before going out the door, they gave him a tip for their stay inside his inn. The innkeeper was surprised and thankful for the gold coin, so he didn't say anything when the two teenagers left the inn using the back door. Ethan was paying close attention to Dantalion's report, while Chloe was being updated by Nightshade about their current situation. According to the two ravens, there were at least a dozen individuals making their way toward the inn, and one of them was holding a wand. They were the wizard and witch hunters that kidnapped students from the academy. If they were lucky, the hunters would only ask for ransom. But if they were unlucky, they would be sold as slaves or auctioned to the highest bidder. Fortunately, the two ravens had warned them in time, so they were able to leave the inn before the hunters could arrive. The young man felt sick in his stomach after knowing that a wizard was participating in this illegal activity for profit. Although he knew that not all wizards and witches were good people, he just didn't expect that they would see the dark side of the magic world on their first mission. "Let's go to that alley," Ethan said through telepathy. "Hurry." He and Chloe ran as fast as they could to cross the street and entered the alley in front of them. Since both of them were wearing the guardian rings, they didn't have to talk to each other, simply communicating through telepathy. The two weren't going to the city gate because Dantalion already warned them that the hunters had stationed a few of their men there to ensure that they wouldn't be able to escape. Because of this, they chose to go to the westernmost part of the town, using magic to jump over the wall and utilizing the forest as their cover. Once the two had traveled a safe distance from the city, Chloe summoned her broomstick, and the two of them flew just a meter above the ground. A black raven flew in front of them, guiding them away from the city. High in the sky, another black raven circled the town, eyeing the surroundings. This was the raven that belonged to the wizard that was among the hunters. Suddenly, a white raven dove down from the sky and attacked the black raven from above. Dantalion's claws glowed faintly as he drew magic from Ethan's soul. His eyes were locked on the body of the enemy, who was searching for the two teenagers from the sky. In one swift strike, Dantalion's razor-sharp claws slashed the raven's neck, severing its head from its body. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream reverberated from somewhere inside the town, as the wizard roared in pain and anger after feeling the death of his spirit guide. The white raven gave the town a sidelong glance, as its eyes glowed faintly with magic. Dantalion had no mercy for a corrupted member of his kind, especially when they were targeting his master, as well as the people that were important to him. "Nightshade, tell them to make a detour to Limburg town before going back to the academy. I'll stall for time." "Understood. Be careful, Dantalion." The white raven then flew high up in the sky and hid above the clouds. Since there was a possibility that the wizard would pursue Ethan and Chloe using the fastest route back to the academy, he asked Nightshade to lead them to a different path back to the academy. Although it would take longer, it was much safer. While the white raven was monitoring the town from the sky, Chloe's flying broomstick broke out of the forest and headed east. Their flight speed wasn't that fast because there were two people riding the broomstick. Even so, Nightshade assured them that they were safe for the time being. Dantalion's sneak attack on their opponent's raven had limited their enemy's ability to scout the surroundings. Because of this, the wizard would have no choice but to make a guess about the path they chose to return to the academy. The young lady was gripping the handle of her broomstick very hard, and her face was quite pale. This was the first time being targeted by a hunting team, and it made her feel very anxious. Ethan was just as anxious as she was. However, he trusted that their spirit guides would do their best to guide them to safety. After hours of flying without rest, the two finally arrived at Limburg town. This was the closest town to Brynhildr Academy, and the security here was tighter than most. They would not have to worry about being targeted by hunters here because, before they could do that, the magistratus, as well as the magical knights patrolling the town, would arrest them without fail. Shaken by their near brush with the hunters, the two decided to have lunch at an inn as they waited for Dantalion to return. They hadn't been able to have a meal earlier, and after traveling for quite some time, they felt incredibly hungry and exhausted. To their surprise, a familiar face welcomed their sight as they entered the inn they chose, making them feel a lot safer. "What happened to the two of you?" Nicole asked as she walked towards their table with a smile. "Did you perhaps fail your mission?" Ethan and Chloe glanced at each other before signaling for Nicole to join them. After the food was served and the two were sufficiently hydrated, they told her what happened in Crawford Town. "I see," Nicole nodded and her eyes glinted with killing intent. "Crawford Town, is it? Understood." The young beauty then glanced in the direction of the window, where a black raven was perched. A moment later, the black raven nodded its head before taking off to the sky. "After the two of you are done with breakfast, I'll escort you back to the academy," Nicole said. "After that, I'll resume my mission." "You're still not done with your mission?" Ethan asked. "Not yet," Nicole smirked, "but I will be done soon." What Ethan didn't know was that the beautiful lady in front of him had been given a special mission by the headmaster of the academy himself. Nicole was one of the many hunters of the academy who was tasked to put down the hunters that targeted wizards and witches. It was a SS-class mission, given only to battle-oriented people who wouldn't bat an eye at shedding blood to protect their fellow students. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth," Nicole sneered in her heart. "Of all the people you could have targeted, you chose my friends. Before this day is over, I'll make sure to make you all pay." High above Limeberg Town, two flying broomsticks were moving southwest. Henry of Dud Manor was riding with Rowan of Schwartz Manor, while Lily of Jaeger Manor flew beside them as they headed to Crawford Town with haste. Nicole was part of this strike group, but Henry had ordered her to make sure that Ethan and Chloe made it back to the academy safely. Although she would be missing part of the action, Nicole knew that once her team arrived at their destination, all of the hunters would suffer a pain worse than death. With this consolation in her heart, she watched Ethan and Chloe eat hungrily, while she sipped her coffee and waited for them to finish their meal. A day after Ethan and Chloe returned to the academy. "I'm glad that you managed to return safely, Ethan," Emma said with a smile. "Were you scared?" "Yes," Ethan replied as he looked at his teacup. "If possible, I don't want to experience that kind of scare again." Emma eyed the handsome young man before sighing in her heart. Truth be told, she had seen a vision of Ethan being targeted by hunters, so she sneakily followed him to Crawford Town. However, she didn't enter the town and simply waited in the forest, enchanting a tree to create a door that led to her tree house. She was ready to help them at any moment if their lives were in danger. She could have warned Ethan about the hunters, but she chose to remain silent. The reason for this was simple. Emma wanted to see how Ethan would react to danger. Also, she wanted to know if the young man would choose to confront the enemy or escape. Her own Black Raven was scouting everything, but Dantalion and Nightshade didn't notice her spirit guide because her raven, Dawn, had the power to turn invisible. When she saw Ethan choose to escape the city, she asked her spirit guide to pay close attention to the hunters and attack if any of them noticed that their targets had escaped. She even ordered Dawn to attack the enemy's raven, but to her surprise, Dantalion got to it first, renewing Emma's impression of the white raven who served as her lord's spirit guide. "Not only must we be careful in fighting against monsters, but we must also be wary of monsters that wear human skin," Emma said. "Please, do not trust people so easily, my liege. They might stab you in the back simply because you are too kind." Ethan sighed before placing his teacup back on the table. "Please stop calling me my liege," Ethan stated. "Just call me Ethan. You managed to do it earlier, right?" Emma covered her lips and giggled because she was finding it hard to address him as simply Ethan when they were alone. Now that he knew that she was his promised one, Emma felt that this was a good opportunity to get close to the handsome young man whom she needed to protect. Ethan smiled because he preferred the lively Emma over the standoffish one. "By the way, are you done with your mission?" Ethan asked. "No, let me rephrase the question. Do you plan on doing any missions?" "Tomorrow," Emma replied. I was busy the past few days, so I wasn't able to visit the mission hall. Okay, Ethan nodded. Make sure to go with a group. Those hunters are very nasty. I don't want you getting hurt out there. The young lady's eyes softened after hearing the concern in Ethan's voice. Don't worry about me, Emma replied. You should worry about the pitiful hunters who'd end up crossing my path instead. Ethan arched an eyebrow as he looked at Emma from head to foot. The young beauty looked so delicate, and yet he could feel a strength that belonged to that of a warrior oozing out of her body. After their short meeting, Ethan returned to the mission hall to check the other missions plastered on the mission board. For a month, students could take as many missions as they wished, as long as they finished whatever mission they had chosen previously. He and Chloe had decided to rest for a few days before looking for a new mission to undertake. There are a few interesting missions here, Ethan thought as he glanced at some of the missions that were available. Searching for missing people and pets, escort missions, and dungeon missions. The first time he had entered a dungeon was during the initiation ceremony. Truth be told, that was another scary experience since it was also his first time fighting against a monster. Ethan closed his eyes and pondered if he was capable of killing people. This thought had been on his mind ever since he had returned to the academy after their desperate escape from Crawford Town. He didn't mind killing monsters, but killing humans. That was a different matter. He grew up in a relatively peaceful environment, where he only needed to help tend the farm and protect it from wild animals. The mere thought of ending a person's life scared him more than his fight against the Wendigo. The young man would rather fight another Wendigo than kill a human, even if that person wanted to kill him as well. Perhaps the only time I will commit murder is when I have no other choice but to kill, Ethan grimaced. Feeling lightheaded, Ethan left the mission hall and returned to Dud Manor. Surprisingly, he found Chloe in the common room, waiting for him. His beautiful cousin had dark circles under her eyes, making his heart ache. You weren't able to sleep? Ethan asked as he sat beside her. Chloe shook her head. I had a bad dream. No, it was a nightmare. In that dream I was captured by the hunters and was sold as a slave. Ethan wrapped his arms around Chloe and patted her head. It's just a nightmare, Ethan replied. I won't let that happen to you. I know, Chloe replied, but it was still scary. While the two were hugging each other, the door of the manor opened. A moment later, Luna stepped into the common room. Ethan and Chloe glanced in her direction and were shocked at her disheveled appearance. Her robe had several cuts in it, and she was covered in dirt. Seeing how pale and haggard Luna was, Chloe immediately ran up to her and supported her body. What happened? Chloe asked as she looked at her best friend. Who did this to you? Ethan was also standing beside Luna, with a worried look on his face. Hunters, Luna replied. Fortunately, the Academy's strikers arrived in time. Had they been a few minutes late, then things might have gotten out of hand. Ethan felt a burning anger rise in his chest the moment he learned that Luna was also attacked by hunters. He was clenching his fists so hard that a cracking sound could be heard. Chloe and Luna. If either of them were harmed because of those bastards, Ethan knew that he wouldn't be able to hold himself back and would go for the kill. His breathing suddenly became ragged as the realization hit him. It was not because he was incapable of murder. He just didn't have the reason for it. Deep inside his sea of consciousness, his other half smiled, knowing that his kind, innocent other half would soon understand that the world he lived in wasn't as peaceful as he thought it was. 2 days had passed since Luna's group encountered the hunters. Ethan and Chloe tacitly agreed to not take any missions to stay with their friend until they were sure that she was fine. Really, I'm not that fragile, you know, Luna said helplessly because Chloe was clinging to her like a koala. The incident with the Wendigo was scarier than this. The angelic beauty was happy that her best friends were worried about her, but she didn't want them to delay what they should be doing because of her. The mission hall would be open for a month. When the month was over, students would resume their studies and consolidate the knowledge and experience that they gathered on their missions. 2 months later, the mission hall would open again, allowing the students to earn rewards, as well as merit points. "Fine," Chloe replied while still hugging Luna. "We will take our second mission tomorrow." Ethan nodded his head in agreement. "Sounds good to me." The next day, Chloe narrowed her eyes as she looked at every mission that was posted in the mission hall. She even used her flying broom to look at the missions that were at the very top of the mission board, making sure that she didn't miss any of the good missions by accident. After nearly half an hour of looking for missions, the young beauty snatched one of the missions from the board and landed beside Ethan. "I got us an escort mission," Chloe said with a smile. 500 gold coins and 30,000 merit points. But we are not the only ones who will be taking on this mission. It seems that 2 other teams of wizards and witches will be coming with us as well. Ethan arched an eyebrow. "Are we escorting a VIP?" "It doesn't specify the identity of the person who we escorting," Chloe replied. "But with this kind of security, it's pretty much guaranteed that it is someone quite important." The young man pondered a bit before frowning. "If it's really someone important, then why post a mission for first years?" Ethan inquired. "They would be better off commissioning third or fourth years for this." "Maybe they are stingy, or perhaps they just don't have the budget to hire our seniors." "Perhaps. I'll just register for this mission then. I'll be right back." Ethan watched as his cousin lined up to register their names for the escort mission. Fortunately, there were not too many people in the mission hall at the moment, so their registration was a breeze. "The meeting point is in Limburg town at 2 in the afternoon," Chloe stated. "We will be escorting a carriage. And the mission will take 2 weeks to complete." Ethan nodded. "I guess this will be our last mission for this month then." "Right," Chloe nodded. "Should we go to the meeting point, or should we kill some time here and wait until noon? I'm fine with anything." "Let's go to Limburg town," Ethan replied. "I want to know who we are escorting as well as the teams that will be joining us on this mission." "Sounds like a plan," Chloe smiled. A few minutes later, the 2 of them flew through the sky on Chloe's broomstick. Limburg town was quite near to the academy, so they didn't have to fly for a long time. When they arrived at their destination, they immediately headed to the meeting point and were surprised to see a few familiar faces. "Did the 2 of you also accept this escort mission?" Ethan asked the 2 beautiful girls in front of him. "Well, hello there, Ethan," Nicole replied. "Fancy meeting you here." "Hey," Lily waved at the handsome teenager. "Are you sure the 2 of you are up for this mission? In my eyes, you and Chloe are the ones who should be escorted and kept safe." Chloe frowned after hearing Lily's statement, but she had no comeback for it. Because of this, she remained silent and simply stood beside Ethan. Ethan could only shake his head helplessly. He also couldn't think of a comeback to counter Lily's words, making the cute girl giggle. "It was just a joke, you know," Lily smirked. "I'd rather have the 2 of you assist us than people I don't know. Isn't that right, Nicole?" "Right," Nicole nodded. "I'm sure that both of you will be a good addition to our forces as long as Ethan can use magic. Can you use magic on this mission?" Ethan took a bracelet from his storage ring and showed it to Nicole and Lily, making the 2 girls nod their head in understanding. "Magic battery," Lily held Ethan's bracelet to give it a closer look. "At least you came prepared. Did Luna give this to you?" The handsome teenager nodded, confirming Lily's guess. "Only use it as a last resort," Lily stated as she returned the magic bracelet to Ethan. "Nicole and I are more than enough for this mission. You guys just enjoy the free ride." As the 4 teenagers chatted, the 3rd group of wizards and witches arrived. This group was composed of 4 people, quattro, and they had a balanced team with 1 magical knight, 1 archer, 1 healer, and a purely offensive wizard. They were quite surprised when they saw that Ethan, Nicole, and Lily were on the same mission as them, making them very excited. "Ha ha ha, with the 3 pillars by our side, this mission will be a walk in the park," the archer said with a smile. Don't let your guard down just because we have strong fighters with us, the healer commented. Overconfidence is the root cause of failure. She's right, the magical knight agreed with their healer. Anything can happen on the journey. If you are careless, you might just lose your life. Don't forget, several hunters have already clashed with our strikers. Although many of these bastards were captured, I'm sure that more of them still remain at large. The archer scratched his cheek before reluctantly nodding his head. I guess you're right. I'll make sure to keep my eye out for those troublemakers. Nicole and Lily glanced at each other, but didn't say anything else. Truth be told, the two beauties were part of the striker group that was hunting hunters that targeted the students of the academy. The reason why they accepted the escort mission was to capture the hunters, who might be tempted to attack a bigger group of wizards and witches. My name is Lear Lowery, and I'm the one who hired all of you to ensure my safety, a middle-aged man with graying hair said as he gazed at the faces of the students of the academy. Although I have my own bodyguards, it never hurts to have extra wizards and witches accompanying my convoy. The roads are not as safe as they once were, and merchants like me can only hope that we don't get robbed on our journey. I have faith that, although all of you are still young, you have the ability to ensure my safety. Don't worry. My bodyguards are capable of fighting bandits and mercenaries. What I am wary about are rogue mages, and that is where you students will step in. Lyra glanced at the students of Brynhildr Academy and gave them a brief nod. We will be traveling with 5 carriages, Leroy continued his explanation. My daughter and I will be in the middle carriage. If possible, I want you to split your group so that we will have defenders in the front and the rear. The 2 other carriages will be carrying my wares. Since we are traveling by carriage, it will take us 2 weeks to reach Roselake City. I hope that during that time, all of you will do your job as is written in the commission that I presented in the academy. Do you have any questions? A minute of silence passed before Leroy nodded his head in understanding. Since you don't have any questions, let us start our journey once you have decided which team will protect the front and rear of our formation. We leave in half an hour. Leroy then walked towards the middle carriage and boarded it. The merchant's bodyguards then discussed with the students, and after a brief discussion, it was decided that the team forming a quattro would be in the head carriages, while Ethan, Chloe, Nicole, and Lily would be guarding the rear carriage. Half an hour later, the convoy left Limburg town and traveled northeast. This is your first escort mission, right? Lily asked Ethan, who was watching the scenery through the carriage window. Yes, Ethan replied as he glanced at the cutest first year of the academy, who was looking back at him with a mischievous smile on her face. It's too bad that we weren't able to talk properly last time, Lily commented. Although it is late, I want to apologize for the things that my manor mates did to you. I didn't ask them to do that. I'm sorry. Ethan nodded his head in understanding. He had a feeling that Lily really didn't have any connection to the people who had tried to ambush him in their meeting place. If not for the fact that Coco made an appearance, he might have been beaten black and blue by Lily's fans club. Since we are already on this topic, may I ask why you asked to meet me in private back then? Ethan inquired. Lily gave Chloe a sidelong glance before acting in a bashful way. The truth is, I wanted to confess to you back then, Lily replied. Ethan, will you be my boyfriend? Chloe, who was seated beside Ethan, calmly flipped the page of the book that she was reading. It was as if Lily's attempt to make her jealous didn't have any effect. You want me to be your boyfriend? Ethan smiled. Sorry, but I have no intention of being your boyfriend. I already have people I care for. Oh, you said people. Lily arched an eyebrow and grinned. So you like more than one person. The cute girl was smiling, as if getting rejected by Ethan wasn't a big deal for her. Clearly, she was just joking when she asked him to become her girlfriend. Ethan and Chloe knew this too, so they didn't take her seriously. However, the handsome teenager's reply piqued Lily's curiosity. Let's say one of those people is Chloe, Lily stated. Then the other one can only be Luna, right? Ethan didn't answer and simply returned to silently watching the scenery outside of the carriage. He had no intention of playing along with Lily, even if her guess was correct. "Oh, my Tilda, he's not answering," Lily giggled. "Still, you are quite the player, Ethan. You prefer to hold two beauties by your side instead of sticking to one like most people do." Nicole, who was sitting beside Lily, only smiled as she eyed Ethan and Chloe, who seemed to be dead set on ignoring Lily's taunts. "How far have the two of you gone?" Lily inquired. "Did Ethan secure first base already?" Chloe flipped the page of her book, while Ethan continued to watch the scenery outside of the carriage. No matter what questions Lily asked, the two never paid her any attention, let alone answer her. Of course, Ethan had already secured first base, not just once, but several times already. However, they didn't need to say this out loud because it would only make Lily tease them nonstop. After several minutes of silence, the cute girl stretched her arms and sighed. "Gee, Tilda, how boring, Tilda," Lily shook her head before looking outside of the carriage window. "I just hope that this journey will not be as boring as these two lovebirds in front of me." An hour before sunset, the carriages stopped because Leroy ordered them to set camp for the night. The students of the academy bought travel rations with them, which was one of the recommended items to be brought when completing long missions. But Leroy had brought a cook on their journey, who was responsible for everyone's meals. Although the dish the cook prepared was simple, it was enough for everyone to feel full. When it was time to sleep, the bodyguards and the students of the academy assigned several people to do the night watch, while others rested. They would take turns every 4 hours to ensure that everyone could get some decent sleep. Fortunately, nothing happened, so the journey continued smoothly the next day. This time, Ethan's group was assigned to guard the front of the convoy, while the other students guarded the rear. Just like the first day, nothing happened, but they didn't let their guard down. On the third day, they noticed a group of carriages traveling in the opposite direction. The owner of the envoy of carriages was also a merchant and was a good acquaintance of Leroy's. Because of this, the latter warned them about the group of bandits that had attacked them 4 days ago. "We managed to fend them off, but you guys should still be careful," the merchant said. "Those bandits have 2 wizards in their group. If not for the fact that we had 4 on our side, they might have managed to overwhelm us with their magic spells." "Don't worry, I also have wizards and witches with me," Lear replied. "I'm sure that they are more than enough to handle a few rogue mages." The merchant eyed the students that were wearing the robes of the academy and shook his head. "Although you have several wizards and witches, they are still too young," the merchant stated. "You should have hired 3rd or 4th years since they are more than capable of handling this kind of threat. You are still as stingy as ever, Leroy. One of these days, you will pay for this bad habit of yours." Leroy coughed lightly because his friend was right. Hearing 3rd and 4th years cost more, so he decided to just settle for 1st years. "It's fine, my friend," Leroy patted the other merchant's shoulder. "Although they are still young, I believe they have what it takes to deal with those bandits. It's just 2 wizards, right? We win in terms of quantity alone, so we will make short work of them." The merchant snorted before shaking his head. "It's your call, just be careful. We managed to kill a few bandits, but you know the saying, if there's one bandit, there's more." After talking to Leroy for a few minutes, the 2 merchants went their separate ways. However, now that they knew that there was danger up ahead, they decided to be more vigilant. They also came up with a strategy just in case. An ambush was waiting for them in the location where the merchant was ambushed by the group of bandits, who had wizards among their ranks. "Be very alert. We are nearing the location where my friend was ambushed by bandits." Leroy held a meeting with his bodyguards. According to him, there were over a dozen bandits and 2 wizards. "We will hasten the speed of our travel once we enter their territory, so I want everyone to be ready just in case they decide to strike us." Everyone nodded in understanding before returning to their positions. Ethan's group was positioned in the front carriage, while the other team was in the rear. The normal bodyguards were stationed in the 2nd and 4th carriages, ready to aid the students at a moment's notice. "Finally, some action," Lily grinned as she took out her wand. "I just hope that these bandits are strong." Nicole had also summoned her rapier and placed it over her lap. Her left hand was resting on the scabbard, while her right was resting over the handle of the sword. Ethan was certain that at the first signs of trouble, Nicole would draw her rapier and go on the offensive. "The two of you stay inside the carriage, especially you, Ethan," Nicole stated before shifting her gaze to the young lady beside the handsome teenager. "Chloe, don't use fire spells during the battle since we are in a forest. It will be troublesome if we suddenly find ourselves in the middle of a forest fire." Chloe nodded, understood. "What about me?" Ethan asked. "What should I do?" "You," Lily arched an eyebrow. "Your role is to protect Chloe. This is not the academy, so no one is here to prevent you from dying. Just stay inside the carriage and support us with offensive spells." Ethan frowned, but still nodded his head in understanding. He was proficient in fighting wild animals, but not humans who wouldn't hesitate to kill other people just for the sake of robbing them. As the envoy neared the location of the bandits, Ethan could feel his heart beating wildly inside his chest. He tried to control his breathing, but it didn't help decrease the anxiety he was feeling in his heart. "I just hope that nothing bad happens," Ethan prayed silently. As if mocking his prayer, the coachman that was manning their carriage cried out when an arrow flew past his head, nearly killing him. "Bandits!" As soon as he shouted the warning, the two doors of the front carriage opened. Nicole and Lily immediately engaged the bandits after reinforcing their bodies with Magna Amplifico. "They have wizards," the leader of the bandits shouted. "Take them down first." A barrage of arrows flew in Nicole's direction, but the magic knight raised her shield, creating a wind barrier that deflected the arrows that were aimed at her. They also attempted to target Lily, but due to her uncanny speed, she was able to evade them as she jumped on the branches of the trees, using them as footholds as she evaded the arrows that were shot in her direction. "Impediendum," Chloe shouted as she cast a paralyzing spell, aiming at the bandits from the carriage window. Leroy's bodyguards all moved to protect the middle carriages, while the wizards and witches engaged the enemy in long-ranged combat. The archer of the group was firing one arrow after another, and 2 out of 5 arrows managed to hit their target. Although he didn't manage to kill anyone, the bandits he hit found themselves in a world of pain. At first, they had the upper hand. The archer even thought that they would be able to wipe out the bandits if the battle continued for a few more minutes. As he was thinking these things, a wind blade flew in his direction, which forced him to jump to his right side and roll on the ground. "Rogue wizards!" the archer shouted as he tried to locate the wizard that had cast the wind blade spell on him. However, before he could find his target, a stone that was as large as a fist hit the side of body, making him grimace in pain. If it weren't for the adventurer's robe that was given out by the academy, he might have suffered serious injuries. These robes had a defensive enchantment in them that could mitigate some physical and magical damage. Nicole, who had just stabbed one of the bandits, gritted her teeth when she realized that the information they received was wrong. The bandit group didn't only have 2 wizards with them. They actually had 5. Also, the number of bandits that were attacking them surpassed 30, causing them to have a great disadvantage in numbers. "Lily," Nicole shouted. "I know," Lily replied as she kicked one of the bandits before jumping up on a tree branch. Nicole also backed away, regrouping with Ethan and the others. "If you don't want to die, drive the carriage," Lily said to the coachman of the first carriage, who was currently hiding inside the compartment with Chloe and Ethan. "We need to go now," Nicole shouted to the bodyguards, forcing them to man the carriages in an attempt to break through the bandits' encirclement. Chloe, Nicole, and the other group of wizards and witches cast protective barriers on the carriages, allowing them to resist range attacks. They then bulldozed their way through the bandits' encirclement, but the rogue wizards had a few tricks under their sleeves. "Where do you think you're going?" One of the wizards cast a wind blade, slicing the horse of the first carriage in half. However, this didn't stop the second up to the 4th carriage from running past them, leaving them behind. "Chloe, fly," Ethan ordered. The young lady with light brown hair jumped out of the carriage and summoned her broomstick. "Ethan!" Chloe reached out to the young man, but before Ethan could mount the broomstick, a stone bullet knocked him off his feet. The teenage boy groaned as he rolled on the ground, making Chloe panic. "Go, Chloe," Lily shouted. "I'll handle him." Lily, who had already transformed into her demi-wolf form, grabbed Ethan before jumping to a tree branch. "There's no time, Chloe." Nicole used her shield to block another stone bullet that was aimed at Ethan's cousin, who was at a loss on what to do. "Lily knows what to do. Let's go while we still can." "But..." "No buts, let's go." The magical knight grabbed the handle of Chloe's broom and dragged it towards the sky. "Please be safe, Ethan," Chloe prayed in her heart as she held the handle of her broom tightly. Although she knew that Lily was strong, she was worried because the bandits had 5 wizards among their rank. Nicole was worried as well, but she believed that Lily would be able to escape with Ethan despite the difficulty of their current situation. "They're over here. Don't let them get away. Encircle them." "She's too fast." "I don't care if she's fast. Break her leg if you have to, as long as she's still alive." Lily, who was carrying Ethan, ran along the forest floor, while zigzagging through the trees to evade the spells that were flying in her direction. "Lily, just leave me and escape on your own," Ethan said. "You will be able to escape without me." "Shut up, princess," Lily replied as she continued to run. "Just behave like the little beauty you are and stop talking." After Ethan and Lily separated from the others, the bandits split up. One group pursued the merchant, while the rest hunted the 2 teenagers. Right now, there were 3 wizards hot on their trail, who were riding broomsticks. They would cast spells from time to time, in an attempt to cripple Lily and slow down her movements. Some of these spells managed to hit her. Fortunately, the Academy's robes had a protective enchantment on them, minimizing the damage she received from their pursuers. Even so, with each spell that hit her, Lily suffered internal injuries, making blood seep from the corner of her lips. She might be able to escape if she had left Ethan behind, but she refused to give up and carried the teenage boy despite her injuries. "I got you now," one of the wizards sneered as he aimed his wand at Lily. "Impediendum." But at that exact moment, Ethan also pointed his wand at the direction of the wizard and cast his own spell. Glacies Muris. A wall of ice appeared beside Lily, blocking the enemy's spell and negating it. Knowing that the young lady had no plan to abandon him, Ethan decided to play his part in order for them to escape their pursuers. The teenage boy lightly tapped Lily's chest with his wand and chanted another spell. Fairy Fuga. A pair of fairy wings appeared behind Lily's back, allowing her to increase her speed and evade the incoming spells from the other wizards. While the young lady was doing her best to evade the spells that were coming at her from every direction, Ethan pointed his wand in front of them and used his 3rd spell. Nubs Atrafumus. Black smoke erupted from the tip of Ethan's wand, covering Lily and him in a black mist. The smoke expanded inside the forest, reducing visibility to 0. Lily furled her wings and resumed running on the ground. She was afraid that her wings might blow the mist away, revealing their position to the bandits. Just as they thought that they managed to get away, a stone bullet hit the side of Lily's head, making the latter collapse on the ground. Ethan groaned as he rolled a few meters away from Lily, who was knocked unconscious by the stray spell that came out of nowhere. Knowing that they were in grave danger, Ethan summoned his sea god's trident and held it in his left hand. The moment he held the handle of his weapon, he felt himself growing stronger as the passive spell, Magna Amplifico, boosted his body's performance. His mind also cleared up, and even though the black smoke was thick, he was able to see up to 10 meters in front of him. He didn't know if this was one of the passive abilities that the sea god's trident possessed, but he had no time to find out. The young man picked Lily up from the ground and ran toward a random direction. Time was of the essence, and the sooner they distanced themselves from their pursuers, the better. He could see blood flowing from the side of Lily's head, dyeing her head and hair a crimson color. However, there was nothing he could do about it. For now, his only option was to run away as fast as he could before they were discovered. Suddenly, he felt a powerful gust of wind pass through the forest, blowing away the black mist that he had created. Ethan didn't have time to look behind him because he was afraid of what he might see. It was at that moment when something flew past him, which made his face turn pale. A stone bullet, the size of an adult's face, hit the tree in front of him, embedding itself in the tree bark. "They're here. Damn brats, they're like slippery eels. Hurry, we can catch up to them." Ethan gritted his teeth as he pushed himself to the limit. He ran like there was no tomorrow, making him feel pain in his right side and his lungs crave for air. Even so, he didn't stop. The moment he did, it would be over. A stone bullet hit Ethan's shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. If not for the fact that he was holding Lily tightly, he might have dropped her due to how painful it was. Ethan forcefully bit his lip as he willed himself to withstand the pain. He knew that Lily had suffered more than he did, and that thought alone gave him the strength to continue running. However, even with the boost of Magna Amplico, Ethan was just human. Their pursuers were riding on broomsticks and were closing in on them with every passing second. As Ethan was desperately thinking of ways on how to escape this impossible situation, he saw something flash at the corner of his eyes. The young man glanced to his right side and saw a white portal shimmering between two trees in the distance. He recognized this portal because he had read about them in the library. It was called a nexus, one of the phenomenons that appeared only in the magical world. It was also the cause of many disappearances because almost everyone that entered them was unable to return alive. The reason? A nexus was a one-way portal that would send them to the past. Unless they managed to find the nexus that would return them to the present, they would be trapped in the past forever. For a brief period of time, everything around Ethan came to a standstill. It was as if time itself had stopped, giving the teenage boy a chance to make an important decision that would decide his and Lily's fate forever. "If we stay, we will definitely be captured," Ethan thought. "Although there is a chance that we will be rescued, there is also a possibility that we won't. If I enter the nexus, we might temporarily be safe, but what if we become trapped in the past? How are we going to return to the present?" Faced with an important decision, Ethan felt as if his body was paralyzed, but this paralysis didn't last long because he heard Lily's voice, which brought him out of his daze. "Enter the nexus," Lily said. "Let's take a gamble." The young man looked at the lady in his arms. Lily was looking back at him with an exhausted expression on her face, and yet her eyes were filled with determination. A second later, time returned to normal, and Ethan dashed towards the nexus with everything he had. However, just as his right foot stepped into the portal, he felt something hard hit the back of his head, making him black out. His momentum carried the rest of his body, making him fall forward towards the nexus, with Lily in his arms. The moment the two teenagers entered the white portal, it glowed brightly for a few seconds before vanishing without a trace. The three wizards, who were hunting Ethan and Lily, glanced at each other in dismay. "Let's regroup with the others," one of the wizards said after a minute had passed. "Although it's a shame, those two brats are goners. Only a handful of people have managed to return after entering a nexus, and I doubt that those two will be as lucky as them." Knowing that they could no longer pursue their targets, the three wizards soared into the sky to catch up to the merchant and his escorts as fast as they could. They knew that the chances were slim, but they still hoped that they would be able to salvage something from their failed operation. When Ethan opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a bed in an unfamiliar room. Having suddenly recalled what happened to him, he abruptly propped himself up from the bed. However, before he could even do anything, his head was assaulted by a stinging pain, as if his head was being stabbed by a large needle. It took him a few minutes to regain his composure, and he started to look around in search of Lily, whom he was carrying before he blacked out. It didn't take long for him to realize that the young lady was unfortunately nowhere to be found. Since his head was still hurting, he decided to check his surroundings to have a better understanding of the place he was currently in. The bed was made from wood, cushioned only by straw and animal furs. The walls were also made of wood, but the floor was made from reeds, which surprised him. A moment later, he realized that the room was also shaking, albeit slightly, which made him frown. Aside from the bed, there was also a small table and a chair inside the room, which were also made of wood. Just as he was about to force himself off from the bed, a little girl with long brown hair, who seemed to be around 8 or 10 years old, entered the room. She was carrying a bowl with a few herbs inside it. After seeing that Ethan was awake, she smiled and put the bowl in her hands on top of the table before calling out to someone who was outside the room. "Grandma, he's awake," the little girl shouted. Ethan blinked in confusion. He was certain that the little girl was speaking a different language, and yet he was able to understand what she was saying. A few seconds later, an old lady, whose white hair was whiter than his own grandma's, entered the room. "It's good to see that you are awake, young man," the old lady said. "How are you feeling? You have been unconscious for 3 days. 3 days?" Ethan gasped in shock. Did you see a young lady when you found me? She is this tall and has long blonde hair that reaches past her shoulders." The old lady nodded. "Please, calm down, young man. Your wife is safe." "Wife? You're not her husband. She told me that you were her husband." Before Ethan could even deny the old lady's words, Lily entered the room and immediately hugged him. "Darling, I'm glad that you are awake," Lily said before hugging Ethan. "I thought that you were not going to make it. You scared me. Do you want me to become a widow right after we got married?" Ethan was about to ask her, "Just what are you talking about?" But Lily winked at him twice, which made him hold back the words he was going to say. Instead of refuting her, he played along because he believed that she wouldn't do anything that would harm either of them. "I'm sorry, but what happened to us?" Ethan asked. "I can't remember much after I lost consciousness." Lily sighed in relief internally because Ethan was able to understand what she was trying to tell him. Since that was the case, she decided to tell him the story that she had made up for the sake of their safety. "We barely managed to escape from the barbarians who were pursuing us from the north," Lily said. "With no place to run, I decided to jump in the river with you, but I underestimated the strength of the current. I struggled to bring us to shore before passing out. Fortunately, Grandma Rhea spotted us at the riverbank and took us in with the help of her tribe. If not for them, we might have died due to the injuries we suffered." Only after Lily finished her explanation did he notice that the young lady's head was bandaged, which reminded him of the injury she suffered during their escape. Ethan shifted his attention to the old lady and bowed his head. "Thank you for saving us, Grandma Rhea," Ethan stated. "If there is anything we can do to repay this favor, don't hesitate to ask us." The old lady chuckled. "Very well. I won't hold back when the day comes that it will be our turn to ask for your help. For now, why don't you eat something? You have been asleep for 3 days, and I'm pretty sure that you are starving right now." As if to confirm her statement, Ethan's stomach growled, making the little girl, who brought the bowl of herbs inside the room, giggle. "Jenna, get our guests something to eat," Grandma Rhea ordered before shifting her attention back to Ethan. "I'm sorry, but we don't have much to offer except fruit and grilled fish. I hope that it will be to your liking." Jenna nodded her head and left the room with a smile. "Thank you, Grandma Rhea," Ethan replied. "That is more than enough." The old lady nodded and said a few more things to Ethan before leaving the room. Jenna returned shortly and handed Ethan a small bowl containing a fruit he had never seen before, as well as a grilled fish. After delivering the food, she excused herself and left the room. When Lily was certain that it was only the two of them inside the room, she finally breathed a sigh of relief before looking at Ethan. "I know you have a lot of questions, but for now, You must stick to the story that I am your wife, and you are my husband, Lily whispered. I am doing this in order to protect the two of us from this place, since we have no idea on what era we are currently in or the customs of the people living in this timeline. I understand, but why did you insist that we are husband and wife? Ethan asked. Can't you just make us brother and sister and even friends? Lily shook her head. I can't risk it. Women my age during ancient times were mostly married. If I said I wasn't married, there was a chance that the eligible men of this tribe would start courting me. Rejecting them might not be in our best interest since we have no other place to go for the next few weeks. Ethan frowned. What do you mean we have no other place to go? Lily sighed before walking towards the window and opened it. He then made a gesture for Ethan to come to her, which he did. After looking outside the window, Ethan saw several wooden houses that were floating on the water. After careful inspection, he noticed that these houses were built upon countless reeds, which formed a small island. Some islands had 3 houses, while some had 4. Others only had 2, and there were even very small ones that had only 1 house built on them. Ethan then shifted his gaze in the direction where their house was going, and saw nothing but a vast expanse of sea for as far as the eye could see. There were no signs of land anywhere, which made Ethan understand why Lily said that they had no place to go. Basically, they were trapped on their own floating island, and the only way out was to wait until they made landfall. Some of the men, who saw Lily standing near the window, waved at her with smiles on their faces. Lily only smiled at them, but didn't make any further gesture in order to encourage them to talk to her or form a connection with her. After Ethan had seen everything that he could see, the young lady closed the window and sighed. Those men are giving off the smell of beasts in heat, Lily complained. If I didn't tell them that you and I are already married, they would have certainly made a move on me, which might have gotten ugly. So, until we find a way out of this place, and can look for clues about the nexus that will bring us back to our own timeline, you will pretend that I am your wife, okay? Understood, Ethan replied before heaving a sigh. Go sit on the bed, Lily said. I will grind the medicinal herbs for you and help you clean your injury. Ethan obeyed and sat on the bed as he pondered his next move. Now that they were stuck in the middle of nowhere, the only thing he could do was to rest and wait for the right opportunity to look for the nexus that would take him and Lily back to their own timeline. After cleaning Ethan's wound and covering it with a bandage made from strips of cloth, Lily narrated the things that happened since she regained consciousness. According to her, the 2 of them were laying near the riverside when she woke up. Both of them were injured, and Lily was too exhausted to even lift a finger. Fortunately, it just so happened that the Kendall tribe was passing through and immediately came to help them. The first thing that Lily noticed was that almost all of the men looked like warriors, with their upper part bereft of any clothes. Their bulging muscles could be seen, and the necklaces they wore, which she believed to be animal teeth, adorned their necks. Unlike the men, the women didn't look warrior-like and wore animal furs, covering most of their bodies. As someone who had lived among the beast tribe, Lily assumed that these people were similar to the nomadic tribes of Southshire, who would often migrate from place to place, looking for greener pastures. Since that was the case, she assumed that they shared similar customs, especially when it came to the relationship between men and women. Ethan was with her, so she used him to prevent others from taking advantage of her. Warrior tribes, especially those who prided themselves for being brave and courageous, would not stoop so low as to steal the wives of others. The cutest girl of Brynhildr Academy was still a maiden. So, in order to protect herself, Lily did the only thing she could do, and that was to tell their rescuers that she was Ethan's wife, and that the 2 of them were on a pilgrimage to visit their ancestral lands to pay respect to their ancestors before consummating their marriage. This was a good excuse, knowing that most tribes had this tradition. She just added that they were attacked by a group of barbarians, forcing them to jump in the river to save their lives. Since the Kendall tribe took them in, they had no choice but to stay with them until they made landfall. After explaining everything to Ethan, the handsome young man nodded his head. "I understand the situation now," Ethan commented. "But do you have any ideas for how we will be able to find the nexus that will return us to our own time?" Lily pondered for a bit before looking at him with a complicated look on her face. The handful of people who managed to return from a nexus said that they were able to find another nexus after following the flow of events that they found themselves in when they returned to the past. "I believe that since the Kendall tribe found us and is currently traveling to one of their migration strongholds, it is highly possible that the nexus will be in that location. But before it appears, we must first meet certain conditions." Ethan arched an eyebrow. "Conditions? What conditions?" Lily paused a bit in order to find the right words to explain how the Nexus survivors were able to return to their own timeline. "It is similar to a quest," Lily explained. "Let's take our escort mission as an example. If we managed to safely bring Mr. Leroy to Rose Lake City, we would be able to get our rewards." Although there wasn't any definite proof, the survivors believed that the Nexus that took them back home was a reward, after completing the mission of helping the people that were in their immediate vicinity when they arrived in the past. In this case, Grandma Rhea, Jenna, and her family, which are the tribe chieftain's family, are the people we need to follow closely if we want to get back home. Whatever problems they face in this journey, we need to help them overcome it. Then and only then will the Nexus reappear. Ethan had also read the books about the Nexus survivors, and after hearing Lily's explanation, he found some logic in it. "So, we follow the Kendall tribe, specifically the chieftain's family, and do our best to assist them if a problem arises. Am I right, Lily?" "Yes, this is our only lead for us to return home." Just as the two finished talking, Lily sensed the presence of someone coming and immediately placed a finger over her lips, signaling Ethan to stop talking. Half a minute later, a man, who seemed to be in his late 30s or early 40s, stepped inside the room. He was accompanied by a younger woman, whom Lily recognized as Jenna's mother and the chieftain's wife. "Are the two of you feeling better?" the chieftain of the Kendall tribe, who went by the name Adrian, asked. "Yes, great chieftain," Lily bowed her head respectfully. "We are well thanks to your tribe's generosity and hospitality." Ethan also bowed his head and also thanked their saviors, which left a good impression on Adrian. "Since you just woke up, allow me to introduce to you the members of my family," Chieftain Adrian said. "This is my wife, Holly, and this is my daughter, Jenna. My mother's name is Rhea, and you are currently staying in the Kendall tribe. Although it is unfortunate, your pilgrimage toward your ancestral lands will be delayed for the time being. My tribe is currently traveling towards the lands of Alester, and we will be staying there for a few months. The great overlord died, and we must go there in order to pay our respects to him and his family. We will also stay and wait until the other tribes have all agreed on who will replace him and become the new great overlord. Until then, I am afraid that you will not be able to return to your homeland, since we'd be traveling to the nearest continent." Ethan and Lily exchanged a glance before nodding their heads at the same time. "Understood, great chieftain," Lily replied. "My husband and I will be under your care." Adrian nodded. "Your name is Ethan, right? Lily already told me your name." "Yes, great chieftain." "You are a lucky man to be able to find someone as beautiful as Lily. If I weren't married, I might just challenge you to a duel to make her my woman." The great chieftain laughed, while his wife, Holly, only shook her head helplessly. "I already told my people that the two of you are our guests," Chieftain Adrian stated. "I also stated that no one is allowed to challenge you because you and Lily still haven't consummated your marriage due to unforeseen circumstances. Although I expect that they will obey my orders, you should play it safe and stay on our family's Reed Island in order to prevent any trouble from taking place. This is especially true for you, Lily. Our warriors can sense that you are a strong lady and also proficient in fighting. This combination is very deadly, especially for our warriors who still haven't found a mate. Right now, everyone is eyeing you as a prize, so don't come out of the house unless it is absolutely necessary." The smile on Lily's face stiffened after hearing the great chieftain's words. While these kinds of challenges weren't uncommon in tribes when settling disputes, she didn't expect them to also have this kind of custom, especially when it came to courting women to become their mates. Fortunately, the Kendall tribe had a monogamous tradition. She also knew that the great chieftain was just joking when he spoke the words about challenging Ethan. Actually, Lily understood what Adrian was trying to say. Although he couldn't challenge Ethan because he was already married, that didn't mean that there wouldn't be other warriors who would try challenging him in order to gain her favor. During ancient times, especially in warrior tribes, people believed that they needed to sire strong warriors. Because of this tradition, the women were educated to only mate with strong men in order to strengthen their bloodline. Of course, Lily didn't care about the Kendall tribe's tradition because her own tribe had their own customs. I just hope we find the nexus soon, Lily thought. I don't want to stay in this world for a long period of time. As to whether her wish would be granted or not, she would soon find out the moment they arrived in the lands of Alester. A week had passed since Ethan found himself traveling with the Kendall tribe to the lands of Alester. His injury had mostly healed thanks to the effective herbal medicine that they used on his wounds. In order to know more about the world they were in, he asked Grandma Ria to tell him tales about the Kendall tribe, allowing him and Lily to get a better grasp of their new environment. "The 14th day of the month of the Hierophant," Ethan muttered, "and the year is 325 AC. Author's note, AC means Asgardian calendar. Lily, who was seated beside him, sighed. "It seems that we traveled 1,500 years into the past. We're a long way from home, Ethan." Hearing that, the young man smiled bitterly. Lily's words hit him where it hurt. They were currently in an era where the world was in constant turmoil, with wars being waged everywhere in the lands of Midgard. Before Ethan could even say anything, Grandma Ria's voice reached their ears from outside the door of their room. "Lily, one of our warriors caught a big fish and asked me to give it to you as a gift," Grandma Ria said. "Can you come out for a bit?" This time, it was Lily's turn to smile bitterly before reluctantly standing up to go to the door. Ethan chuckled internally. Ever since they arrived in the Kendall tribe, Lily's popularity had shot through the roof. Most of the single men were giving her gifts every day to curry her favor, and he found this quite amusing. He couldn't blame them, though. Lily was the cutest first year in Brynhildr Academy, and she also came from the future. She had this kind of untamed aura that the men of the Kendall tribe had never seen before and couldn't resist, making them all want to make her their mate. Unfortunately for them, she was already married to Ethan. If it were not for their great chieftain's decree, they might have already thrown caution to the wind and challenged Ethan to a duel in order to take her away from him. If Lily was the darling of the men, then Ethan was the eye candy of the women. There was a time when he had gone out to take a swim in the sea, only wearing shorts. Although Ethan's body wasn't as robust as the physique of the warriors in the Kendall tribe who all had bulging muscles, he was still lean and toned. Adding his handsome features to the mix, the unmarried women of the tribe couldn't help but look at him dreamily. Similar to Lily, he had this presence that made them feel as if they were looking at something unique and mysterious, which added to his charm. Ever since that incident, Ethan no longer swam in the sea and simply bathed inside the room using a wooden tub. "So do you want this fish?" Grandma Ria asked. "This belonged to a warrior named Donovan. He is 25 years old and is known to be one of the best young hunters in our tribe." Lily smiled. "Grandma Ria, it seems that you find my suffering very amusing. You're so mean." The old lady chuckled and didn't even bother to deny the cute girl's claim. "It's your fault for being born so beautiful," Grandma Ria replied. "Heck, even I am jealous of you. And I am a woman, so what are we going to do with this gift?" "Same as always," Lily commented. "We share it with everyone in the family." "Sounds good," Grandma Ria nodded. "I'll go ask my daughter-in-law to cook it." The old lady happily walked towards the direction of the kitchen, leaving Lily behind. Must be nice being popular, Ethan said after Lily closed the door of their room. It seems that wherever you go, a fan club will always follow. I don't need a fan club in this era, Lily stated. Ethan, you better prepare yourself. I have a feeling that people will start challenging you soon. Huh, Ethan blinked. Challenge me? Why? Didn't Great Chief Adrian say that he announced a decree that they should leave us alone? Lily shook her head helplessly. Even with a decree, there's no guarantee that everyone will listen to it. It's just a matter of time before someone challenges you. How troublesome, Ethan scratched his head. Fortunately, you can use magic, Lily stated. If push comes to shove, just blast them away with a spell or two. Beads of sweat started to form in Ethan's head. Lily made it sound like casting spells was just as simple as breathing for him. Did you forget that I'm a dud? Ethan asked. Magic isn't my strongest trait. Lily frowned. Wanting to know more, she sat beside the handsome young man who had defeated her in the Clash of Manners. I've been meaning to ask this, but are you really a dud? Lily inquired. You were able to use magic during the magical duel, and you weren't wearing a magical battery at that time. I know that it is rude to intrude on your privacy, but we can only depend on each other if we want to return home. Can you please tell me how your magic works? Ethan hesitated for a bit, but after weighing his options, he knew that Lily was right. Although he was reluctant to tell her how his magic worked, it was of the utmost importance that she understood what he was capable of doing in order to prepare for any kind of situation. Actually, my magic is quite unique, Ethan said. Most of the time, I don't have any magic power, but when certain conditions are met, I am able to use magic for half a day. However, this magic power is limited. Once I run out of it, I will no longer be able to cast spells. Lily frowned. That explains why I don't sense even a strand of magical power in his body, even though I am this close to him. She was very sensitive when it came to sensing magical powers. Lily had often wondered how Ethan was able to cast magic the way he did, even though he was a dud. Now that they were trapped in the past and a complex situation, she decided to be a little bolder and ask him for more information. What are these conditions? Lily inquired. There might come a time when both of us need to fight. You being able to use magic is of great importance. If I can help you meet that condition, I will help you to the best of my ability. Ethan held Lily's gaze, who was looking back at him with a solemn expression on her face. Promise me that you won't tell anyone about it, especially after we manage to return to the academy, Ethan stated. Lily nodded and made a solemn promise to keep Ethan's secret a secret. After a minute passed, Ethan heaved a sigh before telling Lily the truth. Alone, I am unable to wield any magic power, Ethan explained. But I have a unique ability that allows me to absorb the magical powers from others. I see, Lily nodded. It now makes sense. Every time you use partial resonance, all of your magical power disappears from your body, so that's how you do it. Lily pondered for a bit before making up her mind. And what is the condition you need to fulfill for you to absorb magical energy? Lily asked. A kiss, Ethan replied. A kiss, be more specific. I need to kiss a witch in order to absorb her magical powers. This unique ability only works on girls. It doesn't have any effect on men. Lily froze after hearing what Ethan had to say. She then tilted her head in confusion before asking him a question. Sorry, I think I misheard you, Lily said. How do you absorb magical powers again? Ethan sighed before looking at Lily with a solemn expression. I absorb magical powers by kissing witches. That is the only way I am able to use magic. The young lady's body stiffened after confirming that she didn't mishear Ethan the first time. However, after learning that he needed to kiss someone in order to use magic, Lily wished that she hadn't pressed him for answers. After all, if Ethan really needed to use magic, there was only one way to make that happen, and that was by letting him kiss her. The thought of it made her face become as red as a tomato. So, you kiss witches in order to absorb some of their magical powers. How does that exactly work? Well, if I kiss a witch, I will be able to use their power for half a day minimum, and an entire day at maximum. However, there is a restriction to this ability. Restriction? Lily asked. Ethan nodded. Yes. After all my magic power is used up, even if I kiss the same witch, I won't be able to absorb their magic power again. I need to wait for a week before I can absorb their magical power again. For some reason, Lily felt relieved after hearing Ethan's explanation. In order to clear her doubts, she decided to ask him more questions. During the Clash of Manners, you were able to use magic every time you fought in the arena, Lily stated. If what you say is true, that means you kissed multiple girls during the tournament, am I right? I did, Ethan answered. You're quite scummy, aren't you? I can't refute that. Ethan closed his eyes and sighed. I didn't have a choice. There is no way I could win against you guys without using any magic. It would have simply been impossible. Lily didn't want to admit it, but Ethan was right. There was simply no way a dud could win against the pillars of the first years without using any form of magic. Out of curiosity, who did you kiss? Lily asked in a teasing tone. Chloe, Luna, but it still doesn't add up. You fought 3 times during the tournament, and Luna can only use her magic during the day of the full moon. Who else did you kiss aside from your cousin? See, can I not answer this question? You need to answer this question. If I answer this, can you promise me that you won't tell anyone else? I swear upon my family's honor that I will not tell a soul. Now, spill the beans. Ethan took a deep breath in order to calm himself, before telling Lily whom he kissed in order to fight in the Clash of Manners. I kissed fairies, Ethan replied. You kissed fairies? Lily looked at the handsome young man in disbelief. Are you serious? Ethan nodded. Unbelievable. Lily eyed Ethan as if he was looking at a rare creature. You were that desperate to win, huh? Also, didn't you say you could only absorb magic from witches? That is what I thought at first as well, Ethan commented. However, after doing an experiment, I found out that I can also absorb the magic power of demi-human creatures as long as they are girls. After recalling Ethan's previous battles, she now understood why Ethan was able to use fey magic. Although some wizards and witches could also use fey magic, not everyone was proficient in it. Ethan, on the other hand, displayed an uncanny familiarity and mastery with the fey spells, which wasn't something that a dud could easily pull off. Tell me, how much magic remains in your magic battery? Lily inquired. Ethan took out the magic bracelet that Luna gave him and closed his eyes. After checking the amount of magic that was left in it, the young man let out a sigh of relief. I only used 1/10 of its magical reserves during the battle with the hunters, Ethan answered. However, if I were to use partial resonance, all the remaining magic would be used up as well. Don't use partial resonance, okay? Lily said with a serious expression on her face. Save your magic power for emergencies. As for everything else, I'll handle it. Ethan nodded because this was a sound plan. He wasn't someone who would just kiss any random girl just to get some magic power. It is for this same reason that he went to ask the fairies for help during the Clash of Manner. An awkward silence permeated inside the room as the two stared at each other. Listen, Ethan, I am not that unreasonable, Lily said in a firm tone. If we are in a desperate situation when you truly need to use magic, I will not hesitate to kiss you in order to survive. However, until that time comes, I won't do it. Do we have an understanding? I know, Ethan replied. I also hope that we don't reach that point as well. Although you might not believe me, it's not my nature to kiss girls at random. My grandparents didn't raise me to become a womanizer. I promise you that I won't force you to do anything. If I have to fight without using magic powers, then so be it. Lily held Ethan's gaze, and after a few seconds of observing him, she nodded her head. I trust you, Ethan, Lily stated before giving him a mischievous smile. So, how far have you gone with Chloe and Luna? Did you perhaps reach second base already? Of course not, Ethan answered in a heartbeat. I respect both of them, and I wouldn't do something to take advantage of their kindness. Oh, how cute, Lily giggled. I guess you're still an innocent boy at heart. Are you a hopeless romantic? Someone who believes that love conquers all. Ethan rolled his eyes at the cute girl, who was looking at him with a mischievous smile on her face. "And how about you?" Ethan asked back. "Are you perhaps looking for a charming prince, riding on a white horse, who will save you from the evil dragon that kidnapped you?" Lily shook her head. "I'm not a damsel in distress, Ethan. You and I both know that if we really fought to the death, the one who has the higher chance of dying is you." The handsome teenager wasn't able to refute Lily's words because it was true. If the two of them really fought a battle to the death, even if he was armed with partial resonance, he believed that the one who would win the battle would be Lily with her rich battle experience and incredible fighting ability. "I have an idea," Ethan smirked. "If someone were to challenge me, how about you fight them in my stead?" "No," Lily shook her head. "It will be best if they don't know my true ability so that we can use this as a trump card against our enemies. The element of surprise can do wonders, you know." Ethan smirked before nodding his head. For some reason, he felt a bit lighter because he managed to share his secret with Lily. Truth be told, he was still worried that the cute girl was not someone trustworthy. But due to their special circumstance, he had no choice but to come clean. After all, when everything was said and done, she was his only source of magical power in this era. Getting her permission to be kissed now was better than not being able to use magic during critical moments. After a short discussion, the two were then called to have lunch with Grandma Rhea and her family. They still had 3 weeks before they reached the lands of Alistair. Until that day arrived, the two would do their best to be as low-key as possible within the Kendall tribe in order to keep unnecessary conflicts from arising. 2.5 weeks had passed since Ethan and Lily had joined the Kendall tribe on their journey. Ethan could see an island's outline in the distance, signifying that they were drawing near their destination. According to Grandma Rhea, the name of the island he could vaguely see was Turtle Cove Island. It was named as such due to the fact that many sea turtles would flock to the island to lay their eggs during mating season. Once they reached the shore, they would build wagons and travel on land until they reached the lands of Alistair. After spending a good amount of time with the Kendall tribe, Ethan and Lily learned that this grand gathering would be held by over a dozen tribes, which were the vassals of the great overlord who had recently passed away. The one who would succeed him would be chosen from one of these vassal tribes. Simply put, they would not be there to only pay respects to their deceased leader, but to also compete with each other to become the next great overlord. So, if we follow this logic, we need to ensure that the one who becomes the overlord will be from the Kendall tribe, right? Ethan asked Lily, who was lying on the bed beside him. Since the two of them were husband and wife in the eyes of the Kendall tribe, they needed to at least play their roles in order to avoid suspicion from the great chieftain's family. "Yes," Lily replied. "I believe that this is what we need to accomplish in order to return home. If this is a quest, we are certain that getting the succession rights to become the great overlord will not be easy. I'm very certain that a fight between the Kendall tribe and the other vassal tribes is inevitable." Ethan sighed, because this was what he was afraid of. "What's wrong?" Lily asked in a teasing tone. "The strongest first year of Brynhildr Academy is getting cold feet. Should I give you a hug to warm you up?" "Very funny," Ethan replied. "Let's sleep, Lily. Tomorrow is going to be a busy day." "Okay," Lily nodded before closing her eyes to sleep. Although they were sharing the same bed, Ethan made sure to distance himself from the young lady to give her some space. Unlike Chloe and Luna, whom he didn't mind hugging in his sleep, Lily was someone whom he barely knew. They weren't even friends, only acquaintances. His interaction with her in the academy could be counted on one hand, with the exception of their duel in the Clash of Manners. Although Ethan had shared his secret with her, he had only done so because the situation called for it. Without a way to gain any magical powers, he was forced to compromise in order to increase their chances of getting back home. An hour before midnight, Lily's eyes fluttered open. Although it was dark, her eyes glowed faintly, allowing her to see in the darkness. She looked at the sleeping boy beside her for a few seconds before narrowing her eyes. "Don't hog the blanket for yourself," Lily thought as she tried to pull the blanket from Ethan's body. The handsome young man had subconsciously taken the majority of the blanket in his sleep, leaving Lily with nothing to cover her body with. Just as she was about to pull the blanket, Ethan stirred in his sleep before opening his eyes. He looked at Lily in a daze before smiling. "Did you have another nightmare, Luna?" Ethan asked. "Come and sleep beside me." Ethan then took his blanket to cover Lily's body before moving closer to her. He then wrapped his arms around her body and hugged her. "Don't worry, I'm here," Ethan said softly. "I'll keep you safe." A moment later, he fell asleep, keeping Lily in his embrace. At first, the young lady wanted to push the handsome teenager away. However, his body heat made her feel comfortable, and she felt very reluctant to separate from him. "He thought I was Luna," Lily mused. "Does she always have nightmares and visit him in his room at night? She's bolder than I thought." After pondering for a brief moment, Lily decided that she would let this incident slide just this once. "He's really warm," Lily thought as she buried her head in Ethan's chest, feeling his heartbeat. Soon, she, too, fell asleep, and for the first time since they had entered the Nexus, Lily was able to continuously sleep until morning, feeling well-rested. When Ethan opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a patch of blonde hair in his vision. A few seconds later, he heard the steady sleeper breaths of the young lady, who was in his arms. Ethan's body stiffened after finding himself in such a situation, and the last vestige of sleep left his system. How did we end up like this?" Ethan thought. Now that he was conscious of the young lady in his arms, he immediately felt how soft Lily was, which made his face redden. Slowly but surely, Ethan extricated himself from the bed, making sure that Lily wouldn't wake up. A few minutes later, he stood up from the bed and glanced at the sleeping beauty, who made his body heat up so early in the morning. Ethan was a healthy young man, so it was impossible for him to stay calm when someone as beautiful as Lily was in his arms. In order to cool himself off, he left the room in order to wash his face. "I'll also get our breakfast while I'm at it," Ethan mused as he left the room. A minute later, Lily opened her eyes and looked at the door. A tinge of red could be seen creeping up the side of her face. Truth be told, she had woken up before Ethan did. However, she felt so comfortable in his embrace that she was reluctant to leave it. That was the first time she was held by a man, and for some reason, she didn't feel bad being held by the handsome young man who had defeated her in a duel. Lily was a member of a tribe in Southshire, so she was raised to seek out strong men. Since she was a witch, her family decided that it would be best if she looked for a strong wizard in Brynhildr Academy to be their son-in-law. Lily was opposed to the idea at first, but since her mother was a witch, the latter made sure to educate her on how important magical bloodlines were. She wasn't in a hurry to find a lifelong partner, but since she didn't want to argue with her family, she went to Brynhildr Academy to study magic, as well as keep an eye on any powerful wizards who could become part of their family. Even after seeing Langston and Kurt, who were the pillars of the Schwartz and Tara Manor, Lily didn't pay too much attention to them. They were powerful. That much she admitted, but they were weaker than her, so she wasn't interested in them. However, when she met Ethan when the latter was taking a stroll at night, Lily caught his scent. She had bestial bloodline running through her veins, so she was very sensitive when it came to powerful bloodlines. However, she could only use that ability when she was in her demi-wolf form. She even went as far as licking Ethan's cheek back in the academy, because his scent attracted her. There was just something about him that made her want to take a bite of his flesh and drink his blood. Fortunately, her human side was stronger, so she was able to control these urges easily. "Perhaps this is a good opportunity to know why I am attracted to him," Lily thought. "I'll see if I can taste some of his blood tonight." A sweet smile appeared on Lily's face as she came up with a plan to taste Ethan's blood while he was sleeping. The sound of hammering reverberated in the surroundings as the Kendall tribe built wooden wagons, that they would use on their journey. Ethan assisted Great Chieftain Adrian with building the wagon that they would use, which made the chieftain quite thankful. "Have you built a wagon before?" Great Chieftain Adrian asked. "You seem experienced." Ethan nodded as he continued to use the iron hammer in his hand. "I helped my grandpa build a wooden wagon several years ago." "That explains it," Great Chieftain Adrian smiled. "With your help, we might finish this in 2 days." The Kendall tribe didn't have to worry about materials like wooden wheels and nails, since there was a settlement on Turtle Cove Island that was near the beach where they landed. Since Ethan and Lily were going to travel with them, Great Chieftain Adrian decided to make their wagon bigger to accommodate their guests. While the men were busy doing the physical labor, the women were busy preparing the meals for their families. Lily helped the Great Chieftain's wife, Holly, prepare their meal, while Grandma Ria watched over Jenna. An hour later, several men and women arrived at the temporary base of the Kendall tribe, wearing a smile on their faces. "Brother Marco," Jenna cried out as she ran towards a teenage warrior who was riding on top of a 2-meter-tall forest wolf. "Jenna!" Marco laughed heartily as he picked up his sister and swung her round and round, making the little girl giggle. Holly smiled when she saw her son, whom she hadn't seen for several months. "That is my son, Marco," Holly said to Lily. "He is one of the pupils of the great overlord and has lived under his care for several years." "I see." Lily glanced at the young warrior who was making his way in their direction while carrying Jenna. It didn't take long for Marco to realize that there was someone whom he didn't recognize. "Mother, who is this young beauty?" Marco asked. "Did father break the tribal rules and take her as his second wife?" "Don't speak nonsense, you silly boy." Holly shook her head. "Lily is a guest. Also, she is already married. Don't have any wrong ideas, you hear me." Marco chuckled before putting his little sister back on the ground. "You don't have to worry about that, Mother. Although Lily is more beautiful than my lover, my feelings for her will not allow me to look at another woman in a romantic way." The young warrior then glanced in his father's direction, who was currently busy building a wagon with a blue-haired boy, whom he hadn't seen before either. "Is that your husband?" Marco asked Lily. Lily nodded. "Yes, his name is Ethan." "I see. I guess I'll introduce myself and help father finish the wagon as well." Marco smirked before motioning for his forest wolf to come closer. "Gray, make sure to behave, okay?" The forest wolf nodded before making its way towards Lily. However, what it did next surprised Marco and Holly, and the latter even dropped the ladle she was holding. The 2-meter forest wolf laid down on the ground, showing Lily his belly, which was a sign of submission for them. Lily giggled before lightly patting the wolf's belly, making the wolf have a look of happiness and satisfaction on its face. How did you do that?" Marco, who had been with the forest wolf for nearly 2 years, had never seen it do something like this. Of course, he tried to do this in the past, but Gray had never allowed him to touch his belly in this manner. This was why he was so surprised when the forest wolf took the initiative to act submissive to the girl, whom he only met for the first time in his life. "It's a family secret, so I can't tell you," Lily replied. "Gray, make sure you behave, okay?" "Woo!" The forest wolf acknowledged her request and sat on the ground like a loyal dog, its tail wagging left and right. "Wow!" Jenna, who found this amusing, hugged the forest wolf and buried her head in its soft fur. Gray didn't move and allowed the little girl to do what she wanted. Since Jenna was Marco's sister and Lily told it to behave, it decided to turn a blind eye to the little human, who was currently playing with its body. After regaining his composure, Marco scratched his head before making his way to his father. Before he could even greet his father and their guest, Great Chieftain Adrian smiled and asked his son to help them with their work. Naturally, Marco obeyed and took an iron hammer in his hand and helped with the construction. With 3 people working together, the base of the wagon started to take shape after a few hours, allowing it to progress faster than anticipated. "Your wife is incredible," Marco said after taking a short rest. She managed to tame my forest wolf in a heartbeat. Did she do the same to you? Does she rub your belly every night as well?" Ethan, who was drinking some water, spat it out and started coughing. This made the father and son chuckle as they waited for him to regain his calm. "She is indeed incredible," Ethan replied after a few minutes. "That is all that I can say." Fortunately, Marco felt guilty after making the handsome young man choke on his drink, so he no longer delved into the subject. "Marco, how is the situation in Alistair?" Great Chieftain Adrian asked. "Have the other tribes arrived?" Marco nodded. "Half of the tribes have arrived, and the rest are still on their way. Father, I forgot this earlier, but there is something that I want to tell you. The Urdavar, Skio, and Tulmizo great tribes are gathering at Ataranto Keep. I'm afraid they are going to take the great overlord's passing as an opportunity to settle old debts and expand their territories." Great Chieftain Adrian's face sank after hearing his son's report. "Those bastards," Great Chieftain Adrian clenched his fist in anger. "Have they no shame? They even chose this time to cause trouble for us." The three great tribes were powerhouses in the lands of Alistair. To make a comparison, the Kendall tribe was composed of nearly 700 people, while a single great tribe numbered around 3,000 up to 5,000 people. Due to the allied tribes that were under the great overlord, these three great tribes weren't able to expand to the south to claim the rich and fertile lands that belonged to the allied tribes. However, now that the alliance had lost its leader, the three great tribes thought that this was the perfect opportunity to divide the southern territories among themselves. "Are there warriors stationed at the Trilo stronghold?" Great Chieftain Adrian asked. "There are, but the situation is not very optimistic," Marco replied. "The tribes that are currently in the Weeping Shrine had sent half of their warriors to man the stronghold, stalling for time until the other tribes arrived." The father and son continued to talk, while Ethan ate in silence. "Not only do we have to deal with the tribal fight for succession, we also have to deal with three great tribes who plan to invade the southern territories," Ethan sighed. "Why do things have to be complicated? We just want to go home." Since Ethan was deep in thought, he didn't notice that the mark of the sea god's trident in his left hand glowed faintly. It was reacting to something located somewhere far away, which held a connection to its true origin. "It has become more complicated than I expected," Lily rubbed her forehead after hearing Ethan's report. "To think that aside from ensuring that one of the members of the Kendall tribe becomes the next great overlord, we also have to deal with the great tribes who plan to use the overlord's death to expand their territories." The young lady sighed as she looked at the handsome teenager in front of her. "I just hope we don't have to choose between survival and finding our way back home," Lily said softly. Ethan had also been feeling down ever since he heard this news from Marco. Even so, he believed that as long as there was a chance for them to return to their own time, he would be willing to go above and beyond to make it happen. In order to change the topic, Ethan told Lily that Great Chieftain Adrian had decided that they would start traveling in the next 2 days. Now that the threat of war was upon their alliance, they had no choice but to speed up the building of the wagons. They needed to arrive at their destination before the great tribe's invasion started. In the end, the two decided to rest early so they could wake up early tomorrow. They were not aware that while the two of them were sleeping, Great Chieftain Adrian was sharing the news about the great tribes to his people. Just like he expected, all of them were surprised at this sudden turn of events. "Is war inevitable?" a warrior, who seemed to be in his mid-30s, asked. "Is there no room for compromise?" This particular warrior had a scar across his left eye, and was one of the bravest warriors of the Kendall tribe who went by the name Otis. Otis was brave, but he was also a very smart person. With both brains and bronze, his words carried a lot of weight in the Kendall tribe. "I'm afraid that the only compromise that the three great tribes have in mind is for us to surrender our ancestral lands and become their vassals," Great Chieftain Adrian replied. "Since they chose this time to attack when we have just lost our leader, they will stop at nothing until they get what they want." Otis no longer spoke because he shared the same opinion as his chieftain. The other warriors were feeling indignant due to the high-handedness of the three great tribes. They had left their territory, bringing everyone with them in order to pay their respects to their deceased leader. None of them could have anticipated that they might follow him into the afterlife due to the greed of the three great tribes. "Hasten the construction of the wagons," great chieftain Adrian stated. "We will head to the lands of Alaster in 2 days. Do I make myself clear?" All the warriors nodded before returning to their own homes to rest. They didn't want to go to war, but since they were duty-bound to protect their ancestral lands, they would have no choice but to fight. "I wonder if there will still be a Kendall tribe after this war," great chieftain Adrian muttered as he gazed at the stars in the sky. "Great ancestors, please show mercy upon your people." Whether the Kendall tribe's great ancestor heard Adrian's prayers or not, he had no way of finding out. However, what he did know was that, in 2 days' time, they would march to the Weeping Shrine, bringing every member of their tribe with him. Just past midnight, Lily opened her eyes and looked at the sleeping teenage boy beside her. Her eyes glowed faintly as her body slowly transformed to that of a demi-wolf. "I knew it," Lily thought as her sensitive nose picked up a sweet and intoxicating scent that was emanating from Ethan's body. "It seems that you're not as simple as I originally thought you were, Ethan." Lily was not the only one who had discovered this peculiar scent coming from the handsome teenager. Coco, who was also one of the 3 overlords of the Great Eagle Forest, had also noticed that Ethan possessed a powerful bloodline that enticed magical beasts like him. The white gorilla even said that, aside from Luna, Ethan was the most delicious human among the members of Dud Manor. Perhaps this was also why he developed a soft spot for the boy, and even helped him a bit when the members of Jaeger Manor tried to ambush him. "Just a little," Lily muttered. "I'll just have a little of your blood." The young lady raised her index finger and made her nail extend a bit. She then lightly poked Ethan's middle finger until a bright drop of blood emerged from it. Due to how deep he was sleeping, Ethan didn't even react when Lily poked his finger. The young lady glanced at his face for a few seconds to make sure that he was truly asleep before placing the young man's middle finger inside her mouth. Lily's eyes widened in shock after tasting the blood. She felt as if her own bloodline had started to react to the richness of Ethan's blood, making her body heat up in the process. This was the first time that she had tasted the blood of others, so there was nothing she could compare it to. However, one thing was for sure. Ethan's blood was surprisingly rich in magical power, which made Lily feel slightly stronger than her normal state. It was as if she had drunk a tonic that would help her hit harder and run faster without suffering any kind of side effects. "I might get addicted to this," Lily thought as she reluctantly pulled back to look at the finger which was still glistening with her saliva. A sigh escaped the young beauty's lips as she took out a small bottle of medicine from her storage ring and applied a small portion of it to Ethan's middle finger. Since this medicine was made by the members of Terra Manor, its effect worked wonders. The small wound on Ethan's finger disappeared, making it look as if nothing had happened. After fighting the strong urge to take another taste, Lily canceled her demi-wolf form and snuggled beside Ethan, covering him with their blanket. This time, she was the one that took the initiative to wrap her arms around the handsome young man before closing her eyes to sleep. She still had a lot of questions in her mind, especially about Ethan's family. However, she decided to wait until tomorrow before asking him these questions. For now, she was fine to just use him as her hug pillow, making her feel warm despite the coldness of the night that permeated her skin. A caravan traveled across the Ragusa Plains, leaving a trail of dust clouds in their wake. At the very front of the caravan was none other than the great chieftain's wagon, which was being escorted by a 2-meter forest wolf. Great Chieftain Adrian personally took the reins as he navigated through the plains with a determined look on his face. Right now, they were on the brink of an all-out war against the 3 great tribes, and they had no spare time to waste. Based on their current speed, he estimated that they would arrive at their destination within 3 days at the minimum and 4 days at the maximum. Of course, this would be their time of arrival only if nothing unexpected happened during their journey. As Great Chieftain Adrian urged the horses pulling their wagon to go faster, he saw something out of the corner of his eye. In the distance, there were several dust clouds rising in the air, which made his face turn grim. "Tell the warriors to prepare," Great Chieftain Adrian ordered. "We got marauders on our trail." Marco glanced in the direction where his father was looking before urging his forest wolf to pull back and warn the others. The caravan soon stopped, and the warriors of the tribe emerged, holding their weapons at the ready to defend their families and friends. Ethan and Lily also stepped out of the carriage and prepared to help defend the Kendall tribe. The warriors looked at Ethan with approval and at Lily with genuine concern. Although they could tell that she knew how to fight, they didn't want any of the women under their watch dying. "Don't worry, I can handle myself," Lily said despite everyone's urgings. In the end, the warriors decided to keep a close watch over her, especially the single men who had tried to curry her favor. "I wonder, does this era have any kind of magic?" Ethan whispered in Lily's ear. Lily nodded. "Of course. Although there are not as many wizards and witches as there are in our timeline, there are still powerful mages that bend the power of nature to their will. Tribes usually have shamans in their ranks, and druids often live in lush forests. Wizards and witches also existed in this timeline, but wands weren't invented yet. Instead, they used a magical staff and anything else that could help them channel their magical powers." Ethan nodded his head in understanding and wondered if he should use his magical battery. In the end, he decided to just use his sea god's trident and save his magical powers to be used as a last resort. Lily glanced at the handsome young man beside her and smiled. She thought that Ethan would demand a kiss from her in order to use magic. However, seeing him take the one-handed trident in his hand made her see him in a new light. The moment Ethan held his weapon, the trident grew until it was 2 meters long. This sudden change didn't escape some of the warriors' eyes, and they all looked at Ethan as if they were seeing him for the first time. A faint gust of wind radiated from Ethan's body as the buffs of his weapon took effect. Ethan could feel his head clearing up and his fears subsiding a bit. He also felt his strength increase due to the boost of Magna Amplifico, giving him more confidence when it came to fighting. Although Ethan wasn't a proficient warrior like Lily and Nicole, he was still confident that he had the means to protect himself even without magic. When the dust clouds were only hundreds of meters away from them, Lux finally saw what they were dealing with. Riding on what seemed to be 2-meter-tall hyenas were people who were wearing black animal furs. They charged in their direction with a confident look in their eyes. Their numbers exceeded 30, and all of them were riding on powerful mounts that could also attack anyone who stood in their way. Marco held his sword in one hand while holding the reins of his forest wolf with the other. He recognized these marauders because today wasn't his first time seeing them. They were the terror of the plains and had been a pain in the rear for the allied tribes under the Great Overlord's rule. "It's the Black Scavengers," Great Chieftain Adrian said as he stood in front of his people with a spear in his hand. "Everyone, prepare to fight." As soon as their Great Chieftain gave the orders, the archers knocked the arrows on their bows and aimed. "Fire!" Great Chieftain Adrian ordered, and dozens of arrows flew in the direction of the marauders. Some of the hyenas were hit, making them howl in pain and forcefully dismounting their riders. However, the others were able to evade the arrows using the speed of their mount, or block them with their round wooden shields. "Brace!" Great Chieftain Adrian shouted, and the warriors all took a fighting stance. Ethan and Lily exchanged a glance with each other and nodded their heads at the same time. Lily took out her wand and pointed it at the lead marauder, whose gaze had locked onto her body. "Glacies Clavy," Lily chanted. A moment later, several ice spikes jutted off the ground, impaling the hyena and sending its rider tumbling in their direction. The marauder received minor injuries and was still shaken by the unexpected attack that materialized out of thin air. Just as the man was about to stand up, Ethan charged forward and gritted his teeth. Rising Dragon Strike. The young man slammed the flat surface of his trident against the marauder's chest, sending the latter flying backward. This move made Lily and some of the warriors frown, but none of them said anything. A single glance was enough to tell them that Ethan had never killed anyone in the past and had no intention of killing anyone in the present. Marco, who was riding on his forest wolf, charged at the fallen man and allowed his beast companion to crush the marauder's head with its claws. "Ethan, stand back and protect the carriages," Great Chieftain Adrian said. "We will handle things from here." The Great Chieftain gave Lily a sidelong glance before helping his warriors attack the marauders who had engaged them in close combat. Lily, on the other hand, once again pointed her wand in the direction where a group of marauders were congregating. Glacies and Brem. Ice shards erupted from the tip of her wand and flew toward the marauders, who were caught completely by surprise. Unlike Ethan, who was soft-hearted, Lily's attacks were meant to kill. Clearly, this wasn't her first time taking the lives of others. Perhaps, in the academy, only Nicole shared this same trait among the first years, making the two of them well-versed in ending the lives of people who dared to raise their weapons against them. Ethan's face had turned completely pale as he watched the battle from start to finish. Thanks to Lily's powerful display of magic, the remaining marauders decided to retreat after half of their brethren had fallen. When the battle ended, Ethan could no longer hold himself back and vomited due to the strong smell of blood and the gruesome scene in front of him. Several of the marauders and their mounts were skewered, and some of them had been sliced in half by Lily's spells, causing their internal organs to spill on the ground, which resulted in Ethan retching until he emptied his stomach. The warriors ignored Ethan because all of their gazes were locked on the young beauty, who had a devilish smile plastered on her face. For them, someone who could use magic was a special existence, and it ignited the flames in the hearts of the single men in the Kendall tribe, making them want the young beauty more than ever. "Are you all right?" Lily asked as she rubbed Ethan's back, allowing the latter to feel a little better. "Thank you, Lily," Ethan said before wiping his lips with the back of his hand. Lily nodded as she looked at the handsome young man with concern. His reaction was completely normal, and she didn't find any fault in it. The first time that she was forced to kill someone, she reacted the same way, so she understood what he was going through. Even so, Lily hoped that Ethan could get over this matter as soon as possible, because they were headed into a war zone. And in war, one mistake could lead to death, so kind-hearted people had no place on the battlefield. Great Chieftain Adrian and the warriors picked up the weapons of their enemies and checked if they had any other valuable items on their bodies. They didn't even look at the corpses of the hyenas because they disdained eating their flesh. The only time that they would consider eating hyena meat was when they had no other alternatives. Half an hour later, the group left the scene and continued their journey. The warriors were very impressed by Lily's performance, but they kept their admiration in their hearts. They were still bound by their great chieftain's decree, but after seeing that the young beauty was a powerful shaman, they started to have grand designs of making her their mate. Since Ethan hadn't consummated their marriage, she was still a maiden, and for them, this meant that she was still eligible to choose a new partner who was more worthy of her talents. Naturally, Ethan and Lily were oblivious to what the warriors of the Kendall tribe were thinking and remained inside the chieftain's wagon. "What you did today is truly amazing, Lily," Marco said as he sat on the wagon. "However, this might not be a good thing." The young man glanced in Ethan's direction, whose face was still pale, and sighed in his heart. "What's wrong? Did you fall in love with me?" Lily asked in a teasing tone. "What about your fiancé?" Marco chuckled after hearing Lily's teasing words. If he wasn't betrothed to another, he might have also considered fighting for her hand in marriage. "Ethan, I hate to say this, but I think you will be challenged soon," Marco said. Lily is already in the sights of the single men in our tribe, and now she is considered a prize. A shaman like her has the same influence in the tribe as a tribe chieftain. Anyone would be tempted to fight for her hand in marriage. Ethan frowned because the concept of stealing the wives of others was something he wasn't familiar with. His grandparents were loyal to each other, and they had been partners for life. Of course, he knew that some high-ranking nobles had multiple wives, but this was within their capacity to do so. But the concept of someone stealing someone's partner was unheard of, at least to his limited knowledge. He wasn't aware that this was a very common practice in some places in the world. Even some warring tribes would often raid their rivals' settlement and steal their women, not caring if they were married or not. As someone who lived in the peaceful countryside, Ethan had never experienced wars, raids, and banditry. He only started seeing the real world after arriving at Brynhildr Academy, experiencing foreign things he never had an idea about before. However, that didn't mean that he was fine with it. Although Lily and he were not really husband and wife, he would not allow anyone to force her to do something she didn't like. If anyone were to really try, they would either turn into an ice statue or worse, be gutted alive. Ethan shuddered as he thought about these things. What he didn't know was that Lily was paying close attention to his face, trying to find out how he would react to Marco's words. "Are you sure that they will be challenging me soon?" Ethan asked. Marco nodded. "I'm sure of it. There's nothing that your father can do about it. He already made a decree, but after this last battle, I'm afraid that the warriors will insist on having a duel with you. Don't worry, they will hold back and not kill you. Although they wish for Lily to become their mate, they don't want her to hate them either." Ethan sighed before closing his eyes. A few minutes of silence passed before his voice sounded inside the wagon. "If they really want to duel me, then fine," Ethan stated. "However, I don't want to fight everyone. If they insist on taking my wife from me, tell your father that they should hold a contest among themselves. The winner will get the right to challenge me." Grandma Rhea and Holly, who were also inside the carriage, looked at Ethan with a frown. They had seen how the poor young lad had vomited after the battle, and they weren't sure if he would be able to fight against their finest warriors in combat. Lily, on the other hand, only smiled. For her, Ethan's decision was a good one, because he only needed to fight one battle instead of fighting multiple ones. As long as the battle was one-on-one, she believed that, even if Ethan wasn't as proficient in combat as the warriors of the Kendall tribe, he would still win. The young man had something that they didn't have, and that was magic. He was also the only one who had defeated her in a duel. Although the method he used was unheard of, it didn't change the fact that he had won and she had lost. Lily also saw how Ethan tried to protect the members of the Jaeger Manor when Coco attacked them. Despite not being a powerful warrior, he never shied away from protecting the people that needed to be protected. She also heard rumors about Ethan fighting against a Wendigo to protect Luna, but she hadn't confirmed these rumors as of yet. Even so, she believed that if Luna was really targeted by the vile monster, Ethan would always be at the forefront, even if his opponent was several leagues stronger than him. That night, Marco told his father about Ethan's proposal, and the latter agreed. Great Chieftain Adrian knew that the sooner they settled this hidden danger within his tribe, the better. Because of this, he asked the warriors of the tribe to wait until they arrived at the Weeping Shrine before they conducted a grand duel to win the heart of the beautiful shaman, whose deadly gaze was as cold as ice. The caravan did not encounter any other attacks after the failed attempt of the marauders. Even so, the Kendall tribe never lowered their guard until they saw a tower in the distance. "We're almost there," Grandma Rhea said as she looked at the tower in the distance. "That is our destination, the Weeping Shrine." Ethan and Lily exchanged glances with each other before nodding their heads. They knew that reaching their destination was just the beginning of their trouble. Aside from dealing with the duel that would take place when they arrived, they also needed to learn more about the general situation concerning the three great tribes who planned to invade the lands of the Alliance. According to Marco, it was highly possible that their enemies would start their invasion in a week or two, which would only give the tribes a few days to prepare before they went to war. The caravan arrived at its destination when the sun was at its zenith. The other tribes, who were already there, looked at the Kendall tribe with smiles on their faces, as if seeing a long-lost friend that they hadn't seen for a long time. "Adrian, you're still alive. I thought you already kicked the bucket." A man who had a very sturdy body laughed as he shook hands with Great Chieftain Adrian. "It's nice to see you again, Evan," Great Chieftain Adrian said with a smile. "I pray that your wife is in good health." "She is. Actually, she gave birth to my third daughter a month ago," Great Chieftain Evan replied. "If it weren't for the Overlord's passing, we might be celebrating right now. Alas." The Great Chieftain didn't need to finish his words, because Adrian understood what he wanted to say. The only thing he could do was pat his friend's shoulder and promise to visit him and his family after he had settled the issues with the Kendall tribe. There were reserved camping grounds for each tribe that surrounded the Weeping Shrine. After reaching the location where they were allowed to set up camp, the Kendall tribe started to set up tents, as well as prepare their offering for the Great Overlord. According to Great Chieftain Adrian, the duel would take place in 4 days after the tribe had paid their respects and mourned their deceased leader. 2 days later, more tribes arrived at the Weeping Shrine, and according to Marco, they were expecting the last 2 tribes to arrive the next day. But that night, something unexpected happened. Although they were part of an alliance, not all the tribes got along with each other. While they did their best to be civil with each other, after some people got drunk, a fight started, which escalated into a free-for-all between the tribes. Unfortunately, this happened while Ethan and Lily were taking a stroll around the Weeping Shrine in order to get a better understanding of the terrain. The two stood out like a sore thumb since they were still wearing the robes of the academy. But due to the fact that they were seen to be with the Kendall tribe, the tribes that didn't get along with Great Chieftain Adrian's tribe decided to mess with the two of them. Unfortunately, Lily wasn't in the mood, so she used her magic to freeze several of the warriors who had attacked them, which made the other tribes back away. She even summoned her ice fox, which was more hot-headed than its master, despite the fact that it was an ice spirit. Of course, the ice fox didn't kill anyone and only unleashed ice spray at those who tried to attack its mistress, turning them into blocks of ice. From start to finish, Ethan just stood there holding the sea god's trident in his hand, acting as Lily's bodyguard. But since everyone that was around them was frozen solid, he didn't need to do anything and simply stayed close to her. "Is this really a good idea?" Ethan whispered in Lily's ears. "We might antagonize this entire tribe." "Don't worry," Lily whispered back. "I know what I'm doing." Not long after that, the fight came to an end, and the tribe chieftains forced everyone to return to their own turf. Great Chieftain Adrian then asked Lily to free the people who had been turned to ice statues in order to prevent any further hostility from rising between their respective tribes. Naturally, the young lady obeyed and canceled her magic, allowing the warriors to break out of their icy prison. Because of Lily's performance, the news that the Kendall tribe had gained a powerful shaman spread within the Weeping Shrine. To Ethan's surprise, the other shamans of the other tribes came to meet with Lily in order to better understand why she had very strong magical powers. Ethan observed these shamans and noticed that none of them had proper wands. Most of them carried a staff, while some used other artifacts to channel their magic. To his surprise, he couldn't see any greed in their faces when they looked at Lily's wand. They just thought that the magical power inside her body was quite powerful, which was not completely wrong. Even without her wand, Lily was still a force to be reckoned with, and that was due to her Therian transformation. But the thing that gave Ethan a headache happened a day after the incident. The other tribes had heard about the duel that would take place in the Kendall tribe in order to gain Lily's favor and potentially make them her mate. After seeing her powers, the warriors of the other tribes decided to participate, making the corner of the handsome young man's lips twitch. Fortunately, all the shamans already had their own partners, so they didn't participate in the tournament-style duels that were held. "Did you do this on purpose?" Ethan asked. "Of course not," Lily replied in an innocent tone. Of course, he had a feeling that Lily was lying, and that she intended to make the competition even more rowdy. The handsome young man wasn't aware that she was doing this for his sake. As someone who had grown up in a tribe, she understood that those with power were the ones who gained the respect of others. Since this tournament was designed to have the most powerful warrior become her partner, it would allow everyone to see what Ethan was capable of. If Ethan needed to make a name for himself and make the allied tribes recognize him, this was the fastest way to do it. Since they would need to hold a position of power to affect the decision-making in the upcoming war, Lily decided to escalate the situation to put the limelight on the handsome teenager, who was still quite innocent in the ways of the world. Ethan, being kind and soft-hearted, is good during times of peace, Lily thought in her heart as he looked at the young man in front of her. But during times of hardships, you need to take that leap of faith, or else you'll be stepped upon by those who wish to trample on your rights as a free man. Lily knew that it was impossible for Ethan to change his character in a short period of time. Because of this, she wanted to make him face adversities that would not only sharpen his wits, but also steel his heart for the bloody battles that were about to come their way. Ethan didn't expect the sheer number of people that wanted to snatch his wife away from him. The Kendall tribe, as well as the 7 other tribes that formed the alliance, were participating in the duel. The young man thought that they would conduct a battle royale, and the last man standing would challenge him. However, this didn't happen. When the great overlord was still alive, he would hold tournaments where our tribes would compete with each other to gain prizes, Great Chieftain Adrian said. This is why everyone is very eager to join this tournament. They believe that this activity is the best way to commemorate his rule and give him one last day of entertainment before he joins our ancestors in the land beyond the veil. Since there was an upcoming war, each tribe conducted their own elimination matches without making everyone fight each other using weapons. There were 8 tribes, and only one person would represent that tribe in the semifinal matches. One of the tribes conducted a race, and the fastest would be chosen as their representative. Another tribe conducted spear throwing, and the one who threw the farthest would become their champion. The Kendall tribe and some of the other tribes decided to have a hunting competition. The one who would be able to catch or kill the best beast would become their representative. Ethan found all of this quite amusing because it reminded him of the Olympics. The best athletes of every nation would represent their countries to win the medals that were highly sought after. Before the day was over, the victors were chosen. The semifinals was held the next day, and they decided to make it similar to a sumo match. They had drawn a circle around the combatants and made them push their opponents outside of it. The one who remained inside the circle would win. By noon, a warrior that went by the name Rex became the final winner. This warrior was surprisingly quite handsome. He had tanned skin, a well-sculpted body, showing the right amount of muscles without making him look like a bodybuilder that spent hours in the gym lifting barbells. He was nearly 2 meters tall, and the most surprising thing of all was that he was only 25 years old. Rex belonged to the brave tribe. They were warriors who specialized in wielding spears, and the young warrior was the best among them. For such a young warrior to beat all the others meant that he was a true prodigy. The other thing about him was that he was oozing with charisma, making the single ladies look at him with affectionate gazes. Lily also looked at this warrior with great interest. However, Ethan knew that she was only interested in fighting against Rex. Of course, Rex didn't know this. When he saw Lily looking at him, he gave her a charismatic smile, which the young beauty returned with a smile of her own. When the other warriors saw this, they felt quite envious because they thought that Lily was attracted to Rex as a potential mate. The great chieftain of the brave tribe was also very happy with this development. If his warrior really won the match, they would gain a young and powerful shaman in their tribe, allowing it to become stronger. "You like him?" Ethan asked. "Jealous?" Lily asked back with a smile. "Of course not. You and I know why." "Heck, Tilda." Seeing that the two were talking with each other, Rex cleared his throat and made an announcement. "Although I don't really like the idea of stealing the wife of others, I believe that Lily deserves better," Rex stated. "This is why I will win and make her happy. I hope that you will not feel bad about this." Ethan wanted to roll his eyes at the shameless warrior. Although Rex stated that he didn't like the idea of stealing the wife of others, that didn't change the fact that he was determined to do it. Seeing that Ethan didn't reply, Rex, as well as the other warriors, thought that this was his silent agreement to his challenge. "The final duel will be held tonight," Great Chieftain Adrian stated. "Both warriors will use their weapons and fight against each other. I'd just like to make things clear. This is not a death match, so killing each other is prohibited. The winner will win if his opponent surrenders, loses consciousness, or is unable to battle. Until then, I hope that none of the warriors will do anything to sabotage this match." The warriors of the different tribes cheered in agreement. Rex gave Lily one last glance before returning to his tent to prepare for the match that would be happening in a few hours. As for Ethan, he did the same. Lily followed behind him because she didn't like the idea of being ogled by the other warriors, who had lost their matches. A few hours later, the sound of drums being played resounded within the Weeping Shrine. Torches were lit up, as everyone gathered to watch the duel between Ethan and Rex. Truth be told, no one was expecting Ethan to win. Even Great Chieftain Adrian and Marco thought this way. Deep inside, Great Chieftain Adrian felt guilty because things had escalated like this. As a man who loved his wife, he would fight to the death if someone wanted to claim his woman. Inside the tent, Ethan had just finished his meditation. This was something that Nicole had taught him in order to calm his nerves before a battle took place. When he opened his eyes, he found Lily sitting across from him with a smile on her face. "Are you ready?" Lily asked. "As ready as I'll ever be," Ethan replied before standing up. He then took the magic bracelet out of his storage ring and slipped it onto his wrist. Lily watched him with a solemn expression on her face as she, too, stood up. "I'm going," Ethan said before walking towards the exit of the tent. "Wait, Ethan," Lily called out to him. The young man turned back and was about to ask Lily what she wanted to tell him, but his words became stuck in his throat. He felt something soft press over his lips, which made his eyes widen in shock. A few seconds later, Lily pulled back with a smile on her face. "You don't have to worry about winning or losing," Lily said with a smug expression on her face. "No one in this tribe can force me to marry them. If they insist, I'll be more than happy to turn them into blocks of ice. Let's see if they don't change their mind then." Ethan blinked once then twice before his body shuddered. He could feel powerful magic power surging inside his body, making him sigh due to how good it felt. "Thank you, Lily," Ethan said. "I'll go now." "Do your best, Ethan," Lily winked. "If you win, I might just give you another kiss as a reward." Ethan smiled as the sea god's trident in his hand extended to its true form. As someone who had fought against wizards and witches, Ethan wanted to know how he fared with an experienced warrior who didn't know about magic. He knew that Rex was strong because he had fought Nicole and Lily, who were formidable fighters in their own right. The handsome young man was certain that Lily wanted him to gain some experience in this duel, so he decided to give it a shot. The young beauty walked a few meters behind him and watched his back. In her eyes, Ethan wasn't really a strong warrior, and after finding out that his magic had limitations, she felt sorry for him. Even so, she could tell that his gait was more steady and his steps more firm than they had been before. There was a subtle aura of confidence in the way he presented itself, which made Lily anticipate the duel that was about to happen. When Ethan arrived at the clearing where the duel would be held, he saw thousands of people looking at him. Rex was already waiting for him, holding his spear and shield. His eyes were telling Ethan of his determination to win. The young man from Dud Manor smiled as he stood opposite his opponent, holding the sea god's trident firmly in his hand. Deep inside his consciousness, his other half was smiling. Although Ethan didn't want to admit it, he also didn't want to lose. "Are both of you ready?" Great Chieftain Adrian asked. Ethan and Rex nodded at the same time. "You already know the rules," Great Chieftain Adrian stated. "Let the duel begin." As soon as the signal was given, both young men charged at each other with their weapons at the ready. A moment later, the clash between their weapons resounded throughout their surroundings. The cheers of countless people reverberated in response as the battle that would hold great significance in the upcoming war officially took place. The Amplifico spell made a person 2 times stronger, but the Magna Amplifico spell made one 3 times stronger. Currently, Ethan was 3 times stronger than his normal self. However, the first clash between him and Rex still sent him skidding a few meters away. This just proved that his opponent's physical prowess was at least 3 times stronger than his own. The cheers of the people watching them reverberated in the surroundings as the two exchanged blows with each other. After that test of strength, Ethan resorted to deflecting and blocking the warrior's attack as he waited for an opportunity to strike. However, it didn't take long for him to realize that Rex didn't plan to give him any chances. The young warrior's battle style was fast and erratic, making Ethan unable to predict where his attack was going to come from fast enough. Although his opponent wasn't as fast as Lily in her demi-wolf form, Rex was still fast enough to put pressure on him. "It's like I'm fighting Nicole all over again," Ethan thought as he gritted his teeth. His style is hard to read. While the handsome teenager was thinking about these things, his opponent managed to make him lose his balance for a brief moment. Using this opportunity, Rex lashed at him, hitting the side of his body with the handle of his spear. Ethan felt as if the wind had been knocked out of him, making him fall to the ground. His opponent didn't make a follow-up attack and simply stared at him, waiting for him to stand up again. The cheers of the crowd intensified, as if urging Ethan to stand up. Since he was wearing his wizard's robe, part of the attack was mitigated, so he was able to stand up after a few seconds. Rex waited until he had taken a fighting stance before he attacked once again. He could have knocked Ethan unconscious while the latter was still down, but he didn't do that. The warrior wanted the young man to understand that he was much stronger than him and make him accept that he was the better man between the two of them. The spectators could tell what Rex was thinking, so they continued to cheer for the two warriors, hopping to see a good fight. A few more minutes passed as Ethan repeatedly fell to the ground. His wizard robe was covered in dirt, and he was a sorry sight to behold. Even so, with each fall, he would always stand up and fight. It was a one-sided beating, and even the warriors watching the scene felt as if Rex was bullying his opponent too much. If it were them, they would just simply knock Ethan out and end his suffering. At the end of the day, the young man was a guest of the Kendall tribe and only fighting to protect his wife's honor. Although they wanted Rex to win, they didn't want to see a one-sided beating because it made them feel guilty and embarrassed. They could tell that Ethan knew how to fight, but compared to most of them, he was like a toddler brandishing a stick in their eyes. How could they possibly enjoy watching an adult bullying a child? Perhaps getting annoyed by his opponent's tenacity, Rex used the butt of his spear to hit the side of Ethan's face, making the latter fall to the ground once again. This time, however, the young man tasted blood, and a bruise slowly manifested on his cheek. Blood spilled at the corner of his lips as he leaned on his trident to force himself to stand up. His whole body was in pain, reminding him of the days when Nicole beat him to a pulp. This memory made him chuckle, making those who heard it think that he was feeling helpless about his current situation. "Give it up," Rex said. "You will not beat me. This will be the last time that I will show mercy. My next strike will knock you out. This is your last warning." All eyes focused on Ethan, as they waited for his reply. The young man was panting for breath while leaning on his staff. Slowly, but surely, he propped himself up. He then spit out the blood that was inside his mouth and wiped the bloodstain with the back of his hand. Everyone thought that he was going to surrender, but his next words surprised not only his opponent, but surprised everyone who was staring at him. "Thank you." Ethan's words were softly spoken. It didn't carry any hint of anger, helplessness, and distress. It was a simple thank you, which caught everyone by surprise. "Thank you for telling me that this is the last time that you will show me mercy," Ethan said, as he took a deep breath to compose himself. "You're a good person." The corner of Great Chieftain Adrian's lips twitched after hearing Ethan's reply. "He beat the crap out of you, yet you're even thanking him for it," Great Chieftain Adrian thought. "That last hit might have shaken your brain too much." This was the same thought of the other warriors who were watching the battle. Unless you are a masochist, why would you thank someone who made you suffer? Are you insane? Lily, who understood what Ethan was thinking, laughed internally. She had been waiting for Ethan to use his magic, but after observing the battle, she understood that Ethan was trying to train. His purpose for doing this was simple. Since there was a big chance that they would be involved in a war, he wanted to know if he could withstand the battle style of the warriors of the ancient past. Of course, Ethan understood that Rex wasn't taking him seriously. There was no bloodlust or a hint of killing intent in the warriors' attacks. He had even stopped attacking the handsome young man every time he fell on the ground, allowing him to stand up and fight once again. "This sucks," Ethan thought. "It seems that I can't fight on the front lines since I die without my magic." Ethan gripped the handle of his trident firmly as he looked at his opponent. "Since you have given me a warning, I will also give you a warning," Ethan stated. "From this moment onwards, I will be fighting you seriously." Marco, who was watching this battle beside his father, almost choked after hearing the young man's words. "Fight seriously?" Marco scratched his head. "How?" Rex's expression became solemn because he thought that Ethan was just bluffing him. However, seeing how serious Ethan seemed, his instinct was telling him that he should be careful. "Very well," Rex replied. "I will take you seriously. Are you ready? I will end this quickly." The handsome young man smiled before nodding his head. However, before Rex could even close the distance between the two of them, Ethan said a single word, and that was, "Illumina. Illumina." The moment Ethan spoke this word, his wand flew above his head, and the image of the mermaid princess materialized in front of everyone. The sea god's trident in his hand glowed a brilliant blue, waiting for his master to give it an order. A torrent of water circled around the young man's feet, expanding up to 2 meters around him. The spectators gasped in shock after seeing this scene. Great Chieftain Adrian's and Marco's mouths hung open in surprise. If someone were to put a large egg inside their mouths at this moment, neither of them would even realize it due to how shocked they were. The shamans, who were watching this scene, glanced at each other before shifting their attention back to the handsome young man, whose aura and stance had completely changed. The shamans, the chieftains, and a few veteran warriors suddenly thought of a name, and that was Tidebringer. An existence that once helped the first great overlord secure the lands that were under the allied tribes' sphere of influence. While everyone was in a daze, Rex stopped his advance and immediately took a few steps back in order to distance himself from his opponent. He didn't expect Ethan to be capable of wielding magic, making him regret his decision of not ending the battle earlier. "Aqua Anguis," Ethan stated. Immediately, the torrent of water surrounding him turned into dozens of water snakes that flew toward his opponent with their fangs wide open. Illumina had taught him a few tricks in order to maximize his partial resonance. Usually, Ethan only used his trump card to hit his opponent at close range. But after listening to the mermaid princess advice, he realized that if he used water-based spells during his partial resonance phase, the power of these spells would be amplified and become multiple times stronger. Since this was his first time using this kind of attack pattern, Ethan focused on control instead of intensifying the offensive prowess of the spell. Although the spell's offensive power didn't increase, it allowed him to command the countless water snakes with ease. Seeing this approaching danger, Rex shouted a war cry as he used his spear to swat away the countless water snakes that descended on him with fury. His spear danced like a weapon of war, destroying every snake that came within his strike range. The warrior knew he couldn't only focus on defense, so he decided to charge at Ethan while swiping and dodging the magical snakes that seemed unending. Due to their sheer number, he couldn't catch a glimpse of his target. The only thing he knew was that if he kept on moving forward, he would eventually break through and land a decisive blow to his opponent. After what seemed like an eternity, Rex was able to cross the distance and set his sights on the teenage boy, who had his arms pulled back and ready to strike. "Rising Dragon Strike," Ethan shouted as he thrust forward. As soon as he did this, the head of a water dragon erupted from the tip of his trident and gave a resounding roar, making the hearts of those who heard it tremble. A moment later, the water dragon collided with Rex, dragging him along with it. Ethan didn't want to hurt the warrior too much, so at the moment of impact, the water dragon absorbed his opponent before spitting him outside of the dueling stage. It then gave another mighty roar before flying towards the heavens and disappearing from everyone's sight. A few seconds later, raindrops fell from the sky for half a minute before dispersing completely. Ethan was still in a striking pose with his trident glowing brightly, allowing everyone to look at him in awe. If one were to look closely, a hint of reverence could be seen in their eyes, as if they were looking at a deity. Taking a deep breath, the handsome young man raised his head to look up in the sky with his eyes closed. He could feel the last vestige of Lily's magical power leaving his body, and he felt exhaustion starting to seep in. Suddenly, he felt something wet and soft pressed against his lips, making him open his eyes. The mermaid princess, Illumina, kissed his lips for a few seconds before pulling back. A mischievous smile was plastered on her face before she spoke to Ethan through telepathy. "With this, they will think that you are someone blessed by a deity," Illumina said. "The folks of long ago are quite superstitious. Who knows? This might help you in more ways than one." After saying those words, the mermaid princess disappeared into particles of light before turning back into a wand that merged with Ethan's body. Due to how focused he was on the mermaid princess, the young man didn't notice the solemn gazes of everyone around him. Then someone spoke, and their words reached everyone's ears. "Tidebringer." Those two words broke Ethan out of his daze, as the trident in his hand vibrated and hummed softly. It was as if it was telling his master that the name that was spoken held great significance. "Tidebringer," Ethan muttered as he glanced at the great chieftain of the Kendall tribe who spoke behind his back. "Yes," Great Chieftain Adrian replied before kneeling, and pressing both of his hands on the ground as if he was worshipping a divine being. One by one, the members of the different tribes, including their chieftain and shamans, did the same. They made a gesture of worship before raising their heads to look at the blue-haired teenager who wielded the sea god's trident, which was still shining brightly in his hand. Lily, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but smirk after seeing Ethan's dumbfounded expression. Clearly, he neither understood what was happening nor why everyone was worshipping him. In a forgotten city, somewhere in the lands of Alastair, a stone trident that was over 3 meters tall glowed faintly. "At last, you have finally returned." A voice that was filled with longing and excitement reverberated within the city that had been abandoned for many years. "Come, Tidebringer, let songs of your bravery be heard." A laugh that was filled with happiness reverberated in the surroundings. Clearly, whoever this voice belonged to was waiting for a long-lost friend whom it hadn't seen for the past 100 years. After the duel ended, Ethan and Lily were ushered into the main tent for an important meeting. Aside from the shamans and the 8 great chieftains of the allied tribe, No one else was allowed to participate in their discussion. Ethan did his best to remain calm as the people around him, with the exception of Lily, looked at him with reverence in their eyes. "Ethan, allow me to apologize on behalf of the allied tribes for our folly," Great Chieftain Adrian said before bowing his head in apology. "If only we knew that Lily was the Tidebringer's wife, we would have put a stop to this senseless duel before it even began. Now that I think about it, it is only natural for a beautiful and powerful shaman like Lily to become the Tidebringer's wife. We have eyes, but failed to see this simple truth. I hope that you find it in your heart to forgive us. We are willing to compensate you for whatever discomfort and pain that you have suffered during this time. If you wish, we can even gather the most beautiful young ladies of our tribes to become your concubines. Just say the word, and we will make it happen." Ethan was at a loss for what to say, because he didn't expect that he would receive this kind of treatment after using his magic. He also noticed that the great chieftains and the shamans referred to him as the Tidebringer. The young man was certain that whoever this Tidebringer was, he held enough power and influence to make these leaders bow their heads in worship. "I think you are mistaking me for somebody else," Ethan replied. "I might not know who this Tidebringer is, but I'm certain that it isn't me. Please raise your head, Great Chieftain Adrian. There has to be some mistake somewhere." Great Chieftain Adrian raised his head and looked at Ethan with a solemn gaze. He then glanced at the head shaman, who nodded her head in understanding. "Your name is Ethan, right? Since you are uncomfortable in being called Tidebringer, we will call you Ethan for now," the middle-aged shaman said. "My name is Safia, and I am the shaman who used to serve the great overlord, the one who has recently passed away. Are you interested in knowing the story of the Tidebringer?" Ethan nodded. "Yes." The great shaman smiled and began her tale. "The story that I will tell you dates back nearly 300 years ago," Safia said softly. "During that time, our great tribe lived on the other side of the sea. We were living peaceful lives, but that peace didn't last long. The barbarians of the north raided our lands and tried to conquer our people. They were powerful warriors, and even though we did our best to resist their invasion, we were slowly being pushed back to the brink of destruction. Back then, the great elders only had two choices to choose from. The first was to become the slaves of the barbarians and become their cannon fodder in the wars that they would wage after we were conquered. The second was to flee and look for a place where we could live in peace. Although this choice was filled with uncertainty and the chance of survival was slim, our ancestors still decided to take this path." Safia paused for a bit before continuing her story. "From the north, we crossed the land bridges and headed south. Although we did our best to do it in secret, the barbarians still managed to discover our plan. The only saving grace was that they discovered it a day after we crossed the land bridges. However, they were a persistent bunch and chased us. With an army of barbarians at our backs, we had no choice but to hasten our pace, but still, they caught up to us. Many of our warriors died in order to allow the rest of us to escape. It was a very brutal battle, and we were outmatched and outnumbered. Clearly, it was only a matter of time before our tribe was going to be wiped from the face of the world. In our darkest hour, he appeared. Riding on top of a giant wave, a handsome young man with blue hair, holding a trident in his hand, came to our rescue. The creatures of the sea rose up in arms and attacked the barbarians, dyeing the sea with the color of their blood. Seeing this one-sided slaughter, and after more than half of their warriors had died, the barbarians fled. The young man didn't pursue them because he didn't have to. With a wave of his trident, a gigantic wave drowned the fleeing barbarians, not leaving anyone behind. After the battle, he escorted our people until we reached the lands of Alaster. Then, he took us to this mysterious city which he called Zentris. This city was located on top of a small mountain. During the day, our people could descend and hunt for food. However, at night, we were forced to return before the sunset or be drowned by the raging waters that spilled onto the land until it reached the peak of the small mountain where Zentris stood. This went on for a few decades, and our tribe and the Tidebringer lived side by side in peace. Some of our women even became his wives, but none of them were able to give him a child, for he was a divine being, and only those with divine powers could conceive his child. Then the Tide Bringer needed to return to his homeland. He asked us to leave because, without him, the city would be completely submerged by the water when night came. Only his presence prevented this from happening, so we left and split into smaller tribes. The Tide Bringer and we parted on good terms, and even now we still worship him as our savior. This is why, when we saw your performance today, we believed that you may be one of his descendants, for you also wield the trident and control the power of the sea. Ethan finally understood why they started to call him Tide Bringer. He was indeed a handsome young man with blue hair, plus he was even holding a trident, and both were the trademarks of the Tide Bringer. Not only that, he was able to control the power of the sea due to the mermaid princess, Illumina, making everyone believe that he was their savior's descendant. Ethan was an orphan, but even then, he believed that he couldn't possibly be a descendant of this divine being who had appeared more than 1,500 years ago. He didn't want the allied tribes to have false hope, so he gathered his courage and made his words known. "I'm sorry, but I am not the Tide Bringer, and definitely not his descendant," Ethan said. "I can only use my power once a week, and even then, I can't summon a giant wave to drown anyone. You have the wrong person." "We understand, Tide Bringer," Safia replied. "Although we are at war with the 3 great tribes, we will do our best to show you our hospitality." Great Chieftain Adrian also nodded his head. "That's right, Tide Bringer. We will do our best to make your stay as comfortable as possible." "Ha, feel free to stay with us, Tide Bringer. My daughter is quite the beauty, and she just turned 16 this year. How about you make her your concubine? Don't worry, she's very capable of giving birth to your baby." "My granddaughter just turned 18 a month ago. She is more beautiful than this old coot's daughter. How about it, Ethan? Just say the word and I'll send her to your tent tonight." Too bad my Jenna is only 8 years old," Great Chieftain Adrian said with regret. "If only she was several years older." Ethan blinked, once then twice, before tilting his head to the side. He had already said that he wasn't the Tide Bringer, and yet, instead of backing away, the great chieftains, as well as the shamans, were still looking at him as if he was a stud horse that would allow their tribes to give birth to deities. "Didn't I just tell them that I'm not the Tide Bringer?" Ethan thought. "Do these people speak the same language as I do?" The handsome young man glanced in Lily's direction, and the latter only covered her lips to hold back a chuckle. Of course, she knew that Ethan really wasn't the Tide Bringer, but she didn't correct the others. Right now, what they needed was a position of power that could influence the decision-making of the tribe. Since they were treating Ethan as a deity, then she would let it be. That way, they would be able to clear whatever conditions were needed for them to go home, and return to the present where their loved ones were waiting for them. 2 days had passed since Ethan's duel with Rex, and the allied tribes were finally making their way towards the front lines of the battlefield. The tension was high, which was to be expected since they were headed to nowhere fun. They were going to war, and that meant that countless lives would inevitably be lost because of it. The allied tribes knew that they needed to make their stand, or else they'd be completely wiped out by their aggressors. The other forces within the lands of Alester were also paying close attention to this battle. Most of them just want to be spectators, while others thought of this as a good opportunity. As to what that opportunity was, none could tell except their leaders. Ethan was sound asleep, his head resting on Lily's lap. He had just drank one of the sleeping potions personally made by the head shaman, Safia, so that he could properly rest despite the fact that the road was quite bumpy. Throughout the past 2 days, Ethan felt a lot of stress from bearing the expectations that the allied tribe had placed on his shoulder. They thought that since he was there, their victory was assured because of what he represented. He was the Tide Bringer, their savior and protector. Despite his countless attempts to deny it, they would agree on the surface but wouldn't stop calling him the said title, making him unable to sleep at night. Noticing his exhaustion, Lily suggested that they travel with the great shaman, so that he wouldn't be bothered by anyone. The wagons of the other shamans moved beside their leader, creating a protective formation, preventing anyone from disturbing Ethan's rest. Expectations, Lily mused as he lightly brushed Ethan's hair. It's hard when everyone is expecting something from you. Lily understood this very well. Her family also had a lot of expectations for her since they knew her talent and wished for her to grow to be a powerful witch who would become the pride of their clan. Her father was a prominent figure in Southshire, and his words were law. However, in recent years, his health had not always been the best, so everyone was eyeing his position. She knew with certainty that these powerful families were just waiting for the right moment to strike. The moment her father was out of the way, nothing would stop them from taking his place. Although Lily was quite annoyed by their tribe's politics, it was something that she could accept. Only the strong had the right to lead. None of them would recognize a weak leader. There might be schemes, there might be foul play, but at the end of the day, those with the biggest fist would rule. The young lady sighed as she looked outside the carriage windows. Truth be told, she was worried about Ethan. People like him weren't meant to go to war. He was just a country bumpkin, with no redeeming qualities aside from his good looks. At least, that was what the other witches in the academy thought at first. Their impressions of him only changed after he fought those 3 and won. But magical duels are still fought in controlled environments. Lily thought as she placed her hand over Ethan's chest, feeling his heartbeat. If one was fighting in an official duel, the professors would save their lives if they were in danger. But in war, there would be no referees. There would be no second chances. Even a stray arrow could kill you if you were unlucky enough to be in its path. It seems that you will be baptized by war, Ethan, Lily said softly. I just hope you don't break. Being kind will just get you killed faster. Unfortunately, Ethan was unable to hear her words, for he was currently in a dreamless sleep. His handsome face looked haggard, and there were faint dark circles under his eyes. Even in sleep, you don't look at peace, Lily muttered as he caressed his face. Don't worry, I will do my best to protect you. We will return to our time line together. At nightfall, they finally arrived at the stronghold of the allied tribes. The great chieftains, the shamans, the veteran warriors, and the 2 teenagers once again gathered for a war meeting. A map made up of animal skin was placed on top of the table, and several small stones littered its surface. According to our scouts, the enemy has over 10,000 warriors, Great Chieftain Evan, who ruled the Ebon tribe, stated. If they march, it would only take them a few hours to reach our stronghold, but for some reason they didn't do this while we were at the Weeping Shrine. If they attacked before we managed to regroup with our frontline defenders, this place would have long fallen by now. Everyone, what do you think? No matter how I look at it, I find this very strange. Everyone, with the exception of Ethan and Lily, nodded their heads. Truth be told, their vanguard was given strict orders to retreat as soon as the warriors of the 3 great tribes attacked. With only a few hundred warriors defending the place, it would be impossible for them to stop an all-out attack from their enemies. I find this very suspicious as well, Great Chieftain Adrian commented. The only thing that I can think of is that they might be waiting for something. Or someone, the head shaman, Shafia, smiled. If they have other helpers in this war, our chances of winning would go down considerably. The faces inside the room became grim after hearing the shaman's words. If that were true, the reason why the 3 great tribes hadn't attacked yet was for the allied tribes to gather in one place, allowing their helpers to attack their back, leaving them no place to run. They then subconsciously looked at Ethan, who had his eyes closed as he meditated in the corner of the room. Suddenly, the young lady beside him walked towards the table and looked at the map. She observed it carefully, and several ideas appeared inside her head. Do your allied tribes have a good relationship with the factions of the surrounding area? Lily asked. Better yet, do you have any enemies aside from the 3 great tribes? The great chieftains frowned before glancing at each other. Their allied tribes had a neutral relationship with the surrounding forces, but that didn't mean that they hadn't gotten into arguments in the past. In fact, after considering the idea that the three great tribes would have other helpers, it could easily explain why they still hadn't made any moves yet. At that exact moment, the sound of war drums reverberated within the stronghold, making the great chieftains, the shamans, and the warriors rise up from their seats and head outside. It was the sign that they sighted the enemies heading in their direction, making everyone's faces turn grim. Ethan and Lily followed behind them until they were standing on the wooden ramparts of the stronghold, overlooking the Alaster Plains. Countless torchlights could be seen in the distance, and all of them were headed in their direction. The allied tribes had already expected that they could attack at any time, so the timing of their arrival wasn't the reason why their faces turned pale. Aside from the lights coming from the Alaster Plains, there were also torchlights coming from the direction of the copper ash forest. The great chieftains, the shamans, and the warriors now understood the reason why the three great tribes hadn't made their move until now. "The orcs," Safia said with a hint of anxiety in her voice. "Those bastards joined hands with the orcs." And with that, everyone scrambled to prepare for war while waiting for their enemies to come knocking at their doorstep. The sound of war drums spread across the lands as the three great tribes and the orcs encircled the allied tribe's stronghold. The old, the young, and the women of the tribe were all gathered at the very rear of the stronghold, prioritizing to shelter them from the bloody battle that could erupt at any moment. Their enemies were standing hundreds of meters away from their stronghold, and at this distance, Ethan was able to get a good look at their appearances. He didn't mind looking at humans, but the orcs unnerved him. This wasn't the first time that Ethan had seen monsters, but these humanoid creatures had a savageness that made his heart shudder. They were nearly 2 meters tall, and even though it was dark, the torchlights highlighted their green skin, making them stand out. Their war cries reverberated in the surroundings, drowning the war drums whose booming sounds were similar to a strong beating heart. Ethan, who was standing on the ramparts, started to breathe heavily. At first, he was only taking deep breaths in order to calm his nerves. But now, he was breathing raggedly, as if he was suffering from a panic attack, which caught Lily's attention as well as those who were near him. "Come with me," Lily said as she held Ethan's hands without hesitation. She didn't even wait for his reply and simply pulled him away from the ramparts, not caring about the gazes of the people who were looking at the young man behind her, whose face was now as pale as a candle. Entering the tent that was provided for them, Lily made Ethan sit down on the ground before rubbing his back with her hands. The young man's body started to shudder uncontrollably, fear gripping his heart. A moment later, he started to puke, leaving a sour smell in the air. Lily continued to rub Ethan's back until he stopped emptying his stomach. When he was done, she took out her wand and gave it a wave, sending his vomit flying outside of their tent. After this, she went to fetch Ethan a cup of water and made him hold it with both of his hands. "Stay here," Lily stated. "Don't worry, I'll make sure that none of them get to you." Without another word, she left the tent, leaving the young man alone. She understood that not everyone could stay calm on the battlefield, especially if it was their first time doing it. For those who had lived very peaceful lives, this was something that was akin to a nightmare. Ethan gritted his teeth as he held the cup in his hand firmly. He was feeling afraid. Very afraid. Unprecedented fear that he had never felt before. When he fought against the Wendigo in order to save Luna, he was afraid, but his fear wasn't as profound as the fear he was feeling right now. He didn't know why, but standing on the ramparts and facing countless monsters and humans who planned to kill him made him feel terribly afraid. All of his training suddenly seemed inadequate. All of his victories in the academy seemed to have lost their importance. Champion of Dud Manor. How could a one-on-one duel be compared to a battle that involved thousands of people? Was it wrong for him to be fearful? Wasn't that a normal thing to feel? No one wanted to die, and he certainly didn't want to die. If possible, he wanted to run away. He wanted to run as far as he could, leaving everything behind, including Lily. He felt ashamed. He felt guilty. He felt like trash. He felt like scum. But most of all, he felt afraid. Very afraid. At that moment, a voice spoke inside his head. Are you afraid? I am. What are you afraid of? Dying. Everyone dies sooner or later. Even the elves who lived for thousands of years will die once their hearts are stabbed or their head is severed from their bodies. I'm not like you. I'm not strong like you. Indeed, you are not strong like me, so do you want me to help you? Ethan didn't reply right away and looked at the cup in his hand. Although it was dark, he could see his reflection on the water. His eyes glowed in a purple light, and a devilish smile was plastered on his face. This reflection of his was very different from his pitiful state, which was drowning in shame and guilt. Please, Ethan said softly, help me. The smile of his reflection widened after hearing his words. Understood, leave everything to me. But know this, Ethan, I can't always be there for you. If you want to live a peaceful life, you must become strong. So strong that you make others feel the same feeling you are feeling right now. You need to make their hearts tremble, their breathing ragged, and their eyes widen in terror every time they look at you. If you are unable to do that soon, you and Lily can kiss your chances of returning to the present time goodbye. Ethan, whose body was trembling earlier, suddenly became still. His eyes were closed, and a smile was slowly spreading on his face. A moment later, he drank the water in the cup before putting it to the side. He did a few stretches before propping himself off the ground. Well then, this is going to be fun, Ethan smirked. The handsome young man walked out of the tent with a confident smile plastered on his face. He walked towards the wooden ramparts with a spring on his step, as if he couldn't wait for the battle to start. The sea god's trident in his hand glowed faintly, boosting the strength of his body. Oh, I almost forgot about this, Ethan said as he took out the magic bracelet from his storage ring and wore it. The warriors of the tribe noticed his return, and they all looked at him in surprise. They had seen how scared and pale his face was earlier, but the young man they were seeing right now was the complete opposite. Ethan chuckled after seeing their gazes and even gave them all a playful wink. He then walked up the wooden ramparts and stood beside Lily, who was paying close attention to their enemies. The moment Ethan stood beside her, the young lady looked in his direction with a frown. Ethan, Lily asked. The handsome young man placed a finger against his lips, making Lily's frown deepen. Who are you? Lily asked in a volume that only the teenage boy could hear. A chuckle escaped Ethan's lips. Who am I? Ethan smiled before pointing in the direction of their enemies, making Lily subconsciously tighten her grip on her wand. I am their worst nightmare. Tea out, please. By the way, this other Ethan is hot. Had to get it out there. Now back to story. The moment Ethan stood beside Lily, the latter immediately noticed that the vibes he gave off were very different compared to when she had left him inside their tent. Because of this, she had called out to him with great uncertainty. However, after the young man pressed his finger over his lips, she immediately understood that he indeed wasn't the Ethan she knew. The color of his eyes was no longer blue. Instead, it was purple. There was also a certain air of confidence and arrogance in him, which she had never felt from Ethan before. Who are you? That was the question she asked. And the answer she got was, who am I? I am their worst nightmare. Lily wanted to press him for more answers, but before she could do that, their enemies had already started to charge towards their stronghold. Lily, you don't have to worry about Ethan, the blue-haired boy beside her said with a devilish smile on his face. I'll keep him safe, just focus on staying alive. After that, chaos ensued. The leader of the orcs let out one mighty roar as it raised its axe high up in the air. A moment later, the orc horde charged forward like a tide. Kill, the general of the three great tribes ordered, and their own forces surged forth. The reason they simply charged forward was due to the fact that the stronghold of the allied tribe wasn't really a stronghold meant for war. It was more of an outpost that their tribe used whenever they went hunting in this particular area. There had only been a few modifications to make it a bit more resilient for a siege, but they didn't have enough time to make it truly impregnable. "Take out your wand, Lily," Ethan said as he summoned his own wand. "We will use Nub's Atrafumus." Lily frowned, but she still nodded her head in understanding. "At the count of 3, Ethan stated. 3, 2, 1. Nub's Atrafumus. A black smoke screen erupted from the tip of their wands and flew toward the approaching horde of orcs and humans. It was already nighttime, and the only thing that gave their enemies vision was the light of the torches. Orcs didn't have night vision, so their eyesight wasn't that good at night. The same could be said for humans, so when the smokescreen appeared, they no longer saw anything in front of or around them. However, that didn't matter. All they needed to do was charge forward, and they would still arrive at their destination. At least, that was what they thought. "Fire!" Great Chieftain Adrian and the warriors of the tribe unleashed a barrage of arrows towards the black smoke in front of them. Ethan had told them to not aim and simply fire as many arrows as they could. Fire as many arrows as fast as they could. Vocer Glacium Vulps. Lily summoned an ice fox, which immediately unleashed a barrage of ice bullets in front of it. Knowing that one ice fox wasn't enough, she summoned another. The maximum number of ice foxes that she could summon at once was 2. As the 2 foxes unleashed their ice spells at the enemy, so did their master. Ethan, on the other hand, simply pointed his wand in front of him and said, "Magna Silentium." A burst of purple light erupted from the tip of his wand and flew in the direction of the smoke screen. He aimed it at the ground that was 300 meters away from the stronghold, creating a ripple effect that encompassed a 200-meter radius. Magna Silentium. Magna Silentium. Magna Silentium. Ethan repeated the spell 3 more times, creating a zone of complete silence in front of him. For those who were trapped inside the smoke screen, all noise completely disappeared. While the silencing spell didn't deal any kind of damage, its effect on the battlefield was quite profound. Their enemies already lost their sense of sight, and now they had lost their sense of hearing as well. In a battlefield, especially a battlefield of this magnitude, sound and sight were important because they allowed one to hear the orders of their commanders as well as see one's enemy. With those 2 things taken from all of them, no matter how strong someone was, they would uncontrollably become disoriented out of their incapability to know what was going on around them. Since they couldn't hear anything, they couldn't hear the screams of their comrades who were now being bombarded by magic and long-range attacks. Ethan, who was responsible for this absolute zone of silence, sighed and looked at the bracelet on his wrist. Only 4 spells, and the magic in this thing would all be used up. Ethan shook his head helplessly. "Oh well, at least I still have this." The sea god trident glowed faintly in his hand, as if responding to his will. The charge of their enemies had completely fallen into disarray. Those who died in the front had fallen on the ground. Those behind them stumbled over their dead bodies, and this process would repeat over and over again, slowing their advance. Of course, there were some who managed to break past from the smoke screen, but those orcs and humans would find themselves slamming face first into the wooden wall, disorienting them for a short period of time. Those stationed at the walls didn't waste this opportunity and used their spears to stab their enemies to death, killing as many as they could. Just as everything was going their way, a powerful gust of wind blew and dissipated the magically created smokescreen. The members of the allied tribe gritted their teeth now that their initial advantage had disappeared. Although they had managed to kill hundreds, there were still thousands who were charging in their direction. The corner of Ethan's lips curled up into a smirk as the orc started climbing the defensive wall of the stronghold. With a stab of his trident, the orc's head was pierced through as if it was made of paper. Ethan made it look so easy that Rex, who was standing by his side, gave him a second glance. But the young warrior wasn't able to allow his attention to wander any longer, because their enemies had already started to come in droves. It was only a matter of time before they broke through the wooden gates and entered their stronghold. When that happened, it would become a free-for-all. If they were only fighting against the three great tribes, there was a high chance that they would win. But right now, their enemies had orcs fighting alongside them. Although they only numbered in the hundreds, their strength was a few times stronger than an ordinary human, making them extremely deadly in close combat. They were very sinister creatures. However, for some reason, Rex felt that the person standing beside him was more sinister than the monsters in front of him. Enough blood spilled to fill a river, dyeing the ground red. The gates of the stronghold were hacked to pieces, allowing the orcs to get inside the encampment. However, as soon as they managed to break through, they found a young man with blue hair blocking their way. He wore a black robe, with a cape fluttering in the wind. His purple eyes glowed faintly, and a devilish smile could be seen on his face. The orcs were a race that prided themselves in battle. They were fearless, and very few creatures were able to intimidate them. For them, the foolish boy standing in their way was simply asking to die, so they decided to grant his wish of being sent to the afterlife. With a blood-curdling roar, the orcs charged and swung their axes towards the teenager who held a glowing trident in his hands. Faced with multiple orcs, instead of backing away, Ethan took a step forward and casually thrust his trident forward. Since his weapon had a longer reach, his attack connected first. What happened next made the warriors of the allied tribe, who planned to aid him, gasp in shock. Ethan's trident hit the orc's chest. However, it didn't draw blood. Instead, the impact made the orc fly backward, crashing into the others behind him. The sound of bones breaking reached his ears, which made the smile on his face widen. For a brief moment, the orcs who saw what happened to their comrades froze in shock. However, a few seconds later, their rage took hold of them as they looked at Ethan with bloodshot eyes. "Kill!" the leading orc shouted as he ran, crossing the distance in just a few heartbeats. Just like he had done earlier, the young man took another step forward. This time, his trident pierced through the head of the leading orc, killing him instantly. He then pulled back his trident and stabbed another orc in the head, ending his life just as easily as he did their leader. The young man's thrust was so fast that his trident looked like a blue blur that reaped the lives of anyone who dared to draw near him. As the bodies of the orcs stacked in front of him, he casually swung his weapon like a club and sent the corpses flying like a golf ball outside of the stronghold. Those who were outside the gates had no idea what was going on inside. All they knew was that the orcs had stopped advancing, which surprised them. A moment later, the orcs blocking the way backed away before running for their lives. "What's happening?" the warriors of the three great tribes asked their temporary allies, but the orcs didn't give them any answers. They simply ran away as fast as they could. The head hunter of the three great tribe sneered at the fleeing monsters because he thought that they got cold feet. "I knew that those bastards were useless," the head hunter said. "Rally to me, we will end this battle before midnight." The warriors of the three great tribe roared as they followed their head hunter towards the destroyed gates of the stronghold. "So noisy," Ethan snorted before casually flicking his trident to the side, sending the dead orc crashing toward the ground. The gesture was so casual, as if the body of the orc was only as heavy as the wooden cup he used to drink water. Ethan tapped the handle of his trident on his left palm as he looked at the head hunter and his cohorts. "Well then, what are you all waiting for?" Ethan smirked. "Come, I'll send you all to the afterlife." "In your dreams, boy." The head hunter lunged at the arrogant teenager with his spear poised to strike. He was the strongest warrior of one of the three great tribes, and they had even given him a title. Bear Killer. He was someone who could easily kill one of the most powerful beasts in their territory, which usually required a team of people to hunt in order to minimize casualties. The head hunter was so sure of his victory that a sneer was plastered on his face as he thrust his spear forward. Behind him, His cohort engaged the other defenders without hesitation, as they were certain that their leader could handle his opponent. How could he possibly lose to a teenager who was several years younger than him? Ethan didn't know what his enemies were thinking, and he didn't care either. Right now, he felt very intoxicated due to the smell of blood in his surroundings. The young man sneered back at the hunter, who had just crossed his killing zone. What his opponents didn't know was that, compared to the usual Ethan, whose strength was magnified 3 times due to Magna Amplifico, his strength far surpassed theirs. Without any performance-boosting spells, he was already 4 times stronger than his counterpart. With Magna Amplifico, his body's strength was boosted 3 more times, making him 12 times stronger than the blue-eyed Ethan. The handsome young man casually deflected his opponent's killing blow before thrusting his trident forward. This happened in mere seconds, giving the head hunter no time to dodge the spear that was aimed towards his heart. Blood sprayed like a fountain as the trident pierced through the head hunter's chest. His dying cry reverberated in the surroundings, making those who heard it look in his direction. "Trash," Ethan muttered, "and here I was, thinking that you were better than your brutish allies." Even as his life slowly flashed before his eyes, the head hunter still refused to believe that he died at the hands of a young man, whom he believed was not even 20 years old. The light in his eyes dimmed as he took his last breath. The strongest head hunter died as simply as that. Similar to what he did with the dead orcs earlier, Ethan tossed the dead head hunter to the side before looking at the rest of his cohorts. "Who's next?" Ethan asked. "Monster," one of the warriors stuttered. "Monster." Ethan chuckled after hearing the warrior's accusation. "Right, I'm a monster," Ethan replied, "and you are my prey." A moment later, the sound of dying screams spread inside the stronghold as the handsome young man killed and killed some more. Even though his clothes were dyed with blood, the smirk on his face didn't fade. It was as if he was a caged beast that had been released from his prison. Lily watched this scene with a grim look on her face. She didn't know what happened to Ethan for him to become like this. However, she had a feeling that this boost in strength and fighting ability was only a temporary thing. The moment he returned to his usual self, he would receive some kind of backlash. As to what kind of backlash that would be, it would probably be as heavy as the number of lives that he had taken on the battlefield, which would likely form a crack in his kind heart, changing his life forever. The battle raged on as the warriors of the 3 great tribes did everything in their power to overwhelm the forces of the allied tribe. Even though Ethan was doing his best to stand his ground, their opponent still had the advantage in numbers, and it was clear that the scale was tipping in their favor. Not only that, after the orcs ran away, fireballs started to descend inside the stronghold, which made the young man frown. When his and Lily's smokescreen was blown away by a powerful gust of wind, he knew that it had been done by the shamans of the 3 great tribes. It was arrogant to think that only the allied tribes had shamans on their side, and Ethan wasn't delusional enough to think of such. "Everyone, retreat," Ethan ordered as he continued to cut down the lives of the warriors in front of him. The sound of a horn spread on the battlefield, signaling the allied tribes to pull back as fast as they could. Ethan, Lily, and several warriors held the ring, holding the line for as long as they could. The young witch was the only one on the front lines who could use magic, and she didn't hesitate to summon an ice wall in order to block the enemy's advance. Her face was a bit pale from continuously using magic since the beginning of the battle. At this point, her magical reserves were gradually running dry. Only a single ice fox was left by her side, because the other one had turned into particles of light after it tried to delay the enemy's advance. "The ice wall will not hold for long," Lily stated. "Let's go." Ethan nodded and ran alongside her. The last ice fox stayed behind, and it was doing its best to reinforce the ice wall by creating more ice walls. Everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before their last line of defense broke, so they ran as fast as they could. Fortunately, the allied tribes had prepared an evacuation plan in advance. Their wagons had already left the stronghold long ago, carrying the women, children, and the old people with them. The warriors of the allied tribe fled in the darkness, leaving their burning stronghold behind. Naturally, they knew that their enemies might pursue them as well, but they were not too worried about it. They had made a contingency plan for when their stronghold fell into the enemy's hands. Soon enough, the war cries of the warriors from the three great tribes could be heard behind them. Ethan and Lily glanced back and saw dozens of warriors running in their direction. The two of them were at the very back of the formation, running alongside the most elite members of the allied tribes. They wouldn't have any trouble in dealing with the enemies behind them, but they knew that if they really did that, the bulk of their enemy's army would catch up. Since that was the case, they simply ran. "We're nearing the river," Rex stated. "We will definitely lose them there." Ethan nodded. "If they dare to chase us, I can do something about it." After a few more minutes, they arrived at their destination. The river was wide, and the other side was at least 100 meters away. The river was 2 meters deep, and the torrent was quite strong. If anyone were to try to cross it on foot, they would definitely be swept away by it. Fortunately, they didn't have to do that because a wooden bridge had been built across it, allowing wagons to pass over it easily. Standing on the other side of the river were the women of their tribe. These ladies were not allowed to join the battle because their duty was to escape and protect the children. Now that they had successfully crossed the river, they all stood holding bows and arrows in their hands. When the barbarians forced them to migrate to the south, the allied tribe lost most of its warriors. Because of this, the great chieftains decided that during times of great need, their women should also fight. But they weren't taught the way of the spear, axe, or sword. They were not allowed to fight on the front lines, regardless of the situation. Instead, all of them were required to learn archery. The moment a girl turned 10, she was taught how to wield the bow. Because of this, every woman in the tribe was a proficient archer, and even though this was the first time that they would be using these skills to kill humans, there was no hesitation in their faces. "Ready," Safia, who led the evacuation of the women earlier, raised her hand. The wives and daughters of the warriors of the allied tribe all knocked an arrow on their bows and pulled the strings as far as they could. They were waiting for the members of their tribe to reach the wooden bridge before they unleashed a volley of arrows that would kill those who were chasing them. The moment Ethan and Lily stepped onto the wooden bridge, Safia gave the signal to attack. Immediately, hundreds of arrows flew and rained down on the warriors of the three great tribes, catching them by surprise. Screams of pain and death reverberated in the night as the arrows hit their targets. Faced with the deadly barrage, the warriors of the three great tribes didn't know whether they should continue with their pursuit or turn back. However, when one of their head hunters arrived, he didn't hesitate to give an order. "Destroy the bridge," the head hunter ordered. The warriors then gritted their teeth as they raised their weapons to hack the bridge, ensuring that the members of the allied tribe would be washed away by the river. Safia and the other shamans chanted at the same time. A moment later, dozens of stallions made up of water rose from the river and clashed with the enemy. Their unstoppable charge sent everyone they hit flying, including the head hunter, whose screams were drowned out by the screams of his men, who had suffered the same fate. When Ethan and Lily crossed to the other side, the handsome young man didn't hesitate to use his trident to destroy the wooden bridge, preventing their enemies from chasing them for the time being. "Retreat," Safia ordered. Although they could still kill their enemies using their long-ranged weapons, she didn't dare to stay for long because their enemies also had shamans with them. It was quite possible for them to create a bridge that would allow their forces to cross to the other side and continue their pursuit. In order to prevent this scenario, they didn't hesitate to escape, leaving the warriors of the three great tribes screaming in anger and frustration as they were left with no choice but to watch their prey escape from their grasp. The allied tribes made their way back to the Weeping Shrine in hopes of escaping their pursuers. Great Chieftain Adrian's face was grim as he held the reins of his family's wagon. Although they succeeded in killing over 1,000 enemies, hundreds of their warriors had also perished in that battle. The atmosphere of the caravan was heartbreaking as the mothers, wives, and daughters of the warriors who had died mourned for them. Ethan had also lost consciousness and was currently sleeping inside Safia's wagon with Lily. Despite his amazing performance, it was still impossible for him to single-handedly fight an entire army on his own. He had also suffered injuries, but they were minor ones. The blows that managed to bypass the protection of his wizard robe had caused bruises and cuts to appear on his body. Some of these injuries were incurred when Ethan actively tried to protect Lily, Rex, and the other warriors who were holding the rear of the formation. There was one particular deep cut that Lily had discovered only after she removed Ethan's robes. It was a cut that was as long as an index finger, and it was located on Ethan's left arm. A dawn of realization appeared on Lily's face because she finally remembered how Ethan received this injury. The two of them were fighting side by side, and amidst the chaos, a group of warriors attacked them from their blind spot. Lily was able to react on time and froze 3 of their attackers, but the 4th warrior was able to swing his sword in her direction, threatening to sever the arm that was holding her wand. That was when Ethan suddenly appeared in front of her and used his right arm to block the blow before stabbing the warrior with his trident. Ethan had done it so effortlessly that Lily thought that he had used some kind of protection to prevent his arm from getting sliced off his body. She wasn't aware that he solely relied on the boost that Magna Amplifico gave him, which allowed his body to become stronger and sturdier than normal. Lily cleaned the wound properly before applying some medical herbs to it. She then used a clean piece of cloth as a bandage to tie it up. She then continued to apply medicine to the shallow cuts on the young man's body. The young lady was quite certain that these cuts would heal in time, but the one on Ethan's shoulder might leave a scar due to how deep it was. If it really leaves a scar, we can just go to the infirmary in the academy to have it removed, Lily thought. She could still remember the words that Ethan told her before he closed his eyes to sleep. After you recover, make sure to wear this bracelet. Ethan doesn't have a way to replenish his magic right now aside from kissing you. Unfortunately, he kissed you recently, so he has to wait for a week before he can borrow some of your powers. Since we don't have the liberty to wait that long, you need to slowly charge this magical bracelet for the time being. He's going to need all the help he can get. I need to hibernate for a while, and I won't be appearing for 2 weeks. Until I return, make sure to keep him safe. I have overextended my stay and pushed him to his limits. Still, I don't regret it. Being nice in this world will just get him killed. Although Lily didn't know who that Ethan was, she still took his words seriously. During the battle, Lily had not used her demi-wolf form. If she did, her fighting ability would have definitely skyrocketed. However, this ability wasn't something that she could use without consequences. If she transformed into her demi-wolf form, she would definitely fall into a state of bloodlust due to how thick the blood was in the air. Although it would take her a while before she lost her control over her senses, she didn't dare take that risk. If she somehow lost herself, she would definitely go on a rampage and kill everyone, not caring if they were friend or foe. If she were only fighting dozens of people, it would still be fine. Heck, she could even maintain her composure, even if she fought against hundreds of warriors. However, they were up against thousands, and it was different from fighting against hundreds. Also, it was not only the enemy's side that would have casualties. Their side would also take some deaths, and with that, it was likely that she would lose control and start a massacre. Aside from that, she also didn't want Ethan to see her in that state. If she were alone, she would definitely use her ability without a care in the world. But for some reason, Ethan's presence was keeping this wild side of her at bay. He was like an anchor that ensured that she wouldn't be swept away by the storm. Perhaps this subconscious belief was formed because Ethan was able to defeat her in a duel. To make things simple, Lily only recognized the strong. Even if the handsome young man won because of a fluke, a win was still a win. Lily wasn't someone who made excuses. A few days later, the caravan arrived at the Weeping Shrine. Everyone was tired, so the great chieftains asked a few warriors to scout to see if their enemies were still pursuing them. For the time being, all they wanted was to take a rest and mourn for the warriors that they had lost in battle, if it was possible. This was also when Ethan woke up, and the first thing he did after waking up was vomit, despite the fact that he hadn't eaten anything for the 3 days that he was unconscious. Lily made sure that he wasn't dehydrated and poured a few drops of water on his lips from time to time. When it was time to eat, the mere smell of meat was enough to make his face turn pale, so Lily asked them to just give him fruit for the time being. Ethan's current state was a mess, and he was also afraid of sleeping alone. Lily would accompany him to sleep, but this didn't help much. The young man would often wake up screaming, which would sometimes wake up the members of the allied tribe. Clearly, he was reliving the nightmarish battle in his dream, and there was nothing he could do about it. Whether he was awake or asleep, the blood, the smell, the horror, as well as the brutality of the battle, haunted him like a ghost that wouldn't stop unless he joined them in the afterlife. The only saving grace was that the 3 great tribes seemed to have retreated back to their camp for the time being, allowing the allied tribe a brief moment of reprieve. Ethan's body trembled as he held back his sobs. He was currently seated in the very corner of the room, with his head buried in his knees and his hands wrapped around his legs. If Lily were to describe his condition with a single word, it would be broken. Yes, Ethan had finally broken down. He was standing on the edge of a cliff, and a single push would be enough to send him to the abyss, which he could no longer come back from. At this moment, when he was about to slip into that abyss, the sound of rustling clothes reached his ears. A moment later, a pair of delicate hands cupped the side of his face. Ethan slowly raised his head, but his vision was blurred with his tears. He was in a daze and seemed to not recognize his surroundings. "It's going to be okay." A kind and gentle voice reached out to him. "You're going to be okay." Lily pulled Ethan's head to her chest and gently patted his head. She then hummed a tune, similar to a lullaby that would put a baby to sleep. The young beauty had removed her upper clothes, allowing Ethan to feel the soft smoothness and warmth of her skin. Ethan's trembling lessened, gradually calming down as Lily held him close, not caring that the young man's head was buried between her breasts. If other men were in his position, they would definitely feel very lucky and blessed. Some of them might even say that they could now die happily due to the kind of service that they were experiencing. Ethan, on the other hand, had no time to think about these things. He held on to Lily as if she was the only one who was keeping him afloat on a stormy sea that threatened to pull him to their dark depths. The reason why Ethan was so sick and battered was due to the backlash that he received from his other half's attempt to save his life. As if that weren't enough, he had to live with the guilt and horror of what he had done in the form of nightmares that plagued him every day. Ethan wasn't really a mentally strong person. He wasn't mature enough. He hadn't suffered any traumatic experiences or hardships. Aside from the fact that his magical circuits were destroyed and that he was abandoned by his mother, he lived a fairly comfortable life in the countryside with his grandparents. Tears fell from his eyes as he held onto Lily tightly. The young lady continued to pat his head, not caring that his warm tears were sliding down her body. Her gentle hum soothed his exhausted and weakened spirit, giving him a sense of security that mothers gave to their children. Not long after that, he fell asleep. This time, his nightmares didn't visit him, for there was a beautiful young lady who held him firmly in her embrace and kept the darkness from further harming his broken soul. The 3 great tribes have pulled back, but they regrouped with the orcs and attacked the nearby Eagle tribe, Great Chieftain Adrian said. It is only a matter of time before they set their sights on us again once they've finished conquering them. I've also received a report that the nomad tribe from the east has been attacked by a horde of goblins, the great chieftain of the brave tribe, Vega, shared as he pointed at the map. I find these battles quite suspicious. It's like they are not giving us a way out. The people inside the meeting room frowned. After analyzing the map, they realized that their paths of escape to the east and west were blocked. Going south would lead them back to Turtle Cove, which was by the sea. Going north, however, would take them to the White March Mountain, which bordered the Magdar Kingdom. The mountain people were not savages, but they didn't like it when people passed through their territory. Also, if they did go there, would they be welcomed in the Magdar Kingdom? The answer to this was no. There was also a path heading northwest, but they would arrive at the White Forest. This forest was filled with wild beasts, and traveling through it was dangerous as well. What do you suggest we do, Safia? The great chieftain of the Ebon tribe, Evan, asked. I agree with great chieftain Vega. The alliance of the orcs and the three great tribes, as well as the attack of the goblin horde, might be connected. It's highly possible that the trolls living in the north would block our passage through the White March Mountain. The head of the shamans pondered for a bit before sighing. If we go south, building seaworthy boats for all of us will take weeks, Safia commented. Aside from the Kendall tribe, who traveled here through the sea, none of us are proficient in seafaring. I guess we have no choice but to head northwest. In order to be safe, let's use the path through the Zelato mines. With a mountain barrier protecting us, the three great tribes and the orcs will not be able to catch up to us easily. Also, all of us know the territory past the White Forest. Everyone in the meeting room eyed each other with complicated looks on their faces. Do you mean we should go there? Great Chieftain Adrian asked. Can we pass the barrier? All the chieftains, as well as the other shamans, looked at Safia with solemn expressions on their faces. A minute later, the head shaman met their gaze with a determined look in her eyes. We will know soon, Safia answered. Either we pass through the barrier or we make our last stand in the forest. Great Chieftain Adrian sighed, before nodding his head. Let's not waste time. The chieftain of the Kendall tribe stood up. We leave in 4 hours. The sooner we leave, the farther we will be from the orcs and the three great tribes. Everyone nodded their heads in understanding and left the meeting room. They needed to inform their respective tribes about their next course of action. Safia, on the other hand, headed towards the shrine. Ever since they had returned to the Weeping Shrine, Lily and Ethan had taken one of the 2 rooms beside it, which were usually used by the shamans during their stay. Since they would be leaving soon, she decided to personally inform them of the council's decision. When Safia arrived at her destination, she politely knocked on the door 3 times. Lily, Ethan, it's me, Safia, Safia said. Can I come in? I need to talk to the 2 of you about something important. A few seconds later, the voice of the young lady reached her ears. Come in, Safia. The head shaman opened the door and headed inside. She then crossed the curtain made of cloth before her body froze completely. Lying on the bed were 2 naked teenagers. However, their lower halves were covered with a blanket. Ethan's head was nestled in Lily's chest, and the latter was lightly stroking his hair. The young man's hands were wrapped around Lily's back, with his head buried in her chest. Did I come at the wrong time? Safia stuttered. Truth be told, there was nothing wrong with the scene. After all, Lily and Ethan were husband and wife. She just didn't expect that the 2 of them would still be in bed even though the sun had risen from the horizon nearly 4 hours ago. It's fine, Lily replied, not caring if Safia saw them in this state. Did something happen? The young lady continued to lightly stroke Ethan's hair, while waiting for the head shaman to tell them the important news. The council has decided to leave the Weeping Shrine and head northwest towards the White Forest, Safia said, with a hint of embarrassment on her face. We will leave in 4 hours. I hope that both of you will be ready to leave by then. Lily nodded in understanding. Understood, Lily replied. We'll be ready by then. Safia nodded and gave Ethan one last glance before leaving the room. She couldn't help but blush despite her age due to how intimate the two were in the presence of other people. When the head shaman finally left, Lily lightly patted Ethan's head. "You heard her," Lily said softly before kissing his forehead. "It's time to go." Ethan replied. The young man unwrapped his arms from around her body and pulled back. Lily watched as Ethan stood up from the bed and extended his hand to help her stand up. Both of them were completely naked, and yet there was no lustful look in his eyes. After nearly breaking down several hours ago, Ethan regained a bit of his bearing after Lily reached out to him. If it weren't for Lily taking the initiative, the young man would have completely fallen into depression, which would have ultimately broken him. In order to prevent the worst-case scenario from happening, Lily used the most basic and most powerful approach. And that was human touch. This was the method that parents used whenever their children were sick. They would usually sleep beside them and make them feel safe. For toddlers, they would usually bury their heads on their mother's chest, because this was their most basic instinct. Ethan was an orphan, which meant that he never had a mother. Because of this, he really didn't understand what it was like to be held by a woman who wasn't his grandma. Lily was still a young lady, and yet she didn't hesitate to allow Ethan to feel that warmth, allowing him to calm his broken heart. The two of them didn't do anything except sleep together. Ethan knew that Lily went above and beyond the norms in order to keep him sane. For this, the only thing he felt toward her was respect. After what happened in the battle, the only feeling that Ethan had was numbness. Any young man in the academy would fight to the death in order to switch positions with him and accept Lily's care. Ethan knew this as well, but he wasn't in the mood to think about these perverted thoughts. The horrors of the battle still haunted him, and he knew that it would take a while for him to recover from his nightmare. The two bathed and ate a simple breakfast consisting of fruits. After that, they left the shrine and walked hand in hand towards Safia's wagon. There were still deep, dark circles under Ethan's eyes, and his hands would tremble from time to time. Even so, the hand holding his right now was giving him strength, allowing him to take one step at a time. Unbeknownst to anyone, within the Scarlet Citadel, a skinny old man holding a withered staff gazed at the south. He was the mastermind behind the attacks of the orcs, the three great tribes, the goblins, the trolls, as well as the kobolds within the lands of Alester. "I can feel the bloodline of the deity returning to these lands," the skinny old man said softly. "Finally, the legacy you left behind will be mine." A loud laughter reverberated across the Scarlet Citadel as countless skeletons rose from the ground and raised their weapons high. Black clouds covered the sky, and the rumble of thunder boomed in the surroundings. Even so, the old man's laughter stretched far and wide, as if informing everyone that his rise was finally at hand.